Chapter 1 Shock. Unlocking billionfold rewards at the start. On the ocean, floating a small wooden raft. Where am I? So much water. How come I suddenly appeared in the ocean? At this moment, Luong looked at the small raft beneath him and noticed that there was only a hook on it. Nothing else. Some items were floating on the sea around him. Seeing this situation, Luong's expression became strange. This felt too familiar. Wasn't this just like that game he used to play? Could it be that he had actually been transported into a game world? At that moment, an announcement suddenly appeared in front of Luong. Welcome to the Global Survival Game. Global Survival Game. Introduction. At the start, you have one raft, one person, one hook. Your mission is to survive. Death penalty. Death deducts 30 years of lifespan. Game rules. Luong briefly glanced at these rules. They seemed almost identical to those of the raft survival game he used to play. As long as you had the blueprints, you could create anything. Normal rope, 0 to 1 palm leaf. Normal fishing hook, 0/2 rope, 0 to 1 metal sheet. Construction hammer, 0/2 wood. Currently, Luong could produce some basic items. Creating more advanced items would require corresponding blueprints. As long as he had the right blueprints, he could make anything. Luong wasn't in a rush to act yet. He glanced at the chat channel, curious about other people's reactions. He wondered if anyone he knew had also entered this game. Where's this place? Why is there only seawater all around me? Dad, where are you? I want to go home. This game deducts 30 years of lifespan upon death. Is this real? Or is someone just playing a prank? I don't believe something like this could happen in the real world. I saw a treasure chest floating in the sky. I must be dreaming and will wake up soon. Luong skimmed through the chat logs, finding no useful information. At that point, he decided not to waste time anymore. It was better to start gathering resources as soon as possible. As a seasoned novel enthusiast, Luong had long become accustomed to the idea of being transported into other worlds. In fact, he often imagined such an experience himself. Would there be any special supernatural advantages? Ding! The Divine Billionfold Reward System has been successfully linked. Speak of the devil. Luong immediately asked, System, what's your function? Give me a brief introduction. Ding! Responding to the master. By acquiring shock value, the master can unlock the maximum reward multiplier. For example, if you unlock 10,000 times the reward, then you can receive up to 10,000 times the reward for obtaining an item, either in quantity or quality. Hearing this description, Luong was greatly shocked. This system was indeed powerful. Thinking this, Luong checked his system attributes. Divine Billionfold Reward System. Master, Luong. Shock value, 0. Maximum reward multiplier, 0. As Luong was considering how to gain more shock value, the system voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the master for receiving a daily check-in reward, a rare grade fishing hook. Item grades, common, fine, good, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical, fabled. Seeing the fishing hook suddenly appear in his hand, Luong felt extremely pleased. Fishing hook. Grade, rare. Description, can extend up to 20 meters and has a small range automatic tracking function. A common grade fishing hook could only extend 5 meters. This meant Luong's resource gathering range had significantly increased. However, Luong didn't immediately start collecting items floating on the sea. He opened the chat channel and posted a message. Everyone can use the raft's fishing hook to collect floating resources. After that, Luong listed a message in the trade zone. Rare grade fishing hook, trading for 100 tons of water. Shock value +1. Shock value +2. Shock value +1. Ding. Congratulations to the master. Your shock value has reached 10, unlocking a 10x reward boost. Upon hearing the message, Luong was extremely satisfied. Things were going exactly as he predicted. Without hesitation, he grabbed the rare grade fishing hook and cast it toward nearby floating objects. At first, Luong chose a piece of driftwood that was close by. Obtained wood +1. 10x reward, wood +10. Seeing this message, Luong felt excited. While others obtained 1 unit of resources per time, he received 10. And this was only with a 10x multiplier. Imagine what would happen if his reward multiplier reached 1 billion times. Just one throw like this, and he could gather billions of units of wood. Now Luong felt much more confident about surviving in this vast ocean. However, the Divine Billionfold Reward System consumed an equal amount of shock value for each reward multiplier activated. This meant Luong needed to continuously gain more shock value. Originally, Luong had planned to develop quietly and keep a low profile. But now, his circumstances wouldn't allow him to do that. Thus, Luong acted again. Obtained wood +1. 5x reward, wood +5. After Luong collected the nearby floating pieces of wood, he shifted his gaze toward a wooden chest farther away. This wooden chest probably contained quite a few good items. So, Luong used the hook again, pulling over a floating wooden chest not far from him. Opening the wooden chest. Obtained palm leaf, +10. Obtained wood, +5. Obtained metal sheet, +2. 10x reward. Obtained palm leaf, +100. Obtained wood, +50. Obtained metal sheet, +20. This was truly a huge harvest. Within just a dozen minutes, Luong already had 2 resources reach triple-digit quantities. So, Luong opened the chat channel to check everyone else's progress. He needed to use these players to increase his own shock value. I'm so thirsty. Can anyone give me a glass of water? I opened a wooden chest and got a bottle of Nongfu Spring. At least my water supply is sorted for a few days. Why do all the chests you guys encountered seem normal? I came across a silver chest floating in midair. I don't know how to get it. I just met a shark, nearly got killed by it. At a critical moment, a golden chest suddenly appeared and swallowed the shark whole. These chests in this place are seriously terrifying. After reading these messages, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. It seemed that the chests in this ocean weren't entirely safe either, something he definitely needed to be cautious about. Chapter 2. Looking for people. Then, Luo Feng listed his materials on the trading platform. List of materials. Wood * 100 trades for excellent grade seawater purifier * 1. Palm leaves * 100 trades for food * 20 portions. As soon as Luo Feng placed these items on the trading platform, they immediately drew the attention of others. Because currently, the amount of tradable items was still quite limited. Grass, whose resources are these? How come someone has already accumulated so many resources right at the beginning? This must be cheating. I've only gathered 3 wood so far, but this expert already has 100? Truly, people make others feel frustrated by comparison. Expert, my raft was just attacked by a shark and got damaged. Can you give me a few pieces of wood to fix my raft? Gain shock value +2. Gain shock value +1. Gain shock value +2. Right now, Luo Feng's shock value was increasing rapidly. Not long after, the system voice rang out again. Ding. Congratulations to the master. The shock value has reached 100. Unlock 100x reward. Already reaching the 100x reward? Luo Feng didn't hesitate anymore. He started using the excellence grade hook to throw toward a wooden treasure chest in the distance. Soon, Luo Feng pulled a wooden treasure chest in front of him. Opening the wooden treasure chest. Gained wood, +5. Gained palm leaves, +10. Gained excellent grade fishing rod blueprint, +1. 100x reward. Gained wood, +500. Gained palm leaves, +1000. Gained perfect grade fishing rod blueprint, +1. Looking at this haul, Luo Feng was extremely happy. He actually got a perfect grade fishing rod. With this, Luo Feng's food supply was secured. Fishing rod. Grade. Perfect. Description. Can catch fish without bait. It doesn't only catch fish, it may catch other items too. Perfect grade fishing rod. 30-30 wood, 0/10 rope, 5/5 metal sheet, 0/2 plastic. Luo Feng looked at the materials needed for making this perfect grade fishing rod. Higher grade items required more materials. However, for Luo Feng, wood was a piece of cake. Among his ordinary materials, there were plenty of them. As for rope, he could make it directly from wood. Ordinary rope, 0 to 1 wood. Luo Feng immediately manufactured 30 ropes at once. Now, Luo Feng could be described as rich and generous. He didn't need to worry about wasting the wood at all. Next, Luo Feng shifted his attention to plastic. He hadn't seen this material yet, which indicated it was slightly scarce. Although Luo Feng hadn't obtained any himself, it was no problem. He could trade with others. Thinking about this, Luo Feng opened the chat channel. Does anyone have plastic they're willing to trade with me? Wood *3, trades for plastic *1. After Luo Feng sent out the message, it didn't take long before he attracted the attention of many others. Right now, wood was quite scarce for everyone else. Wood had very broad uses. At the very least, one could expand their own small raft with it. I have palm leaves. Can I exchange them with you for some wood? I have an extra metal sheet here. Do you mind exchanging it for 2 pieces of wood? I just so happen to get a piece of plastic. Let's trade. Soon, Luo Feng gathered the required plastic. After all, the world was big, and there were still quite a few people who had collected this material. Perfect grade fishing rod, 10/10 wood, 5/5 rope, 3/3 metal sheet, 2/2 plastic. Once the materials were fully gathered, Luo Feng began making the perfect grade fishing rod. The production of this fishing rod would take half an hour. Now, Luo Feng had truly experienced the pleasure of trading. Everyone else still lacked these basic resources, but Luo Feng happened to have them. He could trade them for things others had obtained. So, Luo Feng took a glance at the trading area. Steamed bun, trades for wood *20, palm leaves *40. Wood *3, trades for metal sheet *2. Condom, trades for plastic *10. Seeing these diverse items, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected there to be so many interesting items obtainable out at sea. Luo Feng wasn't particularly interested in other material trades. He directly used his wood and palm leaves to complete the trade for that steamed bun. Soon, other people noticed Luo Feng's trade as well. Grass, no way, this single steamed bun can actually trade for so many resources? Who at this stage could possibly have so much material? This must be cheating. This time, the trader's name actually appeared on the transaction. Who is this Xiao Luo? How could someone accumulate so many resources so quickly after arriving? He must be cheating. This is clearly a code name. I wonder if Xiao Luo is actually a wilderness survival expert in real life. Luo Feng also noticed that during trading in the chat, one could choose a name for themselves. Therefore, Luo Feng casually picked a name he often used while playing games. Thinking about playing games, Luo Feng, who had grown up as an orphan, recalled one of his college classmates, Tang Shuiying. Tang Shuiying was absolutely at the top of the school's beauty rankings. She had a great figure and stunning looks. She was truly the goddess in countless boys' hearts. Throughout the school, only one other person could rival Tang Shuiying's beauty. That person was Tang Shuiwei. Tang Shuiwei was her older sister. Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying were classmates. Once, Luo Feng had met both of them at the same time and couldn't tell any difference between the two. Luo Feng was a longtime player of Find the Difference games, yet even he couldn't spot any distinctions, which shows just how similar they looked. However, Luo Feng was quite close to Tang Shuiying. They were in the same class after all, while he barely interacted with Tang Shuiwei. Moreover, Luo Feng held genuine feelings for Tang Shuiying. Just yesterday, they had played a game together, and then today, he was suddenly thrown into this world. Thinking of this, Luo Feng was concerned whether or not Tang Shuiying had entered this oceanic world as well. So, Luo Feng posted a message in the chat channel. Tang Shuiying, have you entered this world as well? If you did, please get in touch with me. After Luo Feng sent that message, it immediately drew attention from the others. Everyone who had already remembered Luo Feng's game name, because of his large-scale trading. Chapter 3, A Shark Asking for Trouble. Who was Azura looking for? Could it be his lover? I think I have a friend named Tang Shuiying. Could it be her? Wonder if giving clues will earn a reward. After Luo Feng sent the message, he soon received a private message. Hello, I am Tang Shuiying. Why are you looking for her? Luo Feng felt delighted upon seeing the message, not expecting a response so soon. Luo Feng asked, do you know who I am by my name? No, I've never heard of it before. After seeing the reply, Luo Feng was taken aback. He often played games with Tang Shuiying. If it were her, she should have immediately recognized his name. Seemed like this wasn't her. Thinking this, Luo Feng said, how old are you? 48. Luo Feng replied, sorry to bother. Excuse me, you're not the one I'm looking for. Luo Feng quickly closed the chat channel. That was really too scary. Well, maybe it's just a matter of fate. Perhaps Tang Shuiying hadn't entered the world yet. This was something Luo Feng couldn't force. At this moment, a game notification sound rang out in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations player, perfect level fishing rod crafted successfully. A fishing rod appeared before Luo Feng. Fishing rod. Level, perfect. Description, can fish without bait and catch not only fish, but possibly other items as well. With this perfect level fishing rod, Luo Feng wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Thus, Luo Feng placed this fishing rod into the sea. Next, Luo Feng cast his gaze across the surrounding waters. All nearby materials had already been collected. Other players might face a dry spell for some time. But Luo Feng's casting skill was expert level. He cast his hook directly toward a distant wooden crate. However, the chance of successfully hooking the distant crate dropped drastically. Luo Feng only succeeded after trying 3 times. Once the crate was hooked, Luo Feng happily began pulling the treasure chest toward his raft. While pulling in the wooden treasure chest, suddenly Luo Feng froze. He saw a shark approaching his direction not far away, which greatly startled him. No way. He had just arrived at the ocean not long ago, and already encountered a great white shark. His luck was truly awful. At this moment, Luo Feng's hand stopped moving. If the great white shark were attracted here, currently Luo Feng didn't even have a decent weapon to fight against it. As the great white shark approached, Luo Feng suddenly noticed something very strange. Right in front of the shark was a bronze treasure chest, seemingly swimming up and down in the ocean. This was the first time Luo Feng had ever seen such a scene. However, considering he himself had been reborn into another world, anything was possible. At this moment, Luo Feng thought that there must be something great inside that bronze treasure chest. Such a good treasure must be obtained. However, the following great white shark seemed a bit threatening. Soon, the great white shark drew near Luo Feng. The shark noticed Luo Feng's presence as well. It started attacking toward him. What the F***? K? I didn't provoke you. Why abandon your chest and attack me? Luo Feng was extremely frightened by this. If the shark destroyed his wooden raft, Luo Feng would find himself in serious trouble. Previously, Luo Feng had been busy gathering nearby resources and hadn't had time to upgrade his 2x2 raft. Now, Luo Feng deeply regretted it. After escaping from this great white shark, he must first reinforce and expand the raft. The reason Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry to expand his raft before was that the basic resources he acquired, palm leaves, wood, metal sheets, plastic, etc., could all fit into his backpack. Everything else had to be stored on the raft. Now wasn't the time to think about that. Luo Feng looked carefully at the 4 wooden planks beneath his feet, trying to see which plank the shark would target, so he could dodge accordingly. Based on Luo Feng's gaming experience, once the great white shark destroyed one plank, it would leave. Thinking this, Luo Feng began to pay full attention to the shark's movements. The great white shark moved quickly and headed straight for the wooden plank where Luo Feng stood. Luo Feng had been paying close attention, so he reacted swiftly, immediately jumping toward another wooden plank. Crack! The wooden plank Luo Feng had been standing on was bitten through by the shark in one bite. After seeing that the first attack missed, the shark gave up and continued chasing the swimming bronze treasure chest. At this moment, Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief as the shark swam away from his raft. Luckily, he had reacted quickly enough, otherwise, it would have been the end for him. Right now, Luo Feng's mood became slightly sour. He hoped the shark wouldn't go too far. After provoking him, did it really think it could just swim away and be done with it? Absolutely not. Once Luo Feng crafted some weapons, he would come after this shark to settle the score. Now, Luo Feng didn't feel like salvaging that wooden crate anymore. It was time for him to start expanding his raft. Wooden planks, 5/5 wood. Each plank required 5 pieces of wood. Right now, most players were frantically gathering materials. However, using the hook wasn't exactly easy. Thus, their success rates remained very low. Ding! Congratulations player, crafting successful, received 100 ordinary wooden planks. With these planks, Luo Feng now turned his gaze toward the crafting hammer. If a player wanted to expand their raft, they needed to process the planks using a crafting hammer. Hammer, 2 halves wood. Ding! Congratulations player, crafting successful, received 1 crafting hammer. Holding the crafting hammer in his hand, Luo Feng prepared to begin. Raft size, 2x2. This was the current size of Luo Feng's raft. After quite a bit of hard work from Luo Feng, his raft finally underwent an expansion. Raft size, 10x10. Chapter for someone has come. Now, Luo Feng's raft can be described as extremely large. Even if it encountered a great white shark, there would be no need to worry. With such a vast space, Luo Feng could store more and more items. Otherwise, Luo Feng would worry that if he received an item with a 100-fold reward, it might sink his small raft. Once all that was taken care of, He started using his grappling hook again, aiming to drag over the wooden chest he had eyed earlier. However, just at that moment, Luo Feng once again received a private message. Are you Luo Feng? When Luo Feng saw this message, he felt excited. Could it be that he had encountered Tang Shuyan? Thus, Luo Feng replied to this person's message. I am Luo Feng. Are you Tang Shuyan? At this time, Tang Shuwei, who was on the raft, saw the reply from the other side, and was taken aback. Previously, she had merely come here on a try. Because her younger sister, Tang Shuyan, often mentioned Luo Feng to her. Sometimes, she even dragged Luo Feng into playing games together with her. Therefore, she knew quite a bit about Luo Feng. One reason for this was because her younger sister Tang Shuyan had a slight fondness for Luo Feng. As an older sister, to prevent her sister from falling victim to any fraud, she had paid close attention to Luo Feng. So, when Luo Feng, under the name of Xiao Luo, searched for someone, she felt suspicious. Was this really Luo Feng? Thus, she decided to come forward and inquire. Right now, she was also somewhat concerned about her sister's whereabouts. However, when Tang Shuwei heard Luo Feng say that, she realized her sister had not come to find Luo Feng. At this point, Luo Feng had become extremely famous in this world, often trading with others using various basic materials. If Tang Shuyan had entered this world, she definitely would have come to find Luo Feng. But since so much time had passed, and Tang Shuyan still hadn't appeared, it meant her younger sister had not arrived in this world. Thinking of this, Tang Shuwei suddenly had an idea. She sent Luo Feng a message. I am Tang Shuyan. Luo Feng, finally I found you. Seeing the reply from the other side, Luo Feng became somewhat excited. Could it be such a coincidence that Tang Shuyan had entered the game as well? Still, Luo Feng, just to be safe, said, since you're Tang Shuyan, you should know what we're supposed to be doing tomorrow, right? Weren't we planning to play a game together tomorrow? But clearly that's impossible now. At this time, Tang Shuwei, having learned that her sister had not arrived, decided to pretend to be her sister Tang Shuyan and communicate with Luo Feng. After all, they looked exactly the same. Tang Shuwei could use this opportunity to learn more about what kind of person Luo Feng was. Tang Shuwei naturally wasn't worried about being discovered. Her sister and she talked about practically everything. Therefore, she already knew quite a bit about Luo Feng. Hearing the response from the other party, Luo Feng confirmed in his heart that this person was indeed Tang Shuyan. Thinking of this, Luo Feng became excited. Tang Shuyan was the school beauty in their school, and she was even Luo Feng's classmate. As a normal male, Luo Feng naturally also liked beautiful girls. Now, to be able to connect with Tang Shuyan in this ocean, this was simply a gift from heaven. Luo Feng spoke. Have you encountered any danger? The system was quite advanced, allowing voice messages to be sent. After confirming the other party's message, Luo Feng directly sent a voice message. Tang Shuwei replied, I haven't encountered any danger so far. I am currently salvaging floating items on the sea. Nothing unusual except seeing a golden treasure chest fly past in front of me. After hearing this voice, Luo Feng was 100% certain that the person on the other side was Tang Shuyan. At this moment, Luo Feng spoke. Is there no danger? Have you seen Tang Shuwei come with you? Upon hearing that Luo Feng even cared about her, Tang Shuyan felt warm in her heart. She replied, I'm not sure either. I am also searching. If she saw this message, she would definitely come and contact us. What Tang Shuwei said was actually a precaution. If her younger sister came into this world and saw the message, she would certainly contact them. Hearing Tang Shuyan's reply, Luo Feng said, you don't need to worry too much about that. As long as your sister notices this chat channel, she should be able to find us. Now let's focus on salvaging these items. Now that Luo Feng had confirmed Tang Shuyan was in no danger, he began focusing on further construction. After all, surviving on the open sea required more than just a small wooden raft. Wood * 20 palm leaves * 50 metal sheet * 5 trading none. Tang Shuwei was greatly surprised when she saw the trade request sent by Luo Feng. She never expected that Luo Feng could give her so many resources. It was truly too much. Was this all of Luo Feng's possessions? Could he possibly be giving everything he had to her? Thinking about this, Tang Shuwei quickly spoke out. Luo Feng, why did you give me so many items? Don't you need them yourself? I've already gathered some resources on my own now. Hearing what Tang Shuyan said, Luo Feng smiled and replied, I have quite a lot of materials. These are just a small part of them. Just take and use them. If you really feel uncomfortable accepting them, you can give me the treasure chest you find. That can be the payment. Hearing Luo Feng's casual explanation, Tang Shuwei felt deeply shocked. How could Luo Feng have obtained so much material? Was Luo Feng actually a master of ocean survival? However, since Luo Feng had already said that, she didn't refuse further. Right now, she really needed these woods for construction. Expanding the raft, making fishing rods, and creating grappling hooks all required a large amount of wood. Once Tang Shuwei received the materials, she began crafting tools. At the same time, she also started paying attention to treasure chests. Since Luo Feng specifically mentioned wanting them, she decided that any treasure chest she obtained next would be given to Luo Feng as a thank you. Chapter 5. Unlocking a 1,000-fold reward. At this time, Luo Feng found Tang Shuiying, and his mood had also improved greatly. After Luo Feng finished briefing Tang Shuiying, he was ready to continue gathering materials. To survive in this ocean, what he had was far from enough. Luo Feng picked up his grappling hook again. Earlier, due to the disturbance of the great white shark, the wooden chest he had retrieved was still halfway to him. Now, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer and pulled the wooden chest over. He opened the wooden treasure chest. Gained excellent level barbecue rack blueprint, +1. Gained wood, +10. Gained apple, +1. With the 100-fold reward. Gained perfect level barbecue rack blueprint, +1. Gained wood, +1,000. Gained apple, +100. After seeing the rewards, Luo Feng was greatly surprised. This time, there were barbecue racks and apples. This was truly a huge gain. Originally, for humans to survive on the ocean, they must have food and water. A person can last about 7 days without food before starving to death. But without water, a person may survive only 3 days at most. Moreover, humans must drink fresh water. Drinking seawater directly is impossible, otherwise, the thirst only gets worse. Therefore, on the ocean, freshwater resources are extremely scarce. Luong glanced at the chat channel and noticed that no one had obtained a seawater purifier yet. This meant that currently, no human could produce fresh water. In that case, Luong's apples had become extremely valuable. By coincidence, Luong was feeling a bit thirsty at the moment, so he took an apple and ate it directly. Crisp and delicious, sweet and juicy. Luong quickly finished the apple. Next, Luong focused on the perfect level barbecue rack blueprint. Perfect level barbecue rack, 2020 wood, 10 out of 10 metal sheets, 10 out of 10 rope. Luong already had all the required materials, so Luong immediately chose to craft it. Ding! Congratulations player, the perfect level barbecue rack is being crafted, please wait a moment. Seeing that the crafting countdown for the perfect level barbecue rack had already started, Luong focused back on the ocean surface. At this point, there wasn't much left on the sea surface around him for Luong to retrieve. Everything that could be salvaged had already been collected. Thus, Luong began shifting his target slightly. He opened the chat channel to check if anyone else had gained anything new. Vibration stick, trading, wood X5. Inflatable doll blueprint, trading, lifebuoy blueprint. Common level water purifier, trading, 1L drinking water. Looking at the items people were trading, Luong noticed an astonishing variety, absolutely every kind of thing imaginable. However, the common level water purifier caught Luong's attention. But when he saw it was only of common level, Luong gave up the idea of pursuing it. Now he already had the Billionfold Reward System. These common level items no longer interested him at all. Unless it was at least an excellent level water purifier, or better perfect level, he simply wouldn't consider crafting it. And with 100 apples at his disposal, Luong wasn't short of water, even temporarily. Thinking of this, Luong placed a trade offer. 3 apples, trading, any excellent level item. The moment Luong posted his trade message, it immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Grasp the grass. Is Xiao Luo the big shot showing off again? I can barely get a sip of water, yet he's offering apples for a trade. And his trade minimum is already excellent level. It's truly enough to make one die from envy. I was too thirsty a while ago and drank some seawater. It made me even thirstier. What should I do now? I really want an apple. Xiao Luo, give me 1 apple, and I'll even sleep with you. How about that? This time, these people disappointed Luong a bit. Not a single one had obtained an excellent level item. At this moment, Luong came to a hypothesis. Seemingly only higher grade chests could contain higher level items. Images surfaced in Luong's mind, the bronze treasure chest that had swum past him earlier. Thinking of that, Luong sent a message. Has anyone among you ever opened a bronze treasure chest? Seeing Luong's discovery, everyone else also started to respond. I saw a bronze treasure chest floating on the sea surface, but my raft drifted in the opposite direction from where that bronze treasure chest was. Such bad luck. I spotted a flying golden treasure chest, and I immediately threw my grappling hook straight onto this flying golden treasure chest. Now I'm surfing the ocean being dragged by this golden treasure chest. If I let go, my only grappling hook will be taken away by the golden treasure chest. I had pretty good luck. I managed to open a stationary bronze treasure chest, and got an inflatable doll blueprint. But honestly, I don't have any use for this item. If Xiao Luo needs it, just give me an apple, and take this inflatable doll blueprint away. When Luong saw this person's message, he felt speechless. Luong immediately sent a message. Just keep the inflatable doll for yourself. Whoever has high-grade materials can trade with me. As Luong spoke, he revealed only a small part of his possessions. Woods X500, trading, perfect level blueprint. Grasp the grass, this is a true big shot. Are you looking for decorations for your datoi? Xiao Luo must have landed on an island. How could he collect so much wood in such a short time? Even if he never stopped for a second, it would still be impossible to collect so much wood. To achieve such results, maybe Xiao Luo obtained a high-grade treasure chest. No wonder he just asked about high-grade treasure chests. After Luong saw that his desired effect was almost achieved, he closed this chat channel. Ding! Shock value reached 1,000. Unlock the maximum 1,000-fold reward. Hearing the system voice, Luong was completely stunned. 1,000-fold reward. This was truly outrageous. Host, Luong. Shock value, 1024. Maximum reward multiplier, 1,000. Now Luong was even more convinced that in the future, he should often come to the chat channel to show off. Primarily because this system was just too powerful. It wouldn't be long now. When others were still struggling on small wooden rafts, worrying about food, Luong would already be enjoying a luxurious life aboard a yacht with all kinds of delicacies at his disposal. Chapter 6. My appetite is huge. If Tang Shuiying could also come aboard his yacht, this would be even more perfect. Thinking about this, Luong became even more motivated. While Luong was still thinking, he received a message from Tang Shuiying. Luong, I found a wooden treasure chest. Do you want it? When Luong saw the message from Tang Shuiying, he felt a wave of pleasant surprise. It truly came at the most opportune time. Because the surrounding area had already been completely fished out, he would need to wait for some time before encountering floating debris again. During that time, Luong might obtain nothing at all. He didn't know when his perfect rarity fishing rod would yield results again. Thinking about this, Luong sent Tang Shuiying a message. Of course I do. Just give me the box. I've obtained quite a few apples just now. I was busy earlier, but now that I have time, I'll give them to you. 10 apples trading a wooden treasure chest. When Tang Shuiying saw the trading request, she was taken aback. She hadn't expected that Luong had obtained so much fruit. She had been fishing up floating objects all along, and this treasure chest was her first gain. After obtaining it, she immediately came to give it to Luo Feng. At this moment, she spoke. That's way too many fruits. Just give me a few. You're giving me so much, what will you eat? Hearing this, Luo Feng smiled and said, I have a relatively rich supply of provisions, so don't worry about my food. These apples can definitely be enough for you to eat. Didn't I tell you before I'd take care of you? It seems like this opportunity is really coming true. At this moment, Luo Feng fell into a recollection. In the past, when Luo Feng played with Tang Shuiying, he joked about saying this sentence. At that time, Tang Shuiying said jokingly that if she couldn't get a meal, she'd rely on him to support her. This was originally meant as a joke. He never expected heaven to be so generous. Hearing this, Tang Shuiying was taken aback, because her younger sister had mentioned this to her before. At that time, Tang Shuiying hadn't taken it seriously since, with her beauty and talent, there was no need to rely on any man. Truth be told, she knew all along that both Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying had feelings for each other. After spending some time with him recently, Tang Shuiying had sensed that Luo Feng actually possessed quite strong ability. Looks like her sister's taste isn't bad after all. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying spoke. I have quite a big appetite though. If you take care of me, are you not afraid I'll eat you out of house and home? When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying say this, a smile appeared on his face. Now that he had the system, how could he worry about food? It's not like he just had enough to support her, let alone. Luo Feng had the confidence for that. However, he wasn't actually planning on that. He was merely thinking. Thinking about this, Luo Feng said, don't worry. Taking care of you alone is more than manageable. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng say that, she recalled something. She and Tang Shuiying had an extremely good relationship. Once, Tang Shuiying had indeed said something similar. Back then, when Tang Shuiying heard her saying that, she found herself speechless. But she wanted to take care of Tang Shuiying's feelings, so she didn't outright refuse. Yet now, arriving in this oceanic environment. Thinking about it, Tang Shuiying started to speak. Since you said it's possible, then it is. When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying say that, he immediately felt a headache, completely unprepared for her to actually say such a thing. It really was quite inappropriate. Because if both of them were to appear in front of Luo Feng at the same time, he wouldn't be able to distinguish them at all. Before, Luo Feng once encountered a rather awkward situation because of this. However, Luo Feng thought differently. In this oceanic world, thinking about it, Luo Feng said, alright. I'll keep you well fed and plump. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, her heart thumped strangely. She had never spoken to any guy like this before. Because at school, no guy had caught her attention, and Luo Feng was no exception. Therefore, she hadn't considered dating anyone, and had little interaction with men, let alone anything more intimate. She was usually flirtatious with her friends, but now she felt somewhat at a loss. Thankfully, she realized her current identity as Tang Shuiying, and should talk to Luo Feng in Tang Shuiying's manner. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying spoke, that's really great then. We should hurry and search for her. She will definitely be extremely happy once she hears this news. After agreeing to the trade request, 10 bright red apples appeared in front of Tang Shuiying. Seeing these apples, Tang Shuiying couldn't help but swallow the saliva in her mouth. Without hesitation, she picked up one apple and began eating. On the other side, a wooden treasure chest appeared before Luo Feng. When Luo Feng saw the wooden treasure chest, he didn't hesitate at all, immediately opening it. Gained wood, plus 10. Gained fine wooden raft plank blueprint, plus 1. Gained banana, plus 1. 1,000-fold reward. Gained wood, plus 10,000. Gained perfect wooden raft plank blueprint, plus 1. Gained fine golden banana, plus 100. *CK, I actually triggered the 1,000-fold reward. That's really too lucky. When Luo Feng saw the pile of golden bananas before him, his eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Chapter 7, so big. At this moment, Luo Feng had a question in his mind. Could food actually have different ranks? Driven by curiosity, Luo Feng picked up a banana. Golden banana. Rank good. Description. After consuming the golden banana, your physical energy can be quickly restored, and your endurance will be enhanced. After reading the description of the golden banana, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Would this golden banana enhance that particular aspect? If that were actually true, Luo Feng wouldn't dare to eat it carelessly. Considering his current situation surrounded entirely by the ocean, consuming this golden banana and boosting that particular ability would just be inviting trouble upon himself. At this moment, Luo Feng recalled the older brother who possessed the inflatable doll blueprint. As Luo Feng was still contemplating whether or not to eat the banana, the system voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the player on completing a perfect tier barbecue grill. Barbecue grill. Rank, perfect. Description, this barbecue grill does not require manual ignition. It automatically ignites and allows instant adjustment of flame intensity. At this moment, a barbecue grill appeared before Luo Feng. With this perfect tier barbecue grill, Luo Feng would be able to enjoy barbecued food. However, he had to wait until he caught fish using his perfect tier fishing rod first. Coincidentally, since he was bored at the moment, Luo Feng took out the schematic for the perfect tier raft plank. Perfect tier raft plank, 0/20. Raft plank. Rank, perfect. Description, this raft plank is of higher quality and significantly more durable. It can withstand shark attacks without sustaining damage. After reading the description of the perfect tier raft plank, Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. One must understand, surviving in the ocean wasn't just about worrying about food and water. There was also the threat of marine creatures. The most common danger was the great white shark. Great white sharks were known for their aggressive behavior toward humans. Once your small wooden raft was destroyed by a great white shark, you'd end up in the water and inevitably become its prey. Now that Luo Feng had acquired perfect tier raft planks that could withstand even great white sharks, his safety was greatly improved. Even if he encountered that same great white shark from before, Luo Feng had nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Luo Feng didn't waste any time. He immediately manufactured 100 perfect tier raft planks in one go. Then, he started replacing the ordinary raft planks with perfect tier ones. After replacing a dozen or so, Luo Feng began to feel tired. After all, not long ago he had just upgraded his 2x2 small raft into a 10x10 large raft. He hadn't even taken a break yet before he had to start working again. Even the workhorse of a production team wouldn't dare work this hard. Nevertheless, for his own safety, Luo Feng had no choice but to keep going. Another reason was that Luo Feng needed to expand his raft to have enough space to store the items he acquired. As Luo Feng sat resting on the raft, his gaze was drawn toward a pile of golden bananas nearby. Golden banana. Rank good. Description: consuming a golden banana rapidly restores physical energy and increases endurance. The attributes of the golden banana appeared in front of Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng stopped worrying about whether this golden banana enhanced that particular type of endurance. As long as it restored his physical energy, it was good enough. If this golden banana really did enhance that specific aspect, then at most he could go find that guy to trade for the inflatable doll blueprint later. With that thought, Luo Feng no longer hesitated. He grabbed a large golden banana, peeled it, and took a big bite. Soon, Luo Feng had eaten the entire golden banana. Not long after finishing the banana, Luo Feng began to feel his physical energy indeed returning. Seeing this effect, Luo Feng felt extremely excited. No wonder it's a good tier food item. The effects are really impressive. Therefore, Luo Feng ate another banana, and then resumed upgrading his raft. This time, Luo Feng, in one go, finished upgrading the remaining portions of the raft. Now, looking at his sturdy raft planks, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Because earlier, a great white shark had appeared near his location, and it hadn't gone far. It could appear in front of him at any moment. Right now, without any weapons, Luo Feng could only rely on these raft planks for protection. Just now, Luo Feng had also tested the perfect tier raft plank by jumping up and down on the raft, and it felt as stable as walking on flat ground. Such a high-quality raft plank wasn't something Luo Feng intended to keep solely for himself. After all, the blueprint had come from the wooden chest given to him by Tang Shuiying. Thinking of this, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying. How's your progress going? I just opened the wooden chest you gave me and got quite a few things. Right now, on a small wooden raft, Tang Shuiying, who was in the middle of salvaging driftwood, saw Luo Feng's message and stopped her actions. She replied to Luo Feng with a message. My luck has been pretty good. I just opened 3 wooden chests. What did you get from that chest? At this moment, Luo Feng smiled and said, this time, I really owe it to you. I obtained a perfect tier raft plank blueprint and some bananas. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, a shocked expression appeared on her face. She couldn't quite believe it as she said, seriously? You actually got a perfect tier item? You're truly amazing, aren't you? Hearing the astonishment in Tang Shuiying's voice, Luo Feng smiled and said, last time, I treated you to apples. This time, I'll treat you to bananas. Golden banana x10, trade none. At this moment, Tang Shuiying no longer refused Luo Feng. After all, she wasn't just asking Luo Feng for food now. She had also given Luo Feng her own wooden chest, so it wasn't like she was getting something for nothing. However, being an experienced old hand, after hearing Luo Feng's words, she couldn't help but feel like there was something slightly off about what he said. Still, judging by Luo Feng's tone, he was genuinely only inviting her to eat bananas. She was just overthinking. Once Tang Shuiying accepted the trade, 10 extremely large golden bananas appeared in front of her. Seeing the shape of these bananas, Tang Shuiying couldn't help but exclaim, these bananas are so big. Chapter 8. I promise to marry you. Hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng replied, this banana isn't just big, you know. It tastes really good too. Go ahead and eat one quickly. This banana can restore your energy. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying finally realized something. She had apparently thought about something quite inappropriate. Instantly, her face turned slightly red. This was the trouble of being an experienced driver. Tang Shuiying had truly had enough of those moments of instant understanding. The worst part was, what seemed like normal conversation to Luo Feng was making her imagine all sorts of things. She couldn't bring herself to explain it directly. It would only make the situation even more awkward. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying quickly interrupted her own thoughts, grabbed one of the enormous golden bananas, and began peeling it with one hand while holding it with the other. Then, she took a big bite and swallowed it. After Tang Shuiying finished eating the golden banana, she began to feel her strength slowly returning. Earlier, she had expended quite a bit of energy retrieving those materials. Now, she felt she could keep working for several more hours without any problem. Realizing this, Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng, thank you so much for giving me the banana. It really works well. At this point, Luo Feng replied, you don't have to thank me. This banana actually came from opening your own wooden chest. If you get any more treasure chests in the future, you can give them to me. Upon hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Shuiying hadn't expected that treasures like this could come from her wooden chest. If that was the case, it seemed she actually had her own usefulness. Thus, Tang Shuiying responded, okay, I'll keep trying my best. After eating your banana, I feel full of energy. I just encountered a great white shark. Luo Feng, what should I do? Am I about to get eaten by this shark? I don't want to die yet. Before Tang Shuiying could finish speaking, she saw a huge great white shark rapidly approaching from the distance. When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying's cry, his heart also jumped with alarm. He didn't expect that Tang Shuiying had encountered a great white shark before he did. Without hesitation, Luo Feng immediately said, I'll give you my perfect grade raft planks. Upgrade your raft right away. Then, this great white shark won't be able to do anything to you for now. Perfect grade raft plank X16, trade, none. After hearing Luo Feng, Tang Shuiying spoke with a trembling voice, Luo Feng, I'm scared. That shark looks too terrifying, and it's coming so fast. Luo Feng could understand that a normal girl would feel fear when faced with a great white shark. However, if she didn't use the perfect grade raft planks now, she might actually be bitten by the shark and killed. Thinking about this, Luo Feng quickly urged, "Quickly, follow my instructions. Immediately use the perfect grade raft planks I gave you to upgrade your raft. Don't be afraid. Don't worry, I'm here. Believe me, I'll save you. I don't want to lose you like this." At this moment, the previously panicking Tang Shuiwei was deeply moved upon hearing Luo Feng's words. Her tense emotions also began to calm down. Was this the feeling of being cared for? Could this possibly be the legendary love? But now wasn't the time for daydreaming. She simply said, "I believe you." Thus, Tang Shuiwei hurriedly used the perfect grade raft planks Luo Feng gave her to upgrade her small wooden raft. Just as she finished upgrading the raft boards, the great white shark arrived. The shark opened its mouth wide and attacked the raft with its sharp teeth. Seeing this scene, Tang Shuiwei was terrified and completely at a loss. However, when the shark bit down onto the perfect grade plank, there was a loud crunch sound. The shark's teeth had actually broken. Realizing how sturdy the raft was, the shark circled around it a few times, then swam away. Only after the shark left did Tang Shuiwei finally relax her anxious heart. She exhaled deeply. At that moment, another message from Luo Feng was sent again. "How are you now? Did you get hurt? Has that great white shark left?" Hearing Luo Feng's voice, Tang Shuiwei felt a deep sense of warmth inside. She replied, "I'm fine now. Thank you so much this time. You just saved my life, and I don't even know how I could ever repay you." At this moment, Luo Feng, having heard what Tang Shuiwei said, responded, "Since you owe me your life, then naturally you should repay me by marrying me. That's fine. If we can ever meet in person, then I promise I will marry you." Upon hearing the voice from the other side, Luo Feng was completely stunned this time. Earlier, he had only wanted to lighten the previously tense atmosphere a little, so he jokingly made a playful comment. He never would have imagined she would actually agree to it directly. At that moment, Luo Feng's mind filled with images of her beautiful face and tall, graceful figure. Previously, Luo Feng had also fantasized about having her as his girlfriend. After all, he was already a college student. Having a romantic relationship wasn't out of the question. However, in this current oceanic survival world, if she was truly the one who came in, Luo Feng thought it might actually be a great opportunity. After all, surviving alone in the ocean world could feel quite lonely from time to time. Thinking about this, Luo Feng said, "You said it yourself. When we meet, don't go back on your word." At this point, Tang Shuiwei finally realized that what she had said a moment ago was spoken on an impulse. However, since the words were already out, if she went back on them now, it would seem unreasonable. Chapter 9, Prepared Spices. Anyway, in this vast ocean, the chance of her meeting Luo Feng again was almost negligible. It didn't really matter even if she made such a promise. Tang Shuiwei then whispered, "I naturally won't go back on my word. Don't get your hopes up too much though. This ocean is endless. I don't even know where I am. We're basically never going to meet again." Hearing Tang Shuiwei say this, Luo Feng smiled slightly. Without the system, he might have held the same thought. However, after obtaining the system, although it was very difficult to locate someone in this ocean, it wasn't entirely impossible. Thinking of this, Luo Feng spoke. "So, you must stay alive and cannot die prematurely. Otherwise, I would have to find you in the real world. Still, losing 30 years of lifespan upon death is too high a price." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiwei felt something stir within her heart. A subtle change, as if her tightly closed heart door had slightly opened. Thinking further, Tang Shuiwei suddenly realized that perhaps she shouldn't continue interacting with Luo Feng under Tang Shuiying's identity. If this continued, Tang Shuiwei even questioned whether she might start falling for Luo Feng. Although it might not be an issue in the end, she might still find it hard to accept. Plus, if she really did fall for Luo Feng, she wanted it to be as herself. Once this idea surfaced in her mind, she couldn't shake it off. Thinking it over, Tang Shuiwei spoke up, "Luo Feng, there's something I need to tell you. The truth is, I am Tang Shuiying. I know you're Tang Shuiying. If you weren't Tang Shuiying, I wouldn't have treated you this way either." Luo Feng found her repetition strange. Why would Tang Shuiying state her own identity again? Had the giant shark frightened her earlier? At this moment, Tang Shuiwei suddenly felt the words in her mouth got stuck. The last three words, "older sister," just wouldn't come out. After all, they had basically no chance of meeting. It didn't really matter if she revealed it or not. Even if she did develop feelings for Luo Feng, it would be fine. Seeming to realize something suddenly, Tang Shuiwei said, "Nothing then. I need to rest for a bit. Let's chat later. Could you please continue searching for my older sister, Tang Shuiwei? See if she has entered this world." Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng somewhat understood. She was probably missing her sister. After all, Tang Shuiying and Tang Shuiwei always had a very close relationship, practically inseparable. Thoughtfully, Luo Feng replied, "Okay, you rest. Leave the matter of your sister Tang Shuiwei to me." After finishing his conversation with Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng opened the chat channel. By now, after some time had passed, most people had gradually adapted to their situation. Moreover, there were increasingly more items being traded. Blueprint, good grade fishing rod *1, exchange, food *5. Blueprint, excellent grade life preserver *1, exchange, timber *20, palm leaves *30. Blueprint *1, exchange, apple *1. I'm so thirsty and hungry. Could someone please show mercy and give me something to eat? I actually opened a wooden treasure chest just now and got a bag of spicy stick snacks. The flavor's actually pretty authentic, though now I'm kind of thirsty after eating them. I just gathered some spices, but I have no food. What use are these spices without anything to cook? Luo Feng casually glanced through and found that among traded items, a few were things he needed. Without hesitation, Luo Feng placed his own trade. Apple *1, exchange, spice *1. As soon as Luo Feng put up this trade, he quickly drew a crowd. After all, until now no one had obtained the blueprint for a water purifier. Thus, clean water resources were still extremely scarce. Fresh fruits were even more so. Wow, how many apples did Xiao Luo get, trading spices for apples? Such waste. I just obtained a pack of Wang Shui's spicy flavor mix. Wonder if I could exchange it for 1 apple. I've got a bottle of Lao Ganma chili here. It must be worth at least 2 apples, right? Soon enough, Luo Feng had completed several trades. His dozen or so apples were quickly gone. But in return, Luo Feng obtained quite a few things. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, chili, cumin, everything essential for cooking. He had obtained them all through trading. Even if these people obtained such items, they had no food to use them with anyway. Facing Luo Feng's apples, practically no one could resist. Just because they couldn't use these spices didn't mean Luo Feng couldn't. With his perfect-grade fishing hook, once he caught fish, these spices would naturally come in handy. Thinking of this, Luo Feng sent a message, "I'm done trading for now. I'll come back when needed next time. Senior Xiao Luo, feel free to visit often. Just let us know whenever you need anything." Thank you so much, Senior Xiao Luo. You've allowed us to enjoy a delicious apple even out here on this ocean. Senior Xiao Luo, please take your time leaving. Save a few apples for us. If you encounter any difficulties, let us know immediately. We'd all be very willing to help. Seeing their reactions, Luo Feng wasn't particularly surprised. After all, in this oceanic setting, getting to eat fruit was truly difficult. If the blueprint for a water purifier didn't appear soon, someone might actually die of thirst. That was simply how cruel this world was. Just as Luo Feng was thinking, suddenly, his perfect-grade fishing rod on the raft moved slightly. Seeing this, Luo Feng became somewhat excited. This meant his perfect-grade fishing rod had produced a catch. He wondered what kind of fish he had caught in this ocean. With curiosity, Luo Feng raised the perfect-grade fishing rod. As the object surfaced from the water, Luo Feng was stunned by what he saw. He actually saw a bronze treasure chest hanging from the hook. This perfect-grade fishing rod had actually caught a bronze treasure chest. It was truly somewhat miraculous. However, Luo Feng could somewhat understand. After all, the fishing rod's earlier description had already mentioned that it could catch more than just fish. Chapter 10, Epic Level Spear, Piercing Metal Like Mud. This was the first time Luo Feng had obtained a bronze treasure chest. He wondered what good things could come out of it. If he could get a blueprint for an inflatable doll, he couldn't help but wonder whether it could become a real person after a 1,000-fold reward. At this point, Luo Feng stopped his random thoughts and opened the bronze treasure chest. Gained metal sheet, +3. Gained good grade water purifier blueprint, +1. Gained excellent grade spear blueprint, +1. 100-fold reward. Gained metal sheet, +300. Gained perfect grade water purifier blueprint, +1. Gained epic grade spear blueprint, +1. After seeing the rewards this time, Luo Feng was completely shocked. An epic grade spear had actually appeared this time. It was a huge surprise. You had to know that at this stage, most people's equipment was still at the good level. Having an excellent grade item was already extremely rare. An epic grade item was something people could only dare to dream about. Luo Feng first checked the blueprint of this epic grade spear, wanting to see what materials were required to create an item of this level. Epic grade spear, 500 metal sheets, 1,000 woods, 3 hours. Spear. Grade, epic. Description, the power of a spear at this level is extremely great, with a very sharp tip. It can easily penetrate any metal defensive equipment, and is something that cuts through metal like mud. After Luo Feng saw the description of this epic grade spear, he was truly startled by it. This spear sounded pretty powerful. Piercing metal like mud. Luo Feng couldn't even begin to imagine the actual power of this epic grade spear. Still, the higher the power of the spear, the better. He could use this spear as a weapon. If he could encounter the great white shark, he would finally have the means for counterattack. Now, around the raft he and Tang Shuang were on, there had been great white sharks lurking around. Therefore, building this weapon must be done as soon as possible. Thinking about this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate anymore and directly chose to start crafting. The higher the grade of the item, the more materials it required. Even if others had obtained blueprints for high-grade items, at this stage they would still lack enough resources to craft them. But for Luo Feng, that was not a problem at all. What Luo Feng lacked was definitely not materials. Ding! Congratulations player, the epic grade spear has been successfully crafted. Crafting time, 3 hours. This epic grade spear actually took 3 hours to craft. Luo Feng could only hope that the great white sharks wouldn't show up during these 3 hours. So Luo Feng turned his gaze to another good item, the perfect grade water purifier. This was a must-have item for surviving at sea. A normal person who didn't drink water for 3 days would die of thirst. Perfect grade water purifier, 50-50 woods, 10/10 glass, 5/5 palm, leaves, 3 hours. Water purifier. Grade, perfect. Description, possesses a very fast seawater purification capability. The purified water quality is even better than Nongfu spring water, and contains various microelements beneficial for human growth and development. After Luo Feng saw the description of the perfect grade water purifier, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This was practically a mineral water production machine. Therefore, Luo Feng didn't hesitate and directly began crafting it. Before long, Luo Feng would no longer have to worry about drinking water issues. Ding! Congratulations player, perfect grade water purifier crafting has started. Crafting time, 3 hours. However, Luo Feng couldn't help but want to complain about the amount of time required to craft this perfect grade water purifier. It wasn't as high a grade as the epic grade spear, yet it took the same amount of time. Still, Luo Feng could understand. More complicated items would naturally take more time to craft. After Luo Feng had both items in the crafting queue, he took the perfect grade fishing rod again and cast it into the sea. It truly deserved the title of perfect grade fishing rod. The effect was amazing. At this moment, Luo Feng felt even more excited about the power of the upcoming epic grade spear. After putting the perfect grade fishing rod into the sea again, Luo Feng began fishing. Now, the raft moved completely at the mercy of the drifting current, with floating debris moving about on the ocean waves. Earlier, Luo Feng had fished this area clean, but now a lot of floating debris had gathered again. Gained wood, +2. Tenfold reward. Gained wood, +20. Gained palm leaf, +5. Hundredfold reward. Gained palm leaf, +500. After fishing for a while and feeling somewhat tired, Luo Feng took out a golden banana and ate it. Then, Luo Feng was ready to continue his great fishing endeavor. If you want to get rich, first you must fish for trees. Wood was the basic material for most of the props. The amount of wood Luo Feng currently had was already nearly 20,000. As for others, even having 20 pieces of wood was already considered quite wealthy. Just as Luo Feng was about to continue using his excellent grade hook, suddenly, his perfect grade fishing rod trembled again. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. He immediately stopped what he was doing and rushed over to the perfect grade fishing rod. Luo Feng picked up the rod. There was a fish on the line. Gained common fish, +1. Hundredfold reward. Gained common fish, +100. At this moment, 100 fish appeared in front of Luo Feng, making him feel extremely delighted. Finally, there was food to eat. His perfect grade grill and various seasonings could finally be put to use. However, Luo Feng didn't rush into grilling the fish right away. Instead, he turned his attention to the crafting bench. Large wooden basin, 5/5, 5 seconds. Wooden bucket, 2/2, 3 seconds. After 1 minute, 12 large wooden basins and 5 wooden buckets appeared in front of Luo Feng. Then, Luo Feng spent a few more minutes filling all of the large basins with water. All 100 fish were placed into several of the large wooden basins. After all, there were so many fish that Luo Feng couldn't possibly eat them all quickly. It was better to keep them alive. Freshness was always important when eating fish. Once everything was taken care of, Luo Feng lit up his grill. This was an auto-ignite/auto-extinguish function built into the perfect grade grill. Then, Luo Feng placed 2 fish onto the grill. This was the first time Luo Feng personally grilled fish. Once they looked nearly done, he began sprinkling seasonings on them. Soon, 2 delicious-smelling grilled fish were ready. Luo Feng picked up 1 grilled fish and took a bite. He found the taste quite good. Then, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying. Chapter 11 Time Accelerator. Are you hungry now? Guess what delicious food I brought you. Tang Shuiying saw the message sent by Luo Feng. At this moment, her stomach also helplessly growled. After all, everyone had been teleported here in their sleep. After a night's digestion and the heavy labor, her stomach had long started to complain with hunger. As an old saying goes, iron is strong, steel is stronger, but missing one meal makes you feel weak. At this moment, Tang Shuiying said, I can't guess it. It can't possibly be the thing you gave me before, which made me feel so energized after eating it. After Tang Shuiying finished speaking, she felt a bit embarrassed herself. However, she knew that Luo Feng was still a novice who definitely couldn't understand what she meant. To him, these words were probably perfectly normal. Come to think of it, flirting with such a simple person actually felt quite amazing. At this time, hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng didn't think much of it, and simply thinking about this, Luo Feng said, Today, let's change flavors a bit. This is the fish I grilled for you. Grilled fish *1 trade none. Tang Shuiying looked at the fish in her hand, somewhat stunned. She hadn't expected Luo Feng to be so capable and to catch fish so quickly. Looking at the fragrant grilled fish, Tang Shuiying didn't hesitate. She directly took a bite into the fish. When she tasted the first bite, her face showed surprise. She hadn't expected the fish to be seasoned with so much chili and cumin. It tasted absolutely amazing. Soon, she had already finished eating the entire grilled fish. Tang Shuiying then said, Your grilled fish is really delicious. Your cooking skill is great. This is the first time I've eaten such good grilled fish. Moreover, there's so much seasoning on it. You're truly amazing. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had also finished his own grilled fish. Hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng smiled and replied, Of course, you don't know who I am. All of this is nothing much. I have even better skills. When we meet in person, you'll know. Hearing this, Tang Shuiying couldn't help but imagine more. Meeting in person? Was Luo Feng trying to hint something? Could it be that he'd try something when they met? However, Tang Shuiying immediately thought otherwise, since the possibility of them meeting was 0. If they could meet at sea, that would indicate their destined connection, and in that case, she wouldn't mind agreeing to Luo Feng's requests. At that time, she could just reveal her true identity to Luo Feng. While Tang Shuiying was lost in her thoughts, Luo Feng's voice came again. Did you eat enough? If not, I can grill you another fish. I've raised a lot of fish here. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying immediately responded without hesitation. Are you the Sea King? You have so many fish. At this time, Luo Feng, hearing Tang Shuiying's remark, was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to refer to him like that. Then he thought, now he really was at sea, being the Sea King would indeed be a majestic identity. Therefore, Luo Feng replied, I'm not the Sea King yet, but I do want to become one. Tang Shuiying. Tang Shuiying then realized how her younger sister Tang Shuiying found such a simple guy. He was as innocent as her younger sister. In the current society, someone as simple as this was rarer than a first-level protected animal. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiying gave a bitter smile. Then I wish you to become the Sea King as soon as possible. Maybe then we could finally meet. However, your grilled fish is quite large. Eating one is enough. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng didn't bring up the topic of grilled fish anymore. He thought for a moment, then said, I still haven't found any information about your sister Tang Shuiying. Don't be too sad. Perhaps your sister Tang Shuiying didn't come to this world at all. Upon hearing Luo Feng mention her, no matter how, Tang Shuiying was incredibly happy inside. At that moment, She thought the same thing. Since her sister hadn't contacted Luo Feng for so long, perhaps she indeed hadn't arrived in this world. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaowei replied, I know. Don't worry too much either. It's really lucky to have met someone like you. After finishing the conversation with Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng closed the chat window. Now is not the time for romance. The key priority is to focus on improving and upgrading her raft. Based on Luo Feng's previous experience playing this type of game, there are many things on this sea surface far scarier than great white sharks. For instance, natural conditions, violent storms, heavy rains, tsunamis, typhoons, and so on. These are truly tremendous challenges for survivors like them. If relying solely on the raft, when encountering such situations, one could only be mercilessly drowned. Therefore, before these things happen, upgrading their raft into a ship or a yacht is absolutely crucial. Luo Feng, just like before, entered the world's chat channel to see what everyone was trading, whether there was anything Luo Feng could use. Now, as time progresses, people have acquired quite a lot of good items. Improved water purifier blueprint, trade, improved fishing rod. Time accelerator * 5 minutes, trade, wood * 5. Inflatable doll blueprint, trade, apple * 1, or condom, trade, apple * 1. Today's luck is pretty good. I actually obtained 2 improved water purifier blueprints. Seems like changing worlds has turned me from unlucky to blessed. I haven't had a single sip of water or bite of food until now. I'm so hungry, I don't have the strength to fish for materials anymore. Who could possibly have pity on me and give me a bite to eat? I'm willing to work for that person like an ox or horse. My raft was just bitten through a plank by a great white shark. Right now, I'm missing 1 piece of wood to complete the repairs. I wonder which generous elder brother could be kind enough to give me a piece of wood as emergency help. Once I fix my raft, I'll return double. I'm Zhang Wei. Who can give me a bite to eat? When we return to the real world, I will offer him free legal aid. Chapter 12. News about Tang Xiaowei. If Luo Feng hadn't taken a look at the chat, he wouldn't have known that most of the people outside were actually having a tough time. However, Luo Feng wasn't some great altruist who would freely give away his own things to help others. Once he started doing that, if he ever failed to be generous in the future, he would certainly be criticized harshly. So indeed, it was really difficult to be a good person. Luo Feng just focused on looking after himself. Still, from observing the trades these people were making, Luo Feng discovered quite a few interesting items. One item called the time accelerator caught his attention. So Luo Feng sent a message to ask about what exactly this time accelerator was used for. I just entered this chat channel and saw someone trading an item called the time accelerator. Does anyone know what it does? If someone can explain it well, I'll give 1 wood as a reward. As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, the chat channel became lively and active. Don't underestimate the reward of just 1 wood. There were people who had bad luck or lacked the fishing skill to obtain anything. Some had already spent several hours in this ocean world without even 1 piece of wood acquired. From that, one could tell how valuable this wood really was. No wonder he's the great Xiao Luo. Even when asking a simple question, he rewards someone with a wood. He's so rich. I have no idea either. The name, Time Accelerator, already sounds extremely fancy. Could it be something that actually speeds up time itself? I know about this item because it was mine that I listed for trade. Seeing someone finally respond, Luo Feng quickly sent another message. Go ahead and explain. If this time accelerator has any special uses, tell me everything. I'll buy as many as you've got. Soon, that person responded again. Hello great god Xiao Luo. I found this time accelerator inside a wooden box. As everyone knows, when we craft these items, simply having the right materials isn't enough. While crafting, some items also require time to complete. Certain items take a long time to craft, and if someone is impatient, the time accelerator was designed specifically to solve this problem. The time accelerator I have can save you a total of 10 minutes. After reading the explanation, Luo Feng was greatly surprised. There were actually such useful items in this world. Both his perfect purifier and the epic spear would take 3 hours to craft. But Luo Feng really wasn't in the mood to wait for such a long time. After all, in this ocean world, without a suitable weapon, there was always a risk of being attacked by a great white shark. Although Luo Feng was now on a perfect raft and didn't have to fear the great whites anymore, he still hadn't forgotten the humiliation from that earlier attack. If he ever encountered another great white shark, Luo Feng would definitely pierce it with his spear. Now, he had just stumbled upon an item like the time accelerator, which made him practically overjoyed. Thinking this, Luo Feng hurriedly sent a message. Xiao Luo, I see most of you trading 1 wood for 1 minute of time accelerator. I happen to need a lot of them. I will offer 2 wood per 1 minute of time accelerator. I'll buy as many as you have. If you have time accelerators, feel free to contact me. 2 wood, exchange, time accelerator, 1 minute. Just after Luo Feng put up his trade, within an instant, more than a dozen trades were completed. At this moment, a clock-shaped item appeared in Luo Feng's inventory. It displayed a number. 2 minutes. At this time, the attributes of the time accelerator were displayed before Luo Feng. Time accelerator. Time acceleration available. 2 minutes. Description. Reduces crafting time for all items. Time across different accelerators can be transferred. Seeing the description, Luo Feng wasted no time and immediately combined all the time from more than a dozen accelerators into one single accelerator. Currently, the level of items being crafted by everyone wasn't particularly high. Also, each time accelerator only sped up time by a few minutes. So, not many people placed much importance on them. This time, it turned out to be a great deal for Luo Feng. After several minutes of trading, Luo Feng looked at the clock in his hand and smiled in satisfaction. 2 hours. Luo Feng had spent over 200 pieces of wood to collect a total of 2 hours worth of acceleration. He felt completely satisfied with the result. Seeing that everyone had already traded away all the time accelerators, Luo Feng sent another message. This trade will continue indefinitely, so if anyone gets more time accelerators, just trade them directly. I'm going to leave first and continue gathering some more wood. But before I go, there's something I want to announce. I'm currently looking for a girl named Tang Xuewei. I hope that if Tang Xuewei sees this message, she will contact me as soon as possible. If anyone else knows any information about Tang Xuewei, please let me know as well. The reward won't be something that disappoints you all. I have apples, bananas, grilled fish, drinking water, and so on. Whoever helps me find Tang Xuewei can have all of these items. After Luo Feng sent his message, everyone watching was completely stunned. Are you kidding me? Did I read that correctly? Apples, bananas, grilled fish, drinking water. How could these things even appear on the ocean? Xiao Luo actually obtained all this food in such a short time. It's almost unbelievable. This has to be fake, right? We've only been in this world for a few hours. How could someone possibly have so much food already? I suspect Xiao Luo is just saying this to get people to pay attention to information about Tang Xuewei. I don't believe it either. Right now, we don't have anything at all. What do we even have to fish with? And grilled fish? Where would he even get fire from? At this moment, Luo Feng saw everyone's comments and hadn't expected that they wouldn't believe what he said. In Luo Feng's opinion, these were completely normal foods, but to others, they seemed absolutely unimaginable. It seemed that unless Luo Feng showed them some food, they would never believe him. Therefore, 2 new trade items appeared on the trading platform. Golden Banana X10 exchange information about Tang Xuewei. Fish X10 exchange information about Tang Xuewei. As soon as these items appeared, everyone watching was left completely shocked again. Chapter 13, Missing You. Grass. This is actually true? Bananas and fish? How is that even possible? How did Azura get these foods? Does Big Boss still need a decoration for his lap? I see you've got so much food, you probably can't finish it all. Want me to help you out a bit? Azura, I'm Lu Yan with a 3060 figure. Don't look for Tang Xuewei anymore. I'll be your girlfriend. I don't have many requirements, just make sure I get enough to eat. At this moment, Luo Feng saw the shock value on his system rising rapidly, and he felt extremely satisfied. Not that he wanted to show off, but his system was designed this way and required large amounts of shock value. Seeing there were no more good things happening, Luo Feng shut down the chat channel. Now, Luo Feng was facing a difficult decision. He was crafting 2 items at the moment. The perfect level water purifier and the epic level spear. Each item required 3 hours to complete. Luo Feng only had a 2-hour time accelerator, and he couldn't decide which item to use it on first. If he used it on the perfect level water purifier, he could have purified water a bit earlier. However, if the great white shark showed up unexpectedly, Luo Feng wouldn't have any weapon to kill it. This dilemma made it hard for Luo Feng to make a decision immediately. Since he couldn't decide immediately, Luo Feng decided to think about it for a while. After all, there was still time. He just needed to wait until 2 hours remained for the completion of the items, and then use the 2-hour time accelerator. After thinking this through, Luo Feng wasted no time anymore. He picked up his grappling hook again and began hooking floating materials nearby. Acquired wood, plus 10. 100x reward. Acquired wood, plus 1000. Acquired wood, plus 5. 1000x reward. Acquired wood, plus 5000. After hooking for a while, Luo Feng started to feel a little bored. He already had more than enough wood. What he really needed now was to hook a wooden crate that might contain something good. Otherwise, his efficiency wouldn't be high. After dozens of minutes of hard work, Luo Feng began to feel thirsty and dry-mouthed. Although he had some fruits to quench his thirst, they weren't quite the same as purified water. Plus, the ocean surface was a bit hot, and Luo Feng had been busy since he arrived. If it weren't for those fruits, he probably would have been unbearable thirsty. Thinking about this, Luo Feng decided he should use the time accelerator on the perfect level water purifier to complete it faster. He shouldn't let the great white shark stop him from satisfying his own thirst. Thus, Luo Feng took out the 2-hour time accelerator and said, "Use these 2 hours on the perfect level water purifier." Ding! Congratulations, player. Time accelerator used successfully. Perfect level water purifier remaining crafting time, 5 minutes. Seeing that there were only 5 minutes left, Luo Feng exhaled deeply. Time passed quickly, and 5 minutes flew by in a blink. A water purifier about a meter tall appeared in front of Luo Feng. Ding! Congratulations, player. Perfect level water purifier crafted successfully. As soon as the perfect level water purifier appeared, Luo Feng lost no time. He poured all the seawater he had prepared into the water purifier. A few minutes later, a bucket of pure water was produced. At this moment, Luo Feng looked at the crafting interface. Dipper, 2 halves wood, 2 seconds. Plastic cup, 1/1 plastic, 1 second. A few seconds later, a dipper and plastic cup appeared in Luo Feng's hands. Without hesitation, Luo Feng used the dipper to fill the plastic cup. He drank it all in one gulp. After finishing the glass of water, Luo Feng felt extremely relaxed. Truly, it tasted even better than the farmer's punch he had drunk before. If sold in the real world, it would probably cost at least 5 yuan per bottle. After Luo Feng finished drinking, he sent a message to Tang Xueying. "What are you doing? Missing you." When Luo Feng read the message from Tang Xueying, he was momentarily stunned. Before, they had mutual feelings for each other, but neither had openly broached the subject. Partly because neither of them had much romantic experience, they weren't very familiar with taking this step. Actually, there was another important reason. Tang Xueying's older sister, Tang Xuewei, didn't allow her to date easily. Never did he imagine that, after arriving in this ocean world, Tang Xueying would actually be the one to take the initiative and say something like this. Luo Feng had also noticed some changes in Tang Xueying. However, Luo Feng didn't think too much of it. After all, if a girl suddenly entered a strange new world, it was natural for her to feel uneasy and anxious. She might subconsciously want to rely on someone familiar. For Tang Xueying, that someone was Luo Feng. At this moment, thinking like this, Luo Feng felt that coming to this world was actually a good opportunity. He had to seize this opportunity because Tang Xueying was the girl who made his heart beat faster. In Luo Feng's mind, he pictured Tang Shuiying's perfect figure, her beautiful face, her long legs, and her slim waist. What impressed Luo Feng most were those two large and firm areas. It wasn't because Luo Feng was lustful, it was just that those parts of her were really too big. Luo Feng quickly shook away that thought. This was not the time to be thinking about such things. Then, Luo Feng sent another message to Tang Shuiying. Since you said you were thinking of me, which part of me were you thinking about? When Tang Shuiying saw Luo Feng's message, she couldn't help but blush slightly. If some of her friends saw this, they would definitely find it hard to believe. Tang Shuiying, the veteran driver, actually blushing? Tang Shuiying was famously known among her friends as the drifting goddess of Akina Hill. When she drove, others couldn't even see her taillights. But Tang Shuiying herself knew that she only dared to show off her driving in front of other girls, and had never done so in front of any boys. Previously, even if she was beaten, she wouldn't believe she would ever speak like this to a boy. Moreover, she was beginning to develop feelings for Luo Feng. It was only natural. A person alone at sea would feel helpless and vulnerable. Luo Feng, on the other hand, gave her a sense of security. Coupled with her understanding of Luo Feng, it was natural for her to start feeling attracted to him. Luckily, this was only like chatting online. If it were face-to-face, she would never be able to say something like that. Chapter 14 Tang Shuiying is going to take a shower. After realizing this point, Tang Shuiying also began to become somewhat bold. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiying replied to Luo Feng with a message, I like every part of you. When Luo Feng saw the message from Tang Shuiying, his body felt a tingling sensation, as if electrified. What was going on? It startled Luo Feng so much that he dared not continue the conversation on this topic. Luo Feng started to speak. I've brought you something good again this time. Guess what I brought for you? Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying's curiosity instantly arose. Because every time Luo Feng said such things, it would result in something unexpected for her. However, she did not rush to guess Luo Feng's question. Instead, she spoke. I also prepared a good thing for you. Guess what I prepared for you? After hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng thought for a moment. It seemed that she probably had nothing else for him other than the wooden box. It definitely couldn't be the bronze treasure chest. Thinking of this, Luo Feng then said, Is it a wooden box? When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, her face immediately turned sour. She felt somewhat depressed that he had guessed correctly. It seemed like she really didn't have anything else besides the wooden box that could make Luo Feng happy. This Luo Feng really was a clueless guy. He couldn't even pretend to guess wrong. No wonder he was still single at this age. However, Tang Shuiying previously knew some things about Luo Feng's personality from her younger sister Tang Shuiying's words. She wasn't unhappy, just couldn't help but vent a little. Actually, she quite liked this kind of guy. It just showed that Luo Feng hadn't been fawning over other girls. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiying spoke happily. Luo Feng, you're really amazing. You actually guessed correctly. In that case, can I try to guess what you brought me? First, I will use the method of elimination. It's not bananas, nor apples, nor grilled fish. I can't guess it. Upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng's face first showed a trace of surprise. He hadn't expected that Tang Shuiying had obtained another wooden treasure chest again. With this, Luo Feng would surely gain something good again. However, Luo Feng didn't rush to ask for the wooden chest. He should give Tang Shuiying the water first. After all, in this oceanic world, water resources were extremely important. It was not only used for drinking, but also for normal hygiene and cooking. All of these required drinking water to accomplish. Thinking of this, Luo Feng spoke. Let me give you a clue. This thing exists in both men and women, but women's bodies contain more of it than men's. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, she paused. Something that both genders have, but more abundant in women. As a seasoned person, a single word immediately popped into her mind. Water. Thinking of this, she couldn't believe it, and said, Luo Feng, do you have water now? You already have water this fast. Hearing Tang Shuiying's surprised tone, Luo Feng's face showed a smile as he said, I didn't expect you to be so smart. I do have water now. Do you want to drink some? I want to drink. I'm already dying of thirst. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, she immediately became excited. In this sea area where she was, the sun was extremely hot. Even with apples and big bananas, she couldn't fully handle the heat. After all, these fruits could only temporarily replenish water. But since these fruits weren't entirely water, they were somewhat different compared to pure water. Therefore, after receiving Luo Feng's affirmative reply, she was also eager to drink his water. Luo Feng wasn't surprised by Tang Shuiying's words. Thus, he transferred the water to her. A barrel of water, exchanged for nothing. At this moment, Tang Shuiying was stunned looking at the large barrel of water in front of her. Unconsciously, she gasped, Luo Feng, you have so much water. How could you get so much water in such a short time? Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng smiled and said, Just now I obtained a perfect level water purifier, and then I used the time accelerator, so I was able to produce so much water. You don't need to worry about not having enough. Drink as much as you want. I have plenty of water. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, as if she had realized something, her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Tang Shuiying suspected that Luo Feng was making a dirty joke, but she had no evidence. Now she began to suspect whether Luo Feng was also an old hand, taking advantage of her younger sister Tang Shuiying's lack of experience by making sly jokes on purpose. If Luo Feng had really thought that way, then Tang Shuiying would have finally met her match. This needed further observation from her. Logically, Luo Feng shouldn't be that kind of person. At this moment, Tang Shuiying stopped thinking too much. She quickly crafted a wooden ladle, scooped up a ladle of water, and poured it in front of her. She took a sip with her small mouth. After she finished drinking that mouthful of water, her expression instantly changed dramatically. Originally, she had thought that this purified seawater wouldn't taste particularly good. However, after tasting it, she discovered the difference. This water was simply better than any bottled purified water she had ever drunk in the real world. Then, Tang Xiaowei no longer hesitated. Soon, she drank the entire ladle of water. After she had her fill, she sent Luo Feng a message saying, "Luo Feng, your water really tastes great." When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying say this, he felt some happiness inside. Luo Feng spoke, "As long as you like it, don't worry, I have plenty of water here. If you need more, just let me know." When Tang Xiaowei heard Luo Feng speak this way, suddenly an idea popped into her mind. Since Luo Feng had so much water, why not take a shower? She had arrived in this oceanic world and had been working under the scorching sun all along, her body already damp and sweaty. Previously, she lacked the conditions to shower, so it was fine. But now, since the conditions were met, she suddenly felt her body was sticky. Her whole body felt somewhat uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaowei spoke, "Luo Feng, since you have a lot of water, may I take a shower? If you don't have enough water, I can also skip it. I can bathe with seawater." When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying say this, he was stunned. He hadn't expected her to make such a request. Chapter 15. Preparations before taking a shower. However, upon further thought, Luo Feng quickly understood. With such high temperatures, even if one did nothing, a cold shower would still be necessary. Moreover, after arriving in this world, they had constantly been salvaging supplies from the ocean surface. Besides, Tang Shuiying was a girl who valued cleanliness very much. Thinking of this, Luo Feng spoke, "Alright, but you need to wait for a while. This perfect-grade water purifier needs some time to purify enough water for a shower. In the meantime, I'll find you some bathing essentials. This water has been treated by my perfect-grade water purifier. It removes all harmful substances from seawater, retaining only those beneficial to the body. So there's absolutely no need to rush using seawater." After hearing this, Tang Xiaowei was extremely delighted, as if a flower blooming in her heart. She never imagined that she could take a shower with purified water even on the sea. In fact, seawater could also be used for showering, considering that people often swim in it. Frequent seawater showers could actually benefit the body. But Tang Xiaowei was rather conservative and had never showered at the beach before. Besides, she wasn't sure whether the seawater was really clean or not. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never consider using seawater directly for showering. After all, when taking a shower, the water would flow through certain private areas. Accurately speaking, she wanted to take a shower completely naked, just her habit. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaowei spoke gratefully, "Luo Feng, you're really great. Thank you so much." Upon hearing her words, Luo Feng smiled slightly and said, "If I don't treat you well, who else would I? Hand me the wooden treasure chest. Let me see what's inside." Without hesitation, Tang Xiaowei transferred the wooden chest to Luo Feng. Since Luo Feng had been this good to her, she could only repay him by collecting wooden chests for him. At this moment, Tang Xiaowei thought to herself that Luo Feng would probably be even happier if she could obtain higher-grade chests. From now on, she'd work harder to collect more treasure chests for him. Wooden chest, traded none. After bidding farewell to Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng started using the perfect-grade water purifier to produce purified water. He didn't hurry to open the wooden chest yet. He still had something more important to do. Meanwhile, Luo Feng opened the trading channel to check if he could exchange for some bathing products. Now the trading platform was filled with new items again. What first caught Luo Feng's attention was that water had finally appeared on the market. 200 milliliters water, trade, wood X10, palm leaf X10. Blueprint for inflatable doll, trade, golden banana X1. Bar of soap X1, trade, 100 milliliters water. I'm dying of thirst. How hot can the sun get? I might end up dying from dehydration. I should have drunk more water before going to sleep last night. I can barely hang on. People who own water, could you please lower your prices? I worked hard salvaging a piece of wood just for one sip of water. That's truly outrageous for a merchant. Just found a bar of soap. Anyone interested? Only asking for 100 milliliters water. Don't miss this opportunity. I'm Master Ma, who wants to learn my lightning 5-whip strike. Just a bottle of water, and I'll teach you all the moves. After browsing through the items, Luo Feng indeed noticed quite a few hygiene products. So, he sent a message. Anyone with bathing products can contact me. I have purified water for trade. As soon as Luo Feng's message was sent out, the chat channel instantly burst into activity. Luo Feng had become synonymous with a major resource tycoon in these people's eyes. WTF. Xiao Luo finally appeared, and true to my expectations, he brought purified water again. I can finally use those daily necessities I've collected. Xiao Luo, I have a pair of original worn pantyhose for you. Not asking for much, just one golden banana in exchange. While others traded using wood, Xiao Luo Da Lao used purified water. Truly a resource magnate. I wonder how he obtained these resources so fast. Could it be that he's really entered a sea area extremely rich in supplies? Seeing the overwhelming enthusiasm, Luo Feng didn't hesitate and soon obtained many bathing supplies. Towels, shower gel, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and so on. When Luo Feng finally saw the pile of items in front of him, he was completely stunned. He never expected that in this ocean world, treasure chests could contain such a wide variety of things. Some people, at this moment, obtaining these items wasn't particularly helpful for them. After all, these things couldn't be eaten or drunk. People were practically starving and dying of thirst. How could they possibly care about such items? However, some of them had come to understand that Luo Feng had abundant resources and might actually have a taste for such things. Therefore, they didn't throw those items away, waiting for Luo Feng to come online and trade. What was happening now had indeed proven their thoughts correct. Among them was one person whose item hadn't sold yet, but he believed that sooner or later, Luo Feng would need his item. Blueprint for inflatable doll. When Luo Feng felt he had gathered enough, he spoke. In the future, if anyone has items like these, come find me for trade. Water will definitely be sufficient. No more chatting. I've nearly finished collecting purified water. I'll take a shower first. It's really quite hot out here at sea. I wonder when this kind of life will end. As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, the chat channel instantly erupted. Wow, so did I see that right? The Shio Luo god is actually going to use purified water to shower? That's such a waste. I haven't even had a sip of water yet, but Shio Luo's water is so plentiful he's using it to shower. People really can be so frustrating. I feel like jumping into the sea and drowning myself now. Shio Luo god, can I have your used shower water after you're done? Don't throw it away. Brother upstairs, you're so disgusting wanting used shower water. I must issue a severe condemnation. Therefore, Shio Luo god, you should give your used shower water to me instead. We can't let someone like him get your shower water. It's possible he might do something terrible with it. Chapter 16 Legendary Telescope. At this moment, Luo Feng wasn't paying attention to what these people were saying. Luo Feng was looking excitedly at his shock value notifications. Received shock value, +2. Received shock value, +3. Received shock value, +1. Then, Luo Feng helplessly watched as his shock value reached 10,000. And the number was still skyrocketing. At this moment, the system's voice also rang in Luo Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the master. Your shock value has reached 10,000. The maximum reward multiplier is unlocked, 10,000. Upon hearing the system's message, Luo Feng's face revealed an extremely excited expression. 10,000 times. A full 10,000 times. Activating it once could make Luo Feng rich. As a result, a data panel appeared in front of Luo Feng. Name, Luo Feng. ID, 54,188. Lifespan, 69 years. Shock value, 10086. Maximum reward multiplier, 10,000. Basic attributes, Strength 9, Agility 10, Constitution 9, Mental Power 11, Intelligence 11. Special attributes, Charisma 11, Luck 9. Raft, 10 by 10. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Pets, none. Wealth. This time, Luo Feng took the opportunity to look over his entire data panel. The total of his attributes was about the same as a normal person, some higher, some lower. Luo Feng didn't particularly care about those. What did catch Luo Feng's attention was the lifespan statistic. If this data was accurate, Luo Feng had another 69 years to live. If he died once and lost 30 years of life, it would truly be a huge loss. Some players, after seeing their own lifespan, would know whether they should continue playing or not. For some people, their lifespan was already less than 30 years. If those people died, that would mean true death. At this moment, an idea surfaced in Luo Feng's mind. Since this ocean survival game could deduct lifespan, he wondered if there were ways to increase it. However, these were not things Luo Feng should be thinking about right now. Now that Luo Feng's maximum reward multiplier had reached 10,000 times, it was time for him to open this wooden treasure chest. Luo Feng didn't immediately open this wooden chest, first looking at the current supplies. First, Luo Feng traded the shower supplies to Tang Shuiying. Then, Luo Feng looked at the several barrels of purified water in front of him and also traded them to Tang Shuiying. Tang Shuiying saw the various shower supplies and several large barrels of water placed in front of her, and a smile appeared on her face. At this time, she sent a message to Luo Feng, saying, Luo Feng, thank you so much. You're really so good to me. I don't know how I can repay you. If we could meet, you could ask me to do anything you want. Upon hearing Tang Shuiying speak like this, Luo Feng's mind started to wander. After all, Luo Feng was also a normal male, and it was inevitable for him to think about that kind of thing. At this time, Luo Feng opened his mouth and said, That's what you said, right? Don't go back on your word then, okay? I definitely won't go back on my word. If we can meet on this ocean, it means it's destined by heaven. Although Tang Shuiying said this, she still didn't believe that on this vast and endless sea, two rafts could actually meet. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying spoke again. Then I'll take a shower now. After I finish, I'll start collecting chests for you. Hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng replied, You take your time, there's no rush. You should wash yourself clean. Perhaps one day we will meet. At this moment, Luo Feng was thinking that he hoped the system would be powerful enough. His happiness from now on would be entirely entrusted to this system. It would be best if tomorrow's check-in could give Luo Feng a teleportation talisman, so he could directly teleport to Tang Shuiying's side. Thinking about this, Luo Feng revealed a smile. At this moment, Luo Feng's mind had already pictured the scene of Tang Shuiying taking a shower. Immediately, Luo Feng quickly shattered that image and decided to open the treasure chest instead. Luo Feng came in front of this wooden chest, stretched out his left hand, and opened it. As to why he didn't use his right hand, it was because his right hand was currently inconvenient. Opening the wooden chest. Received wood, +5. Received ordinary stockings, +1. Received excellent telescope, +1. 10,000x reward. Received wood, +50,000. Obtained perfect grade crystal stockings, +1. Obtained legendary telescope blueprint, +1. Luo Feng looked at the items he had just obtained from the chest. He was momentarily stunned, not expecting food this time, but other items instead. It was understandable to see a telescope, but the appearance of stockings was truly unexpected. However, since these were perfect grade stockings, Luo Feng had no intention of throwing them away. Of course, he wouldn't wear them himself, but planned to give them to Tang Shuiying instead, though he wasn't sure whether she would be willing to wear them or not. Actually, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry to ask Tang Shuiying about it right now, in case she was currently undressing and not available for a chat. At this moment, Luo Feng focused his attention on the legendary telescope blueprint. This was truly unexpected. Could a telescope even reach legendary grade? Was it simply for seeing even further away? Well, having a telescope would definitely make it more convenient for Luo Feng to search for supplies on the ocean surface. Legendary telescope, 30,000 wood, 10,000 glass, 2,000 plastic, 1,000 metal pieces, 5 hours. Telescope, grade, legendary. Function, once per day, you may use the telescope to observe someone you have communicated with, no matter how far away they are. You may observe them for up to 10 minutes per day. Can only bind to one person every 3 days. Description: the viewing range of this telescope is significantly improved. Compared to ordinary telescopes, it can see more than 10 times the distance, allowing you to search the ocean for more supplies. Seeing the description of this legendary telescope, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. This legendary telescope could allow direct observation of anyone Luo Feng had spoken to. If that were the case, wouldn't Luo Feng be able to see Tang Shuiying? Perhaps with this legendary telescope, Luo Feng could even find Tang Shuiying's exact location, and then, well, maybe he could meet Tang Shuiying in person. Thinking about this, Luo Feng inevitably felt a little excited. After all, being alone on the ocean could be very lonely. If there were a beautiful companion, life at sea might become much more interesting and colorful. Chapter 17, Indestructible Crystal Stockings. Thinking about this, Luo Feng directly said, "Manufacture this legendary telescope for me." Ding! Congratulations to the player, legendary telescope successfully created. Manufacturing time, 5 hours. Creating this legendary telescope consumed a large amount of Luo Feng's various materials. In one fell swoop, he transformed from a resource tycoon to someone of moderate means. However, Luo Feng didn't really care about these materials. As long as he could see Tang Shuiying a bit sooner, he was more than willing to pay the cost. Besides, acquiring more of these materials remained quite easy for him. The only issue that annoyed Luo Feng was the manufacturing time for this legendary telescope. It took a full 5 hours. That felt way too long. Luo Feng couldn't possibly wait that long. Therefore, he opened the chat channel and posted a message, urgently purchasing time accelerators. Those who have time accelerators contact me immediately. As soon as Luo Feng sent out this message, it instantly attracted a great deal of attention. Some people had even set Luo Feng as a VIP contact, so the moment he spoke, these individuals would receive an instant alert. Very quickly, the chat channel became extremely lively. Looks like the Sovereign Lord is buying again. Who would have thought he loves collecting time accelerators so much? Maybe he's planning to craft some powerful equipment quickly. Ordinary level items would only take a few minutes to create. The fact that Sovereign is rushing to gather so many time accelerators must mean he's making another high-level item. People say comparison is the root of all suffering. I haven't even gathered all the materials for a basic level fishing rod, yet Sovereign already complains about how long high-end items take to craft. He even purchases time accelerators to speed things up. How unfair is this world, really? Although everyone was talking, none of them paused their actions. After all, most people in this channel did possess some time accelerators. However, they usually only had a few minutes worth, some had as much as 10 or so minutes. But at the moment, there was no real use for these items in their hands. They simply didn't have any high-level crafting recipes requiring time accelerators. So why not just trade with Luo Feng and get some valuable resources to develop themselves more quickly? Within just 10 minutes, Luo Feng had collected as much as 3 hours worth of time accelerators. This was truly a significant gain. Actually, it was exactly what Luo Feng had expected. After all, there were just too many people who had entered this ocean world. Luo Feng conservatively estimated that at least 100 million people had entered this oceanic realm. During chats, he'd noticed the rarity of foreigners in the chat channel. This suggested something. Foreigners had probably also entered the ocean world, but likely each country's citizens accessed a separate server. Therefore, the chat channels between countries weren't connected, which hindered interaction and communication. Still, even under these circumstances, there were an enormous number of people in Luo Feng's chat channel. Thus, even if 1 out of every 100 players obtained a time accelerator, that would still amount to an impressive number. Once the trading had progressed far enough, Luo Feng exited the chat channel. He had already preset the trade conditions. Whenever someone met the criteria, the transaction would automatically occur without requiring Luo Feng's direct confirmation. Now, Luo Feng turned his attention back to the crystal stockings in his hands. Crystal stockings. Grade. Perfect. Description. These stockings are carefully woven from the finest crystal silk threads. They're clear and transparent, ultra-thin, and possess great strength, capable of resisting attacks from wild beasts without the slightest damage. They offer a comfortable warmth in winter and coolness in summer, with excellent breathability. An essential accessory for any lady heading out. Seeing the description of this perfect grade crystal stockings, Luo Feng was astonished. Was there actually such strong stockings? Based purely on this description, weren't these dozens of times better than the ones from Balenciaga? Surely no woman would refuse a pair of these crystal stockings? However, one detail in the description made Luo Feng frown slightly. The toughness of these crystal stockings was too extreme. They could even resist attacks from wild beasts. It looked like Luo Feng wouldn't be able to tear through these stockings after all. Indeed, sometimes the higher the quality didn't always mean the better the result. Since Luo Feng now fully understood the effects of these stockings, he decided he would definitely gift this perfect grade crystal stocking to Tang Shuiying. He just didn't know whether Tang Shuiying would like such stockings. Thinking about this, Luo Feng felt a bit restless. Was Tang Shuiying possibly taking a shower right now? It was still some time before nightfall, so she probably wasn't bathing yet. At this moment, Luo Feng decided not to think too much about it. He could just ask. If she was currently taking a bath, he wouldn't disturb her. Therefore, without further hesitation, Luo Feng said, "Are you taking a shower right now? I have something I want to give you. I hope I'm not bothering you." At this moment, Tang Shuiying had already poured the water from these wooden buckets into a large wooden basin. However, she hadn't started using the water to bathe yet. She intended to wait for the sun to warm up the water in the basin before taking a bath. There was no rush. At this moment, she heard Luo Feng speaking and smiled slightly, asking, "Could it be that you've opened another great item from that wooden box I gave you?" At this moment, Luo Feng also smiled and said, "You're always the clever one. You guessed right. I'm not sure if you will like this item. I don't think I've ever seen you wearing anything like this before." Upon hearing this, Tang Shuiying immediately felt quite curious. Something she had never worn before? Was it some kind of special clothing? However, the moment the trade interface appeared in front of her, her eyes widened in shock. It was actually stockings. Crystal stockings, trade none. Looking at the long, transparent stocking in her hand, Tang Shuwei could hardly believe it. How could something like this exist in the middle of the ocean? She had indeed worn stockings like this before, but she had never worn them outside. She simply couldn't mentally cross that threshold. For a rather shy person, walking outside wearing stockings required quite a bit of courage. However, when she saw the gray description of these crystal stockings, her mouth fell open in astonishment. Chapter 18. The Great White Shark is too weak, instant kill. This crystal stocking is actually perfect grade, it's really unbelievable, she said in surprise. Luo Feng, this crystal stocking. Hearing Tang Shuiying hesitate, Luo Feng, puzzled, asked, what's wrong with this crystal stocking? Don't you like it? If you don't like it, we can just trade it away. It's useless for me to keep it anyway. Hearing Luo Feng say that, Tang Shuiying quickly replied, that's not what I meant. Of course I like whatever you gave me. I just didn't expect this crystal stocking to be perfect grade. It's really amazing. Hearing the voice coming through, Luo Feng relaxed a bit and said, good that you like it. With this crystal stocking, you'll have another layer of protection on the ocean. That way, I can also feel at ease. Upon hearing this from Luo Feng, a warm feeling filled Tang Shuiying's heart. He had always been thinking about her safety. As if suddenly recalling something, she spoke with some disappointment. If only you could be by my side. I'd love to wear this crystal stocking for you to see the effect. I wonder if we will ever have the chance to meet. In the past, Luo Feng might have comforted Tang Shuiying a bit, but the situation now was quite different. Once Luo Feng's legendary telescope locked onto Tang Shuiying, he would be able to find her location. By then, if the distance between them wasn't too far, they would be able to meet soon. If the distance was too far, with just a bit more time, they could still meet. Thinking about this, Luo Feng's tone became determined as he said, don't worry, we will definitely meet. I have found a blueprint for our item. If nothing unexpected happens, I should soon be able to find your location. Upon hearing this from Luo Feng, Tang Shuiying's heart began to race. If Luo Feng's words were true, could he really find her location? Right now, Tang Shuiying wasn't quite ready to face Luo Feng yet, because, currently, she was pretending to be her younger sister. If they met, she wouldn't even know how to face Luo Feng. At this moment, she was feeling both happy and fearful. Tang Shuiying spoke, can you find my location? Luo Feng thought for a moment and replied, yes, I can know it, but searching for you in the sea is still a bit difficult. After all, the sea is so vast. If the distance is too far, I won't be able to find you in a short time. However, rest assured, we will definitely meet one day. Hearing this from Luo Feng, Tang Shuiying felt relieved, but also somewhat disappointed. All of a sudden, complex emotions filled her heart. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, Luo Feng's voice rang out again. Wait a second, I have a great white shark coming. Let me take care of it first. At this moment, Tang Shuiying's face was first shocked, then worried, as she said, be careful. This great white shark is very powerful. If you don't have a weapon, don't confront it directly. If you get hurt, I will be heartbroken too. Hearing Tang Shuiying speak like this, Luo Feng smiled and said, don't worry, just wait for a minute. After saying this, Luo Feng closed the chat window. Luo Feng glanced at the remaining manufacturing time for the epic spear. 20 minutes were still left, but Luo Feng could no longer wait. Because, in the distance, he saw a great white shark swimming towards him. Luo Feng recognized it instantly. This was the same great white shark that had attacked him previously. Not far away, Luo Feng saw a bronze treasure chest swimming past in front of his raft. The great white shark was following right behind the swimming bronze treasure chest. However, once the shark noticed Luo Feng's presence, it abandoned pursuit of the bronze treasure chest and instead swam straight toward Luo Feng. Seeing this situation, Luo Feng snorted coldly. This great white shark really had a death wish. Previously, this shark had attacked Luo Feng once. Now, it dared to attack him again. Luo Feng was no longer as easy to bully as he was before. With that thought, Luo Feng activated the time accelerator on the epic spear. A second later, a prompt sound echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player. The epic spear crafting is completed. At this moment, a spear suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's hand. Just then, the great white shark also arrived near Luo Feng's raft. Luo Feng was now standing at the edge of the raft. As soon as the shark spotted Luo Feng, it didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately rushed straight toward him with an open mouth. Luo Feng didn't show any mercy either. He directly thrust the epic spear toward the shark's head. In no time, the spear and the shark made contact. Then, the shark's head was pierced by the epic spear as easily as tofu. Next, Luo Feng stabbed it a few more times consecutively, and the shark's body gradually became motionless. The great white shark was dead. The entire process took less than 1 minute. When Luo Feng saw the shark's corpse, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Truly, heaven had a path, but you refused to take it, choosing instead to meet your death at the hands of Luo Feng, the Grim Reaper. Luo Feng, following the principle of not wasting anything, pulled the shark's corpse onto his raft. He didn't rush to deal with the corpse right away. Instead, he sent a message to Tang Shuiying. I've already killed this great white shark. You don't need to worry anymore. On the raft, Tang Shuiying, who had been worried before, was anxious that Luo Feng might get hurt after confronting the shark. Now, upon hearing Luo Feng's words, she was shocked. From Luo Feng saying a shark was coming to him, saying he had killed it, the entire process had not even taken a minute. Had Luo Feng truly killed a great white shark in under a minute? How had he become so powerful all of a sudden? This was somewhat beyond what Tang Shuiying could easily accept. Originally, the idea of a single person killing a great white shark in the ocean was nearly impossible. Even if the shark couldn't defeat you, all it had to do was dive deep into the sea. Could you chase it down then? Chapter 19. What are girls' legs for? Moreover, an ordinary human encountering a great white shark can only become its prey. Now, Luo Feng not only killed a great white shark by himself, but he did so in such a short time. Was this even something a human could do? Thinking about it, Tang Shuiwei exclaimed in shock. You killed a great white shark? Hearing Tang Shuiying's doubtful tone, Luo Feng smiled slightly and said, just a great white shark. There's no need to be so surprised. I just successfully crafted an epic spear. If you ever get attacked by a great white shark, you can ask me for the epic spear. Tang Shuiwei had already been extremely shocked, but now upon hearing that Luo Feng actually obtained an epic grade item, she was suddenly so startled that she felt short of breath. Item rarity tiers: common, good, excellent, superior, perfect, epic, legendary, mythic, divine. These were the item rarity classifications in this ocean world. From what Tang Shuiwei understood, the highest rarity item currently listed for trade in the chat channel was merely a superior grade blueprint, and she had only seen 2 of those. Now, Luo Feng had actually produced an epic tier spear. One could only imagine how big a shock this brought her. However, at this moment, she completely believed in Luo Feng's strength. Thinking about it, Tang Shuiwei said, I'm glad you're not hurt. I didn't expect your luck to be so good. You haven't even been in this ocean world for that long, yet you've already obtained so many high-grade items. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng smiled and replied, maybe it's because I met you. You might just be my lucky goddess. Upon hearing this from Luo Feng, Tang Shuiwei's face turned slightly red. Right now, although Tang Shuiwei was unwilling to admit it, she indeed realized that she seemed to be slowly falling for Luo Feng. In the past, she had never spoken to a boy this way. Of course, boys never really had the chance to speak with her either, because normally, she rarely interacted with boys. This time, if she hadn't disguised herself as her younger sister to communicate with Luo Feng, she wouldn't have spoken to Luo Feng in this kind of tone. If it had been Tang Shuiwei's previous personality, she was basically indifferent towards boys. Under those circumstances, there was no way she could have had so much interaction with Luo Feng. This situation really was quite ironic. If she and Luo Feng really did meet in person, Tang Shuiwei definitely would reveal her identity and feelings. Thinking about it, Tang Shuiwei said, I feel the same way. I am your lucky goddess, so you better not leave me. Otherwise, I won't bring you good fortune anymore. When Luo Feng heard this, he said, you don't need to worry about that. I'll never let you go. Wherever you go, I'll chase you with my legs. At this moment, Tang Shuiwei's mood had become really good, and this feeling brought her an extremely pleasant sensation. Could this be what being in love felt like? No wonder so many people like to fall in love. Now, Tang Shuiwei no longer worried much about surviving in this ocean world. Starting from when she first came to this world alone and helpless, living a hard life, until meeting Luo Feng, the situation had completely changed. At the same time, the heart she had sealed shut for 20 years had finally opened. Now that she felt good, she was in the mood to talk more. Right now, Tang Shuiwei didn't intend to fully mimic her younger sister's manner of speaking and thinking when conversing with Luo Feng. She wanted to gradually be herself again, letting Luo Feng like the real her, instead of a version like her little sister. However, this had to be done gradually. Otherwise, directly revealing her identity might result in very negative consequences. Thinking about it, Tang Shuiwei spoke, you boys use your legs to chase girls, but do you know what girls use their legs for? At this moment, Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying say this and was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to ask such a question. However, it wasn't hard to answer for Luo Feng. After thinking for a moment, he said, girls use them to keep boys from catching up, right? Hearing Luo Feng's reply, Tang Shuiwei gave a mischievous grin and said, girls use them to sling over shoulders and lean against backs. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng looked utterly baffled and said, what kind of move is that? How have I never heard of it before? Tang Shuiwei wasn't surprised by Luo Feng's reaction. Luo Feng was probably just as innocent as her younger sister Tang Shuiying at the moment. Tang Shuiwei didn't know whether Luo Feng was pretending to be innocent on purpose, but it didn't really matter to her. Thinking about it, Tang Shuiwei spoke, it's fine if you haven't heard of it. If we ever meet, I can show you in person. Sure, I think we'll probably meet soon. Then you can broaden my horizons. Luo Feng immediately agreed. In fact, he felt quite curious about what Tang Shuiying had mentioned. This couldn't be blamed on Luo Feng's lack of experience. After all, during his college years, he had spent most of his time playing games. He had very little interaction with members of the opposite sex. Among the girls he knew, the only one he was really familiar with was Tang Shuiying. Hearing Luo Feng's straightforward agreement, this time it was Tang Shuiwei's turn to be taken aback. She had just said that casually, but still, Tang Shuiwei wasn't particularly frightened. After all, who knew when the day they met would actually come? If one day they really did meet face to face, even if Luo Feng tried it out, it wouldn't matter, right? Right now, Tang Shuiwei no longer felt as repulsed by boys. Actually, she was no longer as repulsed by Luo Feng. In fact, there were many possible answers to Tang Shuiwei's question. Originally, Tang Shuiwei had also wanted to say that girls' legs were made to be spread apart, but that was too direct. Even the most innocent person would immediately understand the meaning upon hearing her say that. At this moment, Luo Feng spoke, you don't have to worry about me anymore. Don't you need to take a bath? I won't disturb you then. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiwei replied, I'll take a bath later. Let the water sit under the sun for a while. I'll take this time to collect more supplies. Taking a bath when I rest is still not too late. After hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng didn't say much more. She could take a bath whenever she wanted. Chapter 20. Shark meat doesn't taste good. What I really want to eat is dumplings. Thinking about it, Luo Feng spoke up. If that's the case, I have work to do too. This shark is pretty big. I wonder what the meat tastes like. If it's good, we can eat shark meat tonight. After saying that, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. Then, Luo Feng picked up his epic level spear. This epic level spear was sharp beyond doubt. It could pierce straight through steel, let alone flesh and blood. So, after Luo Feng worked for a while, he cut the great white shark's corpse into several pieces. Then, Luo Feng lit up the barbecue rack, and several skewers of shark meat slowly grilled over the fire. Back in the real world, Luo Feng had never actually seen a real shark. He only saw many depictions of great white sharks in various movies. Man-eating sharks, flying sharks, land-walking sharks, two-headed sharks, and so on. When Luo Feng saw those ridiculous movies, he nearly laughed to death. He even admired the director's imagination a little. Thankfully, the great white shark in this world looked pretty normal. Soon, Luo Feng finished roasting the shark meat. So without hesitation, Luo Feng grabbed one skewer and took a bite. The texture of the grilled shark meat wasn't particularly good. It was too chewy and not as tasty as the smaller fish. If there had been no other food options, Luo Feng wouldn't have minded eating this great white shark meat. But now Luo Feng had small fish, apples, bananas, other food choices. In that case, Luo Feng could only give up this somewhat unappetizing shark meat. Still, he sent a message to Tang Shuiying. I just grilled the shark meat. I tried it, and it's not very good. Why don't you try it and see what you think? If you don't like it either, I'll just trade this great white shark meat for something else. Grilled shark meat ×1 trade nothing. At this moment, Tang Shuiying was looking at something rather eye-catching in the distance. It might be something good. Hearing what Luo Feng said, she turned her attention back and found a grilled shark meat appeared in her hand. Looking at this grilled shark meat skewer, she never imagined she would actually get to eat something like this one day. Without hesitation, she put the grilled shark meat into her mouth. After finishing the shark meat, her expression slightly frowned. This grilled shark meat really wasn't as tasty as she had imagined. Seemed like Luo Feng was right after all, so she spoke up. I tried the shark meat. It's just barely edible. If you don't want it, feel free to trade it. After all, our food supply is quite sufficient now. I noticed something shining brightly far away, but it's too far to see clearly. It might be a high-level treasure chest. Just wait for my good news. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng felt a slight shock. Was she going to discover another good thing again? Looks like Tang Shuiying had very good luck indeed. Thinking about it, Luo Feng replied. Okay then. Be careful though. At this moment, Luo Feng also recalled that bronze treasure chest that kept swimming around him. That great white shark followed the bronze treasure chest all the time. He didn't know where this swimming treasure chest had gone now, but it shouldn't be too far from here. Once Luo Feng completed his legendary level telescope, he could use it to look for this swimming treasure chest. Since the chest was so unique, its contents shouldn't be ordinary either. Still, there was no need to rush. There was still more than an hour left to finish the legendary telescope. Luo Feng had already placed all his collected time accelerators on this. At this moment, Luo Feng opened the chat channel. By now, everyone had been inside this ocean world for about half a day. Most people should have already adjusted accordingly. Even those originally inaccurate with the grappling hooks had improved noticeably with practice. Woods ×3, trade, 200 milliliters purified water. Good level spear blueprint, trade, 1 liter purified water. Food ×2. Inflatable doll blueprint, trade, grilled fish ×1, or apple ×1, or banana ×1. This weather is really too hot. I actually have to keep fishing out supplies in this heat. I'm literally dying of thirst. After fishing out supplies until now, all I got was enough water for just 2 sips. This is truly miserable. I haven't even eaten anything yet. I'm already almost starving to death. Now I'm even having hallucinations. I actually saw a great white shark with 2 heads swimming toward me. Oh my god, this isn't a hallucination. It's really a 2-headed great white shark attacking me. My small raft was literally cut in half directly. Help me. This is really too scary. There's actually a shark with 2 heads? Are you guys not just bragging? Luo Feng saw these discussions and was stunned. He didn't expect that what he had just been thinking would actually become true. Could it really be a 2-headed great white shark? If that's the case, then flying sharks and land-walking sharks probably won't be far behind. However, even so, Luo Feng wouldn't be worried. After all, the epic level spear in his hands wasn't something that just looked intimidating. No matter what kind of shark it was, Luo Feng would pierce them all to death. Thinking of that, Luo Feng took out his shark meat. Shark meat ×1. Trade. Time accelerator ×5 minutes. The shark meat left in Luo Feng's hands wasn't particularly useful anymore. He might as well exchange it for something more practical. Right now, what Luo Feng needed the most was time accelerators. Because, after obtaining the billionfold reward, he would receive various high-level prop blueprints in the future. That would create a huge demand for time accelerators. Since everyone currently needed various supplies, Luo Feng could collect these time accelerators now. Just as Luo Feng listed this trade offer, the chat channel immediately exploded with activity. Oh my god, did I see that right? Lord Murad actually put shark meat up for trade. Doesn't this mean he has already killed a great white shark? How is that even possible? Chapter 21. Strategy to kill the great white shark. Effortless. Brothers Luo, I beg you for the method to kill this great white shark. There's one circling around me, eyeing me hungrily. I feel like it wants to eat me. I've got it even worse. I ran into a 2-headed great white shark. Please, Brothers Luo, explain the strategy to us. When Luo Feng saw their reactions, he was momentarily stunned, not expecting that they weren't rushing to trade for the shark's meat. Instead, they were asking how to kill a great white shark. It seemed many of them were being trapped by great white sharks. Luo Feng thought for a moment and then sent a message. Since you're all so concerned, I won't hide anything anymore. Truth is, although this great white shark looks powerful, it's actually quite weak. I killed it with a spear in just 1 minute. There's no trick to it. When the shark comes, just use your spear and aim for the head. It's very simple. Anyone with hands can do it. What Luo Feng said was the truth. It took him at most just tens of seconds to kill the great white shark, add in the time it took to haul the body aboard, and it totaled 1 minute. After reading Luo Feng's message, all these survivors were left speechless. Is this what it means to be a god-level player? Killing a great white shark in just 1 minute. And he said anyone with hands can do it? Forget about killing a shark, I couldn't even kill a chicken in 1 minute. Looking at my own hands, I feel like I don't deserve to play the same game as Brothers Luo. Big brother, stop teasing us newbies. Could you explain a bit more clearly? I feel like I'm about to break. I've already been attacking the shark's head with a common grade spear, but it won't even pierce through. The shark only got more furious, and my 4x4 raft is already falling apart. I already had a well-made great spear ready, but when I jabbed it into the shark just dragged it away with itself. A well-made great spear can't even pierce through the shark's thick skin. May I boldly ask, what level is Brothers Luo's spear? Is it a perfect great spear? If that's the case, it would make sense. At this moment, Luo Feng saw his shock value rapidly rising. He was overjoyed beyond words. Since they were asking anyway, Luo Feng sent another message. I just got an epic great spear, and it works quite well. This great white shark was too fragile. I won't go into more detail. If anyone has a time accelerator to trade, just contact me. I need to keep salvaging supplies. After Luo Feng sent this message, the chat channel momentarily fell into silence. Not a single person responded. However, the quiet didn't last long before the channel exploded with player messages. Brother, please take me with you. Epic great spear? That's something I can't even dream of. Zluo older brother, I'm hungry. I want to taste your big banana. I seriously suspect that Zluo must be a relative of the game developer. He's only been here for less than a day. How can us ordinary players even compete anymore? I'm going to die from anger. After Luo Feng closed the chat channel, his shock value was still rising rapidly. It wouldn't be long before he could unlock the maximum reward multiplier of 100,000x. Luo Feng's legendary million/billionfold reward system required gathering shock value to unlock different multiplier levels. However, the unlock multiplier was just the upper limit. For example, if Luo Feng unlocked the 100,000x reward level, it didn't mean that every reward would be multiplied by 100,000. It could be random multipliers like 10x or 100x. And for every multiplier triggered, an equivalent amount of shock value would be deducted. For example, if Luo Feng triggered a 100,000x reward, then 100,000 points of shock value would be consumed. Just as Luo Feng was thinking, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement, and joy burst across his face. Because he saw that swimming bronze treasure chest again. The bronze treasure chest swam past him once more. Seeing this, Luo Feng quickly picked up the grapple hook and threw it toward the moving bronze treasure chest. However, this time, Luo Feng wasn't as accurate as he had been before. The swimming bronze treasure chest was definitely no slowpoke. Otherwise, the great white shark from earlier would have already caught up to it. After a few failed attempts, Luo Feng could only watch helplessly as the chest swam away. At this point, there was simply nothing he could do. His skills just weren't good enough yet. He would need an even more advanced hooking technique for this. Right now, Luo Feng wasn't too upset, since he had already seen this swimming treasure chest several times already. That suggested that the chest wouldn't swim too far away. Later on, once Luo Feng finished crafting his legendary great telescope, he could start preparing to hunt for this swimming treasure chest. Right now, he was extremely curious about what items were inside this moving treasure chest. At this moment, Luo Feng suddenly remembered that Tang Shuiying had mentioned something strange happening on her end earlier. He wondered whether she had found anything. So, Luo Feng sent Tang Shuiying a message. How's everything on your side? Did you find anything? At this time, Tang Shuiying was using her hand to feel the water temperature inside the large wooden basin. If the water temperature was suitable, she was planning on taking a bath. Because on the open sea, the raft's movement completely depended on ocean currents. Right now, her raft was drifting in the opposite direction of the glowing object, which meant she had no chance of reaching the glowing object in the near future. Just then, Luo Feng messaged her. Tang Shuiying spoke up. My raft is drifting away from the glowing object. Right now, there's no way I can figure out what it is. I'm planning to rest for a bit. Maybe after some time, the wind direction will change. After hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't something that could be controlled by human will anyway. Right now, everyone's rafts could only drift along with the waves. Chapter 22. I like. Thinking about this, Luo Feng said, alright, you rest. Since you arrived in this world, you've always been busy. This is actually a good opportunity for you to take a proper rest. It will get dark in a few hours. Let me see if I can find something like a tent. Otherwise, sleeping out at sea like this could very likely lead to attacks from other creatures. This wasn't Luo Feng being overly cautious. The ocean already had two-headed sharks, so what if flying sharks appeared next? Hearing Luo Feng's concern, Tang Shuiying's heart warmed. Luo Feng truly cared for her. At this moment, Tang Shuiying was thinking that she hoped Tang Shuiying wouldn't get angry when she found out about this. It wasn't a big deal though. If it hadn't been for Tang Shuiying's earlier suggestion, she would never have done this. Besides, in this oceanic world, anything could happen. As Tang Shuiying drifted into random thoughts, her hands never stopped moving. First, she took off her coat. Then she removed her shorts. Luckily, she hadn't been sleeping naked. Otherwise, arriving in this oceanic world completely naked would have been incredibly embarrassing. Even if there were no other people around, standing naked on the raft would be bad enough. Just thinking about that scenario made her feel extremely shy. She hadn't been naked, of course, but there were quite a few people in this world who liked sleeping naked, and now they were carrying out their nude activities. Now, after all these actions, only 2 pieces of clothing remained on Tang Shuiying's body. Looking at the crystal stockings Luo Feng had given her, she thought about putting them on after she washed up. It wasn't just for beauty's sake, it was also to protect her legs. After all, prolonged exposure to direct sunlight would definitely cause damage. She wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. She must take good care of her body, just in case she really got to meet Luo Feng someday, and then she could show him her best side. At this moment, Tang Shuiying stopped hesitating and began to remove the last piece of clothing on her upper body. Just then, a thought suddenly occurred to her, so she sent a message to Luo Feng asking, "Can you tell me apart from Tang Shuiying?" Luo Feng was just about to increase the speed of crafting the legendary telescope. Suddenly hearing Tang Shuiying's question, he was momentarily stunned. Tang Shuiying and Tang Shuiying were twin sisters. Luo Feng had met both of them a few times, but each time, if they didn't clarify who they were, Luo Feng completely couldn't tell the difference between the two. That's also why Luo Feng wasn't very familiar with Tang Shuiying, Tang Shuiying's older sister, because Luo Feng rarely met Tang Shuiying, fearing he might mistake one for the other. At this moment, he didn't understand why Tang Shuiying had suddenly asked such a question. Wasn't this common knowledge? Nonetheless, Luo Feng didn't dwell on it and replied, "No, I can't tell you apart. Don't you have any distinguishing features?" When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's response, her eyes glanced downward. If asked about differences between her and her younger sister, there really weren't any obvious ones. Even their voices were nearly identical. If forced to say something different, it would be one particular area that wasn't the same size. Her younger sister's was a bit bigger than hers. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiwei said, "Actually, my sister Tang Shuiwei and I do have a small difference. I wonder if you know about it." Upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng's face displayed surprise. If it really was what she implied, Luo Feng suddenly remembered what was commonly circulated online regarding differences between the twins Tang Shuiwei and Tang Shuiying. That difference being their breast sizes. Apparently, the younger sister Tang Shuiying was slightly bigger. Now, Tang Shuiying was asking about this. Could she possibly be referring to this? Although Luo Feng couldn't figure out her intentions, he responded anyway. "I heard that there is a difference between you and your sister Tang Shuiwei. Seems like yours are slightly bigger. I've never really observed that carefully before." Tang Shuiwei wasn't surprised by Luo Feng's words, since there were indeed people online who said the same thing. At the time, however, both she and her sister hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, without taking off their clothes, some differences were hard to notice. But Tang Shuiwei and Tang Shuiying often bathed together, so Tang Shuiwei had personally compared the size difference. Her younger sisters were indeed a bit larger. Back then, she didn't really care about it, but now it was different. She knew that boys generally preferred girls with larger ones. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiwei spoke up and said, "You're absolutely right. It really is that part that's different. So, do you prefer big ones or small ones?" This time, upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng was completely stunned. Based on his understanding of Tang Shuiying, he knew she would never ask him such a question. This situation was truly beyond his expectations. Could it be that after arriving in this oceanic world, Tang Shuiying intended to let loose and be herself? Or had she been influenced by her older sister Tang Shuiwei? Although Luo Feng had little interaction with Tang Shuiwei, he did know that Tang Shuiwei was quite an experienced and bold woman. Perhaps, after spending too much time with her older sister Tang Shuiwei, Tang Shuiying had gradually begun walking down the same path. However, since Tang Shuiying asked such a question, Luo Feng didn't feel embarrassed to answer. If a girl wasn't shy about it, why should he, a grown man, feel afraid? After some thought, Luo Feng gave his answer, saying, "Of course I like the big ones. They save me from buying formula for the baby. And I can also have a bite myself." Chapter 23, Telescope Successfully Created, Spying? Luo Feng noticed Tang Shuiying was becoming more and more open-minded, and he followed along accordingly. Sometimes, making a joke or two wasn't a bad thing. Only in this way could the two find common ground. However, Luo Feng had never expected that if the person he was chatting with were truly Tang Shuiying, saying he preferred the larger size would have made her immensely happy. But now, the person Luo Feng was chatting with wasn't Tang Shuiying, but rather her elder sister Tang Shuiwei, and Tang Shuiwei's chest was smaller than her younger sister's. Therefore, as soon as Luo Feng made that comment, Tang Shuiwei's expression immediately turned rather sour. At this moment, disappointment involuntarily appeared on Tang Shuiwei's face. So, men were all the same after all. But soon, her expression recovered, becoming determined once more. A woman's figure wasn't something that couldn't be changed. Didn't she hear that papaya could help? Or perhaps certain massage techniques could work too. At this moment, various methods she had heard about before surfaced in Tang Shuiwei's mind. In the past, though she had known of these methods, she had never thought about using them. But the situation was different now, since Luo Feng had said he liked larger sizes. Then, at the very least, she shouldn't be smaller than Tang Shuiying. Thinking this, Tang Shuiwei sent a message to Luo Feng. "Okay, I understand now. I will keep working on it. I need to rest now. I'll message you later." After saying that, Tang Shuiwei closed the chat channel. Her gaze shifted downward. Then she took off the last piece of clothing covering her lower body. Next, she stepped into the large wooden tub and began soaking in a bath. After a busy day, taking a hot bath was indescribably pleasant. Now, Tang Shuiwei lay in the big wooden tub, slowly washing herself. The various bathing products Luo Feng had prepared for her were truly abundant. At this moment, Luo Feng heard what Tang Shuiying said, feeling a bit confused. What exactly did she mean she would keep working on it? Surely she wouldn't actually be trying to make herself bigger? Luo Feng knew that Tang Shuiying was already quite sizable. If it continued growing any further, it might really be a bit too much. Still, Luo Feng couldn't ask further. Since Tang Shuiying had said she was going to rest, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to disturb her further. Now Luo Feng turned his gaze towards the legendary telescope he was in the process of creating. This legendary telescope was an extremely important item for Luo Feng. Whether used for searching for nearby resources or checking Tang Shuiying's location, its functions were invaluable. Currently, the legendary telescope's crafting countdown had 5 minutes remaining. Luo Feng realized there was no urgency in using it just yet, so there was no need to use the time accelerator to speed things up. Thus, Luo Feng used this time to collect nearby floating debris. Gained wood, +1. Gained palm leaves, +5. Gained plastic, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Gained wood, +10,000. Gained palm leaves, +50,000. Gained plastic, +10,000. Upon seeing the 10,000-fold reward trigger again, Luo Feng smiled contentedly. These materials would be just enough to replenish what he had consumed while crafting the legendary telescope. The amount of resources Luo Feng now possessed was probably greater than what 50,000 ordinary people combined would have. And this was considering only resources, not including all the other items Luo Feng currently owned. Once Luo Feng had collected all the materials, a system prompt sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the player. Telescope successfully crafted. You have obtained the legendary telescope. At this moment, a very Jingzhu telescope appeared in Luo Feng's hands. though not particularly large in size. Just from looking at its exterior, it was clearly no ordinary item. When Luo Feng saw that the legendary telescope had been successfully created, he was extremely excited. This was the first legendary item ever created in this oceanic world. If there were item leaderboards, Luo Feng could probably fill the top few spots all by himself. Luo Feng remembered such game worlds typically had various leaderboards. Therefore, this immensely powerful ocean-themed game world would definitely have such features too. He just didn't know what conditions would activate those leaderboards yet. According to gaming conventions, whoever became the first to activate such a leaderboard should expect considerable rewards. However, Luo Feng didn't think too much about it. He picked up the legendary telescope and decided to test how effective this legendary item would be. As soon as Luo Feng brought the legendary telescope to his eye, he immediately felt his vision had been greatly enhanced. He could now see objects at a very great distance. Thus, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward the surrounding ocean. He noticed various floating objects scattered across the sea. Even more surprisingly, he could see clear details of these objects, something entirely impossible before. At this moment, Luo Feng recalled the swimming bronze treasure chest he had encountered previously. He wondered if it would be possible to find it again. Thinking about it, Luo Feng wasted no time and began using the legendary telescope to scan the area in search of the treasure chest. Eventually, after some effort, Luo Feng finally spotted the swimming chest in the distance. The treasure chest was moving quickly in one particular direction. Although Luo Feng had now located it, there was little he could do about it at the moment. Nevertheless, he continued observing the distance through the telescope. He hadn't expected much, but what he saw startled him greatly. Luo Feng seemed to have noticed a large dark spot in the far distance. Upon seeing this, Luo Feng was genuinely thrilled. To discover something like this out at sea meant that it could likely be an island. This indicated that Luo Feng might have finally encountered land, and he could later go ashore to search for additional food sources. After all, certain animals could only survive on land. Right now, Luo Feng was extremely excited. However, the island was still quite far away. It would likely take a while for Luo Feng to reach it. More importantly, traveling by his wooden raft, it was uncertain when he would ever get there. For now, Luo Feng shelved this thought. Chapter 24, You Look So Beautiful. Next, he was going to test another function. That was a feature built into this legendary grade telescope. Telescope. Grade. Legendary. Function. Once per day, you can observe through the telescope someone you've interacted with, no matter how far away that person is. You may observe for 10 minutes per day. Only one person can be bound within 3 days. Description. The distance capability of this telescope has been significantly increased, allowing you to see up to more than 10 times farther than a regular telescope, enabling you to search for more resources out at sea. Luo Feng didn't hesitate and immediately bound the legendary gray telescope to Tang Shuiying. Thus, Luo Feng could see the environment around Tang Shuiying through the legendary gray telescope. Just thinking about this made Luo Feng extremely excited. He could finally see Tang Shuiying again. Coincidentally, Luo Feng could also check what the glowing object Tang Shuiying had mentioned was. After all, the functions of the legendary gray telescope were quite powerful. Moreover, Tang Shuiying was currently resting, so Luo Feng felt it would be impolite to disturb her with a message. Thinking of this, Luo Feng no longer hesitated and began to activate the function of the legendary gray telescope. He hoped that through this legendary telescope, he could locate Tang Shuiying's position. That way, he could meet Tang Shuiying sooner. When Luo Feng activated the legendary telescope, the scene that appeared next shocked him to the core. What he saw was Tang Shuiying inside a bath. At this moment, Tang Shuiying's hands were moving. The sight nearly caused Luo Feng to bleed from his nose. This was truly too exciting. Didn't Tang Shuiying say she was resting? Why was she taking a bath at this time? This made Luo Feng feel somewhat at a loss. Right now, Luo Feng didn't even remember why he had originally come here. After observing for 3 minutes, Luo Feng finally snapped back to his senses. He was here to check what the glowing object Tang Shuiying had mentioned was, right? And to confirm Tang Shuiying's position? No wonder they say heroes often struggle at the gate of beauty. Even a righteous person like Luo Feng nearly got caught up in it. Luckily, Luo Feng had strong self-control, only watching for 3 minutes. However, even just 3 minutes were enough to cause physiological changes in Luo Feng's body. If he had continued watching, there could have been some trouble. Now, Luo Feng's mind was filled with images of Tang Shuiying's pale body, frightening Luo Feng so much that he dared not continue watching, quickly dispelling such thoughts. However, Tang Shuiying had already agreed to marry Luo Feng, so looking at her a little wouldn't be a problem, right? If Tang Shuiying wanted to see Luo Feng, he wouldn't mind either. Thinking this way, Luo Feng no longer felt particularly embarrassed. At this moment, Luo Feng shifted his gaze from Tang Shuiying to the surroundings of her raft. Sure enough, not far away, he saw a glowing object. After getting a clearer look, Luo Feng's expression changed, because what Luo Feng saw was actually a glowing bronze treasure chest. Just from that, Luo Feng should have shown a happy expression, but instead, he noticed that around the glowing treasure chest was a great white shark. The shark had been circling the glowing treasure chest repeatedly, but hadn't attacked it. It seemed to be guarding it. The size of this great white shark was even larger than the one Luo Feng had previously killed. In general, a small wooden raft encountering a shark of this size would be capsized directly from below the sea. Tang Shuiying's raft wasn't particularly large either. If the great white shark launched an attack, one misstep could cause her to fall into the sea. Even more importantly, Tang Shuiying was currently taking a bath. If she encountered this great white shark, it could be very dangerous. Luckily, Tang Shuiying's raft was far from the shark for now. Nevertheless, to be safe, Luo Feng sent Tang Shuiying a message without worrying whether she was currently bathing, saying, "Let me know if your raft starts moving closer to that glowing object." Tang Shuiying, who was taking a bath, heard what Luo Feng said, and was instantly taken aback, not knowing why Luo Feng would bring this up at such a moment. Could it be that Luo Feng was very interested in that glowing object? Her hands were subconsciously massaging herself. After hearing Luo Feng's message, she curiously replied, "Do you already know what that glowing object is?" "What? I don't know either. I'm just a bit curious. Since something unusual like this has appeared on the ocean, there might be some danger. If you run into any danger, I can help you." Luo Feng almost didn't react in time after witnessing such a sensual scene. So Tang Shuiying actually had this kind of hobby? At this moment, Luo Feng didn't dare to look anymore and immediately turned off the legendary telescope's function. He still needed to save some observation time to guide Tang Shuiying when she got closer to that great white shark. Hearing what Luo Feng said, Tang Shuiying didn't think much about it. Since Luo Feng said so, she just needed to follow his instruction. "Okay, I'll let you know if the raft gets close to the glowing object." At this moment, a warm feeling filled Tang Shuiying's heart. She had never been cared for by a guy like this before. Right now, Tang Shuiying was thinking, Luo Feng probably likes her too, right? After all, since she entered this ocean world, they had met each other very early. During their interactions, she had already discovered many virtues in Luo Feng, things she had never noticed or paid attention to before. At the same time, she could also feel the care and concern Luo Feng had for her. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Then, suddenly, a thought struck her. If Luo Feng knew she had lied to him, would he be extremely angry? Would Luo Feng stop liking her because of this? If Luo Feng no longer liked her, what should she do? Right now, Tang Shuiying was already vaguely feeling worried. Once she begins to like someone, she starts thinking too much. She begins to feel insecure and anxious. Perhaps Tang Shuiying herself hadn't even realized it yet. She had already begun to fall for Luo Feng. People often fall for someone unintentionally. One day, when you suddenly realize it, you'll understand. You've already become inseparable from that person. Chapter 25 Determining Tang Shuiying's direction. Therefore, when she spoke, she often seemed a bit careless and unthinking. She also frequently joked around with Luo Feng. She never expected that some jokes might actually become true. Sometimes, once a mask is put on, it might never come off again. Some of her thoughts were occasionally quite similar to Tang Shuiying's. And indeed, things were developing in that direction. Just as Tang Shuiying was deep in thought, danger was slowly approaching her. Right now, she was lying inside this large wooden basin, completely unaware that the wind direction had started to change. Previously, her raft had been drifting away from the glowing object. Now, her raft was heading towards it. However, Tang Shuiying remained lost in thought, slowly washing her body. At this moment, Luo Feng closed the chat channel and took a deep breath, trying to relax his body. In his mind, the scene with Tang Shuiying remained vivid and unforgettable. This caused Luo Feng some headache. Normally, Luo Feng probably wouldn't have such a strong reaction, but it made Luo Feng feel excited. Indeed, everything that happened had its own reason. There was no such thing as an uncaused event. Thinking to this point, Luo Feng immediately interrupted his own train of thought. Luo Feng walked to a water bucket and splashed some water on his face to cool himself down. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. He needed to think about what would happen if Tang Shuiying encountered that great white shark. Of course, Luo Feng trusted Tang Shuiying, willing to lend her the epic level spear for use. He was just worried that Tang Shuiying might be too frightened to properly wield the epic level spear. If Tang Shuiying, because of nervousness, dropped Luo Feng's epic spear into the sea, Luo Feng might really cry. Because in this oceanic world, apart from some basic items that could be manufactured freely, higher level items required corresponding blueprints to create. Furthermore, each blueprint could only produce one item. If Luo Feng wanted to produce another epic level spear, he would need to obtain another epic level spear blueprint. But this was simply unavoidable. He couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. If an ordinary person faced such a situation, Luo Feng wouldn't have lent out his epic level spear. If others died, they died. However, Tang Shuiying might soon become Luo Feng's other half. After all, living alone on the ocean could be extremely boring. Thinking about this, Luo Feng suddenly recalled one thing. His legendary telescope had more than just observation functions. It also had the ability to detect distance. Suppose if Tang Shuiying wasn't too far away from Luo Feng, he could use this legendary telescope to directly locate her position. Then, Luo Feng could directly go searching for Tang Shuiying. Realizing this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer, immediately checking the positioning record of the legendary telescope. Target position too far away for location. Please move closer before using this function. After reading the message, Luo Feng couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. Seemed like meeting Tang Shuiying in the short term wouldn't be possible. Without any specific direction, finding a person was truly difficult. Direction? When Luo Feng thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Because he noticed below the record there was an arrow. This wouldn't happen to be the direction of Tang Shuiying, would it? If that was really the case, then by heading in this direction, sooner or later Luo Feng would encounter Tang Shuiying. Thus, Luo Feng looked in the direction pointed by the arrow. Luo Feng discovered that the direction the arrow pointed was exactly the tiny dark that he had just seen. According to Luo Feng's estimate, that dark should be an island. Could it be that Tang Shuiying was somewhere near that island? The thought caused Luo Feng's mood to start growing excited. On the ocean, the most difficult part of searching for someone was determining the direction. Now that Luo Feng had already identified Tang Shuiying's direction, there was no need to worry about being unable to find her. It was simply a matter of time. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng's mood greatly improved. Luo Feng noticed that Tang Shuiying hadn't sent him any messages yet. Judging from this, it seemed her raft wasn't moving toward the great white shark. That relieved Luo Feng. Thus, Luo Feng reopened the chat channel to see how everyone else was doing. Now, after such a long time, the differences among these people had already begun to slowly widen. The wealthier ones no longer worried about food and water. However, most people were still struggling with securing food and water. 200 milliliters water, traded for, wood asterisk 4. Small banana asterisk 2, traded for, apple asterisk 1. Extra chewing gum asterisk 1, traded for, bread asterisk 2. Vibrator schematic, traded for, 300 milliliters water. Now that I've come to this world, I haven't even touched any food or water yet. You people really are heartless. Can you really just watch me starve to death with your own eyes? Can't even spare a bite to eat or drink. Am I going to die for it? Hee hee, I've seen beggars before, but never one so bold and righteous as you. If you die from starvation, you deserve it. Anyway, it's only a lifespan of 30 years. If you were younger, you wouldn't need to worry about these things. I really have terrible luck. Even though I bear the surname Huang, Huang now here has always been an upright person. Why is it that when I opened my treasure chest, all the items inside were adult products? Everyone who's interested, hurry up and contact me for trading. Even though we've come to the ocean, we shouldn't give up on a happy life. Those without partners, hurry up and contact me for items. Those with partners should also make sure to take precautions. I have quite a few items, with various models available. Everyone be careful. There are many bad people among the players in this game. My older cousin was already pushed into the ocean and drowned by someone else. I'm really heartbroken. This was the last message he sent me before he died. To prevent everyone from suffering the same fate, I've decided to reveal the name of that person. Chapter 26. Someone wants to sell a high-priced treasure map fragment? Are you kidding? This person who killed my cousin is called Wang Hao, and he murdered my cousin near an island. At this moment, Luo Feng was also reading some of the chat messages from other players. This time around, Luo Feng ended up discovering quite a bit of useful information. He obtained many important messages as well. When Luo Feng saw messages stating that certain players had already been killed by others, his heart suddenly tightened. Sure enough, this kind of situation had finally occurred. In truth, Luo Feng had already anticipated it. As an experienced veteran gamer, Luo Feng clearly understood that wherever people gathered, conflicts and battles were inevitable. Here in the game world, killing monsters and looting treasures was a completely normal thing. Now that they were in this ocean-themed game world, people could easily come into conflict over basic necessities like food and water. If that happened, fighting would be unavoidable. Consequently, player deaths would be inevitable. From this, it appeared that this person's cousin probably discovered an island with a companion. However, that companion wanted to monopolize the resources on the island, so he directly killed the cousin. Such was the nature of human hearts. This ocean world had absolutely no laws, and thus people faced no constraints whatsoever, turning wild and ruthless. Luo Feng wouldn't initiate an attack on someone else, but if someone provoked him first, he certainly wouldn't show mercy. If you showed compassion today and spared an enemy's life, they might come back tomorrow and take yours. Thinking of this, Luo Feng looked at his epic-level spear, feeling a bit more reassured. After that, Luo Feng began to check whether there was anything useful for him. While Luo Feng browsed the trading platform, Tang Xuewei was taking a bath, since she didn't have anything pressing to do right now. Therefore, she wasn't in a rush to finish her shower. However, Tang Xuewei didn't notice that her raft was slowly drifting closer to the glowing treasure chest, which had already caught the attention of the nearby great white shark. The shark had been circling around the glowing treasure chest repeatedly. Now, the great white had stopped its circling. Its attention had now shifted toward Tang Xuewei's raft. However, the distance wasn't particularly close yet, so the shark hadn't decided to attack the raft or the person aboard. But if the raft moved any closer, the shark would begin its attack. Based on the current size of this shark, which was noticeably larger than average, it would be extremely easy for it to destroy the raft and kill the person on board. At this moment, Tang Xuewei remained completely unaware of all this, as she continued sunbathing leisurely. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had spotted many interesting trading items on the platform. First, Luo Feng once again bought several hours of time accelerator usage, a much-needed resource. Then, he purchased several blueprints for daily necessities. As Luo Feng was about to leave, suddenly a newly listed trade item caught his attention. Because this item was somewhat special, and it was the most expensive trade deal Luo Feng had ever seen. Treasure Map Fragment X1, traded for 3L water, food X10, fruits X10, wood X50. Looking at the content of this trade, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. So a treasure map fragment had appeared. No one needed to explain it to him, based on Luo Feng's experience. As long as he collected all the treasure map fragments, he could seek out a hidden treasure. This item was definitely valuable. However, Luo Feng furrowed his brows slightly after seeing the trade details for this treasure map fragment. This trade was a serious case of overcharging. At this current stage, there probably wasn't anyone else besides Luo Feng capable of providing such a massive quantity of food and wood. Could this person have specifically targeted Luo Feng? Although Luo Feng possessed abundant resources, he had no intention of letting someone else take advantage of him. First, Luo Feng needed to read the fragment's description before deciding what to do. At this moment, someone in the public chat channel noticed this treasure map fragment, and people began getting excited. Whoa, a treasure map fragment. Could there really be a treasure hidden inside? But selling a single treasure map fragment for such an exorbitant price? Who could possibly afford it? At this current stage, with food and resources so crucial, who would trade such a large quantity of supplies for a single map fragment? It might be reasonable if it was a complete treasure map. I guess only the great Xiao Luo can afford this. I just saw him trading items earlier. I wonder if he's still around. At this moment, Xiao Wang, the owner of the treasure map fragment, was closely watching all the reactions. He had started off with pretty good luck, which allowed him to obtain this treasure map fragment. However, afterward, perhaps his luck had run out. He hadn't obtained anything else. Since entering this world, he hadn't even had a proper meal. He was literally at the point of being unable to hold on any longer, so he decided to sell this treasure map fragment. If he sold it to other players, he definitely wouldn't get a good price. Thus, he set his sights on Xiao Luo. From what he knew, Xiao Luo was a major resource tycoon. Therefore, as soon as he noticed Xiao Luo's presence, he immediately listed this treasure map fragment for trade. It would definitely attract Xiao Luo's attention. Right now, Xiao Wang was quite confident. At this time, Luo Feng also had no intention of wasting time. He sent a message, "Show me the description of your treasure map fragment. If it's suitable, I might consider buying it." When Xiao Wang saw Xiao Luo say that, he frowned slightly because his treasure map fragment required collecting all 5 pieces to form a complete treasure map. If Xiao Luo realized that, he might not want to trade such a large amount of food and resources for just one fragment. Thinking about this, Xiao Wang quickly sent a reply message. Hello, Senior Xiao Luo. The amount of resources I'm asking for is nothing for you. After you complete this trade, you can personally check the properties of this treasure map fragment. When Luo Feng read this message, he was taken aback. It seemed this person truly wanted to take advantage of him, trying to trade just a fragment of a treasure map, without even showing him the description, for such a huge amount of food and resources. If Luo Feng were to go ahead and trade now, other players would learn from this example and start overcharging him during trades. That would become a serious problem. Chapter 27. Great White Shark Attack. Don't disturb me. It's not that Luo Feng lacked these foods and supplies. He just disliked being treated like a fool. With the God-level Billionfold Reward System, even fishing up a simple harpoon might turn into a Poseidon trident. Would Luo Feng really care about a mere treasure map? If it existed, he would go look for it. If not, he wouldn't insist. Thinking thus, Luo Feng sent a message and immediately closed this chat channel. Not interested. It's just a piece of treasure map. When Xiao Wang saw the message from Xiao Luo, he was stunned. He had never expected Xiao Luo to refuse so directly. Shouldn't Xiao Luo just take all the items without even looking at them? He hurriedly sent another message. God Xiao Luo, don't leave. Isn't it okay if I let you see it? I don't need so many supplies anymore. Just half would be enough. However, he wouldn't receive any response, because Luo Feng had already left the chat channel. Those spectators who witnessed this scene became somewhat excited. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. You actually thought your treasure map fragment was so valuable that you could exchange it for this much food? Xiao Luo God wanted to check the description of your treasure map fragment, and you wouldn't even let him see it, wanting to exchange for supplies directly. You didn't intend to take advantage of Xiao Luo God, right? Truly unexpected. Who would have thought I'd witnessed something so amusing in this world? You're treating this treasure map fragment like some priceless treasure. What you don't realize is that to Xiao Luo God, a mere fragment of a treasure map could never impress him. Only if it was a complete treasure map might it possibly attract Xiao Luo God's attention. Xiao Luo God truly deserves his reputation. We mustn't let those who deliberately inflate prices succeed, daring to sell just a fragment for so much. Who knows how long it would take to collect all the other fragments. Seeing everyone's comments, Xiao Wang was stunned, never expecting his actions to provoke such anger and mockery. Instantly, Xiao Wang felt extremely regretful. If because of this matter he had offended the great god, then his following days might become extremely difficult. Although Xiao Luo God enjoyed showing off and acting conceited, he genuinely exchanged various foods and supplies with everyone. Many people still strongly supported Xiao Luo God. Right now, he needed to think of a way to remedy the situation. Looking at the treasure map fragment in his hand, Xiao Wang finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. After Luo Feng closed this chat channel, he began his salvage operation. Gained wood, plus 1,000-fold reward. Gained wood, plus 1,000. Gained plastic, plus 300-fold reward. Gained plastic, plus 300. After retrieving one material, Luo Feng wanted to check on Tang Shuiying's situation. It had been so long, and Tang Shuiying still hadn't messaged Luo Feng. Could it be her raft hadn't approached the glowing treasure chest yet? By now, nearly half an hour had passed. Tang Shuiying should have finished her shower by now. Thinking thus, Luo Feng took out his legendary level telescope again. Currently, the remaining usage time for this legendary telescope was 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Luo Feng needed to use it sparingly. After all, he only had this much time each day. If he used it all up now, he'd have to wait until tomorrow to get another 10 minutes. When Luo Feng turned on the legendary telescope, the view before his eyes immediately started changing. As soon as Luo Feng saw the scene before him, he froze. Suddenly, his expression rapidly changed, revealing visible tension. Instinctively looking toward the glowing bronze treasure chest, he discovered something alarming. The giant great white shark surrounding the glowing treasure chest had vanished. Seeing this, Luo Feng inwardly felt something was wrong. How could the shark possibly disappear without reason? Thus, Luo Feng began searching around for the shark. Just then, the great white surfaced from the deep sea and began swimming toward Tang Shuiying's raft. Seeing this situation, Luo Feng immediately understood. Tang Shuiying was about to face danger. Without hesitation, he hastily sent her a message. Are you getting close to that glowing object right now? When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng asking about the matter again, she began to feel very curious. Could this glowing object have something special about it? So she stood up and looked in that direction. Her words hadn't even finished leaving her mouth when her expression suddenly turned extremely fearful. I haven't gotten close. I've always been. Ah, a shark is coming. When she saw the great white shark swimming toward her, Tang Shuiying was immediately frightened out of her wits and screamed. Seeing Tang Shuiying panic to such an extent, Luo Feng noticed her body undergoing some indescribable changes. He was momentarily left completely speechless. Luckily, Luo Feng was a person who had experienced many crises before. Therefore, within only 1 second, he had already regained his composure. He hurriedly said, "You didn't notice the raft drifting closer to the glowing object. Then tell me the great white shark is in which direction from you. After I give you the epic level spear, just follow my instructions. I've killed a great white shark before. I have experience." Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Shuiying no longer considered why Luo Feng had sensed this. At this moment, she knew that only by listening to Luo Feng could she survive this danger. Because the size of this great white shark was twice as large as any she had encountered before. If her raft was struck by this great white shark, both the raft and herself would probably capsize immediately. At this moment, Tang Shuiying quickly sprang into action. Fortunately, the clothes she was wearing now were only pajamas, not particularly complicated. Chapter 28. It's totally normal to be nervous. So, she got dressed very quickly. The main reason was that the great white shark was still quite far from her raft and would need some time to swim over. Once Tang Shuowei had finished putting on all her clothes, she looked at the perfect grade crystal stockings lying beside her, picked them up, and put them on directly. Luo Feng was completely stunned watching Tang Shuiying's clean and efficient movements. Her speed was just a little too fast. Previously, Luo Feng had been worried that if Tang Shuiying became too frightened and panicked, not knowing what to do, what would they do then? At that time, Luo Feng wouldn't have had the time to comfort Tang Shuiying. Now it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. At a critical moment, Tang Shuiying still held up. Thinking about this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any further and directly sent his epic grade spear to Tang Shuiying through a trade. At this moment, Luo Feng started to control Tang Shuiying remotely. Right now, it was like Luo Feng was playing a fishing game, with Tang Shuiying acting as his controlled character. With Luo Feng's many years of gaming experience, this level of difficulty was simply effortless. It was something anyone could handle, no hands even needed, as long as Tang Shuiying completely followed his instructions. At this moment, Luo Feng said, "My spear is already in your hands now, right? You must grip it tightly, don't ever let go." Tang Shuowei heard Luo Feng say this, and her expression turned extremely serious. If this had been her alone facing the situation, let alone fighting a great white shark, she wouldn't even have the courage to get close to it. In that case, she could only patiently wait for death. However, the situation was different now. Now there was Luo Feng behind her, and she was holding Luo Feng's spear. These brought her immense sense of security, giving her enough courage to face the great white shark. At this moment, she once again heard Luo Feng's voice. "Now you're facing the great white shark. Tell me, how far away is it now? When will it probably arrive? Or just tell me when it gets within 5 meters of you. You only need to follow my orders exactly now. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, this great white shark won't hurt you." Upon hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Shuowei replied, "I will obey everything you say. This great white shark is still approximately 20 meters away from me." Luo Feng had already witnessed everything through his legendary Grey telescope. However, he did not mention the existence of the legendary Grey telescope. Before Tang Shuiying had taken her bath, maybe he could have revealed that. But now that Tang Shuiying had already taken a bath, if he said now that he had a legendary Grey telescope, Tang Shuiying might think he was a pervert who liked peeping into other people's privacy. What could he do then? In that case, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't be enough to wash Luo Feng clean. What Luo Feng saw earlier of Tang Shuiying was purely accidental. If Luo Feng had known Tang Shuiying was taking a bath, he absolutely would not have done such a thing. But now, the deed was done. So, Luo Feng had no choice but to stay silent. As Luo Feng saw that the great white shark was about to approach Tang Shuiying, he quickly said, "When the great white shark flies out of the water to bite you, directly stab the spear into its head. Don't stop once you start. Keep stabbing repeatedly. This spear has considerable attack power and comes with some additional damage effects. It'll be very easy to kill the great white shark with it." At this moment, after hearing Luo Feng's instructions, Tang Shuiying didn't even have time to respond. Soon, the great white shark began attacking her. Exactly as Luo Feng had said, it jumped up, trying to swallow Tang Shuiying in one bite. Tang Shuiying hesitated no further and took the epic grade spear, thrusting it straight into the mouth of the great white shark. That epic grade spear was extremely sharp, piercing directly through the head of the great white shark. However, at this moment, the great white shark did not immediately die, instead becoming enraged. It turned to bite Tang Shuiying's body. At that moment, Tang Shuiying was frightened, momentarily not knowing what to do next. Luo Feng saw this situation and his heart sank. This didn't look good at all. The epic grade spear could indeed kill the great white shark. However, just one stab wasn't enough to achieve that. It needed to be stabbed multiple times. Thus, Luo Feng shouted, "Don't ever stop moving your hands. Keep stabbing quickly. Otherwise, all your effort will be wasted." At this moment, when Tang Shuowei heard Luo Feng say this, she realized it, but it was already too late. The great white shark's mouth was already right in front of her body. Tang Shuowei was terrified by this situation and froze. The great white shark bit directly into her thigh, and just as Tang Shuowei thought her thigh was about to be devoured in one bite, the next moment completely shocked her speechless. Her perfect grade crystal stockings, after receiving this powerful attack, instantly became extremely rigid. They had actually blocked the great white shark's attack. After seeing this, Tang Shuowei no longer hesitated and immediately started attacking the shark Feng Ly with the spear in her hand. Striking the great white shark with this epic grade spear was just like stabbing tofu, extremely easy. Soon, under Tang Shuowei's attacks, the great white shark died. Seeing that the great white shark had stopped moving, Tang Shuowei suddenly relaxed and laid down on the raft. She had done it. She had killed the great white shark. At this moment, she excitedly sent Luo Feng a message. "I've killed the great white shark." At this time, Luo Feng had seen everything unfold with his own eyes. He wasn't surprised at all that Tang Shuiying had managed to kill the great white shark. With the epic grade spear, killing a great white shark was actually quite easy. However, Luo Feng had now developed a new respect for the perfect grade crystal stockings. He hadn't expected that these perfect grade crystal stockings could actually withstand an attack from a great white shark. Truly impressive. Chapter 29 Dad. It was both beautiful and practical. Luo Feng truly loved this perfect rank stocking. He wondered if he could obtain other perfect rank clothing items too. Clothes, pants, gloves, shoes, underwear, briefs, etc. Luo Feng remembered that Tang Shuiying seemed to dislike how her chest wasn't big enough and wanted it to grow bigger. He wondered if there was a perfect rank bra with such functionality. Thinking about this, Luo Feng decided it was worth paying attention to. Since Tang Shuiying wanted to continue growing, Luo Feng would definitely fulfill her wish. Now, seeing that Tang Shuowei was out of danger, he let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, Tang Shuowei was a girl, and it was unavoidable that she might make some mistakes in such a situation. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke. "Good that the great white shark was killed. Are you alright?" Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuowei said with some self-reproach, "Luo Feng, sorry, I was too nervous just now and didn't completely follow your instructions. I made some mistakes, but luckily the crystal silk stockings you gave me worked when it mattered most. They saved my life. Otherwise, I probably would never see you again." Hearing Tang Shuiying speak this way, Luo Feng smiled and said, "It's okay as long as nothing happened. It's very normal for you to be nervous since it was your first battle. You'll get used to it in the future. Don't dwell on it anymore. Hurry up and deal with this great white shark. If you don't want to handle it, just give the shark to me. Then you can go get that glowing item." Hearing Luo Feng's suggestion and looking at the great white shark before her, Tang Shuiwei decided to let Luo Feng handle it. Coincidentally, the raft was already moving toward the glowing object, so she would probably reach it soon. Great white shark, trade no? Epic spear, trade no? Looking at the shark and the spear before her, Tang Shuiwei said, "I got blood all over your spear. I'm really sorry. Should I clean it up before trading it back to you?" Luo Feng smiled at this and said, "You used the spear to stab a shark, so it's perfectly normal to have blood on it. Don't worry about it. Just wash it off. I'll take care of all this. You go take a rest." Seeing the great white shark and the bloodstained spear, Luo Feng wasn't particularly concerned. As long as Tang Shuiying was safe, that was what mattered. The first time Luo Feng had killed a shark, there had also been quite a bit of blood. Although the epic spear pierced metal like mud, it didn't imply it would remain spotless. Without wasting any time, Luo Feng picked up the epic spear and began to dissect the massive great white shark. Though Luo Feng didn't particularly like eating great white shark meat, he could trade it for something else. Most people still had no food to eat by now. After all, for an ordinary person, obtaining food on the ocean was quite challenging. Seeing there was no danger, Tang Shuiwei finally relaxed and remembered the earlier incident. If Luo Feng hadn't warned her in time, she had been showering the entire time and wouldn't have possibly noticed otherwise. She probably wouldn't have noticed the shark's approach at all. Without Luo Feng, she might have died in the shark's jaws this time. Luo Feng had once again saved her life. Girls often develop feelings for boys who have helped them, especially those who have saved their lives. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiwei glanced at the distant glowing object and sent Luo Feng a message. "Luo Feng, thank you so much again this time. Without you, I might have been bitten to death by another great white shark again. This time was actually my fault. I was too immersed in taking a shower and failed to detect the situation in time. Fortunately, you reminded me just in time. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't see you again." At this moment, Luo Feng was processing the shark. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, he said, "I actually noticed that there was a great white shark near the swimming treasure chest I saw. That's why I thought there might also be danger near that glowing object of yours. So I sent you a message to warn you. Unexpectedly, things really turned out as I'd thought. Anyway, I'm glad that you are safe now. Don't dwell on this matter anymore. Next time you encounter similar situations, just be more careful. Of course, be careful not only about marine creatures, but also other humans. In this ocean world, if you encounter other humans, you must remain sufficiently vigilant." At this moment, Luo Feng also expressed some of his concerns. If Tang Shuiying encountered other humans, she might soon be harmed due to her kind-hearted nature. Luo Feng would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Thinking of this, Luo Feng decided to quicken his pace and move closer toward Tang Shuiying's direction. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiwei's shock from the great white shark incident was gradually fading. She felt warmth inside, and Luo Feng's image was slowly making its way into her heart. Right now, she was slowly falling in love with Luo Feng. At this moment, Tang Shuiwei thought of her father. Previously, apart from her father, no one else had ever shown her such concern. But now, there was another person. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiwei unconsciously let out a soft call. "Dad." At that moment, Luo Feng just happened to hear Tang Shuiying's voice. After hearing what she said, his hands paused for a moment. The epic spear he was using to process the great white shark's corpse nearly injured his hand. This startled Luo Feng greatly. "Dad." Was Tang Shuiying calling him dad? Could it be that beneath her pure and adorable appearance, Tang Shuiying actually enjoyed role-playing? That was completely unexpected for Luo Feng. He and Tang Shuiying had known each other for several years, and in the past, he had never noticed she had such a hobby. Perhaps due to the shock of arriving in this ocean world, she had become more emotionally unstable and started saying things she normally wouldn't. After all, which girl wouldn't break mentally after being attacked twice in a row by great white sharks and nearly getting eaten alive? Moreover, Tang Shuiying was only a sophomore. In such a situation, defeating a great white shark was already an amazing feat. Chapter 30. Dad is here, so what's the problem? Thinking about it, Luo Feng could understand why Tang Shuiying had called like that. Perhaps at this sudden moment, she had started missing her father and wanted to receive comfort and encouragement from him. Upholding his principle of being helpful, and knowing that Tang Shuiying's mind couldn't handle too much stimulation right now, Luo Feng decided to respond along the lines of what she had said. After all, Tang Shuiying was someone Luo Feng liked. When help was needed, he was willing to offer it. Thinking thus, Luo Feng spoke up. "Dad is here, so what's the problem?" At this moment, right after Tang Shuiwei had said the word father, she realized something was off. She had actually sent this message to Luo Feng. After realizing the situation, Tang Shuiwei instantly became panicky, not knowing how to explain things to Luo Feng. Just as she was about to open her mouth to explain, Luo Feng's reply came through. After hearing what Luo Feng had said, her mind immediately went blank. At this moment, Tang Shuiwei already didn't know how to face Luo Feng or how to answer his words. Had she just called a boy father? And that boy had actually agreed? At this moment, Tang Shuiwei felt extremely embarrassed. It was the first time she had ever called another boy father, even if it wasn't intentional. But the fact was right in front of her. Worse yet, Luo Feng's perception of her might have completely changed. Now, he probably saw her as a girl with peculiar preferences. Thinking about it, Tang Shuiwei gathered her courage. This matter had to be clarified, or else if Luo Feng called her father every time they talked in the future, she would wish she were dead. So, Tang Shuiwei spoke up. "Luo Feng, just now it was a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. I was just missing my father too much, so I blurted it out unconsciously. Let's just forget this ever happened. Don't think about it again. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng didn't feel anything unusual. He knew that her missing her father at this moment was a perfectly normal thing. If Luo Feng hadn't been an orphan, he would also miss his parents after coming to this ocean world. Luo Feng wasn't offended by Tang Shuiying's address. On the contrary, he inexplicably felt a bit of satisfaction, which confused him. Such a feeling was not a good sign. He didn't even have a girlfriend, yet he was thinking about being a father? Luo Feng hurriedly pushed that thought aside. However, for Tang Shuiying's psychological well-being, he said, "It doesn't matter at all. Why would I get angry? As long as you're fine, it's okay. If you want to call me that again in the future, you can. I don't mind you calling me dad." Luo Feng said this not to take advantage of Tang Shuiying, but out of concern for her mental stability. Such a considerate man like Luo Feng was rare indeed. At this moment, hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying nearly spurted blood from her mouth. It seemed like she had wasted her explanation. Luo Feng even wanted her to call him father? And he wasn't even bothered by it? How had it turned into a situation where it seemed like she was the one taking advantage of Luo Feng? Just thinking about it made Tang Shuiying feel incredibly depressed. This matter really was getting more complicated the more she explained. Indeed, men were all the same. Based on Tang Shuiying's knowledge, in the real world, many couples enjoyed doing things like this. It seemed Luo Feng wasn't an exception after all. Thinking about it, Tang Shuiying stopped trying to explain. Anyway, she would no longer address him that way in the future. Let Luo Feng think whatever he wanted. Okay, thank you so much. Let's stop talking for now. I'll deal with this bathwater first. If I get that glowing item later, I'll tell you. After saying this, Tang Shuiying began to focus her attention on the glowing object. As her raft drew closer, she could vaguely see that the glowing object appeared to be a treasure chest. Seeing this, Tang Shuiying felt an immense surprise. A glowing treasure chest was simply unbelievable. However, based on the raft's speed, it would still take around 10 minutes to approach this glowing chest. Next, she looked at the huge basin of bathwater. On the ocean's surface, having even a sip of clean water was extremely difficult. Yet she had so much clean water to bathe with. Should other girls see this, they would absolutely be green with envy. And all of this had been given to her by Luo Feng. Thinking about it, Tang Shuiying began to wonder, since Luo Feng had been so good to her, would it really be that strange to call him dad? Or perhaps call him husband? Even though she thought like this, actually saying it out loud still made her feel a bit shy. At this moment, Tang Shuiying didn't stop her hands from moving, and began pouring the bathwater back into the ocean. Hearing what Tang Shuiying had said, Luo Feng didn't speak further. He only needed to wait for her to bring him the glowing treasure chest later. Then, Luo Feng shifted his gaze toward the swimming treasure chest not far away. This floating treasure chest, relying on its relatively fast speed, actually dared to swim around right in front of Luo Feng. It was practically provoking him. When had Luo Feng ever tolerated such an offense? He fiercely said, "Don't get too cocky. Once I hook you, just see where you can run. I'm quite curious to see what kind of items can drop from these special treasure chests of yours. Just don't stray too far from my raft." But for now, Luo Feng indeed had no way to deal with this swimming treasure chest. He could only wait. Still, Luo Feng wouldn't have to wait long before obtaining that glowing treasure chest. He hoped there would be something valuable inside. As Luo Feng was still waiting, he received a private message. "Lord Qiu Luo, I'm here to apologize. I was blinded by greed earlier, actually planning to cheat you. Now, I've realized my mistake. I will now trade this treasure map fragment to you. Just give me a bit of food in return. If I don't eat soon, I might not survive until tonight. Treasure map fragment times 1 trade none." Seeing this message, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that the person would actually be this sensible, offering to give the treasure map fragment directly to him. Chapter 31, 10,000 Island Compendium, Jurassic Island, King's Island, Zombie Island, Ultraman Island. At this moment, Luo Feng sneered coldly and said, "If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? I'm not a petty person either. Seeing that you've sincerely apologized, I'm willing to directly give you 1/10 of the requested food and wood as this transaction. Do you agree?" After Xiao Wang saw Luo Feng's message, he immediately became extremely excited. He had just gone through intense internal struggle before making this decision. Thus, he quickly sent Luo Feng another message. "Thank you, Lord Azura. This time I really was too greedy. I never expected Lord Azura would still give me so much food and wood. If I encounter any more treasure map fragments in the future, I will definitely give them to you." After Luo Feng read this message, he actually smiled slightly. "You really think treasure map fragments are something you can encounter whenever you want? I still have things to do, so I'll stop chatting for now. However, if you find more treasure map fragments, feel free to contact me. Of course, the reward won't be shortchanging you. Alright, you go ahead and be busy, Lord Azura. I won't disturb you anymore." At this moment, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. He looked at an additional prop he now held, a treasure map fragment. Treasure map fragment, 1/5. Level, unknown. Description, unknown. After seeing this treasure map fragment's description, Luo Feng understood why the previous person was unwilling to show him this fragment's details. There wasn't even a bit of useful information. It seemed that only after collecting all the remaining treasure map fragments could one discover the map's true details. Luo Feng casually put this treasure map fragment into his pocket. Just at this moment, Luo Feng received a message from Tang Shuiying. "Luo Feng, I obtained a glowing treasure chest. This chest is so bright. I'm trading it to you now." At this time, Tang Shuiying was looking at a dazzlingly glowing bronze treasure chest in her hands, her face filled with surprise and delight. Glowing bronze chest, trade disabled. Hearing Tang Shuiying's joyful tone, Luo Feng himself became slightly excited. So it had finally arrived. Without hesitation, Luo Feng suddenly saw a glowing bronze treasure chest appear before him. So bright. That was Luo Feng's first impression of this chest. Without delay, and filled with excitement, Luo Feng opened this glowing bronze treasure chest. Gained 1x superior glow papaya ointment. Gained 1x Island Compendium. Gained 1x Superior Hooking Blueprint. 10,000-fold Reward. Gained 10x Epic Glow Papaya Ointment. Gained 1x 10,000 Island Compendium. Gained 1x Legendary Hooking Blueprint. Grass. What a massive haul. After seeing these rewards, Luong couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, special treasure chests were different from ordinary ones. The items that came out of them were of such high quality. Combined with Luong's 10,000-fold reward effect, this time, Luong was truly ecstatic. Thinking of this, Luong's focus first landed on that item called the 10,000 Island Compendium. This was the first time Luong had ever heard of something like this, so intense curiosity arose in him. 10,000 Island Compendium. Level unknown. Description: when arriving at the corresponding island, this compendium can offer related hints. The more islands that are unlocked, the more functions this compendium will unlock. Islands awaiting unlock: Jurassic Island, King's Island, PUBG Island, Glacier Island, Mist Island, Skull Island, Mermaid Island, Giant Island, Zombie Island, Flying Island, Underwater Island, Shandao Island, Rune Island, Mecha Island, Monster Island, Ultraman Island. After reading this 10,000 Island Compendium's description, Luong was immediately stunned. You're not joking with me, right? Is this ocean world really full of so many islands? That's not very scientific. Just the sound of these island names is already scary enough. At this moment, Luong didn't even know how to comment further. Speaking of which, having a glacier island in the ocean wasn't strange. Jurassic Island and Mermaid Island were somewhat acceptable. However, the names of the other islands made Luong somewhat bewildered. Would there be Dodgy in King's Island? Or maybe PUBG Island offered Battle Royale combat? He wondered whether Ultraman Daegao was still in Ultraman Island. He also wondered if Kong on Skull Island had gone to fight Godzilla. Seeing the names of these islands, Luong's mind wandered quite far. Judging from this 10,000 Island Compendium alone, this ocean world was not a simple survival game. If it was just a matter of seeing whether you could starve to death, then this game's difficulty would truly be too simple. Although those island names did sound rather terrifying, Luong wasn't frightened by them. After all, it was this kind of challenge that increased the game's difficulty and made it more fun. As an experienced veteran gamer, Luong had always loved games with difficulty and challenge. According to Luong's speculation, those overly powerful islands must definitely appear later in the game. As for now, humans simply had no chance of encountering them. Therefore, there was no need to worry about them. If even Luong, with his current abilities, couldn't survive, then other players would have practically no chance either. Thus, Luong put away the 10,000 Island Compendium. He didn't know when he would need it, but for now, there was no urgency. Then, Luong turned his attention to the Epic Glow Papaya Ointment. Why did this name sound so strange? At the sight of the word papaya, a certain idea immediately appeared in Luong's mind. In Luong's impression, papaya equals breast enhancement. Since Luong had never interacted much with girls before, he wasn't sure whether that was actually true or not. Regardless, Luong didn't dwell on the matter and instead looked at the description of the Epic Glow Papaya Ointment. Glow Papaya Ointment. Level: Epic. Function: when applied to a targeted area, this item can cause enlargement. The downside is that from now on, when you look down, you will no longer be able to see your feet because your vision will be blocked. Description: this item can be used externally and, when applied to the body, possesses powerful sun protection and moisturizing properties. It can significantly improve the condition of one's skin, achieving a whitening effect and restoring the skin to its original state. After reading this, Luong was already at a loss for words. Who would actually create such an item and include it in the game? This wasn't something Luong could directly use either. He could only pass it on to someone else. He should give this Epic Glow Papaya Ointment to Tang Shuiying. She would probably really like it. If Luong wasn't mistaken, she had mentioned something about this before. Chapter 32. A happy life is about to begin. Moreover, Luong had carefully examined that place already. Right now it was just right. Even if there was a bit more, Luong would still be able to accept it. This item might not be very valuable to Luong, but to a girl, it was truly priceless. Luong currently had a total of 10 bottles of epic-grade glowing papaya cream. He intended to give one bottle to Tang Shui and keep the remaining ones, as they might serve a significant purpose later. Luong had full confidence in its effects. Some girls might say they actually prefer being small, as being too big could be inconvenient when moving around. The girls saying such things could basically be divided into two categories. One type of girl was already quite large, so their complaints about being big were probably just a form of humble bragging, or it could be that they were already big naturally. By saying that, they wouldn't become smaller, and it just happened to comfort the girls with smaller frames. The other type of girl was simply born small and had no chance of becoming bigger, so they had no choice but to accept it. No matter how envious they were, it wouldn't help anyway. Some things just couldn't be forced. But what if an opportunity was placed right in front of these girls, a chance to fully grow, using the epic-grade glowing papaya cream with 100% effectiveness? Do you think these girls would refuse? Luong didn't even need to confirm the answer. It was no different than asking a guy if he would take a pill that could enlarge a certain body part permanently, with absolutely no side effects. Would he take it? If asked, Luong would definitely answer yes, as he was a real gentleman. For such matters, more was definitely better. Thinking of this, Luong felt that he might come across such items in the future after all. However, now wasn't the time to think about that. Luong turned his gaze to the last item, the Legendary Grade Grapple Hook Blueprint. Legendary Grade Grapple Hook Blueprint. 10,000/10,000 wood, 30,000 rope, 2,000 metal pieces, 6 hours. Grapple Hook. Grade, Legendary. Description: this grapple hook can extend up to 100 meters at maximum length. Within a range of 10 meters from the target, it will lock onto and track the target automatically. Moreover, the grapple hook can actively extend or retract on command. With incredible strength, it also has strong attachment capability. As Luo Feng read the description of this legendary grade grapple hook, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of astonishment. This was the second legendary grade item Luo Feng had ever obtained. The first one had been the legendary grade telescope, which had already brought him immense help. And now, the function of this legendary grade grapple hook had left Luo Feng almost speechless. At this moment, a name popped into Luo Feng's mind. Spider-Man. He couldn't help wondering whether he could achieve something similar after using this legendary grade grapple hook. If this really worked as Luo Feng imagined, then when he traveled to that distant island, his mobility would improve dramatically. At that point, if there were any creatures on the island, capturing them would be extremely convenient. Thinking of this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate for even a moment. He directly opened the crafting interface and began the crafting process. Ding! Congratulations to the player. Crafting legendary grade grapple hook has started. Crafting time, 6 hours. Luo Feng didn't waste any time. He immediately used all of his inventory of 5 one-hour time accelerators on the legendary grade grapple hook. Crafting time, 59 minutes. Luo Feng was impatient. He couldn't wait to catch that swimming treasure chest. Primarily, this glowing treasure chest had brought Luo Feng a great surprise, so now he was extremely excited about the swimming treasure chest. Once everything was ready, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shui. I've already opened that glowing treasure chest and got quite a few great items. This time, you've really brought me amazing good fortune. This is something you'll definitely like. When Tang Shui heard Luo Feng say this, her face lit up with joy. After all, it was through nearly risking her life that she obtained that glowing treasure chest. Getting such good rewards made it truly worth it. Thinking about this, Tang Shui said, then hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense like this. Hearing what Tang Shui said, Luo Feng no longer hesitated. He immediately traded 1 bottle of epic grade glowing papaya cream to her. Epic grade glowing papaya cream. Traded none. When Tang Shui saw the name of the item Luo Feng had traded to her, she was absolutely stunned. This was actually an epic grade item. Previously, she had just experienced the power of the epic grade spear, capable of piercing through iron as if it were mud, and killing great white sharks as easily as slicing tofu. Now, encountering another epic grade item, she didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately accepted it. Then, the description of the epic grade glowing papaya cream appeared in Tang Shui's vision. After Tang Shui finished reading, her mouth was wide open. Her face was filled with shock, then quickly turned into ecstatic joy. Previously, Luo Feng had said he liked big ones. Tang Shui had felt a bit disappointed because, in that aspect, she really wasn't as well endowed as her younger sister. But now, she had actually obtained this epic grade glowing papaya cream. This was truly a gift from heaven helping her. With this, she no longer had to worry about this issue. Luo Feng would surely like her now, right? At this moment, Tang Shui had already fallen into endless imagination. Still, she didn't forget to respond to Luo Feng and said excitedly, Luo Feng, thank you so much. I really love this item. If we ever get a chance to meet in person, I'll let you see the results. When Luo Feng heard what Tang Shui said, he wasn't particularly surprised. By now, he had already become accustomed to and accepted Tang Shui's style of speaking. Actually, Luo Feng didn't even need to wait for them to meet in person. He could already imagine the effects of the glowing papaya cream, though he definitely wouldn't dare to mention it out loud. Thinking for a moment, Luo Feng replied, it should work fast. You should work hard on it, then. I really want to see whether this papaya cream is as powerful as its description says. Don't worry. You'll definitely be amazed, Tang Shui said confidently about the cream. After all, this was an epic grade item. The effect definitely couldn't be doubted. Even if the papaya cream had no effect at all, Tang Shui would still do everything she could to make herself bigger using her own efforts. After hearing Tang Shui speak like that, Luo Feng didn't say anything else. He had his own things to take care of next. First, he needed to collect time accelerators, then successfully craft the legendary grade grapple hook, and finally head to that distant island. If he could find Tang Shui near the island, that would be great. If not, Luo Feng would continue onward. That was Luo Feng's current plan. Chapter 33. About to become Spider-Man? Woohoo, take off. Thinking about this, Luo Feng opened the chat channel. He wanted to collect time accelerators through these people. Then, Luo Feng sent a message. Who currently has time accelerators? Come find me for a trade. I have plenty of shark meat to sell. Shark meat *1. Trade. Time accelerator *1 minute. When everyone saw Luo Feng appear again, they became quite excited. Because every time Luo Feng came, it meant an abundant supply of food was coming. Whoa, Boss Xiao Luo finally showed up. I thought Boss Xiao Luo had been upset by that previous person. If Boss Xiao Luo didn't come anymore, then the time accelerators in my hands would be completely useless. Originally, these time accelerators were just items that served no purpose for me. But since Boss Xiao Luo's arrival, these time accelerators in my eyes have now transformed into food. Boss Xiao Luo is here to stock up again. Seeing how urgently Boss Xiao Luo needs the time accelerators, could he be making another high-level item again? Boss Xiao Luo, may I ask with respect, where did you get all those blueprints for advanced items? Boss Xiao Luo, I've got a good grade inflatable doll blueprint here, type D. I wonder if Boss Xiao Luo is interested? I'll give you a discounted price. Luo Feng now had no mood to chat with these people. He needed to hurry and collect time accelerators, then go capture that swimming treasure chest. Otherwise, if night fell, it would become inconvenient for operations. Luo Feng collected items quickly. It seemed the time accelerator wasn't such a scarce item after all. Most people had 1 or 2 minutes worth in their possession. Seeing that Luo Feng needed it, everyone brought theirs out to exchange. After all, 1 or 2 minutes of time accelerators in their hands wasn't very useful. Luo Feng checked the time and saw that he had already collected enough, so he sent a message. Now I have almost finished collecting. I need to attend to my own matters now. For any remaining transactions you want to make, I've already set up automatic trading. Transactions can occur if requirements are met. I'll be off then. After saying this, Luo Feng exited the chat channel. Now Luo Feng looked at a clock in his hand. It displayed a number, 50 minutes. Without hesitation, Luo Feng used this time accelerator on crafting the legendary Great Hook. The required crafting time instantly changed from 50 minutes to 0. Ding! Congratulations to the player. Crafting successful. You have obtained a legendary Great Hook. In Luo Feng's hand appeared a hook device. This time, this legendary Great Hook looked much more luxurious than the previous ones. Without hesitation, Luo Feng grabbed the legendary Great Hook and started fishing for items floating on the surrounding sea surface. This time, Luo Feng's fishing range and speed had increased significantly. Combined with Luo Feng's legendary Great Telescope, it could only be described as double the enjoyment. Luo Feng saw within a 100-meter range there was a wooden treasure chest, and immediately threw a hook towards that direction. Previously, even if Luo Feng exhausted himself, he wouldn't possibly be able to throw a hook as far as 100 meters. However, now Luo Feng possessed the legendary Great Hook, not just a simple hook. Now, it was like Luo Feng had attached a launcher onto his hand. Just a slight effort, and it could fly a great distance. These 100 meters of rope were all contained inside this small device. On this first attempt, Luo Feng's hook accuracy wasn't very good, landing just a few meters beside the wooden treasure chest. However, this was a legendary Great Hook. Although it missed, it automatically adjusted course and flew directly toward the wooden treasure chest. Then it immediately latched onto the wooden treasure chest. Following that, the wooden treasure chest was quickly reeled back by the hook. The entire process took less than a minute. After seeing the power of the legendary Great Hook, Luo Feng felt extremely satisfied. When the wooden treasure chest arrived in front of Luo Feng, he wasted no time and directly opened the wooden treasure chest. Gained wood, +5. Common dumpling, +1. Common light bulb, +2. 1,000-fold reward. Gained wood, +5,000. Good grade pork and celery dumpling, +100. Perfect grade light bulb, +2. After seeing these rewards, Luo Feng's eyes widened. He was directly dumbstruck. Surprisingly, even light bulbs were among them. Having light bulbs alone wouldn't work since Luo Feng couldn't generate electricity. Though he complained, Luo Feng still picked up the 2 perfect grade light bulbs and checked their attributes. Light bulb. Grade. Perfect. Description. This light bulb is a solar-powered one. Charge it for 5 minutes. In other words, let it sit under the sun for 5 minutes, and it will glow for 2 hours. From now on, light shall always accompany you. Equipped with an on-off switch, it's ready for immediate use anytime. The maximum lighting duration is 12 hours. After reading this description, Luo Feng could only describe it with a single word, NB. This was exactly what he needed to solve the issue of nighttime coming soon. After all, on the sea, once darkness fell, nothing would be visible. If danger appeared, how could he react? This was truly a great item. Later, when Luo Feng went exploring on an island, he would have lighting equipment ready as well. Next, Luo Feng turned his attention to the remaining items. It was actually brand new food. This time, his dinner was taken care of. Pork and celery dumpling. Grade. Good. Description. The ingredients of this dumpling are selected premium pork and celery. Not only is it delicious, it's also rich in nutrition. After consuming this dumpling, both your body and mind will relax, involuntarily making you recall joyful memories. After reading the dumpling's description, Luo Feng couldn't help but make a comment in his mind. Just a dumpling. Yet it was described so elaborately. He just wondered how it would taste. Luo Feng picked up his telescope, observing the surroundings, and realized that the swimming treasure chest had already moved beyond 100 meters from his current position. Even with the legendary Great Hook, he could no longer reach it. Luo Feng glanced at the sky. It was already getting late, and decided not to continue pursuing that chest anymore. Once night arrived, he would need to rest properly. After all, he'd been in this oceanic world for a whole day, constantly occupied the entire time. Even an Iron Man would wear out. Thinking about it, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying. I just obtained quite a few items. Some of them can also be useful for you. I'm going to trade them to you right now. Chapter 34. Perfect grade light bulb. Excellent grade hook. Perfect grade light bulb. Trade none. Tang Shuiying was tidying up her raft when, after fighting a great white shark, her raft had become somewhat chaotic. Hearing Luo Feng's words, she paused her actions, and 2 items appeared in front of her. When she saw the perfect grade light bulb, her eyes lit up with delight. She hadn't expected something so good to exist. With this, it would be much more convenient for her to do certain things at night. Moreover, the excellent grade hook was also a very important tool for her. With this excellent grade hook, her speed of salvaging items would significantly increase. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying felt extremely happy and said, Luo Feng, you really are amazing. Meeting you on this ocean is truly such a blessing. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng pondered for a moment, then smiled as he replied, You've already agreed to marry me, so taking care of you is only natural, right? I'm just a bit worried about what we'll do if we meet Tang Shuiying on the ocean. Normally, she doesn't allow you to date and keeps you from interacting too much with guys. I'm afraid that once she finds out about our situation, she might not be very happy. Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Shuiying's face darkened slightly. She hadn't expected that, in Luo Feng's eyes, she was such a person. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying replied, How can you speak like that about my sister? She's not as bad as you're saying. Actually, she's quite easygoing. If you get to know her better, you'll discover her good qualities. Don't worry, she's actually very approachable. She's always been good to me, and if it's something I want to do, she will support me. Our thinking is actually quite similar. We share many of the same hobbies and preferences, so you really don't need to worry too much. Upon hearing Tang Shuiying speak like this, Luo Feng suddenly felt uneasy. It seemed that Tang Shuiying really had undergone some kind of change. This thought was indeed dangerous. But if that were truly the case, then this might be quite blissful. The only downside was that he might become face-blind. Luo Feng didn't dare to dwell on it, and quickly shook off his thoughts. This kind of good fortune felt like something he had only encountered in his dreams. Thinking of this, Luo Feng said, Don't worry too much. If she also enters this ocean world, I'll help you look for her, so that you two can reunite. By now, the sky had gradually begun to darken. It wouldn't be long before everything became pitch black. In this situation, Luo Feng decided he wouldn't continue salvaging. After dinner, Luo Feng would rest a bit. Tomorrow he would start heading toward that island. Who knew what he might encounter on that island? Please, let these islands not be ones too powerful as described in the 10,000 Island Compendium, or else Luo Feng wouldn't stand a chance. As for why Luo Feng believed he could reach that island, it was because in the chat channel, someone had already begun trading rowing paddle blueprints. Normally, without a paddle, people could only rely on waves to move their rafts. This often led to uncertainty, as the wind direction on the ocean was random. However, if they managed to create a paddle, things would change dramatically. Then, you could choose which direction to go in freely. Therefore, tonight, Luo Feng wasn't in a rush. Just as Luo Feng was about to take out some dumplings to cook, suddenly, he heard Tang Shuiying's voice. Luo Feng, do you still have any bananas left? I'm thirsty. Luo Feng's expression subtly changed. The way she phrased it sounded a bit ambiguous. Although Luo Feng might not be an experienced person, hearing those words, his mind started wandering down some strange paths. But Luo Feng knew that Tang Shuiying certainly hadn't meant it that way. Thus, he replied, alright, didn't you just eat one? Already want another one so soon? I'll send it to you right away. Luo Feng still had quite a few bananas left. Previously, he'd obtained 100 bananas at once, so in the short term, there would be enough for both of them to eat. Without further hesitation, Luo Feng immediately sent the bananas to Tang Shuiying. Actually, Tang Shuiying had no choice but to ask. After working continuously on the ocean under strong sunlight, it was easy to feel parched and dry-throated. Moreover, the bananas Luo Feng had given her previously could enhance her stamina, so in order to work efficiently, she had already used them. That's why she spoke like this now. After seeing Luo Feng had successfully traded the bananas to Tang Shuiying, she didn't dwell on it any further. She peeled it, then slowly brought it to her mouth and took a bite. Once she finished eating the banana, she said with great satisfaction, I'll rest tonight, and tomorrow, with the excellent grade hook you gave me, my salvage speed will also become faster. Then, I'll salvage more treasure chests to thank you. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng replied, alright, but you also need to stay safe. Encountering a great white shark at night would be extremely dangerous. I've obtained quite a lot of food here. Today, I'll change my taste a bit for dinner. After dinner, I'll head toward an island tomorrow. I wonder if there are any islands near your area? At this moment, Luo Feng suddenly thought of something. He had already confirmed Tang Shuiying's direction. It was pointing exactly toward that island. If there was also an island near Tang Shuiying, wouldn't that mean Luo Feng could reunite with Tang Shuiying very soon? Upon hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Shuiying felt somewhat curious as well. Meeting an island on the ocean was absolutely an extremely fortunate thing. After all, humans were land-based creatures by nature. Living constantly on the ocean would be very uncomfortable. Thinking about this, she stood up and looked around, but apparently found nothing. She said somewhat disappointedly, there doesn't seem to be any islands nearby, only some floating debris. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng wasn't particularly surprised. After all, human vision was limited, so it was natural not to see distant things. However, Luo Feng had a legendary grade telescope, which could solve this problem without any issues. He still had 2 minutes left to use his legendary grade telescope. Once Luo Feng finished handling the current matters, he would use it accordingly. Chapter 35, So Delicious. He would use this legendary telescope again to check whether there were any islands near Tang Shuiying. Thinking of this, Luo Feng said, okay, since there's nothing, you don't need to look anymore. Your general direction has already been confirmed. If we want to meet, it's only a matter of time. There's no need to be in a rush. I'm going to cook now. I just got a lot of dumplings. We'll have dumplings tonight. Upon hearing this from Luo Feng, Tang Shuiying felt extremely happy. Although she didn't know by what means Luo Feng had determined her location, she decided to believe him since he had said so. Right now, whatever Luo Feng said, she would believe without any doubt. Then, when she heard Luo Feng mention dumplings, Tang Shuiying became very excited. That was one of her favorite foods. She said, alright, then you go ahead and get busy. It's always you cooking for me. I really feel bad about it. Next time, I will cook for you. I'll let you taste my cooking skills. After hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng smiled slightly and replied, alright, definitely next time. Then, Luo Feng turned his gaze to the crafting bench. Iron pot, 20/20 metal sheet, 2 halves plastic, 1 minute. Pot lid, 5/5 glass, 1/1 plastic, 30 seconds. Chopsticks, 1/1 wood, 1 second. Iron spoon, 5 of 5 metal sheet, 2 seconds. Plastic bowl, 3/3 plastic, 10 seconds. Since he was going to cook, these cooking tools were certainly indispensable. Luo Feng's cooking skill was actually quite mediocre. To be precise, he didn't really have any cooking skills. All Luo Feng could do was boil noodles or cook dumplings, simple meals that didn't require complicated techniques. If he had to cook more complicated dishes, Luo Feng would feel quite troubled. However, given the situation on this oceanic world, having anything edible was already great. So, his cooking skills weren't that important here. So, Luo Feng filled the iron pot with pure water and borrowed fire from the perfect grade barbecue rack. Once the water had boiled, Luo Feng grabbed a bag of dumplings, opened it, and poured the contents into the already bubbling hot water. Cooking dumplings was extremely convenient. Once the water started boiling again, the dumplings were almost done. At this moment, Luo Feng planned to send a message to Tang Shuiying, telling her the dumplings were almost ready, and it was time to prepare for dinner. However, Luo Feng suddenly had another thought. While he was at it, he could use the legendary telescope to check whether there were any islands around Tang Shuiying. If there were islands nearby, Luo Feng could pinpoint Tang Shuiying's location. With that thought in mind, Luo Feng hesitated no further. He picked up the legendary telescope and aimed it at Tang Shuiying. Immediately, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, and what appeared in his vision was a vast expanse of snow white. At this moment, several words flashed across Luo Feng's mind. After seeing this, Luo Feng suddenly realized that Tang Shuiying was applying the epic grade glow papaya cream at this moment. Well, regardless of whether this glow papaya cream was effective or not, visually, its effect looked stunning. Of course, Luo Feng was referring to the act of eating dumplings. That would definitely be extremely delicious. At this moment, Luo Feng realized again what his original purpose had been. So he directed his view to the surroundings of Tang Shuiying's raft. However, he saw no sign of any island nearby. Witnessing this, Luo Feng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It seemed that his happy life would be postponed for a while. Then, Luo Feng turned his gaze once again toward Tang Shuiying and kept watching until the day's duration was completely used up, before finally pulling back his vision. I wonder how good it will taste. Luo Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this moment, Tang Shuiying, who had just finished applying the epic grade glow papaya cream, heard Luo Feng's remark. She suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. What did Luo Feng mean saying this? It unintentionally made her think something else. Surely Luo Feng wasn't trying to eat. Thinking about it, her face flushed red. Somewhat shyly, she asked, Luo Feng, what are you going to eat? At this moment, Luo Feng finally realized he had been too immersed, but he smiled slightly and replied, dumplings of course. The dumplings are already done. Pork and celery dumplings. Try how it tastes. Upon hearing Luo Feng's explanation, Tang Shuiying slightly exhaled in relief. Good thing it wasn't what she had imagined, otherwise it really would have been too exciting. A bowl of pork and celery dumplings, offered in trade none. At this moment, Tang Shuiying suddenly had a bowl of dumplings in her hands. When she saw that they were really dumplings, she started to feel excited. She never imagined that she could still eat dumplings on the ocean. It was like a dream come true. Therefore, she didn't hesitate at all and started eating right away. After finishing the first dumpling, she couldn't help but say, these dumplings are really delicious. When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying say this, a certain sentence instantly popped into his mind. However, Luo Feng didn't say it out loud. After all, it would be rather inappropriate to say something like that to a girl. Luckily, Luo Feng managed to stop himself in time. Thinking about it, Luo Feng spoke up. If they taste good, then eat more. At this point, Tang Shuiying had already accepted Luo Feng wholeheartedly, so naturally, she wouldn't hold back with him. Besides, these dumplings were indeed very delicious. Luo Feng, at this point, didn't want to waste any more time either. He had already been feeling hungry earlier. Therefore, he also picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and took a bite. After Luo Feng ate one dumpling, his expression started to change slightly. Because that scene he had watched earlier was still in his mind, and now, after eating this dumpling, that image somehow suddenly became a bit clearer. At this moment, Luo Feng no longer dwelled on it, and continued eating the remaining dumplings. However, as he ate more and more dumplings. Chapter 36, A Treasure Chest That Can Swim? Got you finally. Luo Feng felt a bit strange. He was wondering why he had been increasingly feeling hungry lately. This dumpling must be poisoned. That scared Luo Feng from eating the dumplings slowly anymore. He just quickly finished all the dumplings in one go. Soon, Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying finished eating all the dumplings. At this time, the sky was almost completely dark. Luo Feng said, let's rest early. We'll continue tomorrow. At this moment, Tang Shuiying also felt somewhat tired. Under the weak light of the perfect grade light bulb, Tang Shuiying lay on a wooden bed. After thinking for a moment, she said, good night. Luo Feng looked at the perfect grade light bulb beside him. Truth be told, its functions were quite good. The brightness could actually be adjusted as needed. Not only that, it could also provide some warmth, preventing one from fearing the cold. Luo Feng could only say that this was truly an essential item for daily life and travel. Thus, Luo Feng also went to sleep on a wooden bed. The next day, as soon as it was light, Luo Feng got up from the wooden bed. He immediately felt sore all over, especially in his waist and back. This was not only because of yesterday's exhaustion, but also because the wooden bed was simply uncomfortable. This sleep was really not pleasant at all. Looks like he needed to upgrade to a better bed. It would be great if there could be a luxurious large bed. While Luo Feng was thinking about this, he was washing his face. Suddenly, his expression changed. He quickly grabbed the legendary grade hook and threw it in one direction. Because, Luo Feng had spotted the swimming treasure chest. It was actually less than 10 meters away from him. It was literally delivering itself right to his doorstep. Within 10 meters, Luo Feng was sure to never miss. Thus, the legendary grade hook flew towards the swimming treasure chest. The swimming treasure chest was quite fast, and had already moved away from Luo Feng's vicinity in just a second. But at this point, it was already too late. The legendary grade hook didn't hit the swimming treasure chest directly, but at this moment, the legendary grade hook had already activated its tracking lock function. It flew straight toward the swimming treasure chest at high speed. The legendary grade hook was extremely fast, much faster than the swimming treasure chest. Thus, the result was quite obvious. In just a few seconds, the legendary grade hook hit the swimming treasure chest directly. Instantly, Luo Feng's body tilted, nearly losing his balance and falling off the raft. This was because although the legendary grade hook had hit the swimming treasure chest, the chest did not stop resisting. Instead, it kept swimming further away. As a result, Luo Feng's raft was suddenly pulled away by the force of the swimming treasure chest. After seeing this situation, Luo Feng felt both helpless and amused. He hadn't expected this swimming treasure chest to be so persistent. However, Luo Feng wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he could use this swimming treasure chest as a pack animal to pull him forward. After all, Luo Feng's raft was a 9 by 9 size large raft. Plus, there were quite a few items on the raft. The weight was not light. Unless the swimming treasure chest was tireless, it would definitely stop eventually. At this time, Luo Feng looked at the direction the treasure chest was moving toward, and to his great delight, it was heading straight for that island. In this way, Luo Feng's time to approach the island could be significantly shortened. However, this pleasant situation did not last long, as the swimming treasure chest suddenly changed its direction. Right now, Luo Feng could only let the treasure chest act however it wanted. Luo Feng fixed the hook to the raft, and began to prepare breakfast. Taking this opportunity to eat breakfast, Luo Feng opened the chat channel to see what everyone's situation was like after a night. First, Luo Feng looked at the newly listed traded items. Blueprint of a good grade mat, traded for 500 milliliters purified water. Blueprint of an inflatable doll, traded for 1L purified water. Spicy chicken claws, traded for 200 milliliters water. A fish, traded for 500 milliliters purified water. Life on the sea is really hard. It's too hot during the day and too cold at night. Right now, I'm cold, hungry, thirsty, and want to go home. Dad, where are you? I suspect I'm being targeted. When I was sleeping, a great white shark suddenly appeared and attacked me directly. If I hadn't reacted in time, I would have already returned to my hometown for good. But come on, 30 more years of life? I'm not ready to let go just yet. I'm really lucky. I found a great way to fish, and I'll share it with everyone for free. I hope it can help. As everyone knows, bait is extremely difficult to obtain when fishing at sea. That's why fishing is such a tough task. I didn't catch a single fish the entire yesterday. Also, since purified water is so scarce on the ocean, I didn't even dare to pee. I held it in until nighttime when I couldn't take it anymore. Then I went to the edge of the raft to relieve myself. And I thought I might as well check if there was anything on my fishing rod. Guess what happened? Just as I was peeing, a fish actually jumped out of the ocean and bit my little worm. This time, I finally had food to eat. In one night, I caught a total of 3 fish. It felt really awesome. Now I finally understand that this little fellow has its advantages after all. It's a bit sore down there, but besides that, everything else is great. Damn bro, I admire you. You used your manhood as bait. I'm just speechless with admiration. By the way, mine is even bigger. Wonder if I can catch an even larger fish. Bro, I'm gonna fight you. I remember you just traded me a fish for some water, and I've already eaten the entire fish. Now I just want to throw up. Luo Feng looked at these traded items and found that water resources dominated the trades. After all, a person can survive without food for 7 days, but without water, they won't even last 3 days. It had already been nearly a day and a night. Most people were already parched and dry-throated. However, when Luo Feng saw that someone had actually fished using that method, he could only type 666 in admiration. Luo Feng, as usual, first collected the time accelerators, and then he exited the chat channel. Chapter 37 Mermaid Queen? All talk, no action. At this moment, Luo Feng noticed that the treasure chest, which had been swimming joyfully before, had finally slowed down in speed. Observing this situation, Luo Feng's heart was filled with joy. As expected, this swimming treasure chest couldn't keep moving forever. Therefore, Luo Feng no longer hesitated. Using this legendary hook, he started to approach the moving treasure chest. Soon, Luo Feng arrived in front of the swimming treasure chest. At this moment, Luo Feng was extremely excited. The treasure chest had been teasing him by swimming around so many times. He had already set his sights on this swimming chest long ago. Now, his wish had finally come true. The treasure chest, underwater, was still struggling slightly, but the intensity of its struggle had significantly weakened. Luo Feng directly used the legendary hook to fish out this bronze treasure chest. As soon as it emerged from the water's surface, the chest immediately stopped moving entirely. It looked like a completely ordinary chest. Seeing this situation, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel astonished. Indeed, in this oceanic game, there were all sorts of strange settings. That definitely added to the enjoyment of this game. Thinking so, Luo Feng wasted no time and directly opened the swimming treasure chest. Opening the swimming bronze treasure chest. Obtain common ice cubes, +5. Obtain skilled swimming skill book, +1. Obtain mermaid's call, +1. 10,000x reward. Obtain perfect ice cubes, +5. Obtain master swimming skill book, +1. Obtain mermaid queen's call, +1. After seeing the rewards this time, Luo Feng was greatly surprised. He never expected that 3 brand new items would appear all at once. To Luo Feng, this was truly a huge surprise. A worthy reward for his efforts. First, Luo Feng was captivated by the 5 giant perfect grade ice cubes. Probably in this entire world, no one but Luo Feng could find perfect grade ice cubes. Because generally speaking, these ordinary items rarely came in such high quality. But once they encountered Luo Feng, everything changed dramatically. In Luo Feng's case, anything was possible for high-level enhancement. Luo Feng couldn't help but wonder, if an inflatable doll received a 10,000x enhancement, would it become a real person? Nevertheless, Luo Feng didn't dwell on it, as the attributes of the 5 perfect ice cubes appeared in front of him. Ice cubes. Grade. Perfect. Description. Ice cubes that never melt. They can maintain a sub-zero environment and freeze fruits, allowing you to enjoy frozen fruits from now on. After reading this description of the perfect grade ice cubes, Luo Feng was almost ecstatic. He had acquired many food items and wouldn't be able to finish them all quickly. Therefore, if left for too long, they could easily spoil. These 5 perfect grade ice cubes were like a pillow arriving just when someone was ready to sleep. This way, Luo Feng wouldn't have to worry about storage issues. Looking at his 9x9 large wooden raft filled with various foods and equipment, it probably wouldn't be long before Luo Feng needed to expand the raft again. But keeping things lying around like this wasn't quite suitable. If Luo Feng encountered other humans, they would easily spot all his food supplies. That could very well provoke an attempt to seize them. On the ocean, food was even more valuable than life itself. Thinking about these possibilities, Luo Feng began wondering if there was any chance he could obtain space equipment. If he had space equipment, then his future endeavors would be far more convenient. However, he shouldn't rush. As long as space equipment existed in this oceanic gaming world, Luo Feng was confident he'd eventually get his hands on one. Next, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward another item, a book-like object marked prominently with the word swimming. At this moment, the attributes of this master-grade swimming skill book also appeared in front of Luo Feng. Swimming skill book. Grade. Master. Description. After using this skill book, your swimming skill will immediately reach the master level. From now on, the sea will become your home. Your swimming speed underwater will even surpass your running speed on land. Skill ranks: Novice, Skilled, Proficient, Advanced, Expert, Master, Great Master, King, Divine level. As Luo Feng looked at this master-grade swimming skill book, he was immediately stunned. This kind of item exists too? It can directly allow a person to master a skill. It's really too powerful. For Luo Feng, who had come to this ocean world, this skill book was extremely important. With this, Luo Feng no longer needed to worry about fighting underwater. Next time, if he encountered a great white shark, Luo Feng would jump into the water to fight it head-on. Thinking about this, Luo Feng no longer hesitated and directly said, "Learn the master-level swimming skill book." As soon as Luo Feng spoke, the master-level swimming skill book instantly disappeared, transforming into a beam of white light that entered Luo Feng's mind. In an instant, Luo Feng felt his mind filled with swimming-related knowledge. Right now, he could already feel the changes in his body. Luo Feng now felt confident. When he entered the ocean, he wouldn't be slower than a great white shark. This was the confidence of a master. Now, Luo Feng's life preservation abilities had received another significant boost. At this moment, Luo Feng happily turned his gaze toward the last remaining item. Surprisingly, it was a prop related to the Mermaid Queen. Luo Feng had only seen mermaids in movies, games, and other works before. He had never seen one in real life. Now it seemed like mermaids really existed in this world. If that was the case, Luo Feng would truly be delighted. Luo Feng couldn't wait to take a look at this item. Mermaid Queen's Call. Grade: Unknown. Description: After using this item, you will meet the Mermaid Queen within 24 hours. What happens afterward depends entirely on your own performance. You might end up with the Mermaid Queen as your wife, or you might be killed by her. Looking at the carved item in his hand, one shaped like a mermaid with a human upper body and fish tail, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Could using this item actually summon the Mermaid Queen? Chapter 38. The God Travel Talisman? Traveling 1,000 miles in a day is no longer a dream. However, upon reading the description, could this item possibly have some hidden danger? Luo Feng wasn't overly worried, though. Even if he had already met the Mermaid Queen in person, he wouldn't have acted inappropriately. At most, he would just talk a bit. Thinking of this, Luo Feng took the remarkably realistic statue of the Mermaid Queen and reached out to touch it. Truth be told, the texture actually felt quite pleasant. At this moment, Luo Feng accidentally applied too much force, causing two shell-like coverings on the statue's body to fall off. Then he saw something that stunned him. Underneath the shells were details that were surprisingly identical to those of a normal human. Luo Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. This carving was just too lifelike. Quickly, Luo Feng picked up the shells and put them back on the Mermaid Queen statue. Then, without further hesitation, he activated the carving. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully using the Mermaid Queen's Call. Within the next 24 hours, you will encounter the Mermaid Queen. With the game system's voice, the Mermaid Queen statue disappeared. Upon witnessing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a slight sense of regret. This was truly a waste. It would have been better if Luo Feng could keep it for personal amusement when he was bored. Still, he quickly shifted his thinking. If he could personally see the Mermaid Queen, then it was worth it. But the randomness of the event left Luo Feng slightly uncertain. Just then, Luo Feng received a message from Tang Shuiying. "Hey Luo Feng, are you awake? Have you eaten breakfast?" Upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng smiled and replied, "I've long been awake. I've even caught that swimming treasure chest already. I'm about to start heading toward that island now. When I determine the direction, I'll let you know, and you can slowly paddle your boat toward me. As long as we work together, we're sure to meet." Tang Shuiying had just woken up at this time. She glanced at a certain part of herself and wondered if it was just her imagination. But her chest really did appear slightly bigger than yesterday's. It seemed that this epic-grade glow papaya cream was indeed very effective. She would continue using it persistently. When she finally reunited with Luo Feng, she would shock him completely. Upon hearing Luo Feng's message, she replied, "Okay, but you must also pay attention to your safety." At this point, Luo Feng felt particularly confident. With the epic-grade spear and the legendary grappling hook, his combat strength had improved significantly. Even if he couldn't win a fight, escaping using the legendary grappling hook would still be quite easy. Considering this, Luo Feng responded, "Alright, if you run into any danger, let me know immediately. In that case, I'll get back to work first." After finishing his message, Luo Feng picked up a paddle. Using it, he could barely control the raft's direction, though only slightly, and only when the wind wasn't too strong. If the waves got too intense, he would be powerless. After paddling for about 10 minutes, Luo Feng began to feel slightly tired. He was using just a common wooden paddle. Its effect was too weak. If he had a higher level paddle, his speed could significantly increase. Right now, his slow pace was even slower than swimming. However, the raft was a survivalist's most important item. Abandoning it would almost certainly doom the survivor. Moreover, the raft held a considerable amount of food and high-grade items. Luo Feng had no intention of leaving any of them behind. Well, slower was just slower then. Now, Luo Feng might as well investigate the system's features. As Luo Feng opened his exclusive system interface, he was immediately startled. He noticed something new had appeared. Name: Luo Feng. Shock value: 66666. Maximum reward multiplier: 10,000. Check-in gift package: 1. When did the check-in gift package suddenly appear? Thinking this, the system's voice chimed in, ding, answering the host. This is the system's check-in feature. Simply complete the daily life check-in, and you'll receive a check-in gift package. This is today's second check-in gift package. Daily check-ins begin at midnight. Since the host was asleep at that time, the system automatically stored it for you. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Luo Feng suddenly seemed to recall something. When he had first arrived in this oceanic world, he had apparently already opened a check-in gift package once before. That was when he obtained the legendary grappling hook. Realizing this, Luo Feng no longer hesitated. He spoke out decisively. I understand now. Open this check-in gift package for me right away. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the daily check-in gift package. You have obtained 1 rapid symbol and triggered the 10,000 multiplier reward. You have obtained 1 God Travel Talisman. Following the system's prompt, a talisman materialized in Luo Feng's hand. Seeing the God Travel Talisman, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. How had this raft survival game evolved so drastically? It had actually reached the point where talismans were appearing? Still, Luo Feng quickly reasoned with himself. Considering the 10,000 island compendium he had obtained, and all those islands contained within, maybe it wasn't all that strange to encounter a talisman either. And so, the attributes of the talisman appeared within Luo Feng's vision. God Travel Talisman. Rarity, Epic. Usage time, 100 hours. Maximum speed, 100 kilometers per hour. Description. When used, this talisman can accelerate a designated item or living being. The maximum speed achievable by the user is up to 100 kilometers per hour. However, attaining such speeds depends on the inherent capabilities of the user. Attempting to move forward at 100 kilometers per hour using just your flesh body might reduce you to a bloody mess within seconds. Even at this speed, a perfect-grade raft might also risk total disintegration. Seeing the description of the God Travel Talisman, Luo Feng was left speechless. This truly was a terrifyingly powerful ability. It could directly increase the speed of an item. Luo Feng looked down at the raft beneath his feet. This time, he wouldn't need to manually paddle anymore. As for increasing the raft's speed to 100 kilometers per hour, that was something Luo Feng couldn't even dare to imagine. His expectations weren't that high. Even a speed of 20 or 30 kilometers per hour would be significantly faster than what he currently had. Thinking no further, Luo Feng quickly affixed the God Travel Talisman directly onto his perfect-grade raft. Chapter 39. Encountering 3 passers-by? I'm too famous. Luo Feng didn't dare to accelerate too much all at once. Initially, the raft moved at about the same speed as a walking person, gradually picking up speed until reaching the speed of an electric scooter, at which point Luo Feng maintained this speed. This Divine Speed Talisman not only allowed free control of speed, but also complete control over the raft's direction. It was truly an essential magical item for sea navigation. Luo Feng started heading toward the island. At first, the island appeared to him merely as a small black dot. After using his legendary grade telescope, he finally confirmed that the small black dot was indeed an island. Now, as Luo Feng drew closer, even without the legendary telescope, he could already see the silhouette of the island nearby. At this moment, as Luo Feng wanted to use the legendary telescope again to check whether there was any danger on the island, his expression suddenly changed. This was because Luo Feng saw several small black dots appear around the island. At this moment, Luo Feng realized something was off. As he approached, those black dots slowly became clearer. There were several small rafts floating around the island. It looked like someone had arrived here ahead of him. This was the first time Luo Feng encountered other humans in this ocean world. Yet, at this moment, Luo Feng felt no happiness at all. Instead, he felt somewhat worried. The several rafts Luo Feng had seen were all positioned quite closely to each other. Judging from their positions, they must belong to the same group. If these people discovered the abundance of food on Luo Feng's raft, there could be trouble. Though Luo Feng didn't want to invite trouble, he was not afraid of it either. Mainly, he wasn't ready to kill people yet. But if these individuals truly had ill intentions, he wouldn't hesitate to let his spear taste blood. Thinking thus, Luo Feng didn't slow down at all and continued directly toward the island. Of course, as he advanced, he quickly drew closer to these 3 rafts. When Luo Feng gradually neared them, the people on the 3 rafts also noticed his raft. Seeing Luo Feng's raft, they all revealed an extremely shocked expression. Is this a raft? How come it's so huge, and seems to have all sorts of food on it? We're going to get rich this time. Zhang San, don't just stare at the food. Haven't you noticed there's a person standing on that huge raft holding a spear, looking straight at us? He looks extremely dangerous. Grass, what is that? Those are actually 2 giant shark carcasses. Did this guy kill those sharks? Right now, in this world, someone who not only has so much food, but also killed a great white shark. Only one person in my mind fits this description. Xiao Luo. The 3 of them said in unison. As they spoke that name, they became visibly excited. Ever since entering the world, they've been following online discussions, already very familiar with Xiao Luo's reputation. So, one of the 3 raised his hand and shouted, Senior Xiao Luo, we're honored to meet you. Luo Feng, observing the 3 people's reaction from not too far away, was momentarily stunned. Why were these people acting so retching, like they were actually his old friends? Luo Feng took a quick glance at their rafts and noticed there seemed to be no weapons on board. Plus, they had already called him by name. Luo Feng decided to exchange a few words with them. He could even ask them for some information about this island. Very soon, Luo Feng's large raft was already approaching their small rafts. However, these 3 tiny rafts had been tied together with ropes to avoid drifting apart. As Luo Feng drew closer, he spoke with some confusion. Do you know me? How do you know my name? Once the 3 got a closer look at Luo Feng's enormous raft, they were all left in shock. Piles of apples, piles of bananas, stacks of dumplings, a big basin of fish, and various tools and items placed around the raft. They were so overwhelmed that they couldn't take it all in. Instinctively, they all gulped, their eyes fixed solely on the feast before them. They truly couldn't believe it. Luo Feng had actually obtained so much food, which was a huge shock for them. People who hadn't even eaten a full meal since entering this world. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Li Si finally responded, saying, Hello, Senior Xiao Luo. We actually saw your messages in the chat channel before. Now that we've seen the 2 great white shark carcasses on your large raft, we immediately thought of you. In this oceanic world, there's probably no one else besides Xiao Luo with such strength. Plus, we previously used a time accelerator and even conducted a trade with you. Yes, truly unexpected to meet Senior Xiao Luo here. It's a great honor for the 3 of us. Senior Shield Luo, you're just too amazing. How could one person acquire so much food? Could you possibly teach us your methods? Seeing these three people's reaction, Luo Feng hadn't expected that his reputation had already grown this big. Just randomly encountering a few people allowed them to immediately recognize his identity. However, Luo Feng had no intention of idly chatting with him here. Therefore, Luo Feng spoke, saying, "That is confidential. Have you entered this island before? If you have, please tell me about the situation inside. I can offer food in return. If not, then we'll have to part ways now." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the three exchanged glances. Then Li Si spoke up, saying, "Senior Shield Luo, to be honest, the three of us were indeed just blown away from the island's edge by the sea wind. Moreover, there are already people who have landed on this island. When we approached, we were attacked by them. So, the three of us took advantage of the wind direction to leave the island and planned to try landing from another direction." Hearing this, Luo Feng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He hadn't expected that there were already humans who had landed on this island. Even more importantly, the people on the island were actually preventing others from landing. This complicated things significantly. Chapter 40, A Devil Fruit Island? Why are the chickens here so big? If Luo Feng had passed by before, he would definitely have been attacked too. Thinking of this, Luo Feng asked, "Then do you know how many people are on this island?" Li Si thought for a moment and replied, "No, we only discovered arrows being shot from the island when we were still dozens of meters away. 3 arrows flew out at once. But as for exactly how many people are inside, we don't know. Had a strong gust of wind not suddenly blown our way, we 3 might have died because we weren't retreating quickly enough." Hearing what this person said, Luo Feng fell into thought. From this situation, trying to land on the island would probably result in confrontation. If that was the case, a battle would be unavoidable. While Luo Feng was thinking, Li Si noticed Luo Feng's intention to land on the island and suggested, "If you want to get to this island, maybe you should try a different direction. After all, the island isn't that small. They won't be paying attention to every direction. Mr. Xia Luo, how about we team up? More people mean greater strength." Hearing this, Luo Feng smiled and said, "No need to team up. As a thank you for telling me all this, I'll give each of you a piece of shark meat." As he said this, Luo Feng took out 3 pieces of shark meat and traded them over. The 3 of them looked at the shark meat in their hands with great excitement. "Thank you so much, Mr. Xia Luo." These 3 people also understood that since Luo Feng had spoken this way, they could no longer follow Luo Feng, especially now that he possessed so much food. He would certainly be wary of others. Thinking about this, one of them spoke up, "Since Mr. Xia Luo says so, we won't bother you anymore. However, right now, a strong sea breeze is blowing directly toward us from that direction. It's probably difficult to get close now. You could wait until the wind passes before proceeding." These 3 people had just been blown back by the same sea wind, and after Luo Feng rewarded them with food, they started to offer him some advice. Hearing them speak, Luo Feng smiled. If this had happened in the past, he might have circled around and continued his journey from a different direction. But now, he had no such plan anymore. His divine travel talisman wasn't just for show. Let alone a wind like this. Even if it were 10 times stronger, Luo Feng would still proceed fearlessly. Thinking thus, Luo Feng said, "In the future, if you ever acquire a time accelerator again, you can come trade with me. I'll be moving on ahead first." As he said that, Luo Feng activated his divine travel talisman and began to advance. Luo Feng wasn't worried at all about exposing the power of the divine travel talisman in front of these people. After all, this was already the ocean game world. Any kind of item might appear, and anything was possible. Most importantly, Luo Feng needed to accumulate shock value to upgrade his 10 million-fold reward system, so it was impossible for him to stay low-key. When Luo Feng's raft resumed moving forward, those 3 people finally noticed something horrifying. At this moment, all 3 of their eyes were wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. Me, I must be mistaken, right? The boss's raft doesn't have any power source, yet it's moving by itself, and so fast? How is this possible? Could it be that Boss Xia Luo isn't human? Did we run into a ghost? If that's true, then it explains why Boss Xia Luo collects supplies so much faster than others. What nonsense are you 2 talking again? Just now Boss Xia Luo gave us food. You're actually bad-mouthing him behind his back. That's really terrible. But, I'm also very curious. How can this raft move without any power device? Is this perhaps an innate ability of a high-level raft? At this time, Luo Feng was no longer paying any attention to the reactions of those 3 behind him. He took out his telescope to check whether there were any dangers on the nearby island. It seemed that Luo Feng really did see several figures at the edge of the island, bows and arrows in hand. It appeared that these people had also noticed Luo Feng's approach. Just as Luo Feng drew closer, suddenly, he noticed a light glowing from the Wan Island compendium inside his pocket. After seeing this situation, Luo Feng was extremely pleased and quickly took out the Wan Island compendium. At this moment, he saw the image of an island appear on the compendium, along with a new section of descriptive text below it. Island. Type. Giant series. Description. This is a giant series island, where you can find many animals that are often much larger than their normal sizes. A single chicken on this island might be bigger than an elephant. Danger level. After reading the description in the Wan Island compendium, Luo Feng was both surprised and impressed. So this was one of the functions of the Wan Island compendium? It could actually analyze and evaluate an entire island directly. Thanks to this, Luo Feng could now gain important information about the island in advance and prepare accordingly. It was clear now that the Wan Island compendium was truly a powerful tool. Moreover, if Luo Feng remembered correctly, this was only one of its basic functions. As he unlocked more island records, the Wan Island compendium would unlock more advanced functions. Who knew? In the future, it might even list every kind of creature on an island along with their numbers, and display the locations and quantities of resources and minerals. If the Wan Island compendium truly achieved such a function, Luo Feng would be extremely wealthy. It was definitely an incredible treasure for exploring islands. Thinking of this, Luo Feng carefully put the Wan Island compendium back into his pocket. Even though he now knew this was a giant series island, Luo Feng remained completely calm. His epic spear would teach those oversized animals a lesson. At that moment, the three people behind Luo Feng, watching the raft rapidly moving forward as if unaffected by the sea wind, fell into deep thought. One of them spoke, looking at how fast the raft of Xia Luo is moving. Maybe the sea wind has disappeared completely, or even changed direction, blowing toward the island? Chapter 41. No oars, moving against the wind? Showing off like the wind? Should we also go and try? If this sea breeze disappears, we can approach the island again. After all, I can't keep floating on the ocean forever. I should look for some food on the island first. Those people might spare us if they see Xiao Luo's face. Although Xiao Luo just said he won't team up with me, he didn't say we couldn't follow him. Let's go together now. The three quickly reached a consensus, and they all grabbed their paddles and started rowing with all their strength. However, after only a short while of rowing, they could already feel the sea breeze blowing against their raft. Just as they were about to continue paddling, suddenly, the wind intensified. They were blown backward quickly by the strong gust. At this moment, they all saw large waves constantly rolling around the island. It seemed the sea breeze was really too strong. When they realized what was happening, they were all shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. If the sea was calm, it would be understandable for Xiao Luo's raft to move so fast. But now there's a strong sea breeze blowing. Xiao Luo's raft is moving directly against such a powerful wind, and at such a high speed. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. I still can't believe it even though I saw it with my own eyes. Those who know might say it's Xiao Luo's raft, those who don't might think it's a yacht. Moving forward directly against such a strong wind without any power equipment. It's truly insane in this world. Thank goodness we didn't harbor any ill intentions towards Xiao Luo earlier. Otherwise, we might already be shark food now. The three of them were truly scared after witnessing Luo Feng's situation. Although in this game world, anything can happen, but when they saw it with their own eyes, the impact felt different. Thus, Luo Feng moved further and further away under the shocked gazes of these three people. Luo Feng, who was advancing forward, could also feel the strength of the wind. If not for the God-stepping talisman, his raft would have been blown away long ago. As he got closer and closer, Luo Feng could see that there were several people at the edge of the island watching in his direction. These people on the island all held bows and arrows, looking directly at Luo Feng's raft. However, they also wore expressions of shock, as if they were seeing something incredible. One of them nervously spoke up, saying, "Hauga, this person coming toward us and his raft seems strange. Why can he still move against such a strong wind? Maybe we shouldn't attack him? He might be someone we can't afford to offend." Wang Hao looked at the speaker and coldly sneered, "Xiao Zhao, I saw you had no hesitation before when we killed those other people together. Now, with 5 of us, can't we beat just one opponent? You've all entered and explored this island. The animals here are all extremely large. This is truly a treasure island. Our future survival depends on this island. So, we must not let anyone else approach it. Moreover, we 5 each have an excellent rated bow. To kill one person, wouldn't that be very convenient?" After Wang Hao spoke, the other 4 companions looked at their excellent rated bows and nodded together. They had only explored a small portion of the island and already obtained 5 excellent rated bow blueprints and some other high-grade item blueprints. It could be said that the island had abundant resources. However, this island was also extremely dangerous. They dared only to explore its outskirts. Originally, there were 12 people in their group. Yesterday, they discovered this island. However, Wang Hao had a conflict with one of them. So, Wang Hao led 7 people to kill the remaining 4. Others were killed by animals during their exploration. Even so, they had already realized how valuable this island was. Therefore, they decided to kill anyone who attempted to approach this island. Earlier, those 3 people nearly died under their excellent rated bows. This sudden gust of wind blew them away directly. At this moment, one of them spoke up, "Brother Hao is absolutely right. We must never allow others to approach this island. Otherwise they'll compete with us for these resources. This island isn't large enough to share with many people. Don't be fooled by the abundant timber resources visible on the island. To produce high-level items, much more wood would be required." They suspected that all the wood on the entire island combined might only suffice to create a few high-grade items. Thinking of this, all 5 of them focused their attention on Luo Feng's raft. They all took out their excellent rated bows, ready to attack Luo Feng. Once Luo Feng came slightly closer, all 5 of them simultaneously shot arrows at him. Luo Feng saw 5 arrows flying through the sky toward him, and his heart became exceptionally calm. Looks like today was truly going to be a day of bloodshed. Originally, Luo Feng didn't want to kill easily. However, the 5 people on the island attacked without a word the moment he approached, aiming directly to take his life. Luo Feng didn't understand why they thought this way, but right now he didn't really care, because in Luo Feng's eyes, those 5 were already 5 corpses. Although Luo Feng had never killed anyone in real life, in the game, his experience was still extremely rich. He could treat this as just a game. Meanwhile, not far from the island, those 3 people were also watching the scene unfold. They wanted to see how Xiao Luo would deal with attacks from all 5 of them. Right now, they also felt some concern, since no matter how powerful Xiao Luo was, one person couldn't possibly fight 5 at once. Even more importantly, it seemed like Xiao Luo didn't have any ranged attack tools. How could he fight 5 archers? From their brief interaction with Xiao Luo earlier, they felt that he seemed like a decent person. They didn't want to see him die like this. Chapter 42. Head like a watermelon? It breaks with just a touch. When Luo Feng saw the arrows flying towards him, he simply accelerated and dodged them all. Besides, the sea surface was windy at this moment, so naturally the arrows weren't very effective. Seeing that the enemies were determined to kill him, Luo Feng no longer hesitated. He pulled out his legendary hook and threw it toward one of the people. The speed of this legendary hook was extremely fast. Within just a few seconds, it directly reached this island. When those people saw a huge hook flying towards them, They were all terrified and immediately scattered in all directions. However, this was a legendary hook. As long as a person entered a 10-meter radius around Luo Feng's legendary hook, there was absolutely no chance of escape. Therefore, they watched in horror as the hook seemed to have eyes of its own, flying directly toward one person and grabbing him straight on the head. After being caught on the head by the hook, that person cried out in terror and pain. "How go? Help me. I don't want to die." Wang Hao, upon seeing this situation, was also frightened and dared not get close at all. But he also knew that at this moment, he couldn't abandon his teammate and run away. Otherwise, once this person landed on shore, they would be in even greater danger. Thinking about this, Wang Hao shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. Take this chance while he is still on the raft. Shoot him dead as soon as possible. Once we kill him, there will be nothing to fear. If we run away now, next we may be picked off one by one. Xiao Xiao, go get a knife and cut the rope to save Xiao Li." Originally, these people were in great panic, but after hearing Wang Hao's words, they regained their senses. Previously, they had followed Wang Hao's instructions, transforming from starving to now possessing so many resources. Therefore, these people were quite convinced by Wang Hao's words. Upon thinking about it, Xiao Xiao hesitated no longer, grabbed a large saber, and rushed toward the hook. The remaining two people along with Wang Hao, looking at the approaching raft, also hesitated no longer and started shooting frantically. Among them, Wang Hao had practiced archery before, so when combined with the excellent grade bow, his accuracy was actually quite decent. An arrow actually landed precisely on Luo Feng's massive 9x9 wooden raft. Luo Feng frowned slightly upon seeing this, somewhat troubled. How could these people be so fearless and dare to kill him? Luo Feng remembered that this was only the first time he had met them. Why would they try to kill him immediately upon meeting? If people like Wang Hao hadn't previously killed anyone themselves, they definitely wouldn't make such a decision of killing others at first sight. But previously, for people had already died by their hands. That impact on them was tremendous. Human nature often changes dramatically after great stimulation. After all, people who could kill others yet act indifferent afterward were truly very rare. Inside their hearts, they were also deeply afraid. What if someone discovered their secret? This was also why they insisted on killing Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng couldn't really care about all that. Since these people were determined to kill him, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't be polite either. So, Luo Feng ordered the legendary hook to retract. The person caught by the legendary hook began being dragged by the hook, moving rapidly toward the sea. Xiao Xiao watched helplessly as Xiao Li's body was dragged into the sea. After Xiao Li's body entered the sea, suddenly, the water around became a bloody red. Xiao Li was dead. Then, the legendary hook returned back into Luo Feng's hands. After being washed by seawater, the legendary hook remained as clean as always. At this moment, Luo Feng showed no obvious emotional fluctuation. Now, Luo Feng was more interested in knowing why they wanted to kill him, rather than continuing his attack. Because the 4 people on the island had already been completely frightened by Luo Feng's actions, and were too afraid to do anything else. Luo Feng's raft was fast. Soon, Luo Feng arrived at the shore. At this moment, Luo Feng spoke up, "Drop your bows, and don't make any other moves, otherwise my hook will fly out again." After hearing Luo Feng's command and seeing the refined hook in his hands, they were all so scared that none dared to move. Right now, in their eyes, Luo Feng was practically a murderer. The previous distance of nearly 100 meters, and with a single swing of his hook, he had instantly beheaded one of their companions. It was truly terrifying. Therefore, all 4 of them immediately dropped the bows in their hands. Because as Luo Feng arrived at the edge of this island, Wang Hao could now clearly see the massive 9x9 wooden raft behind Luo Feng, piled high with various fruits and food. And when he saw the 2 great white shark corpses, his heart was startled. At this moment, a word appeared in his mind, Azura. Thinking of this, he hesitated slightly before cautiously asking, "Are you Azura?" When Luo Feng heard this person's words, he was momentarily stunned. Impossible. How famous had he become? Randomly meeting 2 groups of people, and someone actually recognized his name. However, when Luo Feng noticed the glances of these people, he suddenly understood. His raft was piled high with all sorts of fruits and food, plus the 2 great white sharks' corpses. Clearly only someone like Azura would display these things. Realizing this, Luo Feng frowned slightly and said, "Since you know I am Azura, why did you dare attack me? Have I ever provoked you? You actually tried to kill me?" When Wang Hao heard Luo Feng speaking like this, a smile suddenly appeared on his face as he said, "Great Azura God, this is all just a misunderstanding. We have always heard of your reputation, so we have respected and admired you for a long time. Actually, we were just playing a joke on you just now. Truly did not expect Azura God's power to be so impressive. No wonder you were able to acquire so many resources in such a short time." Upon hearing their words, Luo Feng inwardly sneered coldly. All those arrows aimed at him. Now they say it was a joke? Did they really think Luo Feng was a 3-year-old child? Thinking this, Luo Feng, expressionless, slowly spoke. "Earlier, I encountered 3 people. Chapter 43, Treasure Map Fragment, +1, one step closer to the mysterious treasure. You're aiming at them the same way, aren't you? Are you also joking with them? It seems your way of joking is particularly unique. How many people have you killed since you arrived in this ocean world?" When Wang Hao heard Luo Feng's words, his heart sank. He hadn't expected Luo Feng to ask such a question directly. They were all visibly startled by this sudden question, panic flashing across their eyes. Fortunately, Wang Hao had a relatively strong mental capacity. At this moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Xiu Luo, you should know as well. We have already arrived in the ocean world. Here, there's no law to bind us. In order to compete for resources, killing a few people shouldn't matter much, right? Besides, these people aren't really dying. They're only losing 30 years of their lifespan. Life in the ocean world is extremely difficult. With more people, the efficiency of gathering resources could also be improved. You don't kill us for. We will fully obey your orders in the future. What do you think?" If we collect any supplies, we'll hand them all over to you. Does that sound okay? Hearing these words, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. It wasn't that he wanted to recruit these people as his subordinates. He wasn't even interested in the supplies they might have gathered. At this moment, Luo Feng was considering whether he should kill all of them. If Luo Feng let them go, what if they came back for revenge in the future? Moreover, these people had already killed many others. Finally, after thinking about it, Luo Feng made a decision. Based on his many years of gaming experience, mercy was definitely not an option. Just at this moment, Luo Feng once again heard the voice from the other side. Xiao Luo, to show my sincerity, I have a treasure map fragment here. I think you'll probably be interested. I'm going to give this treasure map fragment to you. When Luo Feng heard him say that, he was momentarily stunned. He actually had a treasure map fragment? Immediately afterward, Luo Feng saw that person reach his hand into his pocket. At this moment, Luo Feng's heart tensed. He focused his attention on the person, ready to instantly fling his legendary grade grappling hook at the person's head at the slightest unusual movement. When Wang Hao pulled his hand out of his pocket, Luo Feng indeed saw a treasure map fragment in Wang Hao's palm. At this moment, Luo Feng said, "Trade the treasure map fragment over." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Wang Hao didn't appear surprised, and he smiled as he said, "Xiao Luo, you can see how sincere we are. As long as you can let us stay, we can be your loyal servants." Treasure map fragment *1, trade none. When Luo Feng saw the trade name, he was momentarily startled, because he noticed that the person's name was actually Wang Hao. If Luo Feng wasn't mistaken, he seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Previously, someone's older cousin had been killed by a person named Wang Hao. Then, that person had mentioned it in the chat channel. Could the person in front of him be that very Wang Hao? At this point, Luo Feng chose to accept the trade. Thus, a treasure map fragment appeared in Luo Feng's hands. Before Luo Feng had even examined it carefully, suddenly, Wang Hao sprang into action. Because during Wang Hao's conversation with Luo Feng via the chat channel, he had also been discussing something with his 3 teammates. That was, to attack Luo Feng the moment he took over the treasure map fragment. All 4 of them would simultaneously pick up their bows and arrows to shoot Luo Feng, determined to kill him. After seeing the food on Luo Feng's raft, all 4 of them had become extremely envious. Even if it meant risking their lives, they would kill Luo Feng. Also, there was the grappling hook Luo Feng held in his hand. After seeing it, they truly felt envious, jealous, and resentful. Why could Luo Feng, alone, obtain so much food and high-level equipment, while they, after so much hardship, had only reached the level of elite-grade equipment, and their food supply barely sustained them, not to mention various fruits. Now, their eyes were clouded by jealousy. It was as if they had already completely forgotten the terrifying power Luo Feng had just displayed. So, at this moment, the 4 of them simultaneously crouched down, wanting to take out their bows and arrows to shoot Luo Feng dead. They were no more than 30 meters away from Luo Feng at most. As long as their speed was fast enough, success was possible. However, they had underestimated Luo Feng's strength. Although Luo Feng had obtained the treasure map fragment, he hadn't let his guard down against these people even for a moment. Especially after learning that this person was actually Wang Hao, someone who had even killed his own close friend for some resources, Luo Feng knew he was dealing with a ruthless character. And indeed, the truth was exactly that. Luo Feng saw the moment these people crouched down, he understood immediately. Their time was up. Thus, Luo Feng's legendary grade grappling hook shot straight toward Wang Hao's arm. The hook moved incredibly fast. Just as Wang Hao's hand touched his bow, the sharp iron claw of Luo Feng's grappling hook latched directly onto his arm. Then, with a crack, one arm dropped straight to the ground. Following that, Luo Feng's grappling hook retracted back to his arm. Everyone was completely shocked by this scene. For a moment, none of them dared to move forward. All of them remained frozen in their crouched positions. At this moment, Wang Hao looked at his severed arm, and despair filled his eyes. Xiao Luo truly was terrifying. Now, he deeply regretted provoking Xiao Luo on his own initiative. Otherwise, considering how much Xiao Luo possessed, he definitely wouldn't have targeted them in the first place. Thinking of this, Wang Hao immediately knelt down on the spot. Then, he continuously banged his head on the ground while begging for mercy. "Lord Xiao Luo, please have mercy and spare my life. I was truly blind to provoke you. I will give you all my food and supplies, just let me go." At this moment, as Wang Hao kept knocking his head on the ground, blood had already started streaming from his forehead. The other 3 accomplices, after seeing this unfold, were frightened and quickly followed suit, kneeling and pleading for mercy as well. Among them, Wang Hao was practically their leader. If even he was desperately begging on his knees, they knew they all might die here today. Seeing their reactions, Luo Feng let out a cold chuckle and said, "If you knew it would come to this, why did you provoke me in the first place?" Chapter 44, a 5-star kill. Anyone can do it with their hands. You wanted to kill me the moment we met, huh? It seems like a place without laws can really unleash the evil in people's hearts. If that's the case, I hope you all can be decent people once you return to the real world. So, Luo Feng threw his hook again. Wang Hao was so scared that his body couldn't move at all. Ban Sirija Yi Sung Canjiao. Wang Hao was beheaded. The remaining 3 people, upon seeing this situation, were so frightened that their legs went weak. One even sold himself out of fear. One person, knowing he was going to die anyway, suddenly picked up a bow and arrow from the ground and aimed it at Luo Feng. But immediately afterward came a scream, and that person was also killed. In no time, 4 corpses lay in front of Luo Feng. A 5-star kill. However, these bodies didn't last long before turning into rays of white light and vanishing. Luo Feng suddenly felt surprised upon witnessing this situation. So there was actually such a function? It looked like this was truly a maritime game world. But he didn't know where those people would be sent after dying. Would they be transported back to the real world, or would they continue to participate in the next game? This was all unknown. Luo Feng didn't ponder much further, and started gathering these people's items. He wanted to check if there was anything useful for him. Now, the locations where these people died had turned into 4 boxes. Luo Feng directly came in front of Wang Hao's box, and then an attribute list appeared before him. Wang Hao's box: 30 woods, 20 palm leaves, 20 metal sheets, 20 plastics, 20 glasses, 1 time accelerator. After seeing this box, Luo Feng's face showed disappointment. Inside the box were all sorts of materials, but Luo Feng didn't really lack these. Still, Luo Feng didn't waste anything and completely looted all of their boxes. Then Luo Feng wasted no time and returned to his raft. After traveling a distance along the coast, he discovered these people's rafts. These players didn't dare go too far from their rafts, naturally, since their food was still kept on the raft. For a marine survivor, the raft was like a second life. A player could unlock more functions by continuously upgrading his raft. Looking at the supplies on these people's raft, Luo Feng thought they were rather ordinary. Nothing even worth robbing. So Luo Feng listed all their raft supplies onto the trading platform. Purifier, fine, trade, time accelerator asterisk 30 minute. Bow and arrows asterisk 4, trade, time accelerator asterisk 30 minute. Purified water 2L, trade, time accelerator asterisk 30 minute. As soon as Luo Feng listed this batch of supplies on the trading platform, it immediately attracted a huge crowd of spectators. Damn it, is Lord Arhut robbing people now? How come all these complete sets of supplies are on the market for trade? That's really scary. Who would have thought that Lord Arhut could be such a ruthless figure? I seriously suspect that Lord Arhut single-handedly wiped out a whole team. If that's true, did Lord Arhut kill these people just for their goods? I never imagined that, with all the resources he already has, Arhut would actually commit murder for loot. Lord Arhut has ruined my impression of him. This is actually my big cousin's equipment. How did it end up in Arhut's hands for trade? Could it be that Lord Arhut killed Wang Hao? Seeing how excited these people were, Luo Feng sent a message. What you all suspect is exactly what happened. I believe in this oceanic world, many people are already willing to harm others just for food, and some even turn on their own family and friends. I can't control them. However, if anyone dares to provoke me, they will suffer the same fate as these 5 people. I won't attack unless attacked. But if someone attacks me, I will surely kill them. After Luo Feng posted his message, all players were shocked by his words. For a moment, no one dared to speak casually. But one of them took the initiative to send a message first. Great God Arhut, thank you so much for avenging my big cousin. Back in the old days, my big cousin and Wang Hao were good friends. Never did I imagine that after entering this world, Wang Hao would do such things. Indeed, it's hard to judge someone's heart by their face. We just met Great God Azura, and we almost died by Wang Hao's hands before. Fortunately, Great God Azura stepped in and dealt with these few people. From now on, whoever dares to speak ill of Great God Azura, we absolutely won't let them off. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Er, you 3 actually encountered such a thing and didn't tell me at all. Are you not considering me, Pocky, as a real brother anymore? At this moment, Luo Feng didn't say much more. He didn't care what these people said, as long as they didn't plan anything against him. After Luo Feng finished handling everything, he found a good spot on the shore and secured his raft. Because along the edge of this island, Luo Feng saw coconut trees and extremely large coconuts on them. Even from afar, Luo Feng was shocked by the size of those coconuts. Just as Luo Feng got off the raft, suddenly he received a message from Tang Shuiying. Luo Feng, did you just encounter danger? Did those people hurt you? Is your body injured? Tang Shuiying had just seen in the chat channel that Luo Feng had killed 5 people, and the first thing she thought of was whether Luo Feng had been hurt. After all, Luo Feng used to be only a sophomore student. Being able to fight 5 people and then kill them, she really couldn't imagine how hard that must have been. As soon as she thought about it, her heart filled with worry. She didn't know if those 5 people had hurt Luo Feng. Hearing Tang Shuiying's concern, Luo Feng felt a warmth inside. Upon hearing about this incident, Tang Shuiying didn't fear Luo Feng because he had killed someone. Instead, she immediately came to ask if he was hurt. Clearly, at this moment, Luo Feng's safety had become her utmost concern. Thinking about this, Luo Feng spoke. You don't need to worry too much. All 5 of them have already been completely dealt with. Chapter 45, Drinking Coconut Water. My strength has long since become completely different from before. From this experience, I've realized that this ocean game has already become completely devoid of any rules. Therefore, if you encounter other humans, never easily make contact with them. You also shouldn't get too close, or else I'm afraid you'll be in danger. If you ever spot other humans, immediately let me know. Luo Feng knew very well that with Tang Shuiying's devilish figure, if she encountered other people, it was inevitable that someone would have ulterior motives. Therefore, it was better to keep Tang Shuiying away from those people. Better safe than sorry. However, Luo Feng already had the Divine Movement Talisman. After exploring part of this giant island, he would go find Tang Shuiying. Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Shuiying felt a warm sense of security in her heart. Fortunately, after entering this ocean world, she had met Luo Feng. Otherwise, as a girl alone in this world, she might have found it extremely difficult to survive. Thinking about this, she silently thanked fate for giving her such an opportunity, allowing her to be alone with Luo Feng. Otherwise, she might never have noticed Luo Feng's virtues. She might never have felt the sensation of being cared for by a boy. For Tang Shuiying, this feeling was something she had never experienced before. Back then, she definitely wouldn't believe that she would actually care about a boy's safety. Also, while she was collecting materials, she would instinctively think about Luo Feng and want to talk to him. However, she understood that Luo Feng was busy, and unless something important happened, she wouldn't disturb him deliberately. Now, the image of Luo Feng in her memory wasn't very clear anymore, and she had started longing to see him. Even if, after meeting, Luo Feng disliked her upon discovering she was actually Tang Shuiying, she still longed to see him. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiying spoke. Alright, if I encounter other people, I'll inform you immediately. I won't let you worry about me. Actually, I came looking for you today because there's something else I wanted to tell you. I think I've discovered another special bronze treasure chest. Once I get a bit closer, I can obtain it, and then I'll be able to give it to you. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng was slightly startled. He hadn't expected that she would have so many treasure chests. Moreover, it was a unique bronze treasure chest, which came as tremendous good news for Luo Feng. Usually, the more special the treasure chest, the better the items inside. At this moment, Luo Feng's face broke into a smile. Thus, Luo Feng said, "Alright, just be careful. Later, I'll give you something delicious to drink. It'll be a reward for you, my lucky goddess." Upon hearing this, Tang Shuiying immediately felt curious. Could it be that besides purified water, Luo Feng had obtained a new kind of beverage? Therefore, she asked curiously, "What is this delicious drink? Can you give me a hint first? Then I'll have more motivation to work." Luo Feng considered for a moment, deciding to keep it as a mystery for Tang Shuiying, and said, "You don't need to rush. You'll be able to taste it very soon. Let me give you one hint. I guarantee that you'll like it very much." What Luo Feng referred to was none other than the coconut water from the nearby palm trees. At this moment, Tang Shuiying suddenly turned bright red. It was as if she had just heard something terribly embarrassing. Could it really be like that? Luo Feng wouldn't be that kind of person, would he? If Luo Feng really meant what he said, would she actually drink it? After all, she had never tasted something like that before. Luo Feng, unaware that his single sentence had created such an enormous impact for Tang Shuiying, who was now frantically imagining what it might be, continued walking ahead. Meanwhile, Tang Shuiying found herself caught in a fierce internal struggle. Should she or shouldn't she drink what Luo Feng offered her? Mainly, Luo Feng hadn't considered that the first thing that comes to mind upon arriving at an island wasn't coconut water. After securing his raft, Luo Feng started heading toward the island. From a distance, Luo Feng could already see several towering coconut trees. These trees were thick and tall. Judging conservatively, they were at least 30 meters high. On these massive palm trees, there were several enormous coconuts. Upon seeing their size, Luo Feng was genuinely startled. Could these be the coconuts on this giant-like island? At this thought, a terrible idea suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's mind. If this island were compared to a giant, then what could these thick coconut trees and enormous coconuts be compared to? As soon as this thought entered Luo Feng's mind, he was so frightened that he immediately stopped his wild imagination. Otherwise, he might not even dare to take action later. Now Luo Feng finally understood why there were no coconuts on the rafts of those people earlier. With coconut trees this tall, ordinary people would really have no way of climbing up to pick the coconuts. If one of these giant coconuts fell from the tree and hit someone, it might kill them instantly. Luo Feng could only conservatively estimate from the ground below. Each of these coconuts must be at least as big as an E. Thinking this, Luo Feng wasted no time and immediately took out his legendary hook. Others might not have a way to climb up and pick the coconuts, but this wouldn't be a problem for Luo Feng. Of course, he wasn't planning to use the legendary hook to directly pull down one of these huge coconuts. He was afraid that if such a massive coconut fell from a height of more than 30 meters, it might break upon impact. So Luo Feng shot the hook directly toward the trunk right next to the enormous coconut. Quickly, the legendary hook caught onto this massive trunk. Then, Luo Feng took out a piece of perfect-grade wooden board and started winding the rope around it. Chapter 46, Big Coconut? Right after that, Luo Feng stood on this wooden board and started pulling the rope, so his body slowly moved upward. It felt just like the elevator he usually took. The rope of a legendary grade hook was extremely tough. It wouldn't break even if 10 Luo Fengs were to ride it at once. 30-some meters was not very high, so very soon Luo Feng arrived at the coconut tree's trunk. At this point, Luo Feng could finally take a close look at the two big coconuts in front of him. When Luo Feng got a clear view, he was startled by their size. This was the largest coconut he had ever seen. The two big coconuts before Luo Feng were roughly as large as he'd initially estimated, if not slightly larger. These two massive coconuts, one was the size of an E cup, and the other was even bigger, about the size of an F cup. Then Luo Feng took out a knife, and, using all his strength at the coconut's base, finally managed to cut down the E cup-sized coconut. Truthfully, these big coconuts grew extremely solidly. Luo Feng could understand though, given their size, if they weren't firmly attached to the tree, they would have sagged, or even already fallen to the ground. This single E-cup coconut alone already weighed dozens of pounds. Just as Luo Feng obtained the E-cup-sized big coconut, suddenly the system's notification sound rang out. Obtain big coconut, +1, 10x reward. Obtain good grade big coconut, +1. After hearing this notification, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect such a reward trigger to be possible. If that were the case, then Luo Feng would truly be having a big harvest. Thus, Luo Feng immediately checked the attributes of this good grade big coconut. Big coconut. Grade. Good. Description. The coconut juice inside this coconut is of exceptional quality. Besides excellent taste, it is also extremely nutritious. Drinking it is better than the coconut milk you normally consume, and it contains so much juice that you can drink to your heart's content. Mom will never have to worry about your thirst again. After seeing this description of the big coconut, Luo Feng went completely wide-eyed. Could coconut juice really taste like coconut milk? That would be absolutely amazing. Then, Luo Feng thought about bringing this big coconut back to his raft, chilling it with a perfect grade ice cube, and enjoying some icy cold coconut juice. Thinking about this, Luo Feng raised the telescope from around his chest and looked toward his raft near the beach. Finding that nothing had happened, he exhaled in relief. Luo Feng truly feared that something might happen while he was picking coconuts. He didn't want to run into someone like Zhou during this time. Even though there was no battery on his raft, there were many food supplies, which unavoidably made Luo Feng worry. Right now, Luo Feng desperately longed to obtain a spatial storage device. That way, when Luo Feng went ashore, he could place all items, including the raft, directly into the spatial device all at once. The storage space he required wasn't huge, just around 100 million square meters or so. Though Luo Feng was daydreaming, maybe one day it could really happen? Nevertheless, Luo Feng didn't stop moving his hands. He used the hook to send the E-cup coconut safely to the ground. Then Luo Feng turned his eyes toward the other, even bigger coconut. Just as Luo Feng was about to reach out and take this F-sized big coconut down, he suddenly froze and halted his movement. He had just realized a serious issue. If this big coconut triggered a multiple reward increase in quantity, wouldn't a massive number of coconuts appear out of thin air? If a large number of coconuts suddenly appeared mid-air and then dropped to the ground, Luo Feng couldn't guarantee all of them would survive unharmed. To Luo Feng, these F-grade big coconuts were invaluable beverages. Wastage was not something he intended. Thinking about this, Luo Feng said aloud, "System, do you have a temporary storage function? In case the reward gives me a large number of coconuts later, please store them temporarily first. From my current height, if a bunch of coconuts appeared, I wouldn't be able to handle them all properly." Ding. Answering the master, "You're thinking too much. If a lot of coconuts do appear, they won't directly manifest on the ground. This system will provide a user-friendly service." Upon hearing the system's reply, Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't as bad as he feared, it was fine. At this moment, a sudden thought popped into Luo Feng's mind, and he spoke aloud. "System, in other novels I've read, those systems seem to be able to manifest physical forms, usually either cute little girls or seductive, big-breasted beauties. Do you have that kind of function?" Ding. Answering the master, "This question falls outside the scope of responses. Please ask another question." Luo Feng, hearing the system's reply, wasn't particularly surprised. He had just asked casually and hadn't really expected an answer anyway. At this point, now that this concern had been cleared up, Luo Feng proceeded to take down the big coconut. Just then, the system's voice rang out once again. "Obtain big coconut, +1, 10x reward. Obtain good grade big coconut, +10. Hearing the system's notification, Luo Feng immediately looked down at the ground, and sure enough, 9 additional big coconuts had appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the big coconut in his hands, Luo Feng couldn't help but mutter in complaint. Why hadn't the system conveniently dropped those big coconuts down as well? It really had no sense of timing. He wondered if there was a way to rate the system. Since he had already harvested all the big coconuts, Luo Feng no longer had a reason to stay on this coconut tree. Therefore, Luo Feng slowly lowered the big coconut. Just as Luo Feng was about to go down, his expression suddenly changed, because Luo Feng saw a large animal charging toward his direction. Clearly, this large animal's target was the big coconuts on the ground. Seeing this situation, Luo Feng immediately felt a sense of crisis. He quickly grabbed his legendary grade hook, ready to look for an opportunity to seize this large animal. After watching the big animal for a moment, Luo Feng's expression became increasingly complicated. Chapter 47, an excellent level giant chicken? Time for a feast. Because this big creature looked more and more like a chicken the longer he stared at it. However, this was no ordinary chicken. The size of it astonished Luo Feng. This chicken stood as tall as 2 meters. Its body was also extremely large. Its movement speed was also surprisingly fast. In no time, it had reached in front of those coconuts. Then, looking at the huge coconuts, the chicken clearly felt very delighted, attempting to peck open the large coconut with its beak. Seeing such a smooth and fluent set of movements from the giant chicken, Luo Feng realized immediately that this was clearly no first-time attempt for it. However, those coconuts were already Luo Feng's food. There was no way he would let this big chicken eat them. Thus, Luo Feng controlled his legendary hook, throwing it directly at the head of the giant chicken. Just when the hook was about to strike the chicken's head, suddenly the chicken dodged with a quick flash, avoiding the attack. But this hook was equipped with an automatic tracking function, and so, it immediately changed course and flew toward the chicken's head again. Upon seeing this, the giant chicken reacted immediately, using its beak to peck at the hook. Then Luo Feng heard a pung sound. The chicken's beak had actually knocked the hook back. Seeing this, Luo Feng felt a tension rise within his heart. This chicken's beak was quite powerful. If it pecked at a human body, wouldn't it tear a large hole in one strike? Then, it appeared that the giant chicken had locked onto its attacking target, continuously pecking repeatedly at the hook. Therefore, Luo Feng's current attack using the hook had failed completely. This was the first time Luo Feng had failed to succeed while using his legendary hook. Luo Feng immediately recalled the hook without delay. The giant chicken noticed the hook suddenly disappear and looked around in confusion. Seeing nothing unusual, it turned its gaze back toward the coconuts again. Seeing this, Luo Feng understood that if he did not stop this chicken now, all of his coconuts would likely be in trouble. At this moment, Luo Feng directed his gaze toward his epic spear lying on the ground. Because Luo Feng had been climbing trees earlier, carrying the spear had been inconvenient, so he had placed it on the ground. So Luo Feng didn't waste time anymore. He quickly used his legendary hook to pull the spear back up. After all, the primary function of the spear was to attack, whereas the hook's purpose was mainly for grabbing objects. An epic spear could pierce through iron as easily as mud. Killing a chicken would be as simple as child's play. At this moment, the giant chicken was still desperately pecking at a large coconut. Meanwhile, the chicken was also feeling a bit confused. Why did today's coconut feel so much harder compared to previous ones? In the past, this chicken could crack open a coconut in just a few pecks. Today, after nearly 10 attempts, the coconut remained unbroken. The reason for this was simply because the level of the coconut had increased, and its hardness had correspondingly improved. When Luo Feng retrieved the epic spear, he once again used the legendary hook, flinging it toward the giant chicken. However, this time Luo Feng was no longer aiming for the chicken's head. His target was the chicken's claw. At that moment, the chicken had finally cracked the coconut open and immediately stuffed its beak into it, wanting to drink the delicious coconut water. Yet it had no idea that danger was already approaching. The legendary hook quickly approached the giant chicken. Since the chicken wasn't being attacked on the head this time, it failed to detect the hook's approach in time. Then, the hook directly struck the chicken's claw. When the chicken finally realized, it was already too late. The legendary hook had already firmly gripped the chicken's claw. Then Luong commanded the legendary hook to tighten, attempting to directly sever the chicken's claw. However, the legendary hook did not immediately cut through the chicken's claw. Still, it managed to sever a large number of bones. The intense pain caused the chicken to begin struggling fiercely, trying desperately to break free and escape. Luong, prepared at this moment, controlled the hook to constrict further. Meanwhile, the chicken tried to flee in panic. Therefore, under the tension of these opposing forces, there came a crack sound. The chicken's claw broke. Then, the giant chicken collapsed onto the ground. It started to thrash around continuously, wanting to escape from this place, but with only one usable leg, there was simply no way it could stand up again. Seeing this situation, Luong immediately thrust his epic spear into the giant chicken without hesitation. Although Luong didn't actually throw the spear, the giant chicken was already 2 meters tall and nearly 2 meters wide as well. In this case, Luong was still confident he could pierce the chicken. Then, accompanied by a scream of pain, the chicken was struck by Luong's spear. At this moment, the chicken was pinned to the ground by Luong's spear, unable to move at all. After Luong made sure everything was safe, he began using his legendary hook to descend from the more than 30-meter-tall coconut tree and return to the ground. After all, Luong was also afraid of the giant chicken's beak. He definitely didn't want holes all over his body. Just after Luong landed, the giant chicken noticed him immediately and instantly realized it was this person who had attacked it. Upon realizing this, the chicken became extremely angry, wanting to attack Luong. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't move at all, only causing itself even more pain. Seeing this, Luong said, "Give up the struggle. The more you struggle, the more it will hurt. Don't worry, I'll work fast. I guarantee you won't feel too much pain." Luong definitely didn't have any perverted ideas about torturing small animals, or big animals either. He was simply trying to survive, wanting to taste some chicken meat. Since this chicken had delivered itself to him, Luong saw no reason to refuse. Therefore, Luong spent less than a minute killing the chicken. He gave it a quick and merciful end. At this moment, seeing the giant chicken lying in front of him, Luong was practically jumping with joy. Finally, he could eat meat of a different flavor. Just at this moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Giant chicken obtained, +1, with the 100-fold reward. Excellent level giant chicken obtained, +1. Giant chicken. Rarity, excellent. Weight, 520 kilograms. Description, high-quality chicken meat that not only tastes great, but also strengthens the body. Eating this chicken will improve your physical condition, and with long-term consumption, various physical attributes will be enhanced. Comes with additional effects that can strengthen men's physical capabilities, particularly in terms of hardness. Chapter 48, Resource Ranking of Sea Area 9527, Azura First. After seeing the description of the superb grade big chicken, Luong was stunned. The chicken meat even had additional effects. It could even increase. At this moment, Luong couldn't help but recall how even the chicken's beak could withstand a clash with the legendary class hook. Could it be that this described hardness could reach that level? If it was truly like that, then it would be really terrifying. At that point, perhaps there would be no one. Thinking of this, Luong decided that he must eat more chicken meat, having a few pieces every meal. Not for any other reason, mainly wanting to improve his physical condition. Luong didn't care about anything else. At this moment, Luong's attention also shifted away from the big chicken's head. For now, he would leave this big chicken here. Luong started to handle these big coconuts. First, he looked toward a big coconut, which was about to be pecked through by the big chicken. It was the smallest among all the big coconuts. It wasn't that the big chicken didn't like the bigger ones, but it had realized the bigger coconuts simply couldn't be pecked open, so it could only pick the smallest one. Unfortunately, the big chicken never even got to drink a sip of the good-grade coconut water. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Luong came beside this coconut and retrieved his epic class spear. This spear had pierced right through the big chicken. When he saw this situation, Luong had already become accustomed. He brought the spear back to the raft and simply cleaned it up. Then, Luong began moving all the large coconuts onto his raft. All of them were being cooled with perfect-grade ice. Luong thought it was better to drink the coconut water cold. As for that big chicken, which weighed over 1,000 pounds, it would not be easy for Luong to move it. He could only leave it there for now. It wasn't even noon yet. Luong planned to eat chicken for lunch. Now Luong felt his 9x9 raft needed another expansion. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have space for storing his food. Luckily, no one knew Luong's thought like this. Otherwise, people would definitely be enraged. Most of the players were still on 2x2 rafts, with barely anything on them besides one player and one hook. These players were still painstakingly searching for food and water. But Luong, his 9x9 raft wasn't even big enough. He was already having trouble storing all his food. Thinking of this, Luong could only say he wished the game had a photo function. Otherwise, Luong would definitely take a picture of his food now and post it. Then, wouldn't his shock value start rising rapidly? Thinking about this, Luong no longer hesitated and opened the chat channel, hoping to gain a wave of shock value. At present, Luong's shock value had already reached 90,000. Just a few thousand more, and he could activate the 100,000x reward. He couldn't even imagine what the 100,000x reward would be like. One banana would immediately turn into 100,000 bananas. Luong had just opened the chat channel, wanting to check if anything new was there. Suddenly, a game prompt startled him directly. Ding! Congratulations to the player. 100 players in Sea Area 9527 have met the minimum requirements for the resource ranking. The resource ranking is now open. You currently rank number 1 on the resource ranking list with all your resources. You may choose whether to hide your name or not. You can also choose to display your resource count, although the displayed number cannot exceed the maximum amount you own. Choice countdown, 3 minutes. If no selection is made, your name will be revealed by default, showing your maximum resource count. Hearing this prompt suddenly, Luo Feng was really stunned. He hadn't expected that the game even had such a feature. Sea Area 9527? Was that the sea area he was in? If there was a Sea Area 9527, did that mean there were other sea areas too? Were there also survivors in the ocean in those other sea areas? Just at this moment, it wasn't only Luo Feng who received this prompt. The top 100 players had also all received it. As a result, the chat channel became lively and bustling with activity. Grass, the resource ranking is starting? I have this much material, and I'm ranked 96th. I can't even believe this. I actually ranked 100th. Seems like I'm going to make the list. Sea Area 9527? So that means there are other sea areas as well? No wonder I couldn't find my wife. I even thought she ran off with someone else. Now it seemed very likely that he was in a different sea area. Luo Feng stared at the countdown, ticking down second by second. He absolutely couldn't afford to waste any more time. If he allowed the default setting to display all his resources, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. After all, just his wood supply alone had already exceeded 50,000. If everyone saw all his resources at once, they would be completely shocked out of their minds. It could even lead to everyone rushing over to gang up on Luo Feng, which might cause some real trouble. However, asking Luo Feng to keep a low profile, that was definitely not his style. He wanted to make full use of this opportunity to gain shock value. Being ranked number 1 on the resource ranking list would naturally attract massive attention. After thinking for a moment, Luo Feng decided on a set of display values to reveal. Quickly, the 3-minute window passed. The resource ranking was officially activated. At this moment, every player in this sea area discovered that a new feature had appeared in their status panel, the resource ranking list. Sea Area 9527 resource ranking. First place, Azura, wood asterisk 1000, palm leaves asterisk 1000, plastic asterisk 1000, glass asterisk 1000, metal sheets asterisk 1000. Second place, Mayun, wood asterisk 123, palm leaves asterisk 45, plastic asterisk 67, glass asterisk 18, metal sheets asterisk 19. Third place, Yuanhua, wood asterisk 26, palm leaves asterisk 106, plastic asterisk 15, glass asterisk 6, metal sheets asterisk 23. Once the resource ranking list was displayed, every player in the area was instantly stunned. They were completely shocked by what they saw. It was as if they had just witnessed something utterly impossible. Grass. Did I read that wrong? The first place Azura actually has exactly 1,000 of every resource. That's seriously terrifying. Chapter 49, a small goal, lifespan, plus 100 million years. No one else had resources where even 2 of them could surpass 3 digits. And all of Xiao Luo's resources have surpassed 2 digits. That's truly terrifying. Players can set the quantity of their resources themselves, but they cannot exceed the maximum they own. If that's the case, then Xiao Luo's resources each have surpassed 1,000, or even more. I want to know how Xiao Luo managed to collect so many materials so quickly. I think I might know part of the reason. It's because Xiao Luo possesses many high-grade items, which allow him to collect these materials quickly. As for where Xiao Luo got those high-grade items from, that remains unknown. Surely not Genlai. At this moment, Luo Feng also took a glance at the resource leaderboard. He found that even the highest among everyone was barely over 100. Good thing Luo Feng didn't directly display his tens of thousands in quantity, or else the consequences might have been too scary. If he ended up provoking mass anger, it would have been problematic. As these people focused on the resource leaderboard, Luo Feng's shocking value had reached 100,000. Ding, congratulations to the host. The shocking value has reached 100,000. Maximum reward multiplier unlocked, 100,000x. After seeing this system prompt, Luo Feng felt happier than the number 1 on the resource leaderboard by countless times. Host, Luo Feng. Shocking value, 100,861. Maximum reward multiplier, 100,000. Checking gift package, 0. Now, no matter what item Luo Feng encounters, if it triggers a 100,000x reward, the reward would be absolutely terrifying. Just as Luo Feng was still imagining the joy of triggering a 100,000x reward, suddenly the system voice rang out again. Ding, system announcement. Due to player Xiao Luo ranking first on the resource leaderboard, awarding lifespan, plus 1 year. Ding, system announcement. Due to player Xiao Luo ranking first on the resource leaderboard, awarding lifespan, plus 1 year. This time, the announcement appeared 3 times consecutively in the Shie of all players. All the players who heard the announcement were completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. WTF? The first place gets plus 1 year of lifespan? This is absolutely outrageous. Can lifespan actually be rewarded? If lifespan can be increased in this game, I guess I need to work harder now. Dying deducts 30 years of lifespan. If I can't gain 30 years in this game, dying would truly be a huge loss. This isn't fair. Why does only the first place get plus 1 year while the rest get nothing? At least they should have given out a few days of lifespan. At this moment, Luo Feng also heard this game announcement and was stunned. When he had just entered the game, he had suspected that one could gain lifespan through the game. But that was merely a suspicion. He didn't expect such a situation to really happen to him now. Now knowing that lifespan could indeed be gained through the game, Luo Feng's motivation to play had greatly increased. After all, no one wants to live longer than they already do, to extend their lifespan. Now that he had obtained the God-level billion multiplier reward system, Luo Feng certainly didn't want to live only for a few decades. Lifespan gained, plus 1 year. 10x reward. Lifespan gained, plus 10 years. After hearing this system reward, Luo Feng was momentarily shocked before plunging into ecstatic joy. This could also trigger a reward? This was absolutely outrageous. At this moment, Luo Feng spoke. System, did you forget a 1 character? Are you giving me 10x reward as charity for beggars? At the very least, it should be plus 100,000 years of lifespan. Ding, response to the host. Your current activated multiplier range is 0 to 100,000. If you are unsatisfied with the 10x reward, the system can withdraw it and no reward will be triggered. Upon hearing the system's response, Luong quickly said, No, I'm very satisfied. It was just a joke. Plus 10 years of lifespan is actually not bad at all. Next time when I gain lifespan, I'll try to activate a higher reward multiplier. Thus, Luong was especially excited about having suddenly gained 10 more years of life. Now that he had this god-level billion multiplier reward system, Luong refused to believe that in the future, when he obtained lifespan again, he wouldn't trigger a high reward multiplier. Even a 100x multiplier would be 100 years of lifespan. Thinking of that, Luong no longer focused on this issue. Sometimes, one shouldn't be too greedy. Contentment brings happiness always. Thus, Luong opened his attribute panel. This time, Luong wanted to take this opportunity to carefully check his various data and attributes after entering this ocean world. Name, Luong. ID, 54,188. Lifespan, 79 years. Shocking value, 222,333. Maximum reward multiplier, 100,000x. Basic attributes, Strength 9, Agility 10, Stamina 9, Mentality 11, Intelligence 11. Special attributes, Charisma 11, Luck 9. Raft, 10 by 10. Skills, Swimming. Equipments, Epic Spear, Legendary Telescope, 10,000 Island Compendium. Pet, none. Wealth. Currently, Luong's basic and special attributes hadn't changed at all. Luong wasn't particularly surprised about this, since he hadn't obtained any items that could enhance these stats. Then, Luong turned his attention to the shocking value. Because of these global announcements, Luong had gained over 100,000 in shocking value. Normally, each time a person could provide only a few points of shocking value. Luong wasn't unhappy about getting a mere 100,000 this time, because the value was still increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. If he waited until it stabilized, he would at the very least gain several 100,000 shocking value. Moreover, since Luong was currently ranked first on the resource leaderboard, the shocking value would continue to flow in steadily. Now Luong had also found a relatively stable source of shocking value. Once everyone got used to the situation, Luong could periodically multiply his displayed resources several times over to gain more shocking value again. A continuous, steady flow. Finally, Luong focused on the attribute he cared about the most. That was his lifespan. Previously, it had been 69 years, but now it had actually become 79 years. This truly was an increase in lifespan. Seeing this, Luong was extremely excited. As long as this game could increase lifespan, Luong was confident he could gain much more lifespan in this oceanic game. After all, no one would ever refuse to live longer. Even if Luong were given several 10,000 years of life, he wouldn't think it was enough. He might even think it was too little. Let's start with a small goal first. Add 100 million years to my lifespan. Chapter 50, Too Excited. After watching for a while, Luong put aside his beautiful fantasy and began to focus his attention on his supplies. Now Luong finally had the chance to take a good look at exactly how much he had obtained since arriving in this ocean world. Previously, Luong had been too busy and had constantly been triggering various multiplier rewards, so he hadn't actually taken the time to count his items properly. Just then, a data panel appeared in front of Luong. Total assets. Items. Perfect level water purifier, perfect level raft plank, perfect level fishing rod, perfect level grill, legendary level hook, perfect level light bulb, perfect level ice cubes *5, spirit stepping talisman *99, treasure map fragment *2. Food. Fine level golden banana *69, fish *90, apples *89, sharks *2, fine level pork and celery dumplings *99, large coconut *99, large coconut *1, excellent level rooster *520. Materials, wood *55,555, palm leaves *44444, plastic *33333, glass *22222, metal sheets *11111. Female supplies, epic level glow papaya cream *9. After seeing his resources, Luong couldn't help but inhale sharply, amazed at how much material he had accumulated in just over a day since arriving in this ocean world. If Luong were to publish these numbers, it would definitely cause a worldwide sensation. Luong now decided he would slowly reveal the information. Otherwise, people would be shocked once, and that would be it. This way, it would be more enjoyable. The reason such large numbers appeared was also because Luong's shock value had been increasing along with these amounts. Otherwise, his shock value would already have reached 100,000, thereby activating the 10,000-fold reward. However, it was not too late to activate it now. Without these resources, Luong's life would have been extremely difficult. Looking at his supplies, Luong was even more certain that he needed a spatial equipment item. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be possible to store all these supplies. If, for example, Luong were to acquire one apple, and the system immediately rewarded him with 100,000 apples, his raft might soon sink. At this moment, Luong had a very strong premonition. His spatial equipment would surely appear soon. Luong did not waste much time. After organizing everything, he turned his gaze to the large coconut that had been frozen inside a block of perfect level ice. After being frozen for this long, the large coconut was completely frozen now. Thus, Luong picked up a glass cup and poured himself a glass of coconut water. He drank it all in one go. Refreshing. Chillingly cool. Being able to drink chilled coconut water on this blazingly hot ocean, Luong could only say, it felt absolutely wonderful. Once the coconut water entered Luong's mouth, it was extremely smooth, as if he were drinking coconut milk. Its taste was genuinely pleasant. Therefore, after drinking several glasses of coconut water, Luong finally stopped. At this moment, in an unknown direction from Luong, on a certain island, Zhang San and the other two had just arrived ashore. The three of them had faced strong winds, and after several failed attempts to approach their target area, they finally understood a truth: that not everyone could be as abnormally strong as the godlike Xiao Luo, who could advance against the wind. Realizing this, they immediately changed direction and moved forward. Finally, after several hours of effort, they managed to come ashore at a beach. However, when they first stepped onto the shore, they noticed a very strange phenomenon. From the beach, there stretched a trail more than a meter wide heading deep into the island. Looking at this massive trail, Zhang San, puzzled, said, "What kind of trail is this? Could someone else have also landed here from this direction? Otherwise, how could such a trail more than a meter wide be left behind?" Wang Er also saw the trail. His face changed slightly. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. "Judging from how smooth this trail is, it can't possibly be the mark left by a raft being dragged. It's much more likely that some sea creature came ashore and left this trail. But what kind of sea creature is big enough to make such a mark and has come onto land?" After taking a look, Li Si's face suddenly turned pale as he said, "You shouldn't only be looking at what's directly in front of you. Take a good look at the entire trail. Doesn't it look like the track of a snake crawling forward?" After hearing Li Si say this, both Zhang San and Wang Er were startled. If this trail had indeed been left by a snake, then just the width of one single mark was already over a meter wide. Then just how terrifying must be the diameter and length of this giant snake? At this thought, all three of them showed expressions of extreme fear on their faces. "Maybe we should retreat, not get close to this island anymore. It looks really dangerous here. I also want to retreat, but right now we've run out of both food and materials. If we retreat, where else can we find these supplies? At most, we can just change direction and move forward from another side, not enter from this direction." Previously, several people including Wang Hao stayed here overnight without any problem. There probably isn't too much danger. Maybe we're just imagining things incorrectly. We'll just collect some food and wood along the edge of the island. Not going deeper should be relatively safe. Eventually, the three of them made a decision to switch directions and simply collect supplies along the edge of the island. At this moment, Luo Feng had no idea about the events happening in the opposite direction. After finishing his drink, Luo Feng thought of Tang Shuiying, wondering whether Tang Shuiying had found that special treasure chest she had mentioned earlier. Luo Feng still felt strongly about the special treasure chest. Besides, he could give Tang Shuiying some of this coconut water to try. So Luo Feng picked up his legendary level telescope, wanting to see exactly what kind of special treasure chest Tang Shuiying was talking about. When Luo Feng used the legendary level telescope, his vision was suddenly filled with a bright white. Seeing such an intense scene, Luo Feng's heart began to race slightly. When had Luo Feng ever seen anything like this? For someone who had been single for so many years, it was simply a tremendous temptation. Chapter 51. Too big? Fortunately, Luo Feng wasn't standing in front of Tang Shuiying. Otherwise, he would have felt the urge to help. Seeing how difficult she was struggling, Luo Feng definitely would have reached out and helped Tang Shuiying out. It was only now that Luo Feng truly realized Tang Shuiying was trying to put something on. However, because she had applied the epic luminous papaya cream earlier, it actually caused some growth within such a short period. As a result, it became a bit too tight for her to wear properly. She had to exert some force to put it on. Tang Shuiying, watching herself at this moment, showed a delighted expression on her face. Even though it had become difficult to wear, this was definitely a good thing for her. It proved that the epic luminous papaya cream truly worked, and the effect was quite significant indeed. If that's the case, she could still manage using it, Menshang. Just that it felt a little tight. At this rate, in less than 2 days, she'd have to throw this undergarment away. Looks like she'd have to go braless from now on. Sure enough, being big also had its inconveniences. Still, when she meets Luo Feng next time, he'd probably love it, right? Didn't Luo Feng mention he likes big ones? With this epic luminous papaya cream, Tang Shuiying had found her confidence restored. There's an old saying, how can you bring people together if you don't gather yourself? Thinking of that, Tang Shuiying carefully put away the epic luminous papaya cream. Once Tang Shuiying finally managed to put it on with some difficulty, she turned her gaze into the distance. Earlier, she spotted a special treasure chest not far away. Since Luo Feng treated her so well, she certainly couldn't be just a decorative vase dragging him down. Therefore, when she encountered such a special treasure chest, she must obtain it and then gift it to Luo Feng. Only then could she demonstrate her worth. At this moment, Tang Shuiying also felt a sense of urgency. After all, Luo Feng was now so impressive, it was inevitable that many girls would like him. If she didn't put in some effort, there was a high chance that other girls would beat her to it. She needed to not only improve her physique further, but also actively help Luo Feng with more things. Previously, she did learn Taekwondo and Sanda for a period of time, although she had never practiced them practically or engaged in real combat. That's why upon arriving in this oceanic world, due to nerves and fear, she forgot everything she learned. However, from today onwards, she couldn't keep thinking that way. She needed to start relearning and applying the combat techniques she had studied. In the future, if time permits, she should focus on increasing her combat abilities. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying's gaze became even more determined. She wouldn't allow other women to steal Luo Feng from both her and her younger sister. Shortly after, Tang Shuiying suppressed these thoughts and looked towards the distant huge treasure chest. Before long, she would obtain this treasure chest. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had observed Tang Shuiying's every move, especially that scene just now. The sight made Luo Feng feel dry-mouthed. Puzzled, Luo Feng couldn't help but wonder, hadn't he just drank until he was full, so why was he thirsty again? So he picked up another cup of coconut juice and took a drink. This time, while drinking the coconut juice which tasted very milky, Luo Feng couldn't help but see mental images pop up uninvited. What would coconut milk taste like? Probably better than plain coconut juice. As soon as that thought emerged, Luo Feng even startled himself. At this moment, Luo Feng realized that ever since entering this oceanic world, he had started to let go of himself slowly. Understanding this, Luo Feng also could understand why Tang Shuiying had changed slightly in character. Luo Feng always considered himself a decent gentleman, yet why was his mind gradually veering toward becoming a sophisticated guy? Something's off here. Luo Feng stopped thinking further. Seeing that Tang Shuiying already finished dressing, he turned his eyes toward the large treasure chest in the distance. When Luo Feng saw the size of the treasure chest, he was taken aback. Because this treasure chest was over a meter tall, it was the largest treasure chest Luo Feng had ever seen. Even without opening it, Luo Feng could tell that whatever inside this giant treasure chest wouldn't be ordinary. Looks like another rewarding discovery was coming. As Luo Feng gazed at this big treasure chest, suddenly he thought of something. He noticed that ever since entering this game, Tang Shuiying had obtained significantly more treasure chests than he did. You must know, Luo Feng previously had the help of a high-level fishing hook, yet still hadn't obtained as many treasure chests as Tang Shuiying. In that case, Luo Feng was starting to suspect just how high Tang Shuiying's special attribute, luck, value actually was. He could ask Tang Shuiying about this later. Thinking about it, Luo Feng sent Tang Shuiying a message. What are you doing right now? I've prepared something delicious for you. Have you obtained that special treasure chest yet? Tang Shuiying was currently using an oar to paddle closer toward the big treasure chest. Upon hearing Luo Feng speak, she replied, I'm still some distance away from this chest. Probably about another 10 or 20 minutes before I arrive. You said you've prepared something for me to drink. Yes, this is definitely something you've never tasted before. But if you drink it, you'll absolutely fall in love. It's packed with nutrition. At this moment, Luo Feng was preparing to let Tang Shuiying try the coconut juice he'd gotten ready. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng say that, she became somewhat doubtful about whether this drink could really be that nutritious. So, with a slight blush, she asked, Really? Yes, it tastes just like milk. I'm pouring it into a glass for you now. Almost full. I'll give it to you right away. At this time, Luo Feng was using an extremely large glass cup to pour the coconut juice. Upon hearing this from Luo Feng, Tang Shuiying's face became even redder. Was Luo Feng planning to give her a drink? Tang Shuiying's feelings at this moment were extremely complex. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Eventually, she took a deep breath and made a decision. Chapter 52, just this one time. Since Luo Feng wanted to offer it to her, she would drink it no matter what it was. She didn't want to disappoint him. Even if it was something she had never seen before, it was still okay. Thinking about this, she slowly said, I'm ready. Give it to me, and I'll drink it. However, I can only drink it this one time. Things like this feel a bit inappropriate. Luo Feng was holding a large cup filled with coconut water, but at this moment, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why Tang Shuiying had suddenly spoken like this. What did she mean? Wasn't he just offering her coconut water? Why did it sound like she thought he was giving her something really bad? Could it be that Tang Shuiying didn't like coconut water? But since Luo Feng was the one offering it, she could only drink it just this once. Luo Feng clearly remembered that he had never heard Tang Shuiying say she disliked coconut water before. Nevertheless, hearing her words, Luo Feng said, Alright, just try a bit this time. If you don't like it, you don't have to drink it again. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, her face had already turned very red. So, was she really going to drink it? This time, she truly had to muster up a lot of courage to make this decision. Just as she was about to speak, even if she did like it, she had already decided. This would be the only time she would ever drink it again. At this moment, a trade notification popped up. Large cup of coconut water, trade none. Seeing this traded item, Tang Shuiying was instantly stunned. Her mouth opened wide, and her eyes were enlarged, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. So, the white liquid Luo Feng had mentioned was actually coconut water. What Luo Feng had wanted to offer her was coconut water, but she had imagined it as something else. As soon as this thought came to mind, Tang Shuiying became so embarrassed she wished she could find a crack to hide in. Luckily, she wasn't in front of Luo Feng. Otherwise, she couldn't even imagine what would happen next. At this point, she dared not delay and quickly accepted the coconut water. Thus, a large cup of coconut water appeared in her hands. Tang Shuiying stared at the white coconut water in the cup. For a moment, she hesitated and couldn't bring herself to take a sip. Now, scenes popped up in her mind. Looking at this coconut water closely, the more she stared, the more it resembled something else. Finally, she stopped thinking and ignored whatever else it might be. She just took a sip directly. After a few sips, she began to calm down a bit. It was chilled coconut water, which immediately made her feel more alert. At this moment, she absent-mindedly stared at the coconut water in her hand, not expecting Luo Feng to actually be able to provide chilled coconut water. However, the taste of this coconut water was indeed very delicious. She ended up drinking several more mouthfuls. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed in her mind. She began wondering how coconut milk would taste. Would it be as good as this coconut water? As soon as this thought came up, Tang Shuiying was immediately startled. As an experienced old driver, she realized that she had been thinking in such a direction all along while interacting with Luo Feng. At this moment, she finally understood. Knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing after all. At this point, after waiting for a while, Luo Feng saw that Tang Shuiying hadn't responded yet, so he spoke up. How is it? Do you like the taste of my coconut water? Upon hearing this, Tang Shuiying refocused her thoughts and replied, It's really delicious, I really like it. Thank you so much for offering me the coconut water. In a bit, I will send you that special treasure chest. After hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng smiled and replied, No problem, it's good as long as you enjoy it. I've got plenty here. If you ever want to drink some again, feel free to come find me. I'll make sure to keep you well supplied. Oh, by the way, you mentioned a special treasure chest. How special is it? At this moment, although Luo Feng had already known that this special treasure chest was actually a big one, he still casually asked out of habit. After all, Tang Shuiying didn't know that Luo Feng had an item that allowed him to view things from her perspective. If she ever discovered this, he would definitely struggle to explain himself. Even when the treasure chest had already grown to the size of a normal chest, it still didn't stop expanding. Until now, it had become many times larger than a regular treasure chest. Do you think a treasure chest that can change size is strange or not? After Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying's words, his heart sank. He never expected that the special treasure chest Tang Shuiying mentioned was this special. Can it really change size at will? Just moments ago, he thought it was just a big treasure chest. Now, this treasure chest was so special. Surely it must contain many valuable things inside. He wondered if there were any dangers around this special treasure chest. Thinking about this, Luo Feng placed his legendary gray telescope in front of his eyes and focused his attention on the area around the large chest. After scanning the area, Luo Feng felt puzzled. There didn't seem to be any danger near that giant treasure chest. Could it be that this treasure chest was safe? Still, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel uneasy. He spoke up. I don't know if there's danger around this treasure chest. Be careful when approaching it. If you encounter any danger, let me know immediately. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying felt very happy, so he really cared about her. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying said, alright, I will now start using the or to move toward that big treasure chest. I won't talk anymore for now. I'll contact you again after I obtain this large treasure chest. Alright, I also need to expand my raft now. There are too many things, almost no space left. Chapter 53, Zombie Island? We can't possibly land there. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he started working on his own task, expanding his raft. Tang Shuiwei, who was rowing the boat, nearly dropped the oar in shock after hearing Luo Feng's words. She already knew Luo Feng's raft was huge. For him to still worry that this already massive raft might not be big enough to carry enough supplies. Really, comparing people to each other was enough to make one die of envy. But after spending so much time with Luo Feng, she had already become aware of his capabilities. She had become somewhat accustomed to him. So, she began making her way toward that large treasure chest. Tang Shuiwei knew that Luo Feng loved opening treasure chests. If she could give this large chest to him, it would definitely make him very happy. At this moment, Luo Feng had already started expanding his raft. His raft had already been extremely large from the beginning. Luo Feng's raft, perfect tier raft, 10 by 10 meters. Others' rafts, common tier raft, 2 by 2 meters. Right now, for most people, besides themselves and a grappling hook, there was practically nothing else on their rafts. Luo Feng's raft was 25 times the size of a regular person's raft. Even with that, Luo Feng was still worried about not having enough space for food storage. He had already begun his expansion work. Taking this opportunity, Luo Feng also glanced at the channel 9527 chat. Now, the chat channel had undergone a slight change. There was now a prefix at the beginning of the channel name. It must be the exclusive chat channel for their 9527C zone. Luo Feng didn't know how many such zones existed in total, but based on his past experience with games, these zones probably functioned similarly to starter villages in online games. They weren't too difficult and suitable for beginners to develop and grow. Once these newbies were developed to a certain degree, they could proceed to higher level C zones. At that time, players from different C zones would most likely encounter each other. But even if that were the case, it would be something for later. Right now, almost everyone's first priority was to survive. It had already been a day and a night since they entered this ocean survival game. Many people had already made some gains. However, many others, driven to their limits from thirst or hunger, ultimately gave up and jumped into the ocean. Luo Feng could only feel sympathy for those people but couldn't help them. Luo Feng wasn't a great saint, and he certainly wouldn't give away his food for free to others voluntarily. At this moment, Luo Feng opened the trading platform to see what everyone was trading. Through the earlier event with the treasure map fragments, Luo Feng had already learned something. That when some people obtained good things, they wouldn't trade them at all. Some still fantasized about collecting all the treasure map fragments themselves, and then finding the real treasure. Excellent tier raft expansion blueprint 4, would asterisk 40. Good tier spear blueprint 4, would asterisk 20. Inflatable doll blueprint 4, food asterisk 3. Vigor pill asterisk 1, 4, good tier spear asterisk 1. Hoppy orange asterisk 1, 4, fruit asterisk 10. After seeing these trade listings, Luo Feng was truly amazed at the variety. Absolutely all sorts of things. Various strange and bizarre items were being exchanged. Now Luo Feng was certainly broadening his horizons. However, the levels of these items weren't particularly high. So far, there had not been a single artifact or blueprint above perfect tier. Even perfect tier artifacts were extremely rare. After all, not everyone could cheat like Luo Feng. For regular players, obtaining items from common chests usually resulted in low-level items. Then Luo Feng turned his attention back to the chat channel. Why are you guys able to get food and water while I haven't gotten anything at all so far? Don't even talk about treasure chests. I haven't even seen a single piece of wood. Is this related to my luck stat being only 2? I was already so unlucky in the real world. Why am I still so unlucky after entering this game world? Brothers, anyone have any items that can help improve that area? I need some. If this continues, I might not be able to hold on much longer. As payment, fish, we can split them 50-50. Damn it. So you actually dare to show up here again. I tried your method. If it weren't because I slipped and sat down by accident, I would have been scared half to death. You owe me some fish as compensation, quick. I'm the unluckiest one of all. I discovered an island and was super excited to land on it. But after I stepped onto the island, I got so scared that I ran off immediately. Can you guess what I saw on that island? I saw a huge number of zombies, exactly like those in the movie Resident Evil. It was really terrifying. Luckily, I ran fast enough. Otherwise, I might have died. OMG, bro, are you hurt anywhere? If you are, you need to say it early because the virus is contagious. After reading these messages, Luo Feng noticed one person's comment that particularly caught his attention. It seemed that someone had really discovered a zombie island. It appeared this person had quite good luck. Now that more people were discovering islands, Luo Feng had grown even more curious about the islands shown in his myriad island identification manual. Luo Feng still wanted to explore these various islands thoroughly. Luo Feng didn't waste time either and began acquiring a large number of time accelerators. Now that the players were obtaining higher level items, some of them had gradually realized the importance of time accelerators. After all, time was extremely valuable for everyone now. The earlier they could produce high-level items, the quicker they could accumulate food and supplies in the early stages. This time, Luo Feng managed to collect a total of 10 hours worth of time accelerators, which he considered quite satisfactory. The only thing that disappointed Luo Feng was that he hadn't personally obtained even a single time accelerator yet. Otherwise, with his divine level billions of times reward system, triggering a high multiplier would have given him an abundant supply of time accelerators without worry. Just as Luo Feng was about to close this chat channel, he suddenly noticed a message from someone. Zhang San, I saw a huge mark on this island, a track more than a meter wide. It's very likely left behind by some kind of giant snake. Chapter 54, a treasure chest that can change size? Turtle eggs turn into Xuanwu eggs? I'm still thinking whether I should go deeper or not, guys. Any opinions? Brother Zhang San, what's there to be afraid of a giant snake? Don't be a coward. Just charge ahead. We should look up to Su Xian. You can be the next great hero. If we go by what Zhang San described, that snake must be at least 1 meter wide. It could swallow Zhang San whole in one bite. Even if you confront it head-on, it would be like stirring a large vat with chopsticks. Suggestion, just run away. Luo Feng saw Zhang San's message and was momentarily taken aback. Among the 3 people he had encountered before, there was indeed someone named Zhang San. Based on Zhang San's description, it was highly likely that there was a gigantic snake on this island. If just the trail it left behind was 1 meter wide, the snake might nearly be 2 meters in width. Even if it wasn't quite 2 meters wide, at least 1 meter was certain. That was just too terrifying. Luo Feng instinctively felt a chill on his back. If he really ran into such a monstrous snake, he wasn't sure he could beat it at all. Thus, Luo Feng instinctively looked deeper into the island. The island's interior must contain many animals of enormous size. After all, this was a giant series island. It was quite normal for everything to be larger. Thinking of this, Luo Feng glanced at the giant chicken he had killed nearby. Would that chicken attract some other ferocious beasts here? He couldn't keep thinking like this. It only got scarier the more he thought. Luo Feng recalled the evaluation of this giant series island. Its danger level was only 3 stars. How could it possibly be this terrifying? Thinking this, Luo Feng sent a message. If you 3-spot that giant snake on the island and confirm its existence, let me know about its whereabouts. Feng Xin, I will reward you accordingly. Right after Luo Feng sent this message, the chat channel exploded instantly. After all, nowadays, in the entire sea area 9527, nobody didn't know the name of the famous Shura. Therefore, all these people were highly attentive toward Luo Feng. Grass, did the mighty Shura finally show up? Shura God, seeing how much material you've gathered, could you share some tips with us? Never thought the news about a giant snake would actually draw out the mighty Shura. Could it be that Shura God is planning to kill this snake? How could that be possible? A snake more than a meter thick and at least estimated to be 50 meters long. I refuse to believe Shura God can defeat such a monster. If Shura God really kills that snake, I'll eat nothing but crap for 3 meals every day. Trying to cheat and get free food, huh? In this ocean world, crap isn't something you can just eat whenever you want. We haven't eaten for a day, and we can't even poop. Zhang San, alright mighty Shura. If we run into that snake, we'll notify you first thing. Seeing Zhang San's reply, Luo Feng no longer lingered in the chat channel. Right now, he felt a bit anxious. Earlier, even just one big chicken had given Luo Feng a lot of trouble. If he encountered other beasts, it would likely be even more dangerous. At this moment, Luo Feng needed to improve his combat capability as soon as possible. Currently, his available combat methods were still somewhat limited. Next, he'd see whether Tang Shuiying had obtained anything good from that special treasure chest. However, Tang Shuiying hadn't contacted Luo Feng yet, so it seemed she hadn't gotten it yet. Luo Feng didn't rush. After all, haste makes waste. Therefore, Luo Feng began expanding his perfect grade raft. Just after Luo Feng had spent about 5 minutes expanding it, he received a message from Tang Shuiying. Luo Feng, I've gotten the treasure chest. However, the treasure chest shape is a bit strange right now. Don't be shocked, okay? Hearing Tang Shuiying's excited tone, Luo Feng also felt very happy. Finally, this special treasure chest had been obtained. At this moment, a trade prompt appeared in front of Luo Feng. Treasure chest that can change size, trade none. After seeing the description of this treasure chest, Luo Feng almost spat out the coconut juice he had just sipped. The name of this treasure chest really was amusing. Can change size? At first glance, Luo Feng almost misread it as, can go to the bathroom? Luo Feng then wondered, how could there be so many special treasure chests in this ocean world? Were there treasure chests that could sing, dance, or even play basketball? At this point, Luo Feng stopped overthinking and simply accepted the treasure chest. The treasure chest that can change size. Immediately, a very small bronze treasure chest appeared in Luo Feng's hands. This treasure chest was only as big as Luo Feng's palm. Moreover, it seemed to be shrinking slowly. Luo Feng was shocked when he saw this, never expecting that this treasure chest could be so special. Who knew what good things might be inside this chest? Just as Luo Feng, filled with excitement, was about to open this size-changing treasure chest, suddenly, his perfect-grade fishing rod trembled slightly. Noticing this change, Luo Feng was immediately stunned. He hadn't expected that his perfect-grade fishing rod, which had been idle for a long time, would finally catch something. Wasn't this interrupting Luo Feng's pleasant mood? After thinking for a moment, Luo Feng took the small treasure chest and walked over to the fishing rod. Anyway, the treasure chest that could change sizes was already in his hand. There was no hurry to open it right away. Rather, considering how long it had been since his perfect-grade fishing rod had caught anything, he should check what good things this fishing rod might bring. Thus, Luo Feng directly placed the size-changing treasure chest into his pocket. Then, he lifted up the perfect-grade fishing rod. Luo Feng saw a round object hanging on the hook. This was actually an egg? Just as Luo Feng was surprised, a system notification appeared. Obtain turtle egg, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtain Xuanwu egg, +1. What? Turtle egg? Xuanwu egg? After hearing the system's voice, Luo Feng almost doubted whether he had heard it correctly. The turtle egg had turned into a Xuanwu egg? As a descendant of the Chinese nation, Luo Feng was quite familiar with the 4 divine beasts. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, and White Tiger. These were all mythical beasts from legends, yet now they had appeared before Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng was incredibly excited. He no longer cared about the size-changing treasure chest. Let it keep shrinking for now. Luo Feng wanted to examine this Xuanwu egg. Perhaps his very first pet was finally within reach. How great it would be if the pet leaderboard could be activated now. Chapter 55. 100,000 times the reward. Emperor's 6-flavor pill? In that case, if Luo Feng had a Xuanwu as a pet, just how impressive would that be? If, because of this Xuanwu egg, Luo Feng activated the pet ranking list, then this harvest would be enormous. If that were the case, would Luo Feng's shocking value be small? Even shocking value was trivial. After all, the lifespan had increased by +1 from the previous resource ranking. Using analogical reasoning, it was likely that activating the pet ranking would also offer lifespan rewards. Even if it didn't reward lifespan, there would definitely be other prizes. In any case, the reward wouldn't be bad. If it once again rewarded a lifespan +1, and Luo Feng casually triggered a high multiple reward, then Luo Feng would really hit the jackpot. Thinking of this, Luo Feng no longer delayed. At this moment, the Xuanwu egg's attribute description also appeared before Luo Feng. Xuanwu egg. Level, unknown. Hatching condition, drop a drop of blood to establish ownership. Description, upon successful hatching, you will obtain 1 Xuanwu as a pet. Xuanwu is the supreme ruler of the waters. Once you own this pet, you will truly experience the feeling of home wherever the seas may be. Xuanwu's body is extraordinarily massive and grows without limitation. Even reaching the size of an island is possible. After reading the description, Luo Feng was truly stunned. Because he noticed the last sentence in the description, the Xuanwu's body could actually grow as large as an island. At this moment, Luo Feng glanced at the huge island before him. If the Xuanwu could really grow this big, wouldn't that be truly terrifying? In that case, wouldn't Luo Feng be able to move around freely at sea? Back then, he could even set up his home on this giant Xuanwu. However, this was merely Luo Feng's pleasant imagination. He didn't know whether such a realm could actually be reached in the future. Luo Feng didn't dwell on it too much. He decided to focus on handling the current matter first. Therefore, Luo Feng directed his attention back to the hatching conditions of the Xuanwu egg. Dropping blood to claim ownership? Why did this sound so similar to some scenes from novels? Dropping a single drop of blood could make a creature recognize its master? In the past, Luo Feng would never believe something like this. But now, Luo Feng could only obediently take out a small knife. He was about to bleed. Looking at the small knife in his hand, and then at his finger, for a moment, he hesitated to proceed. After all, self-harm wasn't something Luo Feng could easily do. No other reason, mainly because he was afraid of pain. But then, Luo Feng looked at the turtle egg, which originally was the size of an egg. After becoming a Xuanwu egg, it had grown directly to the size of a basketball, probably about the size of an E-cup now. Luo Feng thought that hatching this large Xuanwu egg would grant him a Xuanwu, and possibly even lifespan. Therefore, Luo Feng gritted his teeth, directly took the small knife, and made a cut on his finger, dripping the blood onto the massive Xuanwu egg. The moment the blood landed on the Xuanwu egg, it was slowly absorbed by it. Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. So this, dropping blood to claim ownership, really did seem to work. Just then, a thought occurred to Luo Feng. If a girl obtained a pet egg, she wouldn't need to cut her finger, because girls naturally had their monthly bleeding. As Luo Feng was having such random thoughts, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player, blood recognition successful. The Xuanwu egg begins to hatch. Hatching time, 24 hours. What? The hatching time is really this long? Seeing that the Xuanwu egg required a full day to hatch, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel like complaining. However, Luo Feng could do nothing about it, and could only wait patiently. Thinking of this, Luo Feng set aside the Xuanwu egg and took out the ever-shrinking treasure chest from his pocket. Right now, the treasure chest had already shrunk to the size of Luo Feng's thumb. When Luo Feng saw this, he was greatly shocked. It really was a unique treasure chest. Thus, Luo Feng no longer delayed. Otherwise, if the treasure chest continued shrinking and he didn't notice in time, it might become a problem. Luo Feng directly used 2 fingers to open the small treasure chest. Opening the ever-shrinking treasure chest. Obtained common 6-flavor Remania pill, +1. Obtained excellent level eat banana, +1. Obtained good level bra, +1. 100,000 times the reward. Obtained epic level emperor's 6-flavor pill, +1. Obtained legendary level eat golden banana, +10. Obtained epic level reed bra, +10. After Luo Feng saw this round of rewards, he was completely stunned. Then he immediately fell into an ecstatic state. Today his luck was truly bursting at the seams. It seemed Luo Feng had finally transitioned from being an unlucky person to a truly fortunate one. Triggering a 100,000 times reward not once, but twice in a row, this brought him an enormous surprise. However, after seeing the names of these items, Luo Feng's expression became rather complicated. Why did the names of these 3 items seem so suspicious? Especially after seeing the first item, the Remania pill, or rather, the Emperor's 6-flavor pill. Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Could it be that his secret had been discovered? Had the system found out that Luo Feng needed such items to give his body some special reinforcement? Or was the system simply being extra considerate? Who knew? Maybe next time he would get a bottle of kidney tonic tablets. Luo Feng stopped his wild imagination. He stared at the large black pill in his hand, deep in thought. Could this really be the Emperor's 6-flavor pill? It didn't look anything like the small pellets he had seen before. Thinking this, Luo Feng no longer hesitated and began examining the black pill's attributes. Emperor's 6-flavor pill. Rarity, epic. Description: this pill is a highly concentrated and powerfully enhanced version of the traditional 6-flavor Remania pill, an upgraded formula 10,000 times more potent than the original. Taking just one pill can charge your body with endless energy. This item allows for continuous combat over 3 full days and 3 nights without issue. Endless energy. Note: this effect won't activate immediately after taking the pill. First, it will begin improving your body. After all, your health is the foundation of everything. Effects: Strength +3, Agility +3, Constitution +3. This. After reading the description of the black pill, no, the Emperor's 6-flavor pill, Luong was so shocked that he could hardly speak. The power of this epic-level Emperor's 6-flavor pill was truly overwhelming. Chapter 56, Size-Adjustable Golden Banana, increased tenfold. This was literally the dream item for Luong. With this item, Luong wouldn't have to worry about weak physical condition ever again. Thinking about it, Luong didn't hesitate at all and directly swallowed this epic-grade Luong Dihuan pill. After Luong finished consuming the black pill, he immediately felt a surge of energy spreading from his abdomen throughout his entire body. Along with the spreading of this energy, Luong felt his body rapidly changing. Luong could clearly sense he was becoming stronger. This transformation process lasted 3 minutes before finally ending. By the time everything was over, Luong was already soaked in sweat, his whole body dripping wet. At this moment, Luong didn't rush to do anything else. He simply took a quick cold shower. After all, under the current condition, his body felt sticky and uncomfortable, making it impossible to continue otherwise. While showering, Luong took a glance at his attribute data. Name: Luong. ID: 54,188. Lifespan: 79 years. Shock value: 54321. Maximum reward multiplier: 100000. Basic attributes: Strength 12, Agility 13, Stamina 12, Mental Strength 11, Intelligence 11. Special attributes: Charisma 11, Luck 9. Most other data had barely changed, but his basic attributes, Strength, Agility, and Stamina, had each increased by 3 points. Previously, due to staying up late gaming and certain indescribable reasons, Luong's physical condition hadn't even reached normal human levels. However, things had now taken a dramatic turn. These 3 attributes had already far exceeded the normal human level. Essentially, they were at the maximum limits humans could reach through training. And these weren't just simple plus 3 stat boosts. Right now, Luong's body was noticeably faster, more enduring, and more powerful. With that, combined with the epic grade spear, his combat strength had increased significantly. As for the other functions mentioned about the Luong Dihuan pill, he could discuss them with Tang Shuang another time. Luong even conducted a small test, and found out he could lift a full bucket of water, one truly scary thing. At this moment, Luong's confidence had increased dramatically. Just as Luong was about to continue checking the other items, suddenly he received a message. Opening it, he saw it was from Zhang San. Hello Godsia. We 3 just witnessed something truly terrifying. That giant snake we mentioned before might actually exist. When we advanced in a different direction, we encountered the same tracks again. However, this time the tracks were slightly different. There were traces of blood on the track. Looking at it this way, it's highly possible these bloodstains were left by the giant snake. This snake must be injured. After we saw the situation, we didn't dare stay there for long, and immediately left to report this to you. After reading the message, Luong frowned slightly. He wasn't particularly surprised by the snake's existence. After all, being on a giant series island, having a big snake wasn't strange. But the fact that there existed a creature powerful enough to injure such a massive snake was indeed shocking. It looked like this giant series island was far more complex than Luong had imagined. Previously, Luong might have been unwilling to enter this island, but now, he had sufficient confidence. Certainly, there would be excellent treasures hidden within this island. The most important thing was, Luong had just glanced at the description of the legendary level size-adjustable golden banana. With such a treasure, Luong no longer needed to fear exploring the island. Even if he met the giant snake, he wouldn't be afraid. Thinking about this, Luong sent a message to Zhang San. Alright, this information is very useful to me. If you find anything else, please let me know. As for these supplies, just take them for now. Shark Meat X3, trade empty. Alright, we will notify you immediately upon discovering anything else. But we dare not follow the trail where the big snake appeared, so we can only move in this direction. After reading the message from Zhang San, Luong didn't say anything else. He understood clearly. If those 3 really encountered the big snake, survival would be nearly impossible. So, Luong didn't ask them to search for the giant snake. After Luong finished dealing with everything, he picked up the size-adjustable golden banana with an excited expression. Just moments ago, Luong had already read the description of this size-adjustable golden banana. With this treasure, Luong's upcoming life at sea would surely become much more comfortable. Size-adjustable golden banana. Rarity, legendary. Description: after consuming this item, your body can be freely enlarged or shrunk at will. Function: maximum enlargement up to 10-fold. Minimum reduction to 1% of original size. Duration: 30 minutes. That's also why Luong, who previously still felt a bit worried that the giant snake might come after him, suddenly wasn't too concerned anymore, and even started thinking about heading deeper into the island for exploration. The reason behind this sudden change? It was precisely because Luong had seen the description of this legendary grade size-adjustable golden banana. This size-adjustable golden banana not only allowed Luong's combat abilities on land to increase significantly, but it could also greatly enhance Luong's strength in other environments as well. Luong had especially noticed that this golden banana allowed any part of his body to enlarge. In that case, things would become much more convenient in the future when handling certain tasks. Because sometimes, effectiveness didn't necessarily require the entire body to be enlarged. Partial enlargement had its own advantages, just as full body enlargement had its own benefits too. Right now, Luo Feng stood at 1.8 meters tall. If he could grow tenfold, that would make him 18 meters high. In this giant series island, although he wouldn't be able to do as he pleased entirely, at least his safety would be greatly ensured. Once Luo Feng finished organizing all his items, he was ready to venture deep into the island. He wanted to explore whether there were treasures like a spatial ring. Otherwise, carrying so many items around without storage would become quite inconvenient. Chapter 57. The Mermaid Queen is about to arrive. If there's too much food and it attracts the attention of large creatures in the ocean, it could cause some trouble. Now Luo Feng has also come to realize that the ocean holds much more than just ordinary great white sharks. As Luo Feng was thinking, deep beneath the ocean below the island, there was a bubble emitting a 7-colored glow slowly rising toward the surface. Inside this colorful bubble slept the Mermaid Queen. If Luo Feng saw the appearance of the Mermaid Queen, he would surely be shocked, because she looked absolutely identical to the Mermaid Queen statue he had been playing with earlier. Of course, Luo Feng had no knowledge of this. At this moment, Luo Feng was wondering. He had already used the Mermaid Queen's call, but why hadn't the Mermaid Queen shown up even after so long? Could it be that it was ineffective? However, this was merely a sudden thought. Soon after, he redirected his attention toward the last item. Looking at the protective jaw in his hand, Luo Feng's expression was rather complicated. What kind of things had he been getting day after day? Luckily, there was Tang Shuiying. Otherwise, Luo Feng wouldn't know how to deal with these feminine items. Then, the description of the size-adjusting protection doll appeared before Luo Feng. Size-adjusting protection doll. Grade, Epic. Description, this protective doll can be resized according to the will of the user, and it can also change shape based on the user's desires. Looking at the 10 size-adjusting protection doll in his hands, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Judging from this description, this size-adjusting protection doll seemed to go quite well with the Epic Glow Pawpaw Cream. In the future, if Luo Feng planned to sell these things, he could consider making a combo package. Thinking of this, Luo Feng felt that Tang Shuiying was probably getting quite impatient waiting. She must also be quite curious about what was inside the chest that could change size. But Luo Feng was equally curious. What was Tang Shuiying's luck value? Such a treasure chest, which carried absolutely no danger, had actually been opened by her. Therefore, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying, saying, I've already opened that size-changing chest. Do you want to know what's inside? Upon hearing this from Luo Feng, Tang Shuiying paused her current exercise movements. Right now, she was trying to pick up again the Taekwondo and Sanda she had learned previously. Because as she became more familiar with this ocean game, she came to understand that this ocean world wasn't as simple as just finding food and water to survive safely. There might be other dangers ahead, sea monsters, enemies, animals, and so on. She didn't want to be a useless trophy, so whenever she had time, she started training herself. Right now, however, she felt pain in her chest, mainly because of her. Now, combined with her intense exercise, it was truly unbearable. When Tang Shuiying stopped, Luo Feng heard the sound from the other end, and his face slightly changed. Could it be that Shuiying was doing something indecent? Could she be doing something like? Otherwise, why would she make such an alluring sound? At that moment, Luo Feng found himself unable to say anything that came to his mind. Thinking about this, Luo Feng said, You go ahead and do your thing. I'll talk to you after you're done. Banana *10, exchange none. Looking at the 10 bananas in front of her, Tang Shuiying instantly realized what Luo Feng had meant. She had been misunderstood by Luo Feng. Now, Tang Shuiying's face was already flushed red, delicate and tempting, like a ripe red apple. She had never done anything like that before. If Luo Feng continued to misunderstand her, she wouldn't be able to explain herself at all. This was not something suitable to discuss with a guy. But if she didn't explain it now, there might not be another opportunity afterward. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiying spoke up, saying, Luo Feng, it's not like what you're thinking. It's because I used the Epic Glow Pawpaw Cream you gave me on that area, and it worked really well. That's why I made that sound while practicing martial arts. Upon hearing this from Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng's face also showed embarrassment. Fortunately, he wasn't standing directly in front of Tang Shuiying. Otherwise, the situation would have been really awkward. Thinking about it, Luo Feng said, So it was this issue. But in the future, you won't have to worry about this anymore. I've already found a solution for you. However, let's not talk about that for now. I have a question for you. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng say this, she immediately felt very curious. Could Luo Feng actually have a solution to her problem? Could it be that Luo Feng had a large stock of something? Well, since Luo Feng had already said he wanted to ask a question, she didn't feel the need to rush. Anyway, there was no hurry at the moment. She stopped the martial arts movements she was performing. Otherwise, if she suddenly made that kind of sound again while talking with Luo Feng, it would be rather embarrassing. Thinking this, Tang Shuiying spoke up, saying, What question do you have? If I know the answer, I'll definitely tell you. At this moment, Luo Feng didn't hesitate either. He asked about something he had always wanted to know. It's not a big deal really. I just wanted to ask, what is your luck value? That special attribute, luck value. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng say this, she was momentarily stunned. She really hadn't expected Luo Feng to suddenly ask such a question, although she didn't understand what Luo Feng was getting at by asking this. Chapter 58, A Lie of Goodwill? Luck value 36? Still, she looked at her own attributes, and a smile appeared on her face. Happily, she said, Let me see, my luck value is 18. That's much higher than normal people, isn't it? What's your luck value? Surely yours must be even higher than mine. Hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng nearly spat blood. Her luck value was already abnormally high. No wonder Tang Shuiying always encountered so many treasure chests. It made sense now. That's why she kept finding so many. In Luo Feng's eyes, however, Tang Shuiying's greatest stroke of luck had been meeting him. This wasn't out of narcissism, it was just a fact. As for Tang Shuiying's question, Luo Feng was momentarily lost in thought. He couldn't possibly tell her his luck value was only 9, barely half of hers. If he did, his image in Tang Shuiying's eyes would definitely suffer. Plus, It would be hard to explain the source of all his items then. At this moment, Luo Feng had no choice but to make a decision, to tell a small white lie. Thinking this through, Luo Feng replied, "My luck value is 36. Seems like both of us have quite high luck values. I kept wondering how you could continuously find those special treasure chests. It turns out that's the reason." After all, nobody could actually see Luo Feng's luck value, so claiming it was 36 wouldn't be refutable. In fact, there might be quite a few people who'd believe him. After all, considering how many resources Luo Feng had gained so quickly since arriving in this ocean world, having low luck wouldn't make sense. This was also something of a charm for Luo Feng. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Xue's mouth dropped wide open in shock, her expression filled with disbelief, as if she'd just heard something impossible. After all, a normal person's luck value was around 10, and hers was 18. She'd assumed her own luck value was pretty decent. But now, Luo Feng's was 36, double hers. No wonder he had obtained so many incredible items in such a short time. Realizing this, Tang Xue looked at him enviously and said, "Luo Feng, you're amazing. Such a high luck value." Upon hearing what Tang Xueying said, Luo Feng smiled and replied, "Actually, it's not really worth envying. I've got even better things in store. You'll see them later when the time comes. But now, let's drop this. Here's an item I just obtained. It's for you. You can use it. Epic grade, size adaptable aura trade, none." Seeing the name of the item, Tang Xue was shocked. Luo Feng had acquired yet another epic grade item? That was just too amazing. Was this really the effect of having a luck value of 36? Tang Xue didn't hesitate further and immediately accepted this epic grade, size adaptable aura. After she read the description of this item, she was genuinely stunned. It was actually this powerful? Now, Tang Xue's face was flushed with excitement and joy. With this epic grade size adaptable aura, she no longer had to worry about growing any further. Now she could finally use the epic grade glow calming fruit ointment fearlessly. Just as Tang Xue was about to start removing her current item, suddenly, she heard Luo Feng's voice. "Oh, I just noticed there's a chat channel for creating a team room, so I went ahead and created one. That way, in the future when we meet people we know, we can invite them into our private room. The room password is still the same old one. You should remember it, right?" Luo Feng, having just discovered this teaming feature, decided to create his own small channel to make future communication easier. Otherwise, some things couldn't really be discussed in the public area chat. Didn't everyone have some private matters to deal with? Earlier, Wang Hao and his 4 companions had used their team channel to plot how to deal with Luo Feng. Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Xue frowned slightly. She knew her younger sister Tang Xueying and Luo Feng frequently played together and naturally knew the special room password. Though she'd used the password before, she had never taken effort to memorize it. If she had to suddenly recall it, she wasn't entirely sure. At that thought, a sudden sense of panic welled up in Tang Xue's chest. Was this Luo Feng suspecting her? Was he deliberately testing her? Now, Tang Xue still didn't know. Had Luo Feng noticed her true identity when he had collapsed? Or perhaps, Luo Feng had actually known her identity from the very beginning, but deliberately pretended not to? Tang Xue had, in fact, long been thinking about revealing her true identity, but she had never found the courage. She feared, if she revealed herself, what if she lost Luo Feng? Once someone falls in love with another person, they inevitably become anxious and insecure. Thinking for a moment, Tang Xue finally spoke up based on her memory. "Of course I remember. The room password should be." After finishing her words, Tang Xue felt somewhat anxious. After all, that password was based entirely on her memory. Soon, she heard Luo Feng's reply. "That's exactly the password. If you want to come in now, you can. Although there's no one inside at the moment, you can save it for later use." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Xue breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her memory was still reliable, but she had also made up her mind. Next time, she would find an opportunity to tell Luo Feng that she was, in fact, Tang Xue. With this thought in mind, Tang Xue said, "I'll go in now." Soon, Tang Xue entered Luo Feng's room. After handling all of this, Tang Xue spoke up again. "Alright, I'm going to switch out the size adaptable aura you gave me now, so I won't be chatting for a bit." Through her prolonged interactions and conversations with Luo Feng, Tang Xue had slowly grown more confident, allowing her to bring up such matters with him. Hearing Tang Xueying's words, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a slight emotional stir. Still, Luo Feng had no intention of peeking. He was a proper gentleman. After all, such dishonorable acts were not for him. Thinking this through, Luo Feng replied, "Alright, then go ahead and take care of it." Chapter 59. Jingang's distant relative? Little Golden? I'll treat you to a nice meal at noon. That way I can properly reward you for bringing me such a wonderful special treasure chest. When Tang Xue heard Luo Feng say this, a smile appeared on her face. As long as she could earn Luo Feng's praise, she was already completely satisfied. Thinking about it, Tang Xue replied, "Alright, anything you treat me to, I'm willing to eat. Tonight's dinner, allow me to treat you instead." When Luo Feng heard Tang Xueying's words, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Tang Xueying to invite him for dinner. He wondered what delicious dish she could possibly prepare for him. Thinking about it, Luo Feng responded, "Alright then, I won't cook dinner. I'll just eat what you prepare. I've never tasted your cooking before, so this will be a rare opportunity to enjoy it. If you need anything, just let me know." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Xue paused for a moment and replied, "As for ingredients, I can only find whatever is available on the trading platform. What I can cook depends on what I find. Please don't mind if it's not perfect. By the way, what are we having for lunch today? After I finish up here, I'll see if I can find some suitable seasonings." When Luo Feng heard Tang Xueying's words, he smiled and said, "I just killed a huge chicken today. At noon, I'll treat you to chicken. It'll be a change in taste while also replenishing nutrients. This chicken, by the way, is an excellent grade 1. Consuming it will significantly benefit the body. Since that's settled, I won't disturb you any further. You continue with your tasks. I also have things to do." After exploring this giant sea island for a day, Tomorrow I'll head straight toward your direction to find you. Since we're already in the same sea area, the distance can't be too far. We'll see each other soon enough. After finishing his words, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. Since Tang Shuiying was about to replace the size-adaptable protection cover, it would be inappropriate for Luo Feng to disturb her. Thus, he resumed his work of expanding his perfect level raft. Once this raft was expanded, Luo Feng would look for an opportunity to thoroughly test out the legendary level size-adaptable golden banana. He wondered what experience it would be like to become 10 times larger in size. At this moment, Tang Shuiying didn't rush to replace the epic level size-adaptable cover. After a period of training just now, coupled with the hot weather, she was already sweating profusely. Her whole body was sticky and extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, she planned to finish taking a bath before putting on the epic level size-adaptable cover. Tang Shuiying prepared a basin of water, planning to sunbathe it for a while before starting her bath. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng completed the expansion of his raft. Previously, Luo Feng's raft was 10 by 10. Now, Luo Feng's raft was 15 by 15. Believe it or not, after eating the epic level 6 Taste Emperor pill, Luo Feng's physical attributes had all been enhanced. As a result, his work efficiency had significantly improved. After finishing the expansion of the raft, Luo Feng turned his gaze towards that excellent grade large chicken. This chicken was an important food source for Luo Feng in the future. Therefore, Luo Feng went over and dragged the chicken carcass, weighing over 1,000 pounds, toward the beach. This was only possible because Luo Feng's strength had increased. Even so, he barely managed to move the 1,000-pound chicken carcass with the assistance of the legendary level hook. Luo Feng didn't want to leave the chicken too far away. Otherwise, if that giant snake showed up and stole it, it would be a big problem. If that snake dared to come after Luo Feng, he wouldn't mind using the legendary level size-adaptable golden banana to teach the snake a good lesson. Just after Luo Feng dragged the chicken over and was about to rest, suddenly he heard a furious roar. This sound came from deep within the sea island. It echoed across the sky. Instantly, the entire sea island became extremely lively. Various animals began running wildly, while giant birds flew about in confusion. This sudden commotion startled Luo Feng. Something big was happening inside the island. Quickly, Luo Feng pulled out his legendary level telescope and peered into the depths of the island. However, since the island was filled with massive trees, the visibility distance of his telescope wasn't particularly far. When Luo Feng caught sight of a huge black shadow through the gaps, he froze momentarily, a look of shock appearing on his face. Because Luo Feng seemed to have seen an enormous black gorilla. At this moment, a name surfaced in Luo Feng's mind. Jinggong. Jinggong, is that you? Why did you leave Skull Island and come here? Could it be that there's a beautiful woman here? Right now, Luo Feng's mind was racing with too many thoughts. Because just not long ago, Luo Feng had watched the movie King Kong vs. Godzilla, so he was quite familiar with King Kong. However, obviously, this was not King Kong. Most likely, this was just a distant relative of King Kong's. After seeing this gorilla, Luo Feng recalled what Zhang San had told him earlier about the giant snake being injured. Judging from the appearance of things, the snake must have fought with this gorilla not long ago. As for why they fought, from Luo Feng's experience, it was very likely that they were fighting over some kind of treasure. Otherwise, there would be no need for the snake to provoke the gorilla in the first place. After all, there were many animals on this island that the snake could hunt. Since there might be treasure involved, Luo Feng definitely wanted to go have a look. As the old saying goes, since we've already come, how could we possibly leave empty-handed? Moreover, Luo Feng already had the legendary level size adaptable golden banana. He had no intention of leaving now. However, Luo Feng did not rush to charge in immediately. He planned to wait until after lunch, then slowly enter the island to explore. First, he wanted to see if he could find anything useful. If there was truly nothing to gain, he would go looking for the gorilla. Ideally, those two large animals would wear each other down, so Luo Feng could reap the benefit. Thinking about this, Luo Feng couldn't help but internally complain. Back in the movies, King Kong could handle Godzilla with ease. But now, this distant cousin of King Kong was already struggling just fighting a giant snake. How embarrassing. Looks like Luo Feng would have to personally step in. He had never even tasted giant snake meat before. He wondered how it would taste. Probably nutritious. He wasn't sure whether it would be better to make soup or barbecue. Chapter 60. Circle, oval, triangle, square, calculating area. Just as Luo Feng was fantasizing about how to cook and eat the giant snake, suddenly he received a message. When Luo Feng checked, it was actually from Zhang San. Since Luo Feng had nothing better to do at the moment, he opened the message. Words appeared before his eyes. Hello Supreme God Xia Luo, we just happened to see a giant shadow deep inside the island, but couldn't clearly identify exactly what kind of animal it is. However, judging by its size, this creature must be at least 20 meters tall. This island is somewhat dangerous, so we came to inform you. After finishing reading the message, Luo Feng replied to Zhang San. That's just a distant relative of Jinggong, nothing worth getting worked up over. Since you're so proactive in gathering information for me, let me give you a warning. All the animals on this island are much bigger than ordinary ones. Whether you want to keep exploring is entirely up to you. I won't say anything else. After speaking, Luo Feng closed this chat channel. He wasn't particularly close to these people, so he could only say that much. Just at this moment, Luo Feng suddenly recalled something and wanted to speak to Tang Shuiying. Once he finished discussing that matter, he would begin preparing lunch. The meat of this giant chicken had already made Luo Feng crave to taste it. After all, a chicken this big, he had never even seen one, let alone eaten one. Now quite some time had passed, so Tang Shuiying should have already worn the legendary size-adjusting cloak, right? Thinking about this, Luo Feng also wanted to see how it looked on her. Plus, he could casually observe whether any other islands had appeared near Tang Shuiying. Therefore, Luo Feng picked up his legendary telescope and used its viewing function. At that moment, the image in his vision changed. Her image appeared before Luo Feng. Seeing the situation, Luo Feng was truly stunned. He never expected that Tang Shuiying would be in such a state at this moment. It caught Luo Feng completely off guard. As Luo Feng continued watching in fascination, suddenly, a white towel moved. It began slowly wiping. Tang Xuewei used the towel with great care, being very cautious not to make any big movements. Because she had previously been injured, visible traces could still be seen. This must be the injury Tang Xueying had previously mentioned. As the towel accidentally touched the scar, Tang Xuewei's eyebrows slightly furrowed, softly moaning in response. At this moment, she didn't deliberately hold back either. After all, no one else was here now, and Luo Feng wouldn't be able to see this anyway. This process lasted about 3 minutes before Tang Xuewei finally cleaned away all the water. Then, she took out something Luo Feng had given her. After reading the description of this epic grade size-adjusting cloak, her face displayed both surprise and a hint of blushing. Because this size-adjusting cloak could also transform in shape, which was truly unbelievable. At this moment, she no longer hesitated, directly putting on the legendary cloak. Sure enough, as soon as she wore it, it began to automatically adjust itself. Seeing this happen, a joyful expression appeared on Tang Xuewei's face. With this item, she would no longer worry about continuing to grow larger. Just at this moment, an extremely bold idea appeared in her mind. She wanted to test the other functions of this epic grade size-adjusting cloak. As this thought surfaced in Tang Xuewei's mind, her face blushed even more. However, she considered that no one else was here anyway, so why not test it right now? Thus, as this thought arose, the size-adjusting cloak began changing. Lace, fringes, fishnet, transparent, polka dots, hollow, triangle, circle, oval, square, rectangle, ring. A few minutes later, she transformed the size-adjusting cloak into dozens of shapes. Every imaginable design had been transformed. Some styles that were never possible to exist in the market could be produced with only a thought from Tang Xuewei. Once finished playing around, Tang Xuewei let the cloak return to the simplest and most ordinary shape. That suited her just fine. In this shape, it provided better support. Otherwise, it might droop down, which would not be desirable. Soon after, Tang Xuewei put her clothes back on. Next, Tang Xuewei was about to start practicing her combat techniques. At this moment, Luo Feng turned off the telescope. Now, his mood was extremely complicated. Where had Luo Feng ever seen such a situation before? Who would have thought there could be so many different styles? This time, Tang Xueying had truly opened a new world for him. Guided by his thirst for knowledge and love for mathematics, Luo Feng decided that the next time he met Tang Xueying, he would definitely calculate the area of those polygons. Since he wanted to calculate their areas, Luo Feng needed to measure the lengths of their sides. His math skills were pretty good. He didn't have to calculate manually, mental math worked too. Still, Luo Feng didn't dare to think too deeply. After all, out here on the ocean, he was completely alone. Thinking too much wouldn't help, especially when there was no one around to help him deal with the thoughts anyway. He wondered when the mermaid queen would arrive. Thinking about this, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Xueying. There's something I need to tell you. It's about the whereabouts of your older sister, Tang Xuewei. At that moment, hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Xuewei's heart skipped a beat. Because she was Tang Xuewei, the one currently searching for her younger sister, Tang Xueying. Chapter 61. Possible whereabouts of Tang Xueying? They had already been in this ocean world for a whole day, yet she had received no information regarding her younger sister, Tang Xueying. At this moment, she felt somewhat worried, wondering whether her younger sister, Tang Xueying, had entered this ocean world at all. If she hadn't entered, that would be fine. But if she had, where could she be now? Thinking about this, Tang Xuewei spoke up. Have you heard any news? At this point, Luo Feng was also planning to share some of his speculations. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and began. Based on my many years of gaming experience, as well as our recent experiences, I've developed some of my own thoughts regarding this ocean survival game. First, let me talk about the possible whereabouts of your older sister, Tang Xuewei. If your older sister were in this same sea area as us, she would have contacted us by now. Therefore, from this, we can deduce that your older sister is not in this sea area. In that case, there are two possibilities. One possibility is that your older sister, Tang Xuewei, didn't enter this ocean survival world at all, meaning we won't be able to find her. The other possibility is that your older sister, Tang Xuewei, also entered this ocean survival world, but she didn't enter our current sea area 9527. Since our area, 9527, has a number assigned to it, there must be other numbered sea areas as well. Therefore, it's possible that your older sister, Tang Xuewei, is now in a different sea area. If I were to guess, it's quite likely that your older sister, Tang Xuewei, is in another sea area. At this moment, after hearing Luo Feng's speculation, Tang Xuewei was immediately stunned by this theory. If that were the case, then her younger sister, Tang Xueying, was very likely also in another sea area. This thought caused Tang Xuewei to become increasingly concerned. How was her younger sister, Tang Xueying, doing in another sea area? Was she in danger? Was she looking for her? Thinking about this, Tang Xuewei began to feel more worried. Could her younger sister, Tang Xueying, who was such a simple and innocent person, survive safely in this ocean world? Thus, Tang Xuewei voiced her concerns somewhat anxiously. Then how can we contact people from other sea areas? I'm worried about her safety. At this point, Luo Feng thought for a moment and replied, right now, there's no known way to communicate with people from other sea areas. However, in the future, there definitely will be opportunities. After all, this is an ocean survival game. Sooner or later, there will be large-scale player encounters. Perhaps once our levels reach a certain point, we'll be able to leave this beginner's sea and head to the main ocean. At that time, there will surely be a central leaderboard. Once my name rises to the top, your older sister, Tang Xuewei, will notice me. Besides, your luck value is already this high. Since you and your older sister, Tang Xuewei, are twins, her luck value probably isn't low either. Therefore, she probably isn't in great danger right now. We should focus on improving our strength quickly. Once we have enough strength, we'll have the ability to search for your older sister, Tang Xuewei. Hearing this, Tang Xuewei's mood calmed slightly. What Luo Feng said made sense. It was most important for them to focus on improving their strength now. Thinking of this, Tang Shuwei spoke, I understand. Since that's the case, I need to train. And I should also salvage some supplies. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng didn't say much more. His purpose in speaking was simply to give Tang Shuiying a glimmer of hope. It would prevent her from worrying too much about her older sister, Tang Shuiwei. Luo Feng knew well how close the twin sisters were. As for Tang Shuiying's mention of training, Luo Feng also knew that the two sisters had originally learned Taekwondo and Sanda together, mainly for self-defense. Luo Feng had accidentally discovered Tang Shuiying's regular practice before and realized she had been under a great deal of pressure. Actually, Luo Feng had one more theory, but he hadn't revealed it to Tang Shuiying. Because this theory was something he had absolutely no confidence in, and also not particularly meaningful. That theory was, Luo Feng suspected that when a player dies in this game world, they might not return directly to the real world. Instead, perhaps their lifespan would be reduced by 30 years, and they would start over in a different sea area. Luo Feng didn't think much about it, and shifted his gaze toward the giant chicken. He was going to have chicken for lunch today. After eating, Luo Feng planned to enter the island for exploration. Who knew what treasures might be hidden inside this giant-themed island? Thinking of this, Luo Feng wasted no time. He picked up his epic-level spear and began dissecting the big chicken. After a while of hard work, Luo Feng successfully cut off quite a few large pieces of chicken meat. He would be having grilled chicken today. As for why he wasn't planning to eat grilled chicken wings or drumsticks, it was mainly because the chicken's wings and legs were extremely oversized. If he tried to barbecue them, there was no way they would cook thoroughly. At this moment, Luo Feng noticed that his shock value had dropped quite low after triggering 2 10,000-fold rewards in a row. This definitely needed a quick replenishment. Later, when Luo Feng entered the island for exploration, if he obtained something valuable but didn't have enough shock value to trigger the reward, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Thinking about this, Luo Feng opened the chat channel. It was currently one of his most important sources for gaining shock value. At this moment, he didn't bother checking the trading section. Instead, he posted a message directly, just asking, how well cooked should grilled chicken be to taste good? Also, there's too much chicken meat, and I can't finish it all. What should I do? As he spoke, Luo Feng also listed a trade. Excellent chicken skewers *100 trade for storage rings *100. It was lunchtime now. Most survivors who could eat were having their meals and chatting on the communication channel. Suddenly, Luo Feng's message and listed trade items instantly caused an uproar among the players. Damn it, the king of showing off is back again. Everyone, run for cover. I want to know, how did the divine King Xiao Luo catch this chicken? Could it be a chicken that swims? Chapter 62. I'm truly having such a hard time. Earlier, I actually encountered a pig that could swim, but unfortunately I couldn't catch up to it, and it got away. Seeing Xiao Luo's chicken, I suddenly felt that the chicken-flavored instant noodles in my hand weren't so appealing anymore. So it's only 100 skewers of chicken? I thought Xiao Luo Deshun had a massive stockpile of chicken or something. Honestly speaking, although I didn't get any chicken myself, even 100 skewers wouldn't make for a full day's meal. Looks like Xiao Luo's vision isn't that great after all. Why does this chicken have the prefix excellent? Could it be that this chicken was exceptional before it died? Looking at his Jingjing value increasing rapidly, Luo Feng thought the speed was still a bit insufficient. He needed something even bigger to create a greater sensation. Excellent grade chicken *500 kilograms, trade space ring *10,000. Luo Feng then sent out a message. Due to the sheer amount of food I've gathered, even though my raft has expanded to 15 by 15, it's still not quite enough. If anyone has a space ring, please contact me quickly. There will be great rewards. The players who saw the weight of the excellent grade chicken were all stunned beyond words. Immediately afterwards, the entire chat channel exploded with activity. Dad, I'm your long-lost daughter. Please give me some food. My demands aren't high. Just give me some of that chicken. That particular part doesn't have much meat. You're going to throw it away anyway. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. My request is even simpler. Just give me the chicken butt. I don't mind how dirty it is. Honey, I finally found you. I haven't eaten in a whole day, and my figure has almost disappeared from starvation. I can barely imagine how Xiao Luo found a chicken weighing over 1,000 jin. Even finding it is impressive enough, but he actually managed to kill a chicken that big. It's just unbelievable. Form a team and rob Xiao Luo as soon as possible. After we get it, we'll split the food equally among 200 people. After checking that no one had brought out any space equipment, Luo Feng found this completely in line with his expectations. At this current stage, not only does no one have space rings, but even if someone did, they definitely wouldn't take them out unless they were at the point of starving to death. Luo Feng then checked his Jingjing value, and in this short amount of time, it had actually risen by nearly 20,000. Luo Feng was very satisfied. Indeed, this was simply the fastest way to earn Jingjing value. After achieving his goal, Luo Feng then exited the chat channel. Let these people continue to be shocked for a while. After Luo Feng finished eating chicken, he planned to go look for Xiao Jingang, the distant cousin of Jingang, to play with. Thinking about this, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying. The chicken is roasted. Let's eat. After dinner, I also need to get busy. I'm going to explore the island to see if I can find anything valuable. Tang Shuiwei was just exercising when she noticed a very strange phenomenon. The sudden appearance of a large amount of wood right in front of her. When she approached closer, she saw something that shocked her greatly. She actually saw a silver treasure chest continuously producing wood and other materials. Seeing this situation, she was truly overjoyed. This was the first time Tang Shuiwei had ever seen a silver treasure chest. Just looking at this high-grade treasure chest, its contents wouldn't possibly be ordinary. So she quickly moved towards the silver treasure chest, wanting to give Luo Feng a surprise. If she could bring Luo Feng a silver treasure chest, he would certainly be very happy. However, before Tang Shuiwei could get completely close, Luo Feng's voice sounded in their chat. At this moment, Tang Shuiwei said, "Alright, let's eat first. After dinner, I'll show you something nice." Holding the roasted chicken, Luo Feng heard what Tang Shuiying said, and his heart stirred. Had she encountered another special treasure chest again? Was this the terrifying power of a luck value of 18? Thinking of this, Luo Feng said, "Okay, I'm really curious. What good thing did you get this time? But let's eat the chicken first. Try my cooking skills." Excellent grade roast chicken *10, trade none. Looking at the large quantity of chicken that had appeared in her inventory, Tang Shuiwei couldn't help swallowing hard. To be able to eat roasted chicken in this ocean world was really a rare treat. At this moment, she wasted no time and immediately took a skewer of the roasted chicken and ate it. After all, one needed strength to work with a full stomach. Besides, if she wanted to grow bigger, she would need sufficient nutrition. Otherwise, this thing couldn't possibly grow out of nowhere. It's the same concept as height. Some people keep thinking about growing taller every day, taking all sorts of pills, but it's not as practical as just eating 2 more bowls of rice. After finishing a skewer of roasted chicken, Tang Shuiwei's face showed a very satisfied expression. No wonder it was an excellent grade chicken. The texture was truly delicious to eat. At this moment, Tang Shuiwei spoke up, saying, "Luo Feng, your chicken really tastes amazing." Hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng smiled and replied, "If it tastes good, eat more. Have it while it's still hot. If it gets cold, it won't taste as good. Don't worry, there's plenty for you." As Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying ate the roasted chicken together, they also drank some coconut water. As time passed, Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying finally finished their meal. After being fully satisfied, Tang Shuiwei glanced toward the nearby silver treasure chest that was slowly approaching and said, "Luo Feng, this special treasure chest still needs a few minutes before I can get it. Wait a moment, don't rush." Upon hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng wasn't particularly anxious either. After arriving in this ocean world, he had opened countless treasure chests already. There was no need to be overly impatient. Thinking about this, Luo Feng said, "Alright then, take your time. Don't rush. Safety is the top priority." After Luo Feng finished speaking, he closed the chat window. He then started focusing on his own tasks. It was time to begin exploring the island. Therefore, Luo Feng brought along the 10,000 Island Identification Manual, 1 legendary grade fishing hook, 1 legendary grade telescope, 10 legendary grade golden bananas, 1 epic grade spear, and 1 excellent grade bow and arrow. Thankfully, Luo Feng's physical condition had already been enhanced with the 6 flavor emperor pill, so carrying this many items at once was not difficult at all. Chapter 63, An Arrow Through the Clouds. The reason Luo Feng was able to carry all 10 legendary-sized Ruijin Shengjiao this time was mainly because these legendary-sized Ruijin Shengjiao could freely change their size, either bigger or smaller. Therefore, Luo Feng simply needed to shrink the 10 legendary-sized Ruijin Shengjiao before putting them all into his pocket. Luo Feng couldn't stop praising this convenient feature of the golden bananas. It was really too useful. If some female streamers discovered that Luo Feng had such an item, they would definitely be extremely excited. Streamer Happy Banana. After Luo Feng finished preparing everything, he began his journey. Nowadays, without a spatial ring, Luo Feng could only carry the most important items on him. He planned to explore this island first and see if there was anything good to find. At this stage, Luo Feng dared not stray too far from his raft. Quickly, Luo Feng crossed the beach and walked deeper into the island. For ordinary players, upon arriving at such an island, their first thought would be to cut trees and collect wood. However, Luo Feng had no such intention because he already had plenty of wood. He would first explore the forest to see if there were any treasure chests or similar items. It wasn't too late to gather wood when Luo Feng was about to leave the island. As soon as Luo Feng entered the forest, he immediately felt how small he was. Because here, the grass already reached Luo Feng's waist. The trees in the forest were also enormous, each standing at least 20 to 30 meters high. Without proper tools, cutting down one of these trees would prove difficult for Luo Feng. Nevertheless, cutting down one such tree would result in rich rewards. Gained leaves, plus 5. 100-fold bonus. Gained leaves, plus 500. Luo Feng casually grabbed a handful of leaves, then took a bunch of grass. Gained weeds, plus 10. 1,000-fold bonus. Gained weeds, plus 10,000. Resources on this island were indeed far more abundant than those on the ocean. Items like these leaves and weeds were everywhere. Gained wildflower, plus 1. 10-fold bonus. Gained wildflower, plus 10. As for these materials Luo Feng didn't already have, he decided to collect a few. After all, should he someday encounter an item that required these materials, he could directly use them. Thus, Luo Feng continued walking deeper into the forest while gathering materials. Just as Luo Feng had not walked far, he casually pushed aside some grass blocking his path. Suddenly, an item appeared before him. When Luo Feng saw this object, he first froze in place. Then his eyes lit up with excitement. Because right before his eyes was a quiet, bronze treasure chest. This came as an unexpected surprise. Was it actually possible to randomly find a treasure chest on this island? Luo Feng didn't hesitate any further. He looked around briefly and found no signs of danger. Immediately, he stepped forward to pick up this bronze treasure chest. At that moment, on a wooden raft floating on the ocean, Tang Shuiwei also arrived in front of a silver treasure chest that continuously emitted items. Without hesitation, she immediately brought the silver treasure chest onto her raft. Originally, when the silver treasure chest was still floating on the sea surface, it was only dropping wood, plastic, and similar items. But the moment Tang Shuiwei's hands touched this silver treasure chest, it instantly started flowing with large amounts of foam, covering Tang Shuiwei's hands entirely in liquid. This startled Tang Shuiwei, and she quickly pulled her hands back. Next, she worriedly examined her now liquid-covered hands. She wondered if this liquid might have some harmful effects. So far, she hadn't felt anything unusual. It seemed like, realizing this, she didn't dare to delay and immediately took out some purified water to wash her hands. As she started washing, more and more foam gathered on her hands. However, Tang Shuiwei now felt confused. Why did this liquid feel exactly like hand soap? After Tang Xuewei thoroughly washed it away, she was astonished to discover that her hands had become noticeably smoother. Upon seeing this, her heart raced with realization. This liquid could be something really valuable. Thus, she quickly looked back at the silver treasure chest and saw that all the liquid it had previously released had already vanished. Without hesitation, she placed both her hands back on the silver treasure chest. This time, the silver treasure chest did not release any more liquid. Gained clean loving silver treasure chest, +1. Just as Tang Xuewei felt puzzled by the name of this silver treasure chest, suddenly, the silver treasure chest started spitting things out again. When Tang Xuewei saw what it was expelling this time, she was absolutely stunned. Because this time, it no longer released liquid, it spat out food. Noodles, cucumbers, eggs, bread. What Tang Xuewei saw before her now was truly shocking, because she clearly knew that she hadn't even opened this silver treasure chest yet, and yet it had automatically started spitting out food. However, after the clean-loving silver treasure chest had spat out some food, it stopped. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had also reached the bronze treasure chest. Without hesitation, Luo Feng placed one hand on top of the bronze treasure chest, and then opened it. Opening the bronze treasure chest. Gained uncommon bow blueprint, +1. Gained uncommon arrow blueprint, +1. Gained skilled archery skill book, +1. 10,000 fold bonus. Gained legendary arrow through the clouds bow blueprint, +1. Gained legendary arrow through the clouds arrow blueprint, +1. Gained master archery skill book, +1. After seeing the rewards, Luo Feng was practically overjoyed beyond measure. No wonder Wang Hao and the other 4 people had each obtained an uncommon bow. Seemingly, the drop rate for bows on this island was really high. Previously, Luo Feng had killed 5 people and obtained 5 uncommon bows total. He sold 4 of them and kept 1 as a backup. Now, however, things were different. Luo Feng no longer even looked at that last uncommon bow. His eyes shifted to the legendary arrow through the clouds bow and arrow blueprints. At this moment, the attribute description for the legendary arrow through the clouds bow and arrows appeared in Luo Feng's vision. Chapter 64. A 2-meter tall silver treasure chest. I'm going to get rich. Legend grade piercing cloud bow. 100,000/100,000 wood. 50,000/50,000 ropes. 30,000/30,000 metal plates. 24 hours. Piercing cloud bow. Grade, legendary. Description. This bow possesses an extremely powerful ability. It has a very long range. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can shoot at an incredibly far distance, piercing through the clouds, shooting down airplanes. This is no longer a dream. Set function. When used together with the legendary piercing cloud arrow, the launched piercing cloud arrows can carry a random beneficial status effect. Random attributes. Burn, explosion, paralysis, bleeding, armor pierce, haste, freeze. After reading the description of the legendary piercing cloud bow, Luo Feng was instantly stunned. It was just too powerful. Especially the set bonus effect. Luo Feng was practically dazzled by it. If a random attribute could be triggered, it would just be absolutely amazing. However, this legendary piercing cloud bow requires quite a lot of materials to craft. Looks like he would have to keep gathering more. Then Luo Feng turned his gaze towards the schematic for the legendary piercing cloud arrow. If the materials required for the arrow were also this expensive, even Luo Feng would hesitate to use the legendary piercing cloud arrow regularly. Legendary piercing cloud arrow. 10,000 wood. 5,000 ropes. 3,000 metal plates. 2.4 hours. Piercing cloud arrow. Grade, legendary. Description. This arrow possesses tremendous hardness and sharpness. As long as your strength is enough, this arrow can fly an incredibly long distance, piercing through the clouds and shooting down airplanes, all of which is extremely easy. Set function. When used together with the legendary piercing cloud bow, the launched piercing cloud arrows can carry a random beneficial status effect. Random attributes. Burn, explosion, paralysis, bleeding, armor pierce, haste, freeze. After reading the description of the legendary piercing cloud arrow, Luo Feng was stunned again. The crafting materials required for this legendary piercing cloud arrow were really this expensive? It's actually 1/10 of what the legendary piercing cloud bow required. That means for every 10 piercing cloud arrows Luo Feng shoots, he can craft a piercing cloud bow. However, if the combination of the piercing cloud bow and the piercing cloud arrow works as described, piercing through the clouds, shooting down airplanes, if the effect truly exists, then Luo Feng would be quite satisfied. So what if it requires more materials? Luo Feng had plenty. When Luo Feng crafts items, he never cares how many materials are required, because his resources are more than enough. Now all he needs to do is to keep gathering more. Looking around at the trees with a diameter of a few meters, it seems that the next phase would be entering a tree-cutting phase. Previously, Luo Feng thought he already had more than enough resources and wasn't in a rush to collect more. But now it seems that no matter how many resources one has, there's never enough. Right now, Luo Feng had less than 100,000 wood in stock. Still, he could first craft the legendary piercing cloud arrow. As for the legendary piercing cloud bow, he will have to wait a while. Thus, Luo Feng didn't hesitate further, opened the crafting interface, and began to issue the crafting command for the legendary piercing cloud arrow. Ding! Congratulations player, legendary piercing cloud arrow crafting started. Time required, 2.4 hours. At this moment, Luo Feng didn't accelerate the crafting of this piercing cloud arrow because without the legendary piercing cloud bow, it wouldn't be useful even if the arrow finished earlier. Let it slowly craft for now. Finally, Luo Feng shifted his gaze toward the master level archery skill book. This time, the bronze treasure chest had given Luo Feng a full set of equipment. It really satisfied him quite a bit. If Luo Feng were to meet the goddess of luck, he wouldn't mind giving her a big hug as thanks. Thus, the description of this master-level archery skill book appeared before Luo Feng's eyes. Archery skill book. Grade, Master. Description. After using this skill book, you will gain an extremely proficient archery ability. From now on, hitting targets from 100 steps away will be a piece of cake. No matter what environment you are in, wind, rain, thunderstorms, etc., none of them can interfere with your archery skill. From now on, you can shoot as much as you want. 100% accuracy is no longer a dream. Skill ranks: Novice, Proficient, Skilled, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, Great Master, King, Divine level. After reading the description of the Master level archery skill book, Luong felt deeply shocked by how powerful this archery skill must be. With such archery skills combined with the piercing cloud bow and arrow, killing a giant snake probably wouldn't be that difficult anymore. Thinking of this, Luong no longer hesitated and directly learned the Master level archery skill book. As soon as Luong made the decision, the Master level archery skill book transformed into a beam of white light, which then entered Luong's mind. Immediately afterward, Luong felt a flood of archery-related knowledge appearing in his mind. Within this short period, Luong had become a true master of archery. Now, when Luong used a bow and arrow, it felt just like using his own right hand, extremely familiar. After all, Luong believed that his craftsmanship with his right hand had already reached the master level. At this moment, Luong took out an excellent grade bow from his back. Since the legendary piercing cloud bow could not yet be crafted, Luong could only practice with an excellent grade bow for now. Luong looked at the leaves falling from a nearby tree and immediately took aim and shot. An arrow flew out rapidly. In an instant, it hit the falling leaf. After passing through the leaf, the arrow heavily struck the tree trunk. After seeing this result, Luong felt quite satisfied. The leaf was still too large. For Luong, it posed no challenge at all. Since even walking on the ground had led him to encounter a bronze treasure chest, Luong came up with an idea. He planned to climb up to the top of this several dozen meter tall tree and use his telescope to look around for treasure chests. This would speed up the search process and also allow him to check on his raft to make sure it wasn't ambushed by someone like Zhou. Thinking of this, Luong no longer hesitated. He immediately used the legendary throwing hook to latch onto a large branch and pulled himself straight up. Nowadays, Luong's physical condition had already been greatly enhanced by the 6 flavors Emperor King pill. Combined with the legendary throwing hook, Luong was practically capable of achieving effects similar to Spider-Man. Once Luong stood atop this dozens of meters high tree, before even using the legendary telescope, he witnessed a shocking sight. He saw a huge silver treasure chest that was nearly 2 meters tall. And right next to this giant silver treasure chest, surprisingly crouched a tiger-like creature that was 5 to 6 meters tall. Chapter 65. You can't touch a tiger's butt? After witnessing the situation, Luong inhaled sharply in shock. This was the first time Luong had ever seen such an enormous treasure chest. And it was a silver treasure chest, which made him even more astonished. Luong had never seen a silver treasure chest before. Since he had come across this silver treasure chest, Luong certainly wasn't planning to leave without it. Inside this silver treasure chest, there was definitely something valuable. However, Luong noticed the giant tiger beside it and began to think deeply. Right now, if Luong wanted to get this huge silver treasure chest, he must either chase the tiger away or kill it. At this moment, Luong patted the legendary grade, big and small Reijin Shangjiao on his body, wondering whether he should use it directly. Then, after enlarging his body, he could just kick the tiger flying like kicking a soccer ball. Luong thought for a moment, but finally decided not to use the size-adjustable golden banana himself. After all, one size-adjustable golden banana could only last for 30 minutes. To Luong, it was a very important item. Unless absolutely necessary or when in danger, Luong would never use this legendary size-adjustable golden banana lightly. He couldn't possibly use one of these golden bananas for just a silver treasure chest. Even if he had 10 bananas, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, Luong recalled the various islands described in the One Island Atlas in his mind. This ocean world was not safe, and he needed to keep some secrets. Luong decided to first try using his bow and arrow to deal with this big tiger. Thinking about this, Luong stopped hesitating, picked up his bow and arrow, and aimed to shoot an arrow at the tiger's huge butt. In the past, Luong often heard others say that you can't touch a tiger's butt. He didn't understand what that meant. Could it be the same reason why you can't touch a man's head? Well, Luong wasn't going to worry about that now. Now, Luong didn't intend to touch the tiger's butt. Shooting it would be fine. Once he could attract the tiger's attention, Luong could open that huge silver treasure chest in the meantime. Once he got that item, he wouldn't have to worry about this tiger anymore. If things got really bad, Luong would have to eat one of the legendary size-adjustable golden bananas. At this time, Luong already had the bow drawn, preparing to shoot. Just at that moment, suddenly, Tang Shuiying's voice rang out. Luong, I got a special silver treasure chest here. Do you want it? Hearing Tang Shuiying's message, Luong was instantly shocked. He hadn't expected that the treasure chest she mentioned was actually a silver treasure chest. And had it really been obtained so easily? Luong looked at the massive tiger next to the silver treasure chest before him and couldn't help but mutter complaints. The difference was too great. Could this be the effect of having a luck stat of 18? Luong seriously suspected that Tang Shuiying was a lucky goddess incarnate. At this point, Luong had no mood to shoot an arrow anymore. His attention was already on the silver treasure chest Tang Shuiying mentioned. Just at that moment, he casually released the arrow, planning to first check out Tang Shuiying's special silver treasure chest after firing it. After all, the giant silver treasure chest right in front of him wouldn't grow legs and run away. However, after Luong shot the arrow, he heard a fierce tiger roar. The sound was really thunderous. Even Luong, who was up on the tree, was startled. Luong looked puzzled. He was just shooting an arrow casually, wasn't he? This big tiger was too sensitive. Then, Luong hurriedly looked in the direction of the enormous tiger, and when he saw the scene next, he was completely shocked. At this moment, without thinking, Luong clamped his legs together tightly. A strange feeling spread from behind his butt, because that random arrow of Luo Feng's had actually hit the tiger's butt hole. The entire arrow was mostly buried inside. Now, the big tiger felt extremely angry and furious about this sudden situation. It began looking around, trying to find the person who attacked it. Seeing this situation, Luo Feng could only express great embarrassment. This time, it was really a mistake. As a master archer, he certainly couldn't intentionally attack someone's butt hole. After thinking of this, Luo Feng stopped watching the big tiger and moved to the backside of the large tree. Luckily, the big tiger could not discover his presence anymore. At this moment, Luo Feng was wondering whether this attack would finally scare the big tiger away. He couldn't even begin to imagine what it would feel like to have an arrow go completely up the tiger's butt hole. Luo Feng dared not think about it any further. Otherwise, he might never be able to look at his own arrows the same way again. Let the big tiger struggle for a while first. At this moment, Luo Feng sent a voice message to Tang Shuiying, asking, "What kind of special silver treasure chest did you get? You really must have amazing luck." Ah woo. During the moment Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng speaking, a tiger roar could clearly be heard from his side, causing her some worry as she asked, "Why is there a tiger roaring over there? Did you run into danger?" Hearing Tang Shuiying mention the tiger, Luo Feng's expression turned awkward, and he replied with some embarrassment, "No real danger. It's just a bored tiger that's got a sore, but roaring pointlessly. Ignore it. Let's talk about the silver treasure chest you got instead. When you encountered the silver treasure chest, didn't you face any obstacles?" Hearing Luo Feng's odd remark about a tiger with a sore butt, Tang Shuiying immediately furrowed her eyebrows. That was a phrase she'd never heard before. Could it be that Luo Feng had done something terrible to that tiger? The moment that thought appeared in Tang Shuiying's mind, she was startled. The idea scared her so much she didn't dare think about it further. If Luo Feng was safe, she decided not to dwell on it. So, Tang Shuiying spoke up, saying, "I didn't encounter any danger with this special treasure chest. It just keeps spitting things out randomly. After I obtained it, it's already spat out quite a lot of food. Tonight, I'll finally have enough ingredients for dinner." At this moment, upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng almost became so frustrated he wanted to spit blood. Such incredible luck. Where could one find something like that? Although Luo Feng didn't possess such an amazing luck stat. Chapter 66. My hands aren't clean anymore. However, Luo Feng could marry the goddess who had high luck value. So wouldn't that mean Luo Feng would also have high luck? Thinking along these lines, Luo Feng actually felt a bit better. Thinking to himself, Luo Feng spoke up, "Then give me that special silver treasure chest. My luck value is 36, and I can often get some great items from it." When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng say this, she didn't immediately trade him that cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest. Instead, she continued speaking, "I need to ask you a question first. Otherwise, if you touch this silver treasure chest, unexpected things might happen." Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. Was there another special aspect to this silver treasure chest? Nonetheless, Luo Feng didn't really think much of it. He replied, "Okay then, go ahead and ask." At this moment, Tang Shuiying thought for a moment, a naughty smile forming on her face as she spoke. "Are your hands clean?" Hearing this, Luo Feng was immediately stunned. What did she mean by that? Were his hands clean? Luo Feng looked at his hands. They didn't seem dirty. Confused, he asked, "My hands are perfectly clean. Why do you ask?" Upon hearing Luo Feng's response, Tang Shuiying smiled and said, "Good. My hands aren't clean. I just got them covered in some liquid. It was a bit sticky, but washing them clean takes care of it. You better not have that situation happen later, okay?" Tang Shuiying barely managed to suppress her laughter as she spoke. Right now, Luo Feng must have completely misunderstood. However, she had no intention of clarifying anything. Once Luo Feng touched this cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest, he would face the exact same situation she had just experienced. At this moment, she could already picture the awkward scene awaiting Luo Feng. This time, hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng was genuinely shocked. Was Tang Shuiying actually doing things like that? But logically speaking, why would Tang Shuiying bring this up to Luo Feng in the first place? This momentarily confused Luo Feng. He couldn't quite understand it. This wasn't like Tang Shuiying's usual personality. Had changes in the environment actually altered her personality? Or was Tang Shuiying actually teasing him? At this point, Luo Feng replied, "Alright, but you should also take care of yourself. Don't worry, I won't do things like that. My hands are absolutely spotless. I am a respectable gentleman, after all." Upon hearing Luo Feng's remark, Tang Shuiying knew he had completely misunderstood. However, she had no intention of explaining anything. Moreover, she couldn't let Luo Feng realize that she had intentionally directed the conversation toward this topic. What she had actually meant was just using hand soap to wash her hands. Thinking to herself, Tang Shuiying smiled slightly and said, "It's fine. I do this all the time, and I'm already used to it. Back in the real world, I did this every single day. Even after arriving in this oceanic world, this is the first time I've done it. I actually thought you would do the same. That's why I asked whether your hands were clean." This time, Luo Feng was truly shocked by Tang Shuiying's words. How could this be? Could it really be that Tang Shuiying was this kind of person? Doing things like that every day? Thinking about this, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly as he spoke. In that case, try to do less of this kind of thing in the future. It's bad for your health if you overdo it. Once you finish the chicken, feel free to come to me. I can help you supplement your nutrition. Luo Feng nearly added another sentence. A small indulgence entertains, a large one harms, and going too far turns everything to dust. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's reply, she knew things had gone far enough. If she continued, Luo Feng might actually believe she had done such things, which would become hard to explain. She had never done anything like that. Right now, she was only joking with Luo Feng. After all, for a guy and a girl, occasionally making playful remarks could help strengthen their relationship. Thinking thus, Tang Shuiying decided to present one last item before finally trading the cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest to Luo Feng. Therefore, Tang Shuiying spoke, "I'll treat you to a banana. It's one I just washed myself, so it's very clean. You can eat it without worry." Golden banana times 1 trade none. At this moment, looking at the freshly washed banana in his hands, Luo Feng felt a complex emotion rise within him. Could it possibly be? Now, Tang Shuiying was actually offering this banana for him to eat. Luo Feng's current emotional state could only be described as intensely agitated. His mind seemed to conjure up an extremely indescribable image. Just as Luo Feng was lost in wild thoughts, suddenly, he once again heard Tang Shuiying's voice. Luo Feng, I'll give you the silver treasure chest now. Are you on the raft right now? When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying speak like this, although he felt extremely surprised, he immediately replied, I'm not on the raft now, but I'm quite close to it. Why do you ask? Tang Shuiying knew very well that if Luo Feng touched this cleanliness-loving silver treasure chest with his bare hands, the chest would definitely spit out some white liquid. If that happened, and if Luo Feng wasn't on the raft, he wouldn't be able to wash it off immediately. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying spoke, then you'd better go back to the raft first. Only then can I give you the special silver treasure chest, because you need water to open it. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng immediately became very curious, so opening this silver treasure chest required water. But since Tang Shuiying had already said so, he could only comply. Luo Feng glanced toward the distance, where the tiger was roaring continuously. It seemed his arrow had quite the effect. This seemed to open a new world for Luo Feng. But this tiger wouldn't be easy to defeat. For now, Luo Feng could only return to the raft first. After Luo Feng packed everything up neatly, he looked at the big banana in his hand. Chapter 67, Space Ring, 1 trillion cubic meters. The moment Luo Feng thought about what the banana had just gone through, he couldn't bring himself to eat it. So, he placed the big banana into his pocket. A few minutes later, Luo Feng arrived on the wooden raft. Without wasting any time, he immediately sent a message to Tang Shuiying. I've already arrived on the raft. Give me the silver treasure chest. I'm really curious right now, what exactly does this silver treasure chest you obtained look like? Luo Feng was genuinely surprised by Tang Shuiying's earlier words and behavior. He wondered whether her sudden change had something to do with this unusual silver treasure chest. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying also didn't waste time. She traded the clean-loving silver treasure chest over to Luo Feng. Soon, Luo Feng would understand what she had meant earlier. Clean-loving silver treasure chest, traded to none. When Luo Feng saw the name of the treasure chest, he was momentarily stunned. Sure enough, Tang Shuiying's strange remarks earlier were connected to this silver treasure chest. A treasure chest that loves to be clean. This was truly an eye-opening experience for Luo Feng. Without hesitation, Luo Feng accepted the silver treasure chest. In an instant, a silver treasure chest appeared in his hands. Before Luo Feng could even attempt to open it, suddenly, the silver treasure chest opened on its own and sprayed out a large amount of white liquid. The liquid covered Luo Feng entirely. Startled by this situation, Luo Feng quickly placed the silver treasure chest aside. After all, if the treasure chest contained something dangerous, like a corrosive liquid, he'd be done for. Quickly checking whether the white liquid had harmed him. At that moment, he recalled what Tang Shuiying had said earlier and the treasure chest's name. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. He finally understood what she had meant before. It seemed he had completely misinterpreted her words. Looking at the white liquid on his hands, body, and even face, Luo Feng no longer hesitated and immediately jumped into the sea to wash himself clean. Soon, he came back up. Then, he rinsed off with purified water. Now, looking at his hands, Luo Feng thought he must be clean now. At this moment, to ensure cleanliness, he dared not touch the clean-loving silver treasure chest with his right hand. After all, his right hand often did dirty and tiring work. Therefore, Luo Feng used his left hand to touch the silver treasure chest. This time, the treasure chest showed no reaction. Seeing this, Luo Feng exhaled in relief. Thank goodness his left hand was clean. He really didn't want to be sprayed in the face again. Since that was the case, Luo Feng didn't waste any more time and proceeded to open the silver treasure chest. Opening the clean-loving silver treasure chest. Obtained a superb tier space ring, +1. Obtained an excellent tier purifying essence liquid, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained a legendary tier space ring, +1. Obtained a myth tier purifying essence liquid, +1. Holy crap, a space ring? And it's a legendary tier space ring? This time I really struck gold. Upon seeing the rewards, Luo Feng nearly jumped with excitement. This was precisely what he had longed for. If he had this space ring, his future operations would become much more convenient. Moreover, he would finally have a place to store his food and tools. Thus, he could venture deeper into the island to have a heart-to-heart talk with Xiao Jingang. Thinking about that, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer and quickly put the space ring on his finger. Just at that moment, the property description of this legendary tier space ring appeared before Luo Feng's eyes. Space ring. Rarity, legendary. Storage capacity, 1 trillion cubic meters. Functions. This ring can freely adjust its size and color, and can even turn transparent directly. Description. With this space ring, you'll never have to worry about storage space for your food again. Don't fear having too many resources. It's only a matter of time before you fill up this ring. After reading the description of the legendary tier space ring, Luo Feng could only use 2 words to describe it. Awesome. The storage capacity of this legendary tier space ring actually reached 1 trillion cubic meters. To Luo Feng, 1 trillion cubic meters was already an almost unimaginable number. But he knew one thing. This was really, really big. He felt extremely satisfied with this size alone. What was even scarier was that this space ring still had room to grow further. This time's reward made Luo Feng genuinely overjoyed. Now that he had already obtained this legendary tier space ring, Luo Feng wanted to start organizing his supplies. As soon as Luo Feng had this thought, all the items on his perfect tier wooden raft vanished into thin air. Then, Luo Feng's mind shifted again, and all those items returned to their original positions. At this moment, Luo Feng stepped off the perfect tier wooden raft. Following that, the perfect tier wooden raft directly vanished into nothingness. Looking at the ring on his finger, Luo Feng revealed a very satisfied smile across his face. Then, he took out the banana Tang Shuiying had just given him from his pocket and began eating it. This time, Tang Shuiying truly had helped him a great deal. With this space ring, it would be extremely easy for Luo Feng to acquire that 2-meter-tall silver treasure chest. As long as he could get close enough to the 2-meter-tall silver treasure chest, he could directly use the space ring to absorb this giant silver treasure chest. Moreover, Luo Feng could venture deeper into the island to see why Xiao Jinggang and the giant snake were fighting. Regardless of what valuable item they were fighting over, in the end, it would belong to Luo Feng. Just as Luo Feng was about to thank Tang Shuiying, he suddenly remembered that inside the silver treasure chest, besides the legendary tier space ring, there was also another item. Because he had been too excited about obtaining the legendary tier space ring, he nearly forgot about it. Thus, a cylindrical item appeared in Luo Feng's hand. Purifying Essence Liquid. Tier, Legendary. Description. After using this essence liquid, your skin will become incredibly smooth and clean. Not only can it remove dirt, but it can also eliminate scars and marks left from bodily injuries. It restores you to having flawless skin. After reading the description of this legendary tier Purifying Essence Liquid, Luo Feng stood there momentarily stunned. This Purifying Essence Liquid could actually remove scars as well. Chapter 68. Big Steam Bun. If it had this function, the value of this legendary grade skin purifying essence would definitely be no ordinary item. It's not only effective for girls, it's also highly effective for guys. After all, in this ocean survival world, no one can guarantee that they won't get injured. At this moment, Luo Feng thought of a very serious matter. Previously, when he performed blood binding on the tortoise egg, he had cut his finger. Although it was just a small cut, not much time had passed, so the wound hadn't completely healed yet and still left some traces. Luo Feng looked at the scar on his finger and applied a bit of the legendary grade skin purifying essence onto it. Then, something quite surprising happened before his eyes. Though the scar wasn't big, it was now healing at a very fast speed. A few seconds later, Luo Feng looked at his finger once again. There was no trace of damage left. His finger truly looked as good as new. This sight deeply shocked Luo Feng. Indeed, this legendary grade skin purifying essence was an amazing item. As Luo Feng marveled at the effects of the legendary grade skin purifying essence, suddenly a memory appeared in his mind. Back then, when he removed the 2 shells on the Mermaid Queen statue chest, he seemed to have noticed some scars on the Mermaid Queen. Could it be that the real Mermaid Queen also has scars at the same location? No, that must have just been a defect in the carving of the statue. Luo Feng immediately dismissed his own thoughts. He didn't need to think so much. After all, he hadn't even seen what the Mermaid Queen looked like yet. He had already used the Mermaid's Call long ago. He just didn't know when he would meet the Mermaid Queen. In truth, Luo Feng was quite curious about this legendary beautiful creature. But this was all down to fate. He couldn't force it. Just as Luo Feng was deep in thought, Tang Shuiying's voice came again. Luo Feng, did you open that silver treasure chest? Upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words and recalling his mistaken assumption earlier about what she might have been doing, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Thinking about it, Luo Feng replied, I've already opened that silver chest. I got 2 items, not bad. However, this love for cleanliness silver chest definitely had a unique opening condition. I underestimated it a bit. Turns out even my hands aren't clean either. After hearing Luo Feng, Tang Shuiying chuckled and said, then you should do less of that kind of thing. I can help you with that in the future. Upon hearing her words, Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. He dared not continue talking about this subject. He was just a beginner after all. If the speed picked up too fast, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control it. By this point, he could already tell that Tang Shuiying had clearly learned quite a few driving skills from her older sister. This made Luo Feng somewhat unable to keep up. Therefore, Luo Feng quickly changed the topic and said, let's leave that topic for now. I'll show you something good. This time, I obtained 2 items from the chest. One of them is a spatial ring, which was exactly what I needed, so I kept it for myself. As for this legendary grade skin purifying essence, I'll give it to you. This way, we're being fair, since you were the one who obtained the silver chest in the first place. Legendary grade skin purifying essence, trade, unavailable. After hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying was also very excited. She hadn't expected that Luo Feng actually obtained a spatial ring. She clearly understood that Luo Feng really needed this spatial ring to store supplies. This time, being able to assist Luo Feng made her feel quite happy. Just at this moment, a cylindrical item appeared in Tang Shuiying's hand. After reading the description of the legendary grade skin purifying essence, her expression turned extremely shocked. This purifying essence had truly too strong of an effect. At this moment, Tang Shuiying recalled that her body had some red marks left from friction due to wearing clothes that were too tight, and those hadn't fully healed yet. This was the perfect time to test the effects of the essence. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying excitedly said, Luo Feng, thank you so much this time. If we can really meet in the future, you can ask me to do anything, and I'll do it for you. At this moment, when Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying's words, his expression slightly changed. What she said made Luo Feng have some sudden, unintended thoughts. Can it really fulfill everything? He wondered if even that kind of thing could be fulfilled. If it truly could fulfill anything, Luo Feng would definitely be in heaven. Recently, Tang Shuiying had been using the epic grade luminescent papaya cream regularly. By the time Luo Feng saw her, she might have already gotten even bigger. In that case, Luo Feng would really be the lucky one. Right now, Luo Feng was actually looking forward to the moment when they would meet again. He wondered whether Tang Shuiying would really be able to do what she had said. Luo Feng had no personal experience with such things, no idea what it would actually feel like. Thinking about this, Luo Feng smiled slightly and said, alright, I'll come find you as soon as I can. You'd better get yourself ready. After hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying blushed slightly. Although she was experienced when it came to talking, it was all just talk. She had never actually done it. She wondered if she would truly be able to do that when she finally met Luo Feng. Well, one step at a time. That was something for the future. No one could predict what would happen later. Thinking about it, Tang Shuiying said, "Alright, I'm also working hard to grow bigger. When we meet, I'll definitely surprise you." Upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng really wanted to say that he had already been watching her change little by little. He was already surprised without needing to wait for their meeting. By the time they did meet, he could only imagine how shocked he'd be. Thinking about it, Luo Feng said, "Okay, I'll be waiting for you. I need to go take care of some things now. That tiger with a sore, but I should check if it's feeling better. There's also a silver treasure chest in front of it. I need to get that silver chest." After hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying was a bit surprised. Had Luo Feng also encountered a silver treasure chest? Chapter 69. When the tiger sees Luo Feng, it leaves without taking the treasure chest? It seems there's still a big tiger guarding this place, Tang Shuiwei said as she looked around, then spoke. "Alright, then you go ahead and take care of things. Just be careful. I'll see if I can find another treasure chest." Hearing that from Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng felt puzzled. He wondered how lucky Tang Shuiying must be. However, Luo Feng already had the God-tier millionfold reward system, so he didn't need to envy others too much. Thinking this, Luo Feng decided not to waste time, and continued moving forward to find the giant silver treasure chest and the huge tiger. After obtaining the giant silver treasure chest, he planned to head deeper into the island in search of Xiao Jinggang, Jingang's distant relative. Soon, Luo Feng arrived near where the giant silver treasure chest was located. But this time, Luo Feng wanted to try climbing a different big tree, so he used his legendary throwing hook and climbed onto a large tree. Before Luo Feng could make another move, something in front of him shocked him suddenly. That was because, on this big tree, a wooden treasure chest was sitting right in front of him. That was completely unexpected. Was there a treasure chest on a tree? These treasure chests truly seemed to be placed everywhere, land, sea, and air. The only kind Luo Feng hadn't seen yet were those floating in the sky. Though this was only a wooden treasure chest, Luo Feng had no intention of leaving it behind. After all, even the simplest item could become incredibly powerful once passed through Luo Feng's high multiplier reward system. Thus, Luo Feng stretched out his right hand and opened the wooden chest. Opening the wooden treasure chest. Received wood, plus 10. Received time accelerator, plus 1. 10,000-fold reward. Received wood, plus 100,000. Received time accelerator, plus 10,000. Seeing the rewards, Luo Feng almost teared up from emotion. Finally, he had obtained a time accelerator. This was the first time since entering this ocean world that he had received a time accelerator. Luo Feng needed a large number of time accelerators because the items he wanted to craft were extremely advanced. These high-level items required long periods to produce. Unfortunately, Luo Feng didn't have the luxury of time to wait patiently, so the time accelerator was incredibly important to him. Previously, he had to collect them from others. At one point, Luo Feng almost thought he was completely incompatible with time accelerators. Now, receiving 10,000 minutes worth of time accelerators at once made him incredibly excited. And on top of that, he had also received 100,000 pieces of wood. This was quite the haul. Without wasting any time, Luo Feng turned his attention to the crafting station. Legendary Piercing Cloud Bow, 100,000/100,000 wood, 50,000/50,000 rope, 30,000/30,000 metal pieces, 24 hours. Legendary Piercing Cloud Arrow, 10,000/10,000 wood, 5,000/5,000 rope, 3,000/3,000 metal pieces, 2.4 hours. Begin crafting the Legendary Piercing Cloud Bow and Arrow. Ding! Congratulations, player. Crafting of the Legendary Piercing Cloud Bow has begun. Craft time, 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations, player. Crafting of the Legendary Piercing Cloud Arrow has begun. Craft time, 2.4 hours. Asterisk 60 is equal to 1,584 minutes. Luo Feng did a quick mental calculation to determine the total time needed. He then said, use 1584 minutes of time accelerators to reduce the crafting time for the Legendary Piercing Cloud Bow and Arrow. Ding! Congratulations, player. Crafting of the Legendary Piercing Cloud Bow and Arrow completed. As the notification sounded, a finely crafted, completely white bow appeared in Luo Feng's hands, along with an equally pure white arrow. The moment Luo Feng saw the Legendary Piercing Cloud Bow and Arrow, he was instantly captivated by their appearance. Currently a master archer, Luo Feng had developed his own understanding of bows and arrows. Though he hadn't even tried it yet, he could already sense. This was a great bow. This was a superb arrow. At this moment, Luo Feng shifted his gaze toward the giant tiger near the giant silver treasure chest not far away. However, when Luo Feng clearly saw the tiger's appearance, he was suddenly stunned. His expression became quite odd. Right now, the tiger's bow was facing the direction of Luo Feng. Moreover, the arrow in its anal area was gone. This greatly surprised Luo Feng. How was this even possible? Logically speaking, the big tiger couldn't have pulled the arrow out by itself. Unless, it somehow farted the arrow out. The mental image was too much. Luo Feng couldn't even imagine it anymore. But in the end, he didn't really care how the tiger had gotten the arrow out. Since the tiger was still next to the giant silver treasure chest, Luo Feng had no choice but to act. He definitely didn't intend to give up on obtaining this silver treasure chest. Inside these high-tier treasure chests, there were always valuable items. However, Luo Feng furrowed his brows as he looked at the tiger's rear. He really wasn't into that sort of thing, attacking the tiger's backside. This time, Luo Feng raised the Legendary Piercing Cloud Bow and Arrow, preparing to attack the tiger. If this tiger had been a white tiger, perhaps Luo Feng would have gone a bit easier, maybe even tried to capture and tame it as a pet. That was because Luo Feng really liked white tigers. But now that this tiger was turning its butt toward him, Luo Feng could barely contain himself. He wanted to fire an arrow right at this big tiger's butt. It would also be a good opportunity to test the power of this legendary piercing, cloud bow, and arrow. Just as Luo Feng prepared to fire, suddenly, the big tiger turned its head and looked directly toward Luo Feng. Once the tiger saw the bow and arrow in Luo Feng's hand, it quickly clenched its backside. Without even turning its head, it immediately took off running in a panic. Right then, the tiger's instincts screamed at it. If that arrow struck its butt, it would absolutely get its backside blown apart. Too terrifying, truly too terrifying. Who was this guy anyway, targeting its butt specifically? That last arrow alone had already been unbearable for it. If it hadn't found another animal to help it remove the arrow, there was no way it could have done it by itself. Therefore, when the tiger saw Luo Feng preparing to shoot again, it was truly frightened. It had felt firsthand what it was like to have an arrow fully penetrating its rear. It would rather die than ever experience that again. Thus, the tiger no longer cared about the silver treasure chest. Its rear was far more important. Luo Feng watched the tiger's reaction and was completely stunned. Is it really that big of a deal? After all, wasn't it just one arrow stuck in its butt? Chapter 70, Legendary Weapon, the Sky-Splitting Axe. Could this really be that effective? Should I try it when attacking other animals too? However, Luo Feng saw that the tiger actually ran away directly. He didn't care much about that anymore. He directly jumped down from a tall tree dozens of meters high. Luo Feng came in front of the 2-meter-tall silver treasure chest. When he saw it up close, he was truly awestruck by the massive silver treasure chest. Fortunately, since Luo Feng was 1.8 meters tall, he could reach the edge of the silver treasure chest with a simple raise of his hand. Therefore, Luo Feng didn't waste any more time. He reached out and opened the giant silver treasure chest. Opening the giant silver treasure chest. Obtained Proficient Level Combat Skill Capsule, +1. Obtained Exquisite Level Giant Axe Blueprint, +1. Obtained Good Level Clothing, +1. 10,000X Reward. Obtained Grandmaster Level Combat Skill Capsule, +1. Obtained Legendary Level Sky Splitting Axe, +1. Obtained Epic Level Clothing, +1. This time, when Luo Feng saw these items, he truly fell into ecstatic joy. After all, not long ago, Luo Feng had merely been a sophomore student. The only thing he was good at was playing games. He had very little understanding of actual combat techniques. However, he remembered quite a few hero skills from games. Even the combo sequences of various heroes were deeply etched in his mind. For example, the skill combo of a certain hero, 143-3223. Previously, during the fight with the shark, Luo Feng had only managed to kill it quickly using his epic level spear. Even now, Luo Feng still couldn't fully utilize the maximum power of the epic level spear. Now, the Grandmaster level combat skill capsule had come at the perfect time. Later, Luo Feng was going to find Jin Gang and Dashang. With the help of this Grandmaster level combat skill capsule, Luo Feng became even more confident. Then, the description of this Grandmaster level combat skill capsule appeared before Luo Feng's eyes. Combat skill capsule. Level, Grandmaster. Description. After consuming this combat skill capsule, you will gain abundant combat experience, never worrying about having strength but being unable to display its power. It can directly increase your combat effectiveness dramatically. Skill levels. Beginner, Competent, Proficient, Skilled, Master, Grandmaster, Grandmaster Plus, King, Divine. After reading the description of the Grandmaster level combat skill capsule, Luo Feng was genuinely satisfied. It was exactly what he needed most right now. Without hesitation, Luo Feng placed the blue capsule into his mouth. Next, Luo Feng took out a cup of water from his spatial ring and swallowed the blue capsule in one gulp. Immediately after swallowing it, Luo Feng felt warmth in his stomach beginning to spread throughout his body. At the same time, a large amount of combat techniques and experience were emerging within his mind. Moreover, Luo Feng noticed that his body was also undergoing certain transformations from the blue capsule. His physique was becoming even more perfect. 3 minutes later, the transformation process was finally complete. Luo Feng felt strengthened, both mentally and physically. Now, Luo Feng really wanted to have a fight with that gorilla. That wouldn't take long. Once Luo Feng checked the remaining 2 items, he would immediately set off to find the gorilla. Thus, Luo Feng shifted his gaze toward the legendary Sky Splitting Axe Blueprint. This was the second legendary item Luo Feng had obtained, and furthermore, it was an offensive item, making him feel extremely excited. Sky Splitting Axe, 70,000/70,000 metal shards, 20,000/20,000 woods, 10,000/10,000 stones, 48 hours. Sky Splitting Axe. Level, Legendary. Description. The Sky Splitting Axe possesses immensely powerful strength. Its weight depends on the user's capabilities. As long as the wielder is powerful enough, splitting open the heavens is entirely possible. Users must strive to enhance their strength in order to fully unleash the Sky Splitting Axe's might. Function. Can freely change its size. After reading the description of the legendary Sky Splitting Axe, Luo Feng was directly stunned. The maximum weight could even split the sky? What kind of immense strength would that require? Moreover, what thrilled Luo Feng the most was that the legendary Sky Splitting Axe could freely change size. This weapon was truly custom-made for Luo Feng. Because, after consuming the legendary Xiao Rui Golden Banana, although his body could change size, none of his other equipment would adjust accordingly. If Luo Feng transformed into an 18-meter-tall giant, then his epic-level spear in hand would become as tiny as a toothpick. That wouldn't do it all without a properly scaled weapon. Thinking of this, Luo Feng no longer hesitated and immediately ordered the production of the legendary Sky Splitting Axe. Ding! Congratulations to the player. The legendary Sky Splitting Axe production has begun. Production time, 48 hours. Luo Feng had just attained a 10,000-minute time accelerator. You could say he was now wealthy enough to be extravagant. He no longer cared about the consumption of time. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke aloud. Use the 48-hour time accelerator to speed up the creation of the legendary Sky Splitting Axe. Ding! Congratulations to the player. The legendary Sky Splitting Axe has been successfully created. As the notification sound finished, a massive axe appeared in Luo Feng's hand. At first sight of this huge axe, Luo Feng fell in love instantly, absolutely unwilling to put it down. Thus, Luo Feng began testing the legendary sky-splitting axe's power. Big, bigger, biggest. As Luo Feng spoke, the legendary sky-splitting axe rapidly increased in size. Only when the axe head had grown as big as a car did Luo Feng stop its growth. Because if it kept increasing, Luo Feng would soon be unable to hold it in his hands. Thus, Luo Feng, holding the enormous sky-splitting axe, came to a nearby massive tree. This tree was over 3 meters in diameter. It was precisely why Luo Feng hadn't considered cutting trees before. If Luo Feng were to chop down a 3-meter diameter tree normally, he might end up exhausting himself to death here. Mostly, it would just be meaningless effort for Luo Feng. But the situation now was completely different. Luo Feng began swinging the giant sky-splitting axe in his hands toward the 3-meter diameter tree. As they made contact, boom, a tremendous noise came from the tree. Luo Feng's legendary sky-splitting axe had directly pierced through the 3-meter diameter tree. Then, in Luo Feng's astonished gaze, the massive tree began to topple in one direction. Chapter 71. It's not a ferocious beast coming, it's just me cutting down trees. A tree with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of over 30 meters began to slowly fall. Then, an extremely loud crashing sound spread out from in front of Luo Feng, toward all directions. The surrounding animals were startled by this situation and began to flee in all directions. Not far from this location, a tiger heard the loud noise coming from behind and was so frightened it didn't dare to continue resting, running away with its tail between its legs. Normally, for such a tiger, running such a short distance would be no problem. The reason it had wanted to rest was because its backside had suffered serious injuries earlier. Every step caused noticeable pain in that area. That tingling sensation was really unbearable for the tiger. At this moment, Luo Feng saw such a massive tree lying in front of him and was stunned. The power of this legendary Kai Tian axe was a bit too scary, wasn't it? If it was one axe blow on an animal, which animal could possibly withstand it? However, the more powerful the Kai Tian axe was, the happier Luo Feng became. Obtain giant tree, +1. Tenfold reward. Obtain giant tree, +10. Instantly, 10 giant trees filled Luo Feng's vision. After seeing this, Luo Feng fell into a frenzy of joy. With this legendary Kai Tian axe, aside from everything else, just the woodcutting efficiency had already increased countless times compared to others. Thus, Luo Feng immediately focused his mind, and all 10 massive trees disappeared from the ground and entered Luo Feng's space ring with a capacity of 10 trillion cubic meters. Exactly at this time, Luo Feng wanted to test the power of this legendary Kai Tian axe and planned to cut down several large trees to get some practice in. When he battled the giant snake later, he didn't want his hands to feel rusty. If that gorilla didn't cooperate and give up its treasures willingly, Luo Feng wouldn't be polite with that gorilla either. Luo Feng clearly remembered, when the new movie Kong vs. Godzilla came out, Kong also had a huge axe in his hands. Who knew which axe was stronger, the one in Luo Feng's hand or the one in Kong's? If in the future he could meet Kong in this oceanic world, Luo Feng would love to have a duel with Kong. Thinking about this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer, picked up the legendary Kai Tian axe, walked toward the surrounding giant trees, and started attacking. Bang! Obtain giant tree, +1. Tenfold reward. Obtain giant tree, +10. Bang! Obtain giant tree, +1. Hundredfold reward. Obtain giant tree, +100. As Luo Feng was furiously chopping trees, suddenly, he received a message. Therefore, Luo Feng stopped his action. He opened the message, and surprisingly, it was sent by Zhang San. Lord Xia Luo, hello? We just heard an intense crashing sound from inside the island. Do you know what animal could have made that sound? However, the noise was so violent that we suspect that perhaps a large animal has emerged, so I sent you a message to inform you. After seeing Zhang San's message, Luo Feng fell into contemplation. Was there really a new large creature on the island? At this moment, as Luo Feng looked at the Kai Tian axe in his hand, he suddenly seemed to realize something. Thus, Luo Feng sent a message to Zhang San. Right now, has that sound already disappeared? Zhang San was currently moving in the direction of the sound together with 2 other people. Upon reading Luo Feng's reply, he felt instantly stunned. How did Luo Feng know that the sound had vanished? Had he also entered this island? Thinking about this, Zhang San became somewhat excited. If he could actually meet Luo Feng, their security would increase dramatically. Thus, Zhang San sent another message to Luo Feng. Lord Xia Luo, indeed, you were right. Just now when I was sending you that message, the tremendous noise suddenly disappeared. Did you also hear that sound just now? Have you also entered this island? At this moment, after seeing Zhang San's message, Luo Feng's face briefly turned strange. Luo Feng thought for a moment, and then sent a message to Zhang San. Yes, I have indeed entered this island. If I'm not mistaken, the loud crashing sound you heard earlier should have been the sound of me chopping trees, not made by any animal. You don't have to worry too much anymore. Next, I won't be cutting trees anymore. I will continue deeper into the island. You guys had better not go too deep into the island. The animals inside are unusually huge. If you encounter one, it could be extremely dangerous. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to them. He put away the legendary Kai Tian axe in his hand. Luo Feng transformed the legendary axe into the size of a palm to make it convenient to carry. Meanwhile, after reading Luo Feng's message, Zhang San stood there stunned. At the moment, he didn't know what words to use to describe his current feelings. Such a massive sound, actually made by Xiao Luo while cutting trees? How is that possible? Seeing Zhang San standing there in a daze after his conversation with Xiao Luo, Li Si grew somewhat anxious and said, "What did Xiao Luo tell you just now? What caused that enormous noise?" Wang was also somewhat nervous. If there truly was a large animal ahead, they would have to change directions. Hurry up and speak. If you don't know anything, I'll just go another way. There are quite a lot of resources on this island. We absolutely cannot give up like this. At this moment, Zhangsan finally came back to his senses. Looking at Li Si and Wang Er, he slowly replied. Xiao Luo told me that the noise was just him cutting down trees. There's no large animal. He said not to get overly startled and alarmed. Upon hearing Zhangsan's explanation, both Li Si and Wang Er were shocked. They both wore expressions of disbelief. Was it even possible for someone cutting trees to create such a loud noise? That sound must have traveled dozens, even hundreds of meters. How much force was needed to create such a sound? Li Si looked toward a nearby tree which was nearly 3 meters thick, and said in disbelief, "Do you mean Xiao Luo was chopping down a tree this thick just now? Cutting down such a thick tree must take a very long time before it finally breaks, right?" Looking at the large tree, Wang Er thought for a moment and replied, "If that massive sound was indeed made by Xiao Luo cutting trees, judging from the intensity of the noise, it's very likely that Xiao Luo was able to cut right through a tree this thick in one blow. If that's the case, Brother Azura must have amazing arm strength." Zhangsan nodded when he heard their reply and said, "Azura just told me that he isn't going to cut trees anymore and plans to keep moving deeper." Coincidentally, that powerful crashing sound also disappeared. Looks like it really was Azura cutting the tree earlier. But judging from this situation, maybe even the great Azura couldn't chop down such a massive tree and gave up. Moreover, Azura just gave me a tip that the animals inside this island are much larger than normal ones. So, should we keep moving forward or head back to our raft? Li Si looked at his excellent bow in hand. It was obtained from a treasure chest they discovered while exploring this island. In addition, they had opened many other valuable items. That's also why they were able to reach here. Although this place is dangerous, the rewards are plentiful. Thinking about this, Li Si spoke up. Didn't we already decide before this? Now, each of us holds an excellent bow. Facing ordinary animals, there's nothing to be afraid of. If we leave like this, we might never get another chance to visit such a resource-rich island. Although the large animals here are very dangerous, isn't that also a good thing? As long as we can successfully kill one animal, our food supply will be secured for a while. At this moment, Wang Er also spoke. Let's keep moving forward. If we encounter an animal we can't defeat, we'll stop advancing. Besides, didn't we just obtain a fine quality item? If we don't record some large animal footage, this trip would have been a waste. We haven't encountered any animals yet, so we actually don't need to worry too much. Wang Er took out an item from his inventory. Recorder. Rarity. Fine. Description. This device can record and save surroundings and upload footage to the chat channel. Resolution 1080p, capable of recording for 10 seconds. When Zhangsan saw this recorder, he wasn't surprised at all. The reason they wanted to explore deeper into the island was twofold: to search for supplies, and to try recording large animal footage for exchange. After all, so far in the entire chat channel, no player had managed to share any images or videos. If they could capture footage of a large animal, it might even earn them some good resources. This was the decision made after the three discussed it. Therefore, when Wang Er took out the recorder, none of them mentioned any other options. Let's continue forward, following right behind Azura. There shouldn't be much danger. Let's go see whether Azura successfully cut down a tree with all that noise he made earlier. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Whether we feast or starve next depends entirely on this expedition. Thus, the three of them proceeded toward the location where Luo Feng had just been chopping trees. At this time, after collecting the big tree Luo Feng had cut down, he was also ready to leave. This time, Luo Feng had felled a total of 5 large trees. After the multiple reward multiplier, Luo Feng ended up with over 1,000 trees. The number of trees Luo Feng obtained this time was likely more than the total number of trees on the entire island combined. With this, Luo Feng wouldn't have to worry about wood supply for a while. While walking, Luo Feng pulled out the final item he had acquired from opening the giant silver treasure chest not long ago. Previously, Luo Feng had been testing the power of the legendary heaven-piercing axe, so he hadn't rushed to check the properties of the last item. Now he had the time. In Luo Feng's hands appeared a set of clothing. Clothing. Rarity. Epic. Includes upper, lower, underwear, shoes, socks, gloves. Description. This set of clothing offers strong defensive capabilities and enables easy movement in various environments. Function. It can freely adjust size according to the user's body shape. No matter what kind of physique, it always fits. When Luo Feng saw the description of this epic-grade clothing, joy showed plainly on his face. This epic-grade clothing was exactly what Luo Feng desperately needed. It was a major factor affecting his ability to transform at will. Because earlier Luo Feng had already known that if he ate a legendary size-changing reed golden banana, it would only transform his own body size. As for external items like clothes and underwear, they wouldn't change along with him. If Luo Feng transformed into a smaller size, it wouldn't have much impact. But if he transformed into a larger size, becoming an 18-meter-tall giant, then because the clothes wouldn't change, Luo Feng would become an 18-meter-tall naked giant. Thinking about this situation, Luo Feng immediately felt very uncomfortable. He definitely didn't enjoy the idea of being naked. However, the current situation was different now. Luo Feng looked around the environment, then directly used his legendary hook to reach the top of a big tree, and then, Luo Feng started taking off his clothes. He could no longer wait. He wanted to change into this epic-grade clothing right away. Just as Luo Feng was changing clothes, the place where Luo Feng had just cut down the big tree was now approached by 3 people: Zhangsan, Li Si, and Wang Er. When the 3 of them arrived at this location and saw the current situation, they were all completely stunned, so shocked by what they saw that they couldn't even speak. Zhangsan rubbed his eyes hard, then looked at those tree stumps again, opening his mouth disbelievingly. These 5 stumps, don't tell me this is from Azura cutting trees? Could it be that he actually cut down 5 huge trees, each one over 3 meters in diameter, within such a short time? If Azura indeed did say something like that earlier, then these 5 big trees were indeed very likely cut down by the mighty Azura. Forget about 5 big trees, even just one single big tree. If we 3 worked on it for an entire day, we probably still wouldn't be able to fell it. Moreover, after cutting down all 5 trees, there isn't even a trace left behind. How could that even be possible? I somewhat doubt that these trees weren't actually cut down by Azura. Perhaps Azura just passed by here and saw someone else had already cut down the trees, so he just gave it a try afterwards. Chapter 73. I'm still as handsome as ever. Then, realizing he couldn't cut down the large trees here, he gave up and continued forward. I agree with you. We should hurry and catch up to see if we can run into Luo. So, the 3 of them didn't stay any longer and continued onward. On a giant tree, Luo Feng had just finished changing clothes. Then Luo Feng took out a glass mirror and looked at himself. Still as handsome as ever. With Luo Feng's looks, if he were in the real world and not Shin Mi in video games, dating more than 10 girlfriends would be no problem at all. If it were the current Luo Feng dating, there wouldn't be any difficulty either. His previously thin and small body had now become very strong. Luo Feng now doubted that even a single punch from him could leave an ordinary person lying on the ground unable to get up, at the very least seriously injured. Since all of Luo Feng's equipment was now ready, he had to start looking for the gorilla. At this moment, Luo Feng picked up his legendary telescope and looked deep into the island. He wanted to see where the giant snake and the gorilla were. Not looking is fine, but once he looked, Luo Feng was truly shocked. Because, from far away, Luo Feng saw deep into the island an enormous tree emitting white light. After seeing this, Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. He must have encountered a treasure tree. This big tree was definitely not ordinary. However, because the surroundings were blocked by various leaves, Luo Feng couldn't see the exact shape of this tree. It was also unknown whether there were fruits on this glowing tree. Thinking of this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate anymore and began to move closer forward. When Luo Feng approached a certain distance, he discovered a shocking scene. He could already see that gorilla. This black gorilla stood at least 20 meters high. Right now, the gorilla was very alertly staring at a giant snake that was circling near the top of the big tree not far in front of it. After Luo Feng saw this giant snake, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The snake's body was already nearly 2 meters wide. Its length was even greater. A conservative estimate put it at around 50 meters long. Right now, the snake was also staring intently at the massive gorilla. Luo Feng didn't dare to make any rash moves now. Luckily, Luo Feng was still more than 100 meters away from these 2 huge creatures. Through the legendary telescope, Luo Feng could clearly see that both the gorilla and the snake were covered with quite a bit of bloodstains. The ground around was also splattered with blood everywhere. Clearly, before this, a fierce battle had taken place here between the snake and the gorilla. Earlier, when Luo Feng was at the island's shore, he noticed that the source of the great battle happening deep in the island came exactly from here. As for why Luo Feng could see the gorilla deep in the island from the shoreline, the reason was actually quite simple. During the previous battle, the gorilla had jumped onto the big tree to fight the snake. Therefore, Luo Feng could catch a glimpse of the gorilla. Now, these 2 creatures were locked in a stalemate, completely motionless. Luo Feng couldn't figure out what they were doing. So, Luo Feng shifted his focus onto the glowing tree. To be precise, it wasn't the tree itself that was glowing, but rather, there was a luminous fruit growing on it. As for what kind of fruit it was, even with his legendary telescope, Luo Feng couldn't see through the dazzling white light. However, Luo Feng was certain the radiant white glow definitely contained something precious. Undoubtedly, the goal of both the gorilla and the snake was this glowing fruit. After watching for a while, Luo Feng noticed something very strange. The snake and the gorilla simply remained in place, unmoving. Since the treasure was already within sight, why weren't they making a move to seize it? This made Luo Feng anxious just watching. If the 2 animals didn't make their move soon, he was almost ready to transform to a bigger size and go snatch the treasure himself. Fortunately, Luo Feng managed to suppress that impulse. Clearly, the 2 animals should have known exactly what had grown on this tree. Since neither of them had acted yet, there had to be a reason. Based on his own experience, Luo Feng made a guess. It was highly possible that the glowing fruit had not yet matured, so neither of them had taken action. Otherwise, Luo Feng truly couldn't think of any other reason that would lead both creatures to remain motionless like this. Luo Feng planned to observe for no more than half an hour longer. If the giant snake and gorilla still hadn't made a move by then, he would have to take action himself. In truth, Luo Feng didn't really want to act at this moment, because even if he ate one of his size-adjustable golden bananas, he could grow to a maximum height of only 18 meters. On any ordinary island, Luo Feng's 18-meter form would essentially be, but who asked him to now be on a giant-type island? Facing the giant snake and the gorilla, even Luo Feng at 18 meters could only say that his height wouldn't put him at too great a disadvantage. It wouldn't put him at any advantage at all, in fact. If Luo Feng rashly charged forward like an idiot, and was attacked simultaneously by the snake and the gorilla, it would be quite problematic. Luo Feng really had no confidence that he could kill both the snake and the gorilla at the same time. His only option was to let the snake and the gorilla fight each other, and then he would strike from behind and go for a decapitation strike. Thus, Luo Feng took out his legendary piercing the clouds bow and arrow and thought about whether he could do something useful right now. At this moment, Luo Feng began considering whether he should shoot 1 arrow apiece at both the snake and the gorilla. This way, he might provoke them into fighting each other. The moment this idea appeared in Luo Feng's mind, he immediately thought it was really not a bad idea. Time passed quickly, 30 minutes gone. Luo Feng saw that the snake and the gorilla still showed no sign of action. Now, he really had to proceed with his previous plan. Thinking this, Luo Feng picked up his legendary piercing the clouds bow and arrow, ready to test it by shooting both the snake and the gorilla with 1 arrow each to see the effect. Meanwhile, not far behind Luo Feng, Zhang San and his 2 companions had just started arriving as well. None of the 3 of them possessed Luo Feng's capabilities, so while moving forward, they had to be extremely careful. They spent a full half hour slowly inching their way here. At this very moment, when they saw the giant snake and the gorilla far in the distance, all 3 of them were instantly frightened. This This snake is truly enormous. It's terrifying even from a distance. The three of us can't keep moving forward. If the giant snake notices us, we wouldn't even be enough to floss its teeth. What is that? How come there's a gorilla over there too? That gorilla must be at least 20 meters tall. That's really scary. I think I should leave here as soon as possible. Once these two creatures notice our presence, even if we wanted to run, we wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, the three of them, after seeing the situation in front of them, were all so frightened that their legs turned weak. They could only speak in extremely weak voices. Even their breathing dared not be too loud. For an ordinary person, this scene was simply an enormous shock. Looking at the distant scene, Zhang Sen said, "Strange? Why can't I see Xia Luo over there? Could it be that Xia Luo isn't in this place? Or maybe Xia Luo noticed this situation and left immediately." Li Si looked too, frowning tightly, saying, "I suspect Xia Luo was likely swallowed by the big snake. Even someone as powerful as Xia Luo might have encountered misfortune. We should run away quickly." Wang Er quickly used the video camera to record the snake and the gorilla. After recording the video, we need to run away directly. This place is really too dangerous. Hearing them say this, Wang Er also realized the situation was too dangerous. They couldn't stay here any longer. Once something unexpected happened, even if they wanted to run, it might be impossible. Thinking about this, Wang Er took out the video camera, wanting to record the snake and gorilla before leaving. After all, life was the most important thing. Just as Wang Er was about to start recording the video, suddenly, the large tree beside the gorilla emitted a large amount of dazzling light. Then this light suddenly disappeared. After seeing this situation, Wang Er's face showed excitement as he said, "That explains why the snake and the gorilla are here. There must be some kind of treasure nearby. Shall we move a bit closer and see what this treasure looks like? We should record this treasure into the video too. Our video would definitely sell well." Hearing what Wang Er had said, the other two became momentarily hesitant. At this moment, Luo Feng was also shocked by this sudden change. This fruit had indeed changed. Luo Feng then put away the legendary level Kung Bao and arrow in his hands. Right now, he decided not to act yet and observe what would happen next. Judging from this situation, the fruit must be ripening. With the appearance of this brilliant white light, the attention of both the snake and the gorilla was also drawn over. At this moment, the snake's body began to continuously slide around the big tree. From its posture, it seemed likely to attack at any moment. The gorilla itself also became very tense. It had just glanced at the fruit's transformation before locking its gaze on the snake, trying to prevent the snake from launching a surprise attack. This white light quickly disappeared. Soon, all the white light was gone. Then, the appearance of the fruit was revealed. At this moment, Luo Feng was very curious about this fruit, so he kept staring at it. When Luo Feng finally saw the fruit's appearance, he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt his hair stand on end. So shocked was he that the legendary level telescope in his hand nearly slipped from his hands. Because Luo Feng actually saw a person on that big tree. A person hanging on the tree. If it had been someone else hanging there, Luo Feng wouldn't have reacted this way. After all, in this ocean world game, all sorts of strange things happening are very possible. The reason Luo Feng had this feeling of hair-standing terror and cold sweat was because he saw himself on the tree. Himself was hanging on that tree. Moreover, the Luo Feng on that tree was holding a telescope, staring at him. If it wasn't for Luo Feng having considerable self-control, he almost would have fallen from the tree in fright. After all, anyone seeing someone who looks exactly like them hanging on a tree wouldn't remain calm, right? Those with weaker nerves might literally be scared to death. Moreover, the person hanging on the tree was even mimicking Luo Feng's actions exactly. Now that Luo Feng had put down the legendary telescope, the Luo Feng hanging on the tree did the same, also putting down the telescope in hand. Luo Feng looked at the current situation with a heavy expression and tightly knitted brows, unsure of what exactly was going on. He then shifted his gaze toward the giant snake and gorilla nearby. He noticed that these two creatures didn't seem to find anything unusual. The snake was focusing its attention on the Luo Feng hanging from the tree. Meanwhile, the gorilla remained highly alert, staring at the snake. However, neither the snake nor the gorilla had started fighting, as if they were both waiting for something. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Luo Feng could no longer just sit and wait. So Luo Feng picked up the legendary Chun Bao and arrow, intending to directly attack the Luo Feng hanging from the tree. But the moment Luo Feng lifted the legendary Chun Bao and arrow, the Luo Feng on the tree did the same, also raising the legendary Chun Bao and arrow and aiming it directly at Luo Feng himself. Faced with this situation, Luo Feng hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether he should continue releasing the Chun arrow. Luo Feng was certain that if he launched the arrow, the Luo Feng on the tree would do exactly the same. Confronted by such a strange sight, Luo Feng dared not guarantee that the attack from the tree-bound Luo Feng would have no effect. Therefore, Luo Feng held back, and the moment froze in place. After watching for a while, Luo Feng seemed to realize that apart from imitating his movements, the Luo Feng hanging on the tree showed no other signs of abnormality. But Luo Feng still dared not act recklessly. Who could say whether the Luo Feng on the tree might pose some kind of danger? At this moment, Luo Feng diverted his attention away from the figure on the tree. He now focused on the giant snake and the gorilla. Since both of these creatures had come for this treasure, they must surely know what was happening right now. Luo Feng therefore felt no urgency. He'd just stay put and observe the snake and gorilla's actions for now. But since the two creatures continued to remain motionless, Luo Feng felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that this wasn't yet the right moment to make a move? Chapter 75, Piercing the Clouds, Armor Penetration, a single arrow through the head. At this moment, Luo Feng noticed that the giant snake's body was slowly moving toward the tree, so it seemed that a battle was about to begin. When the gorillas saw the snake's body moving, it also began to shift its position and approach the giant snake. Luo Feng became somewhat excited now. Was it finally going to start? If they didn't act soon, Luo Feng would have to step in and give them both a little assist. Sure enough, after moving a certain distance, the giant snake suddenly accelerated and started gliding up toward the tree where Luo Feng hung. Although the snake was massive, its movement was surprisingly swift. Before long, it had already drawn close to the tree. Of course, the gorilla wasn't to be underestimated either, and it directly leaped toward the snake. A huge black fist flew toward the snake's body. The snake had anticipated the gorilla's attack and quickly twisted its body in response, counterattacking. Thus, the two massive creatures began their battle. The snake's dozens of meters long body attempted to coil around the gorilla, while the gorilla kept evading and simultaneously pounding the snake's body with its fists. An extremely intense battle unfolded. At this moment, Luo Feng picked up his legendary grade cloud-piercing bow and was ready to act at any moment. Just then, the three people in the distance were deeply shaken when they saw the fight between the giant snake and the gorilla. Zhang San, looking at the situation before him, worriedly said, "Should we continue forward? If we get caught in the crossfire between the snake and the gorilla, we'll all be finished." When Wang Er heard Zhang San's words, he hadn't expected that the snake and gorilla would suddenly begin fighting. Still, after a moment's thought, he spoke. "It's probably because of that white light just now that made the snake and the gorilla go after each other. From our current position, we couldn't see what object emitted that light. However, considering that this object was able to attract two such massive animals, it must be something quite special. Let's move a bit closer so we can see what that glowing object is. Once we spot it, I'll use my video recorder to film it for a bit. Once I finish recording, we'll leave immediately. This place is indeed too dangerous. If we're discovered by the snake and the gorilla, we definitely won't escape." Hearing Wang Er's words, Zhang San and Li Si nodded in agreement. After all, they had risked their lives coming here. If they left without even getting a look at what the treasure looked like, they wouldn't feel at peace returning empty-handed. So, the three of them continued forward. Several minutes later, they finally reached a position from which they could see the spot that had emitted light. When they saw the scene on the tree, they were instantly scared out of their wits, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. Zhang San spoke with an extremely shaky voice. "How come I see my own body hanging on that tree? This is just too terrifying. Right now I want to turn and run, but my legs won't obey me." Li Si also spoke in a trembling, frightened tone. "I also see my own corpse hanging on the tree, exactly like me. What's going on? Have we run into ghosts? Let's run away now." At this moment, Wang Er was also shocked inside, and his face showed signs of horror as he opened his mouth and said, "I've encountered the same thing as you two. My own body is also hanging on the tree. However, I seem to have not seen your two bodies at all." Hearing Wang Er's words, Zhang San and Li Si were stunned. Then, simultaneously, the two said, "I only saw my own figure, not seeing any other corpses." So, the three suddenly fell completely silent. A moment later, Wang Er spoke. "I think this thing, no matter who looks at it, will see their own corpse. At least so far, there seems to be no danger. Still, we can't continue forward anymore. We'll stay here and observe the battle between the snake and the gorilla. Then I'll look for a good opportunity to record 10 seconds of video with this good grade video recorder, and then we leave." Hearing Wang Er's words, the other two nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, even if they wanted to leave right away, they still lacked the courage for the time being. The battle between the snake and the gorilla was extremely fierce. Soon, the gorilla made a mistake, failing to dodge the snake's attack in time. It was directly coiled around by the snake's dozens of meters of body. Realizing its current predicament, the gorilla began struggling violently, attempting to escape from the snake's coil. Fortunately, the gorilla's hands were still free, allowing it to continue fighting the giant snake. However, the snake's coiling ability was extremely powerful. If the gorilla couldn't break free from the snake's grip in time, it might face life-threatening danger. Seeing this scene unfold before him, Luo Feng furrowed his brows. This gorilla just wasn't good enough. They hadn't even been fighting for long, yet the gorilla was already beginning to fall behind. The situation deviated greatly from what Luo Feng had imagined. In Luo Feng's imagination, the gorilla should have quickly defeated the snake. After all, when Luo Feng previously watched King Kong battle Godzilla, the Kong in that movie was extremely fierce. But now, it seemed he had been over-optimistic. The gorilla in front of him was far inferior to King Kong. Luo Feng couldn't just watch as the gorilla was killed by the snake. Firstly, the snake was clearly an invader, while the gorilla was a guardian. Moreover, Luo Feng hoped to see both the snake and the gorilla weaken each other until both were severely injured, not for one to completely defeat the other. Thinking this, Luo Feng no longer hesitated. He raised his legendary-grade cloud-piercing bow and shot an arrow straight toward the snake's head. The cloud-piercing arrow flew extremely fast, nearly in the blink of an eye. It struck the snake's head. The entire arrow penetrated deeply into the snake's head, then pierced straight through and exited from the bottom of its skull, plunging into the ground and vanishing from sight. Seeing the power of this arrow, Luo Feng himself was stunned by the result. Because, from what he saw, the snake's head was fully covered with thick, hard scales. Ordinary arrows wouldn't even be able to penetrate the snake's head defenses. But the arrow Luo Feng had shot not only pierced through the snake's thick defense, it had completely gone through. So, this was the effect of a cloud-piercing arrow with the triggered armor penetration attribute? After releasing the arrow, Luo Feng already realized that the random attribute granted to the cloud-piercing arrow upon its creation was indeed armor penetration. After seeing the effect of this first arrow, Luo Feng was quite satisfied. Chapter 76. With one axe swing, the head and body were separated. Although this arrow didn't manage to kill the giant serpent, it still inflicted some damage on it. Just now, as the serpent was about to attack the gorilla, it was struck by an unexpected arrow, causing it tremendous pain. After all, the arrow had pierced right through its head. If this were a regular animal, it would have died already. This time, the serpent was clearly enraged beyond measure. Its body started tightening even harder, and it began trying to bite the gorilla with its huge mouth. The gorilla was now completely confused. Just now, It seemed to have seen a black object flash by. Then there was a hole in the serpent's head. Then the serpent started attacking it like crazy. Could there be someone else here besides it and the serpent? However, the gorilla didn't have much time to think about it, as it had to concentrate completely on resisting the serpent's frantic attacks. Seeing this situation, Luong also stopped hesitating, taking out another cloud-piercing arrow. He now had plenty of supplies, and also possessed large quantities of time accelerators, so making a cloud-piercing arrow took nothing more than a fleeting thought. Thus, Luong shot another legendary cloud-piercing arrow. As soon as this arrow left the cloud-piercing bow this time, flames immediately burst from the arrowhead, turning it into a flaming arrow that flew toward the serpent's body. It directly hit the serpent's body, and the surrounding area caught fire. This time, the serpent felt an excruciating burning pain across its body, instantly loosening its coils from the gorilla and trying to use its own body to extinguish the flames. Far away, the three people watching this scene were completely stunned by the sudden developments. Originally, the three of them, witnessing the previous situation, all believed that this time the gorilla would surely die. However, the current turn of events completely exceeded their expectations. Zhang Xin stuttered as he spoke. What kind of situation is this sudden appearance of a fire arrow? Could there be other people here? And this person actually attacked the serpent. Are they planning to kill it? Wang Er, observing the scene with tense eyebrows, replied. If there is another person here, it can only be Xia Luo. We came here following his trail. Theoretically speaking, since we can see the serpent and the gorilla, Xia Luo should be able to see them too. So although we haven't found any trace of Xia Luo, he should be somewhere nearby. As for exactly where, I don't know. Therefore, this fire arrow was most likely shot by Xia Luo. While speaking, Wang Er took out the video recorder in his hand. He needed to prepare to record this. Now, with the involvement of Xia Luo, the situation would become even more exciting. Although the gorilla felt extremely surprised by the current situation, it didn't have time to dwell on it. Seeing that the serpent was distracted trying to extinguish the flames, the gorilla seized the opportunity to attack. This serpent wasn't about to let its guard down though, and seeing the gorilla's assault, it ignored the flames on its body entirely, and instead bit directly toward the gorilla's arm. The gorilla wasn't able to dodge in time, and its huge arm was clamped firmly between the serpent's fangs. Instantly, intense pain shot through the gorilla's arm. Seeing this, Luong no longer hesitated. He drew another arrow, this one coated with frost, and shot it directly at the serpent's head. Instantly, the icy arrow hit its target. Then, frost covered the serpent's head, slowing its movement drastically. Seeing this, Luong stopped hesitating and pulled out his already prepared legendary-grade mythical-size adjustable golden banana. Quickly peeling the banana, Luong swallowed the entire fruit in one bite. Then, his body rapidly expanded, and with one leap into the air, he transformed into a giant 18 meters tall. With a loud thud, Luong landed heavily on the ground. Far away, Zhang San and the others, seeing this giant suddenly appear, were shocked speechless, gaping in disbelief at the scene before them. Zhang San stuttered out. Is there actually a giant living on this island? This person is just too tall. Quick, start recording. Wang Er only now came back to his senses from the shock. Deeply shaken, even he was by the sudden appearance of such a massive person. Then he immediately fell into ecstasy, as long as he could record this scene. Then take it to the chat channel and sell it. Wouldn't that bring in a massive amount of resources? Thinking about it, Wang Er suppressed his excitement, and took out the video recorder to start filming. Luong's sudden appearance wasn't just shocking to Zhang San and the other two. It also stunned the giant serpent and gorilla who were in the middle of fighting. Even they had paused mid-combat, caught completely off guard by Luong's sudden arrival. But Luong didn't waste any time. Along with his body, his legendary grade heaven-sundering axe also grew in size. Standing at 18 meters tall and holding a massive axe, Luong began charging toward the serpent. His speed was incredible. Within just a few seconds, he had reached the serpent's side. The serpent's body was already burning and frozen in patches, and after its intense battle with the gorilla, its reaction time was too slow. By the time it realized what was happening, it was already too late. Luong's heaven-sundering axe swung straight toward the serpent's head. With a massive, ear-splitting crash, a huge crater appeared on the ground before him. The serpent's head had been completely severed from its body. However, even without its head, the serpent wasn't entirely dead. Its body continued writhing violently, trying desperately to escape. Luong saw this, and wasn't about to let it get away. With 3 more tremendous crashes, 3 more large craters appeared on the ground. The serpent's body had now been chopped into 4 separate pieces. From a distance, Zhang San and the others were utterly terrified by what they saw. Zhang San had already collapsed to the ground, his legs giving out from fear. Li Si was in a similar state, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly falling over at any second. On Wang Er's face was a mix of shock and excitement. He spoke with great excitement. I've already recorded the video. This time, we're going to get rich. A giant this powerful will definitely attract tons of players to watch. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Even if we charge 1 piece of wood for each viewing, we'll still collect a massive amount of resources. Chapter 77, Ginseng Fruits? 1 bite, 1 little kid. Our adventure this time really wasn't in vain. Hearing Wang Er's words, Zhang San and Li Si's faces also began to show smiles. Was it finally about to end? This island truly was too terrifying. A giant snake nearly 2 meters thick and nearly 50 meters long. And yet, it was chopped into 5 pieces by a giant wielding a massive axe, with only 4 strikes. It was truly frightening. Just as the 3 of them were in shock, what happened next brought them an even more stunning visual impact. This might be the most unbelievable scene they had ever witnessed in their entire lives. Fortunately, there had already been a build-up from the previous events, otherwise they might have fainted from the sight before them. Because the 3 of them actually saw that the 20-meter-tall gorilla suddenly knelt down before the axe-wielding giant. It was truly beyond their imagination. Zhang San said in disbelief. Could this gorilla be the giant's pet? the gorilla actually knelt down before the giant. Luong looked extremely regretful as he watched the scene unfold. He sorrowfully said, "We didn't capture this moment on video. What a pity. Moreover, the giant has been facing away from us all this time. We never got his appearance recorded either. What a pity indeed." At this moment, Luo Feng saw the kneeling gorilla and felt greatly confused. He didn't understand what was going on with the gorilla. Before Luo Feng could even take action against the gorilla, it had already dropped to its knees. This sudden development caught Luo Feng somewhat off guard. However, when Luo Feng noticed the gorilla staring fixedly at the legendary grade Kai Tian axe in his hand, he immediately understood what was going on. It seemed this gorilla in front of him was pretty clever, realizing that resistance would only lead to death. At this moment, Luo Feng stood there and tried to speak. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Then, unexpectedly, the gorilla actually nodded. Seeing the gorilla's reaction, Luo Feng almost got startled. He had just asked out of curiosity. Never had he expected that the gorilla before him could actually understand human speech. Luo Feng thought for a moment. After all, he had already crossed over into the ocean survival world. Meeting a gorilla that could understand human language wasn't that strange. In fact, for Luo Feng, it was even more advantageous. It would make communicating and interacting with the gorilla much easier. Thankfully, the gorilla showed it was perceptive, otherwise, Luo Feng might have had to deal with it forcefully. Thinking thus, Luo Feng said, "Good that you understand me. Go and scare away the 3 people behind me, but do not harm their lives. Once you come back, we can discuss the matter of this tree." Upon hearing this from Luo Feng, the gorilla looked at the fruits on the tree briefly, then walked directly behind Luo Feng. In fact, Luo Feng had long noticed the 3 individuals' presence. However, he did not say anything. After all, he didn't share any close relationship with them, and couldn't command them to return. Another reason was that these 3 had given Luo Feng quite a good impression. They frequently offered him valuable intelligence, so he certainly had no intention of killing them. That was also why the 3 of them could only catch glimpses of Luo Feng from behind. This had been deliberate on his part. At this time, the 3 individuals were still watching the scene with great interest, curious to see what would happen next between the giant and the gorilla. However, as they saw the gorilla heading directly in their direction, their faces turned pale. "What should we do? The gorilla found us." "You don't say? Hurry up and run. If the gorilla chases us, not one of us will escape. I've already finished recording the video. Once we return, I can use this footage to obtain rewards." Upon seeing what was happening, the 3 of them immediately started running, tumbling over each other in haste to escape. Considering the gorilla and the giant here, neither of them was someone they could take on. Their only option was to flee. After the 3 ran away, the gorilla came back to Luo Feng again. Luo Feng was curiously staring at another Luo Feng-like figure that had also grown bigger, hanging on the tree. Luo Feng couldn't figure out at all what kind of principle was at work here. Seeing the gorilla return, Luo Feng asked, "Do you know what's going on with the thing hanging on this tree?" Upon hearing Luo Feng say that, the gorilla nodded. Luo Feng wasn't surprised to see the gorilla nodding, but he now found himself facing a dilemma. The gorilla couldn't talk either. Even if it knew something, it couldn't tell him. After thinking for a moment, Luo Feng spoke up. "Is it possible the thing on the tree hasn't ripened yet? Then why would that giant snake come to steal it?" After Luo Feng finished speaking, the gorilla paused for a moment before first nodding its head, confirming that the fruit indeed hadn't ripened yet. Then, it made a motion of picking a fruit and putting it into its mouth. Looking at the gorilla's actions, Luo Feng suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Could it be that the Luo Feng hanging on the tree was something edible? Am I eating myself? At that thought, Luo Feng couldn't help but shiver. He then asked, "Then when will this thing ripen?" Hearing Luo Feng's words, the gorilla simply pointed directly at the thing with its finger. Luo Feng followed the gorilla's finger with his gaze. After seeing the scene on the tree, Luo Feng's eyes bulged wide open, as though he had witnessed something unimaginable. To his great surprise, he noticed that the spot where his own body had been hanging on the large tree was now empty. In its place appeared a human-shaped fruit, ginseng fruit. Upon seeing the humanoid fruit, a name suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's mind. Now, on the large tree, there was a small humanoid fruit. So, the Luo Feng that had been hanging here before was created by this humanoid fruit. At this moment, Luo Feng asked, "Has this fruit already ripened?" Hearing that, the gorilla nodded. Seeing the gorilla's response, Luo Feng wasted no time. He directly reached out and plucked the humanoid fruit. Achieve legendary grade wisdom fruit, +1. With 100-fold reward. Achieve legendary grade wisdom fruit, +100. In an instant, 100 humanoid fruits appeared in Luo Feng's hands. Chapter 78, Lifespan, +1000, the wisdom fruit. Its name sounded somewhat strange. Luo Feng immediately started reading the description of the wisdom fruit. The wisdom fruit. Rarity, epic. Description, this fruit resembles a humanoid shape. Before reaching full maturity, it possesses extremely powerful illusion techniques. Whoever sees the wisdom fruit will see their own reflection. During this stage, if anyone attacks the wisdom fruit, they will suffer mental attacks from it. Only when the wisdom fruit reaches full maturity will it reveal its true appearance. Function, it can significantly increase the consumer's mental power and intelligence. Furthermore, the consumer will no longer be affected by illusions. In addition, it can substantially extend the user's lifespan. Mental power, +2. Intelligence, +2. Lifespan, +10. Tip, each person can only consume one wisdom fruit permanently, providing permanent attribute enhancement. Multiple consumptions will only offer temporary boosts. After reading the description of the wisdom fruit, Luo Feng's face was filled with astonishment. The wisdom fruit not only enhanced mental power and intelligence, but also increased lifespan, 10 years at a single bite. That truly was a remarkable treasure. However, as Luo Feng read the final tip in the wisdom fruit's description, his expression instantly soured. That indeed was a flaw. Consuming only one could provide permanent attribute enhancement, while the rest would merely deliver temporary effects. Such a waste. Otherwise, Luo Feng would have eaten all 100 wisdom fruits in one go, gaining 1,000 years of additional lifespan. Just imagining that made Luo Feng feel thrilled. Unfortunately, this was merely a fantasy. Nonetheless, Luo Feng still had a long lifespan ahead of him, so there was no urgency to extend it right now. Therefore, Luo Feng placed the 99 wisdom fruits into his legendary spatial ring. The gorilla probably didn't notice this action of Luo Feng's, primarily because these fruits were about the size of ordinary apples. For Luo Feng, standing 18 meters tall, they really were too small. Looking at the gorilla beside him, Luo Feng considered for a moment before asking, "Have you eaten this fruit before?" When Luo Feng said that, the gorilla directly nodded. Observing the gorilla's movement, Luo Feng began to understand why the gorilla seemed so human-like. Even understanding what Luo Feng had said must have been connected to the wisdom fruit. Thinking about it now, the effects of the wisdom fruit were indeed quite powerful. It even enabled animals to understand human speech. It seemed the applications for the wisdom fruit were going to be widespread. Realizing this, Luo Feng smiled and said, "Since you've already eaten this fruit, I won't be polite then." Without further hesitation, Luo Feng popped the wisdom fruit into his mouth. Such a small fruit was nothing for Luo Feng. It couldn't even fill a tooth gap. After Luo Feng finished eating the wisdom fruit, he began to sense some changes occurring in his brain. Immediately, he felt refreshed and mentally clear. His thoughts seemed to become sharper and quicker. His mental reactions had improved. Sensing all these changes, Luo Feng further strengthened his understanding of the wisdom fruit. Now that the wisdom fruit had been consumed, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry anymore. Therefore, he opened his character status panel. During this time of gathering resources, Luo Feng had greatly improved both his overall attributes and supplies. Name, Luo Feng. Number, 54,188. Lifespan, 89 years. Shock value, 88,888. Maximum reward multiplier, 100,000. Basic attributes, strength 12, agility 13, stamina 12, mental power 13, intelligence 13. Special attributes, charisma 11, luck 9. Raft, 15 by 15. Skills, swimming, archery, combat techniques. Equipment, legendary spatial ring, epic spear, legendary telescope, 10,000 island catalog, legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrows, legendary grappling hook, time accelerators * 6,666 minutes, epic clothing, legendary axe of creation, legendary size adaptable golden banana * 9, epic travel talisman * 99 hours. Companions, black tortoise. Wealth. After seeing his attributes, Luo Feng felt extremely satisfied. All his basic attributes had been enhanced. Most importantly, he had gained 20 years of lifespan. With these current attributes and items, Luo Feng probably wouldn't face any dangers in the ocean world. However, Luo Feng didn't dare to be overly careless. After all, so far he had encountered only ordinary creatures. If he encountered some other animals with special abilities, things could become dangerous. Moreover, as time went on, the difficulty of surviving in the ocean wasn't just limited to these creatures, but also included natural disasters. If Luo Feng's guess was correct, it wouldn't be long before some of these disasters arrived. Strong winds, heavy rains, hailstorms, tsunamis, typhoons, extreme cold, heat waves, sea monsters, volcanic eruptions, and more. These were all disasters he had encountered in the past while playing similar games. This ocean survival world probably wouldn't be an exception. Therefore, Luo Feng needed to upgrade his raft as soon as possible. Otherwise, if these disasters struck, he would face some serious trouble. Thinking about this, he spoke up, "I'm leaving now. You can stay here and wait. When the fruits ripen next time, you can eat them." After hearing Luo Feng say that, the gorilla actually started dancing joyfully. It took Luo Feng quite a while to understand the gorilla's meaning. He said doubtfully, "Are you saying you want me to stay here and accompany you?" Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the gorilla immediately nodded enthusiastically. Seeing the gorilla's reaction, Luo Feng felt speechless. This big black gorilla actually wanted him to stay and accompany him. If the gorilla were a beautiful girl, Luo Feng might have considered staying. But for a gorilla, Luo Feng definitely had no interest. Moreover, Luo Feng didn't even have the slightest intention of taming the gorilla as a pet. The main reason was that after his transformation, his combat power was even stronger than the gorilla's. Carrying around such a large gorilla while drifting at sea wouldn't exactly be convenient. Just by looking at its size, he could tell the gorilla must be a heavy eater. Thinking about that, Luo Feng spoke again. "You just stay here and guard this tree properly. When the fruits on this tree ripen next time, I might come back. But rest assured, there will definitely be one fruit reserved for you. So, you must protect this tree well. If I come back and find that this tree is gone, then I'll have something to say to you." Hearing Luo Feng say that, the gorilla still nodded. Seeing this, Luo Feng decided not to waste any more time. His transformation only lasted 30 minutes in total. Once those 30 minutes passed, he would revert back to his original size. Chapter 79, I just killed a giant snake, that's all. Thus, Luo Feng approached the giant snake that had already reached its 5th segment. When Luo Feng's hand touched the body of the snake, a prompt sound once again rang out. "You have obtained a fine level giant snake, +1, 10-fold reward. You have obtained a fine level giant snake, +10, giant snake, level fine." Description: consuming the meat of this giant snake regularly can increase the consumer's speed and tenacity. It is also delicious. If used to steep in wine, it will have a very good effect. Luo Feng looked into his space ring, where 9 complete giant snakes, 50 meters long and nearly 2 meters thick, were placed neatly. Thinking about the description of the snake, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Such a huge snake can actually be used to steep in wine? How big must the wine bottle be? Of course, it wasn't only for that reason Luo Feng was thinking deeply, but rather because the level of this giant snake was merely fine. That was somewhat terrifying. A giant snake of such a massive size only has a fine level rating? Luo Feng had gained quite a bit of understanding about the level system in this world. In this world, not only are there ranks for equipment, even animals have levels assigned. Levels: common, fine, excellent, outstanding, perfect, epic, legendary, mythic, divine. Currently, it seemed the animal rankings also followed this 9-tier classification. A higher level animal merely indicated that its special abilities were strong, not necessarily its combat strength. Take the giant snake before Luo Feng now, such a massive physique, yet it's only rank fine. That might have something to do with the fact that the snake didn't have any particular abilities. This snake seemed to have nothing special other than its large size. No fire breathing, ice freezing, or flying capabilities. Luo Feng could hardly imagine the abilities of even higher level creatures. Take the giant chicken Luo Feng had previously encountered. After receiving the system's reward, it became an excellent level giant chicken. If Luo Feng encountered an excellent level chicken head-on, he definitely wouldn't have been certain he could defeat it. Right now, however, Luo Feng didn't need to worry about such matters. He was already wearing top-tier equipment and had numerous skills. Killing lower-level animals was incredibly easy. Thinking of this, Luo Feng directly collected the corpse of the 5th segment giant snake on the ground. Then he turned to the gorilla and said, "I'm leaving. We'll meet again if we have the chance." After saying that, Luo Feng no longer concerned himself with the gorilla and planned to return toward the seashore. Because the duration of his legendary size changeable golden banana was about to end soon. Deep in the island, there might still be other ferocious beasts. Luo Feng definitely dared not stay overnight here. In fact, Luo Feng's decision to head to the beach also had something to do with the Mermaid Queen. After using the Mermaid Queen's call, he would encounter the Mermaid Queen within the next 24 hours. If Luo Feng stayed deep in the island, how could he possibly meet with the Mermaid Queen? With this thought in mind, Luo Feng didn't hesitate further and began to head toward the seaside. As Luo Feng walked, the surrounding animals began to scatter in all directions. After all, this was a giant inhabited island, but a height of 18 meters was not something ordinary animals could reach. When he arrived at the seashore, Luo Feng's body rapidly began to shrink back to his normal size. This island adventure had brought Luo Feng a lot of gains. After a brief rest, Luo Feng planned to cut some large trees near the island to prepare for upgrading his wooden raft. Now Luo Feng had some time and wanted to see what others had gained recently. Everyone had already been inside the survival world for a day and a half. Most of them were basically able to eat now. Still, there were some unlucky people who hadn't even had a single meal or a sip of water. So Luo Feng opened the trading interface. Space backpack *1 cubic meter. Trade. Food *20 pounds. Purified water *20 liters. Inflatable doll manufacturing diagram. Trade. Apples *5. Original scented stockings *1 pair. Trade. Steamed bun *1. Outstanding level spear diagram. Trade. Outstanding level hook diagram. This time, the variety of traded items had become much more diverse. Luo Feng first focused on that space backpack. However, Luo Feng looked at it once, and then immediately lost all interest. Now Luo Feng's space ring had a volume of 1 trillion cubic meters. The difference was simply enormous. However, the fact that these people were able to obtain so many high-grade items indicated that everyone's gains were gradually improving. Even the person selling the inflatable doll blueprint had managed to obtain an even higher grade 36D model. It seemed Luo Feng needed to work harder too. Although Luo Feng's time accelerator still had several thousand minutes remaining, for him, it was still far from enough. If Luo Feng obtained some larger item blueprints, he would require even more time. For instance, if Luo Feng obtained a luxury yacht blueprint, manufacturing it would probably take no less than dozens of days. The later stages of the game progressed, the more crucial the time accelerator became. Thus, Luo Feng acted immediately and bought up all the time accelerators currently being traded. Then, Luo Feng turned his attention to the chat channel. I don't know why, but why does it feel like I'm not even playing the same game as you great players? Why do you guys already have food and water to drink, while since I entered this ocean world, not only haven't I seen any food, I haven't even seen a single hair. Brother upstairs, do you want some used straw mushrooms for me? They can still be eaten after washing. If you don't want them, then I'll just eat them myself. Actually, now that everyone has plenty of resources, I finally managed to sell my inflatable doll blueprint. Besides that, I also have a large supply of men's and women's products. If anyone feels lonely, feel free to contact me for a trade. I actually caught an excellent level fish using my own lure. I guess I'll have a good meal this time. Seeing the chat messages, Luo Feng noticed that the players inside the ocean world were basically now polarized into two groups. Luo Feng pondered for a moment before sending a message to the chat channel. Does anyone have any treasure map fragments? Anyone with treasure map fragments can contact me, and the price is negotiable. Just now I killed a giant snake and got quite a bit of snake meat. This snake was a fine level giant snake, and I'm putting it up for trade just once. If no one has any treasure map fragments to trade, I'm going to log off soon. As soon as Luo Feng sent his message, it instantly caught everyone's attention. Wachow, is Supreme Lord Luo Feng done with something again? Has he just killed another giant snake? And just how big was this snake anyway? Chapter 80. A new island is about to appear? The meeting point of the two. I just ate a well-rated fish. It not only tasted amazing, but also provided special attribute boosts. It was really delicious. However, this fish was too small. I didn't get to eat enough. Unfortunately, I don't have any fragments of the treasure map. Otherwise, I would have traded with Dao Lao Xia Luo. Dao Lao Xia Luo, judging from all the food you've acquired, you must not be able to finish it all by yourself. Experts say that consuming too much food is unhealthy. I'm willing to help you share some of it. From previous experiences, Luo Feng had already learned that there were quite a few players who obtained great items, but refused to bring them out. After all, some people didn't have a strong demand for basic food anymore. Luo Feng needed to offer even more advanced food items to encourage them to hand over their treasure map fragments. If it were an ordinary treasure map, Luo Feng wouldn't have paid any attention. However, he possessed the Divine Billionfold Reward System. Even the most ordinary treasure maps would become extremely valuable after undergoing Luo Feng's tremendous reward multiplier. Thinking about this, Luo Feng stopped hesitating and immediately posted a trade offer on the trading platform. Well-rated giant snake meat *5 pounds, in exchange for treasure map fragment *1. When others saw Luo Feng's message, they were all deeply shocked. Whoa, Daolaoxia Luo is offering 5 pounds of giant snake meat at once. It can't possibly all come from a single snake, right? If that's the case, just how heavy would that giant snake be? I also want to taste the giant snake meat from Daolaoxia Luo, but I simply don't have the strength. I haven't come across any treasure map fragments either. If I had, I would definitely seek out Daolaoxia Luo for a trade. I wonder what the well-rated giant snake tastes like. What effects does it have? Hope eating it won't cause me to grow bigger, too. Luo Feng glanced at the chat messages, noticing that no one was bringing out any treasure map fragments. Without wasting more time, he immediately closed the chat channel. Luo Feng thought for a moment, then took out his legendary level telescope, planning to check Tang Shuiying's location for any other items. After all, Luo Feng's field of vision was much wider than Tang Shuiying's. If something unique could be discovered, he could point Tang Shuiying in that direction. This time, once Luo Feng used the legendary level telescope, the scenery in his vision began changing rapidly. In a blink of an eye, Luo Feng's vision revealed Tang Shuiying's seductive figure. Luo Feng noticed Tang Shuiying was fully clothed and let out a silent sigh of relief. It was finally not like the previous situation. Otherwise, Luo Feng might not have been able to resist such temptation. In that case, he'd have no choice but to ask his assistant to pitch in. Under Luo Feng's gaze, Tang Shuiying's body started to move. She was practicing her combat skills. As her body kept moving, the greater the amplitude of her movements became, the more anxious Luo Feng felt watching her. Luo Feng even began to wonder whether something might literally fall. Fortunately, Luo Feng knew that Tang Shuiying had the epic level size read, so while the movements were a bit startling, they posed no real danger. Nevertheless, Luo Feng remembered his original purpose this time. So, he shifted his gaze away from Tang Shuiying and began scanning the surrounding sea area. There was no sign of any other special chests or treasures. Just as Luo Feng started surveying the surroundings, suddenly his expression changed. Then, an expression of joy appeared on his face. Because, in the distance, he saw a dark spot. According to Luo Feng's past experience, this dark spot was an island. A new island had appeared near Tang Shuiying. Once this thought emerged in Luo Feng's mind, he became extremely excited. Did this mean he would finally get to meet Tang Shuiying? Was his happy life finally about to begin? However, as Luo Feng noticed the vast distance indicated by the legendary level telescope, his heart suddenly sank. Initially, Luo Feng had thought the island near Tang Shuiying was the same island he was currently on. Now, that didn't seem to be the case. Tang Shuiying was near an entirely new island. Luo Feng wasn't too disheartened though. Since Tang Shuiying had an island, if Luo Feng continued heading in that direction, he would find Tang Shuiying once he encountered another island. With this in mind, Luo Feng sent Tang Shuiying a message saying, "I've just used an item to spot an island ahead of you. As long as you keep going in this direction, you'll reach that island. We can meet there." While Tang Shuiying was exercising, hearing Luo Feng say that, her movements abruptly came to a stop. Luo Feng claimed there was an island right ahead of her. With curiosity, Tang Shuiying looked toward the direction Luo Feng had mentioned earlier. She didn't seem to notice anything. Still, she chose to trust Luo Feng. Since he said so, she might soon encounter an island. And once that happened, she would finally meet Luo Feng. What if Luo Feng really made that kind of request after they met? Previously, Tang Shuiying had always believed the chances of meeting Luo Feng were extremely slim. Now it seemed that many things were developing exactly as Luo Feng had said. At this rate, she and Luo Feng might meet within these few days. Thinking about this, some rather vivid images involuntarily appeared in Tang Shuiying's mind. However, Tang Shuiying knew well enough not to keep Luo Feng waiting for long while they spoke. Tang Shuiying said, "Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that island. I'll move forward in that direction as quickly as possible. I also hope that we can meet each other soon." When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying speak like this, he didn't say much. He would save certain words for when they met face to face. Besides, Luo Feng had been hoping for a reunion with Tang Shuiying just as eagerly. However, now that it was already afternoon, Luo Feng had no intention of leaving tonight. He planned to spend the night on his current island and set off at full speed with his divine speed talisman early the next morning. Thinking this, Luo Feng was about to put away his legendary level telescope. However, when he saw Tang Shuiying's next move, the hand in his action suddenly paused. Because Luo Feng saw Tang Shuiying pull out the bottle of legendary level pure cleansing essence. An idea then surfaced in Luo Feng's mind. Chapter 81. The Ice-Fire Dual-Headed Shark wants to attack the Mermaid Queen. Could it be that Tang Shuiying is going to use the legendary skin purifying essence? Tang Shuiying's next actions proved that Luo Feng's guess was correct. Luo Feng watched as Tang Shuiying began to take off her coat, then slowly unfasten her epic-sized Ri Jiao. Seeing Tang Shuiying's series of movements, Luo Feng already knew what was going to happen next. Tang Shuiying was likely going to treat the marks left from previous friction caused by the tight clothing. Luo Feng certainly didn't have any intention of peeking. However, he suddenly thought, soon, he would be meeting the Mermaid Queen. And the Mermaid Queen, it seemed, had a scar left behind. If Luo Feng had misjudged, then it wouldn't matter at all. But if the Mermaid Queen really did have a scar, Luo Feng would be more than happy to help heal it. After all, that's just how much he loved helping others. Exactly, he could use this opportunity to observe how Tang Shuiying used the legendary skin purifying essence. Then, Luo Feng could do the same for the Mermaid Queen. People like Luo Feng, who always thought of others and loved to help, were not common at all. As Luo Feng was thinking, Tang Shuiying had already removed her clothes. The scene appeared right before Luo Feng's eyes. Seeing such a beautiful sight, Luo Feng was truly stunned. Her body even emitted a soft glow. This was a situation Luo Feng wouldn't have dared imagine in his dreams. It was just too beautiful. If he could view it up close, surely it would be even more amazing. Well, maybe he'd get that opportunity soon enough. With that glowing effect, at night it would definitely be even more enchanting. If the entire body were covered in glowing papaya cream, then when sleeping at night, there would be no need to turn on the lights. Just the light radiating from her body would be enough for activities that lead to growth. As Luo Feng indulged in dreams of a happy life, Tang Shuiying's hands continued their movements. Her right hand gripped the legendary skin purifying essence. Her left hand opened the lid. Then, with a slight squeeze from her right hand. Fortunately, the liquid was quite thick, so it didn't flow too fast. Tang Shuiying extended her left hand to intercept the dripping liquid. Then, she started applying it evenly across her skin from top to bottom using her left hand. However, when the liquid touched the area where she had been injured before, her expression involuntarily changed slightly, and her brows furrowed. At the same time, she let out a soft moan. After the brief pain, a pleasant sensation began radiating from the injured spot. It started to feel tingling and numb. It was just too comfortable. Once Tang Shuiying had finished applying the essence on one area, she repeated the same steps as before. After the entire area was coated in the liquid, Tang Shuiying put the legendary skin purifying essence back into the nearby wooden box. Not much time had passed, but Tang Shuiying was surprised to find that all the marks caused by previous friction had completely vanished. Moreover, her skin had become significantly smoother. It looked as if no injury had ever occurred. No wonder it was the legendary skin purifying essence. Its effects were truly powerful. Within just a few minutes, all the injuries had been fully healed. In fact, under sunlight, the area even reflected light. Seeing that the injuries had healed, Tang Shuiying then began to redress herself. Only then could she feel safe to continue training. At this moment, Luo Feng retracted the legendary telescope. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Could that one spot on a person really become so perfect? Even the phrase smooth skin like congealed fat couldn't describe the beauty of that area. Now, Luo Feng was even more excited at the prospect of meeting Tang Shuiying. He wondered if he'd get a chance to make direct contact next time. Luo Feng still really enjoyed climbing mountains. Meanwhile, he memorized Tang Shuiying's technique. If the Mermaid Queen ever needed it, Luo Feng would willingly offer his helping hand. Thinking about this, Luo Feng looked deep into the sea but found no traces of other creatures. He had already used the mermaid's call. When would he actually encounter a mermaid? At this point, Luo Feng stopped further thoughts, as the transformation's duration was nearly over. He checked the time and realized there were only 3 minutes left. Therefore, Luo Feng wanted to make use of these final 3 minutes to cut down some giant trees. As soon as the thought formed, Luo Feng's body started to rapidly grow larger. The Kai axe in Luo Feng's hand also grew larger along with him. After all, there was still some time left in the transformation. No way could he waste it. If he could make use of it, he should do so fully. The logging efficiency after the transformation was actually quite high. Just as Luo Feng was about to head toward the forest near the island's edge, he suddenly froze. Because, to his surprise, not far away on the sea surface, he noticed a faint glow of 7 colors. At first, the light was extremely weak. However, soon the intensity of the 7-colored glow kept increasing rapidly. As the brightness of the 7-colored light became even stronger, suddenly, Luo Feng saw a multicolored bubble rise from beneath the sea surface. Seeing this scene before him, Luo Feng was greatly shocked. Because inside that colorful bubble, Luo Feng actually saw a figure. More accurately, it was a mermaid. However, the glow from the colorful bubble was simply too dazzling. For now, Luo Feng couldn't clearly see what the mermaid inside the colorful bubble looked like. Still, his instincts told him that this mermaid in front of him was exactly the mermaid queen he had been waiting for. Realizing this, Luo Feng's mood became extremely excited. Therefore, without wasting time, Luo Feng began moving toward that multicolored bubble. At this moment, however, suddenly from the depths of the ocean emerged a gigantic shark. This huge shark had 2 heads. One head emitted flames, while the other was covered in frost. The ice-fire dual-headed shark showed no hesitation after appearing, and quickly swam straight toward the colorful bubble. Chapter 82. What to do if the mermaid queen remains unconscious? After seeing the scene in front of him, Luo Feng was greatly shocked. How did a mutated great white shark suddenly appear? And it had 2 heads, each possessing a unique attribute. Judging from its appearance, this ice-fire dual-headed shark was definitely no easy opponent. However, Luo Feng absolutely refused to let the ice-fire dual-headed shark get near the mermaid queen. Therefore, Luo Feng grabbed his massive Kai Tian axe and advanced toward the ocean. The ice-fire dual-headed shark had already noticed Luo Feng, now a giant. Then, the 2 heads of the ice-fire dual-headed shark actually opened their mouths simultaneously and attacked the rainbow-colored bubble. 2 energy beams, one icy, one fiery, shot toward the multicolored bubble. Soon, they reached near the bubble. Upon contact, a loud explosion rang out from the rainbow-colored bubble. Although the bubble wasn't completely destroyed, a mass of cracks appeared on its surface, and it seemed like it could shatter at any moment. Witnessing this situation, Luo Feng was greatly alarmed and immediately increased his speed. Don't be deceived by Luo Feng's enormous size. Once his body entered the ocean, his swimming speed underwater surpassed his speed on land. His swimming skill had already reached the master level. Once submerged in the ocean, he felt just like returning home. Very quickly, Luo Feng arrived at the rainbow-colored bubble before the ice-fire dual-headed shark. Just then, the dual-headed shark released the same ice and fire attack again. Seeing this, Luo Feng didn't dare to slack off. He immediately raised his legendary class Kai Tian axe and counterattacked. When the 2 attacks met, a tremendous explosion rang out. The ice and fire energies scattered wildly around Luo Feng's legendary Kai Tian axe. However, the axe sustained no damage at all from the elemental energies. The speed of Luo Feng's strike did not decrease in the slightest. With an unstoppable momentum, he attacked toward the Icefire dual-headed shark. After seeing its attack had no effect, the Icefire dual-headed shark got scared and didn't dare to remain. It immediately turned to flee. But it was already too late. Luo Feng's axe had already arrived nearby. Luo Feng swung his massive axe at the dual-headed shark directly. If things had gone according to Luo Feng's intention, he would have cleaved the creature in half exactly between its two heads. Unfortunately, the dual-headed shark still had decent reflexes. Upon realizing its attack was useless, it wasted no time escaping. Luo Feng's axe landed directly on the Icefire dual-headed shark's body, creating a massive gash. The Icefire dual-headed shark seized this chance to escape immediately. Luo Feng had failed to kill the creature in one strike. As he watched the Icefire shark flee, Luo Feng had no intention of chasing it down. For one, the time limit on Luo Feng's size transformation technique was about to expire. Secondly, the rainbow-colored bubble had just been hit by the Icefire shark's attack, developing many cracks. It might shatter any time. Thinking of this, Luo Feng hesitated no further and immediately returned to the rainbow-colored bubble. When Luo Feng's large hand touched the bubble, it suddenly shattered. A mermaid appeared in Luo Feng's palm. Once Luo Feng saw the mermaid's appearance in his hand, shock filled his face. As if he had seen something utterly inconceivable. Because, in his giant palm, the mermaid looked exactly the same as the mermaid queen statue he previously obtained. Even the two giant shell-like ornaments the mermaid queen wore on her chest were identical. This made Luo Feng feel extremely astonished. Not only that, Luo Feng also saw the rope used to secure the two shells. And on it, there were signs of breaks. Hadn't Luo Feng broken the two shells of the mermaid queen statue when he first obtained it, out of curiosity to test how realistic the statue was? He had accidentally pulled too hard and caused them to fall. This kind of situation gave Luo Feng an enormous psychological shock. If the mermaid queen statue he previously obtained was connected in some way with the real mermaid queen, would she know about the things Luo Feng did to her statue? Yet at this moment, there was no time for Luo Feng to ponder further, because his transformation's effect was about to wear off. Thus, without further delay, Luo Feng directly carried the mermaid queen toward the shore. As Luo Feng had just arrived at the beach, his body began to shrink gradually. Luo Feng tightly held the mermaid queen in his arms. However, the mermaid queen still hadn't opened her eyes. She was in an unconscious state. Luo Feng found a suitable spot and carefully placed the mermaid queen down from his arms. Just as Luo Feng bent down to set the mermaid queen gently on the ground, suddenly, he noticed a shocking scene. Because the two shells covering the mermaid queen's chest had slid aside, fully exposing her figure to Luo Feng's vision. Seeing this, Luo Feng's heart immediately began pounding. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen such a part of a female. And not just any female, it was the mermaid queen herself. This truly left Luo Feng momentarily at a loss. However, something even more shocking caught Luo Feng's attention. There was truly a scar located exactly at that position. She actually had the same scar as the statue. Seeing that the mermaid queen's statue had indeed been carved according to her real appearance, Luo Feng felt a mixture of awe and guilt. Luo Feng looked for a while, but soon realized that keeping her exposed to the air wasn't good. Moreover, if the mermaid queen happened to wake up suddenly in this state and found such a scene, Luo Feng would have no way of explaining himself. Therefore, Luo Feng started to carefully adjust the two shells back into place to cover the mermaid queen. After some effort, Luo Feng held the two shells in his hand and suddenly didn't know what to do. Because he discovered that the connectors of the two shells were already broken, they couldn't be attached properly anymore. They needed repairs before they could be used again. As for how to fix them, Luo Feng had no idea. Thinking for a moment, Luo Feng could only take out a size-adjustable jaw from his spatial ring to cover the mermaid queen first. After all, leaving her exposed wasn't appropriate. Although Luo Feng wouldn't mind seeing, looking while someone was unconscious still felt wrong. Therefore, Luo Feng tried once more. After several attempts, he finally managed to put it on properly. Now, Luo Feng had to figure out how to wake up the mermaid queen. Chapter 83, a 10-second wonderful short video. After all, it's not a solution for the mermaid queen to remain asleep forever. Luo Feng would never take advantage of someone in distress. Saying it like that seems somewhat incorrect. Perhaps it should be phrased as, he wouldn't take advantage of a mermaid in distress. But even that sounds more wrong. Luo Feng didn't dwell on that, and focused on waking the mermaid queen up first. As he thought about this, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. The problem was, he didn't exactly know how to save someone. At that moment, suddenly an idea came into his mind. CPR? He recalled that in the dramas, when someone drowned, you had to give them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and supply oxygen. Looking at the mermaid queen's luscious, kissable red lips, Luo Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. However, he then recalled an important detail. Mermaid queen was a sea creature herself and could breathe underwater, so she probably wouldn't suffer from lack of oxygen. After some consideration, Luo Feng decided that he would give her some time. If the mermaid queen still didn't wake up soon, then he would proceed with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He had to finish what he started. Since Luo Feng had already saved the mermaid queen from the jaws of the Icefire double-headed shark, he must also ensure she fully recovered. Realizing that, Luo Feng knew he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon to gather supplies. So, he might as well collect floating materials along the beach. After all, there wasn't much else to do right now. He should make full use of his time. It was still a while before dinner. Tonight's dinner was cooked by Tang Shuang for Luo Feng. Luo Feng was quite curious about tonight's meal. He planned to give Tang Shuang a wisdom fruit at dinner time. That could increase her abilities. After all, she was going to be his future wife, so she definitely couldn't be neglected. While thinking, Luo Feng opened the chat channel to check if anyone had discovered a piece of the treasure map. When Luo Feng opened the chat channel, he noticed something different. Everyone was discussing Zhang San and a few others. Zhang San, are you telling us that you met a giant snake 2 meters wide and 50 meters long, and also a 20-meter tall black gorilla? And finally, you saw a 10-meter-tall giant wielding a huge axe, slicing the snake into several pieces? How come I just can't believe what you said? It sounds way too terrifying. If you're talking about running into some large animals, I might believe that. After all, in this ocean world, you might encounter any kind of creature. But to claim that you saw a 10-meter-tall giant, that's just impossible to believe. Could there really be other native inhabitants in this ocean world besides us? Even if there were, they couldn't be that big. I think you're just bragging. I could say I just saw a two-headed great white shark. One head breathes fire, the other ice. And finally, it was split in half by a giant too. Seeing this discussion, Luo Feng fell into thought. He hadn't expected that Zhang San and his team would reveal this matter. He had no intention of letting others know about his ability to transform at this moment. Even if he did say something, without evidence, people wouldn't believe him anyway. Maybe when this ocean game had a live broadcast feature, he wouldn't mind doing a live transformation. By then, the shock value would definitely skyrocket. As Luo Feng was thinking like this, suddenly Wang Air started posting. Wang Air, we risked our lives to get this information and wanted to share with all of you. We wanted to let everyone learn more about the creatures in this ocean world. But we didn't expect you all to disbelieve us three brothers. We were even planning on giving everyone some free viewing first. But now it seems we have no choice but to charge. I'll upload the video now. If you don't believe it, you can watch it for yourself. Video * 10 seconds. Requires transaction of wood * 1, or food * 1, or pure water * 100 milliliters. After Wang Air uploaded the video, all the players were shocked as if they had seen something unfathomable. What? Is this a joke? A 10-second video, and it's this expensive? Only 10 seconds of watching, and you charge this much? You're literally robbing money. Wang Air actually has some skill. Managed to obtain this kind of video recording tool. This is the first time I've seen something like this since I arrived in the ocean world. Could what they said just now actually be true? Regardless of whether it's true or not, just watching once costs this much? Even if it's true, it's way too expensive for an ordinary person to afford. If anyone watches it, could you please tell us what's inside? When Luo Feng saw this transaction item posted by Wang Air, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Luo Feng truly hadn't expected they could actually come up with such a prop. In that case, could it be possible that Wang Air had recorded the video of Luo Feng's previous battle? If that really happened, Luo Feng wouldn't be able to hide his ability of growing larger anymore. But even if it was exposed, Luo Feng wouldn't worry. It could be a good opportunity to gain some shocking value. That way, others could finally realize Luo Feng's real strength. Therefore, with great curiosity, Luo Feng wanted to see exactly which period of time Wang Air had recorded in the video. Thinking about this, Luo Feng posted a message in the chat channel. I will watch your video. Everyone in the channel felt extremely excited when seeing the message from Xiao Luo. What the heck? I never thought the mighty Xiao Luo would also be interested in this video. I hope they are not lying. Otherwise, if they dared to lie to the mighty Xiao Luo, the consequences would be extremely severe. Great one Xiao Luo, after you finish watching, could you please tell us what exactly is recorded in this video? Great one Xiao Luo previously killed a big snake, so maybe he is especially interested in the same giant snake mentioned by Wang Air. When Wang Air saw that the mighty Xiao Luo himself wanted to watch the video, he immediately replied, Great one Xiao Luo, can watch it for free. At this moment, Luo Feng obtained a 10-second video. Without hesitation, Luo Feng immediately opened the video. 10 seconds later, the video vanished automatically. In this 10-second clip, it showed Luo Feng's cloud-piercing arrow hitting the snake's body, followed by Luo Feng transforming into a giant and immediately cutting the snake's head off with a single swing of his axe. That was exactly what was recorded in the video. However, in the clip, only Luo Feng's back view as a giant was captured, without a single clear front shot. Chapter 84. I'm showing my hand. The giant is me, and I've been secretly filmed. After seeing this situation, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Now Luo Feng had two choices. The first option was to take this opportunity to reveal his identity publicly, explaining that this giant was actually Luo Feng in transformed form. The second option was to pretend nothing had happened. Then no one would know that the giant just now was someone in disguise. Luo Feng considered briefly and finally made his decision. These players, seeing that Xiao Luo didn't speak after watching the video, all became extremely curious. God Xiao Luo, what exactly did you see? Tell us about it. Did Wang Air lie or not? Is it true that there was really a 50-meter-long snake, a 20-meter-tall gorilla, and several 10-meter-high giants? I can't control my curiosity anymore. I'm going to spend one piece of lumber to watch. After the first person watched the 10-second video, he immediately sent a message in the chat channel. It's true. Everything Wang Air said is real. There really are various giant animals inside. And the most impressive part is that giant dropping from the sky. He's so awesome. After the first person said this, others could no longer contain themselves. Those with a little extra lumber immediately decided to spend one piece to watch the video and understand what exactly was in it. Minutes later, quite a few people had finished watching this video. Damn it, this is actually true. That snake is too long. It almost killed the gorilla. Even more shocking is that giant descending from the sky wielding a huge axe. He was so imposing. One swing of the axe severed the snake's head directly. This combat power is truly terrifying. Never thought that Wang Air and his team could encounter such an astonishing scene. What's even more shocking is that they actually escaped unharmed. What lucky bastards. It turns out there are many unknown creatures in the ocean world. These creatures are far beyond what we can currently deal with. Anyone who encounters them will definitely die with no chance of survival. Wang Air and the other two were at the beach, looking at the pile of materials stacked before them, wearing very excited expressions. Haha, this time we've struck it rich. Our adventure was worth it. With this video, our life going forward is secured. The only slight downside is that we didn't manage to capture the giant's appearance. Otherwise, our video would definitely have been even more popular. Everyone is still very curious about such mysterious creatures. Seeing everyone's reaction, Luo Feng also noticed that his shock value was actually rising rapidly. Looks like whether Luo Feng displayed things deliberately or not, as long as someone filmed and posted his actions, he could still gain shock value. Realizing this, Luo Feng felt particularly cheerful. Free shock value? Definitely not something to be wasted. However, Wang Er and his companions used Luo Feng's video and actually charged people to watch. That was truly impressive. But Luo Feng couldn't allow them three to take advantage of him. Without Luo Feng, those three not only wouldn't have gotten the video, but surviving at all would have been extremely questionable. Thinking about this, Luo Feng began speaking in the chat channel. How did my video of killing the snake end up circulating? Wang Er, you secretly filmed me, didn't even talk to me about it, and directly made it a paid viewing. That kind of action is not right at all. As soon as Luo Feng sent the message, the entire chat channel suddenly fell silent. Everyone was so shocked by what Luo Feng said that they didn't know what to say at first. However, after everyone recovered, they started speaking again. Senior Xiao Luo, we know your strength is pretty good, but the video clearly shows a giant over 10 meters tall. How can you claim you're the one who killed the snake? You don't look that tall, do you? Senior Xiao Luo, you can eat without restraint, but speaking should still have limits. Saying something like this won't earn your worship from everyone. It might instead cause disappointment. Never thought Senior Xiao Luo would actually be someone who craves superficial glory. If it weren't for all the food you've got, I wouldn't have even liked you. Seeing the others' reactions, Luo Feng could only feel somewhat helpless. These days, the truth didn't even earn belief. Was it even possible to play well together anymore? Thus, Luo Feng waved his hand, and a trading item appeared on the trade platform. Excellent grade giant snake asterisk 50 meters long, 1.8 meters wide trade spatial ring asterisk 100,000,000 cubic meters. The moment Luo Feng displayed this giant snake corpse, the entire chat channel instantly became deathly silent once again. These players were truly terrified by the sight of such a massive snake Luo Feng had brought out. Some of the more timid ones nearly lost their footing and fell into the sea upon seeing the snake's immense length. However, after a short period of shock, everyone started tentatively speaking up. Did I not misread this? A 50-meter-long, 1.8-meter-wide giant snake corpse is actually being traded by God Xiao Luo? Does this mean that the giant from earlier was really Elder Xiao Luo? How is that possible? How can a single person possibly be that huge? Elder Xiao Luo, I take back what I said just now. I now believe that you really killed that giant snake, but how did you become so large? Did you obtain some special ability? Elder Xiao Luo, your snake is so big, you definitely won't be able to finish it all. Let me help you relieve some of the burden. I'm extremely skilled in cooking snake meat. I used to frequently hunt and eat snakes. Seeing his shock value jump up by more than 10,000 points, Luo Feng felt extremely satisfied. Indeed, staying low wasn't going to work anymore. At times like these, he needed to be loud and proud. Thinking thus, Luo Feng sent another message. Actually, the reason I can become larger is quite simple. It's just a certain item I obtained. I think you all should already understand by now that in this ocean survival world, various strange and exotic items exist. As long as you can find the corresponding items, you can achieve similar effects too. By the way, anyone who has pieces of the treasure map can contact me. These excellent grade snake meats are truly quite effective. Missed this opportunity today, and I won't be offering such excellent grade snake meat again. Just as Luo Feng finished sending his message, he received a private message. However, it wasn't from someone trading for a treasure map fragment, but rather a message sent from Wang Er. At this moment, Wang Er and the other two were at the beach, looking at the pile of supplies in front of them, not excited at all, but instead feeling extremely worried. Chapter 85. A person who loves learning. They truly never expected that the giant they had recorded was actually Shiluo. If it weren't for Shiluo presenting the corpse of that giant snake, they wouldn't have dared to believe that the giant had actually been transformed from Shiluo. Now, they suddenly understood one thing. No wonder when they followed Shiluo's trail into the deeper part of the island, they hadn't seen any sign of him when they encountered the giant snake and the gorilla. At the time, they had thought Shiluo must have simply retreated upon meeting the snake and the gorilla. Who knew that Shiluo had attacked directly, splitting the snake's head open with one swing of his axe. And even the gorilla had knelt before Shiluo. That scene had caused them an immense shock. However, due to time limitations in the recording, what happened afterward wasn't captured. Thus, the other players had no knowledge of what occurred next. Now, the three of them were feeling extremely anxious. Because all three had secretly recorded footage of Shiluo and then uploaded it without his knowledge. Even worse, they had set it as a paid video. If Shiluo became angry, their fate would probably be extremely unpleasant. After all, the three of them were still on the same island as Shiluo. Upon realizing this, the three of them discussed briefly before deciding Wang Er would send Shiluo a message. Luo Feng didn't waste any time and immediately opened the message from Wang Er. Wang Er, hello, Elder Shiluo. We had no idea that the giant in the video was you. If we had known, we would never have released the footage. We've now accidentally exposed your secret. Please accept our sincere apologies. We will transfer all materials we obtained from the video to you, and the video clip itself will also be given to you. Upon reading Wang Er's message, Luo Feng smiled. He hadn't expected these people to be so considerate. Honestly speaking, Luo Feng had no interest in their materials or those 10 seconds of footage. However, he was quite intrigued by the prop they used to record the video. Thinking about this, Luo Feng sent Wang Er a reply. Since you've already exposed this matter, taking that video from you would no longer serve much purpose. You can continue to keep the video and allow people to watch it for a fee. However, we will split the rewards 9 to 1. I take 9, you take 1. Do you accept this? After reading Shiluo's reply, Wang Er's face lit up with excitement. As long as Shiluo wasn't angry, everything else was fine. Forget 9 to 1. Even if they gave everything to Shiluo, they would still gladly agree. After all, having exposed one of Shiluo's secrets, the consequences could have been truly grave. Thinking about this, Wang Er quickly replied, yes, thank you very much for Elder Shiluo's generosity. We fully accept the 9 to 1 arrangement. Luo Feng was not surprised by Wang Er's answer. Those three must currently be hiding somewhere on the island. It would not be difficult at all for Luo Feng to find them. With that thought, Luo Feng spoke out. Alright then, we'll go by this arrangement. However, you don't need to transfer my share of the loot to me. You can simply convert all of my share into time accelerators for me. By the way, how exactly was this video recorded? Can you record more footage? After reading Shilua's message, Wang Er pondered for a moment before replying. Elder Shilua, this video was recorded using a common grade recorder prop. It can only record for 10 seconds. After the recording, the recorder just disappeared. If we want to record more footage, we will need a new recorder. If Elder Shilua needs it, I can trade any recorders I obtain in the future to you. Upon reading Wang Er's reply, Luo Feng instantly understood the situation. Sure enough, this ocean survival world had all sorts of bizarre and unique props. He couldn't help but wonder, if a couple, a man and a woman, recorded some romantic action scenes using a recorder, would those sell well? At that thought, several famous names appeared in Luo Feng's mind. Though he had only heard the names of these teachers before, he hadn't actually watched their classes. Teacher Eng, Teacher Boda, Teacher Sanshang. Although Luo Feng usually immersed himself in gaming, he had heard quite a lot about these famous teachers. Once, Luo Feng had suddenly wanted to see the instructional videos of these famous teachers. However, Luo Feng couldn't bring himself to ask his classmates for it directly. As a result, Luo Feng could only search for it online himself. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any teaching videos from these famous teachers. At that time, it completely doused Luo Feng's passion for learning. Back then, Luo Feng was thinking to himself, if there was a kind soul who could share a learning website with him, he would definitely be extremely grateful. As a person who truly loved learning, an open-ended fill-in-the-blank question naturally appeared in Luo Feng's mind. But now, he was in an oceanic world. Even if Luo Feng knew about these learning websites, they wouldn't serve much purpose anymore. Therefore, Luo Feng decided not to think about it too much anymore. It was time to take the next action. Thinking about this, Luo Feng sent Wang Er another message. I am indeed interested in the recorder. If you encounter more in the future, feel free to contact me. Then, the benefits will definitely not exclude you. After Luo Feng finished sending the message to Wang Er, he directly closed the chat channel. At this moment, Luo Feng took a look at his shock value, and was genuinely shocked. Divine Billionfold Reward System. Host, Luo Feng. Shock value, 314159. Maximum reward multiplier, 100000. Sign-in gift package, 0. Luo Feng was greatly surprised to find that his shock value had already reached 300,000. This growth speed was truly too fast. Probably not too long from now, Luo Feng would unlock the million reward threshold. At that time, even if Luo Feng triggered a millionfold reward on just a piece of wood, the effect would be incredibly shocking. Thinking about this, Luo Feng immediately felt that the recorder was truly a great item. After all, Luo Feng had so many things here. If he recorded a few seconds of footage and posted it in the chat channel for everyone to watch, his shock value would certainly skyrocket rapidly. After all, visual impact was much greater than textual description. Continuing on, Luo Feng restarted his salvaging work. Because Luo Feng saw that the Mermaid Queen still hadn't awakened, he planned to wait a bit longer. If the Mermaid Queen still didn't awaken, Luo Feng would have no choice but to use his mouth. Chapter 86, Epic Multifunctional Bed. After all, Luo Feng needed to consider the Mermaid Queen's safety. Just as Luo Feng was thinking about what kind of mouth position he should use to perform artificial respiration on the Mermaid Queen, he suddenly noticed a giant wooden treasure chest floating towards the shore. When Luo Feng saw this giant wooden chest, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be his luck had finally turned? There was even a giant wooden treasure chest delivering itself right to his doorstep. Thinking this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer. He directly grabbed his legendary grappling hook and pulled the massive wooden chest over. Luo Feng looked at the wooden chest in front of him. Without any hesitation, he reached out his hand and opened the giant wooden chest. Opening the giant wooden chest. Obtained wood, plus 10. Obtained fine-class wooden boat blueprint, plus 1. Obtained fine-class wooden bed blueprint, plus 1. 10,000x reward. Obtained wood, plus 100,000. Obtained epic-class giant ship blueprint, plus 1. Obtained epic-class multifunctional bed blueprint, plus 1. When Luo Feng saw what came out from the giant wooden chest, he was momentarily stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. These two blueprint items were truly timely for Luo Feng, because Luo Feng already had more than enough wood to upgrade his raft. However, to upgrade the raft, he needed the corresponding blueprints. Thinking this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any further and began examining the attribute description of this epic-class giant ship blueprint. From now on, Luo Feng would have new transportation. Epic-class giant ship, 200,000/200,000 wood, 20,000/20,000 metal sheets, 10,000/10,000 stones, 10,000/10,000 ropes, 10,000/10,000 plastics, 10,000/10,000 glass. 7 days. Giant ship. Level, epic. Specifications, 30 meters long x 10 meters wide. Description, this giant ship possesses extremely powerful defense, capable of directly ramming and killing great white sharks. Not only that, having this giant ship means no longer worrying about storms, wind, or sun exposure from now on. You can do anything you want on this giant ship without worrying about being discovered by others. Functions, this giant ship can use traditional energy sources as power, as well as collect natural energy like solar and wind power to drive its movement. After seeing the description of this giant ship, Luo Feng couldn't help but inhale coldly. This ship was just too massive. Exactly 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. Luo Feng could hardly even imagine what such a large ship would look like. With a ship this big, how many women could live on it? What astonished Luo Feng most was that building this ship would actually require 7 full days. That was rather a long time. If that were the case, the time accelerators Luo Feng had just collected would run out again soon. However, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry about constructing this giant ship, because Luo Feng wouldn't set out for the island near Tang Shuang's area until tomorrow. As long as the epic-class giant ship was built before his departure tomorrow, that would be fine. Therefore, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward the epic-class multifunctional bed blueprint. For Luo Feng, this was also a great item. After all, if one didn't have a good bed to sleep on every day, sleeping wouldn't be comfortable. Thinking this, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any further and started examining the attribute description of this epic-class multifunctional bed. Epic-class multifunctional bed, 50,000/50,000 wood, 10,000/10,000 ropes, 5,000/5,000 palm leaves, 30,000/30,000 leaves, 1,000/1,000 plastics, 500 metal sheets, 1 day. Multifunctional bed. Level, epic. Description, this bed has many powerful functions. It can be soft or hard, is very sturdy, and you can play freely on it without worrying about the bed not supporting you. Even during combat, it can easily withstand the pressure, resolving your concerns about its strength. Functions, vibration, rotation, swaying, and more. After reading the description of this epic-class multifunctional bed, a very satisfied smile appeared on Luo Feng's face. Truly a multifunctional bed, its functions were indeed numerous and highly practical. This way, if Luo Feng slept together with Tang Shuang in the future, it would add a lot of fun. However, right now, Luo Feng needed to place the mermaid queen on his bed to rest for a while. After all, it wasn't appropriate to just let the mermaid queen lie on the ground. Thinking this, Luo Feng opened the crafting interface and said aloud, "Start crafting this epic-class multifunctional bed." Ding! Congratulations to the player. The crafting of the epic-class multifunctional bed has begun. Crafting time. 1 day. Luo Feng thought for a moment. Later, he still needed to try reviving the mermaid queen. It wouldn't be appropriate to place an unconscious person on the ground. Thinking this, he spoke aloud. Use a 1-day time accelerator to speed up the completion of the epic-class multifunctional bed. Ding! Congratulations to the player. The epic-class multifunctional bed has been successfully crafted. Along with the appearance of the in-game prompt sound, a giant bed appeared right in front of Luo Feng. When Luo Feng saw the bed's appearance, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. This bed was truly enormous. Even if multiple people slept on it simultaneously, it probably wouldn't be a problem. Thus, Luo Feng didn't waste any time. He came to the mermaid queen's side and found that she was still unconscious. Luo Feng reached out and picked up the mermaid queen, then carried her to the side of the epic-class multifunctional bed and gently laid her on the bed. Looking at the mermaid queen lying there, Luo Feng thought for a moment and said, "You haven't woken up for so long, and I don't have any other methods to wake you up. Therefore, I can only try the oldest method. If you wake up, please don't get mad at me afterward, okay?" After Luo Feng finished speaking, he noticed that the mermaid queen remained as motionless as ever. So, Luo Feng continued, "If you don't object, I'll take that as your consent. Then I'm going to use my mouth now." After Luo Feng finished speaking, just to be safe, he decided to wait for 3 minutes. Soon, the 3 minutes passed. Luo Feng began slowly leaning closer toward the mermaid queen. At this moment, Luo Feng started carefully observing the mermaid queen. First, her appearance wasn't much different from mermaids in previous films and TV shows. The upper body was human, while the lower body was that of a fish. Luo Feng looked at the mermaid queen's lower body, noticing that her scales emitted a faint 7-colored glow. It was truly beautiful. Luo Feng followed the view upward from the mermaid's lower body. Next, Luo Feng saw the mermaid's very slim waist. Then, Luo Feng saw the clothes he had changed for the mermaid queen. At this moment, Luo Feng's body gradually moved closer to the mermaid queen's face. He saw an extremely exquisite and unparalleled beautiful face. After seeing the mermaid queen's face, Luo Feng couldn't help but inwardly let out a sigh of admiration. Among all the girls Luo Feng had seen in his life, the mermaid queen's beauty was the most exquisite one he had ever seen. Chapter 87. Kiss to awaken the mermaid queen. Even in the real world, those beauties who are experts in Photoshop don't even have a tenth of the mermaid queen's beauty. Luo Feng saw a crown on top of the mermaid queen's head, making her appear extremely noble and unapproachable. At this moment, Luo Feng felt a bit hesitant. Should he really perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on the mermaid queen? If the mermaid queen were really awakened by Luo Feng's kiss and realized what he had done, she might get angry, and Luo Feng could get into serious trouble. After an intense internal struggle, Luo Feng finally made a decision. Might as well see it through to the end. He would save the mermaid queen. Looking at the mermaid queen's luscious, delicate lips, Luo Feng felt drawn to them, as if by some magical force. Without further hesitation, his mind suddenly turned blank. He wasn't even sure what he was supposed to do next. After all, this was Luo Feng's first time performing artificial respiration. He wasn't exactly experienced. A minute passed. Luo Feng noticed the mermaid queen still hadn't woken up. Was his method not working? Just as Luo Feng was about to give up and leave, suddenly, he felt the mermaid queen's lips move slightly. Overjoyed at this sign, Luo Feng quickly resumed administering oxygen to the mermaid queen. However, what happened next left Luo Feng absolutely shocked, because suddenly, Luo Feng felt. At this moment, Luo Feng had already realized. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng lifted his head and began taking deep breaths. That nearly suffocated him. However, Luo Feng also experienced something he had never felt before. So this was what it felt like. No wonder in the real world, Luo Feng often saw couples kissing in public places. But at this moment, Luo Feng didn't dare to think much further, because he noticed the mermaid queen's eyes were opening. Her eyes were large, like two sapphires, breathtakingly beautiful and mesmerizing. When Luo Feng looked into her eyes, he almost. Yet as the Mermaid Queen fixed her gaze on him, his heart began to race nervously. Who knew what would happen next? Would the Mermaid Queen immediately fly into a rage and attack him? As far as Luo Feng could recall, just moments ago. Besides, he had just saved her life. Even if he didn't deserve credit, at least some recognition for effort. Luo Feng's mind was rapidly spinning, thinking about how to handle the situation. Just as Luo Feng was about to speak, the Mermaid Queen suddenly spoke first. Master, is it you who saved me? Hearing those words, Luo Feng was shocked. Had he heard that correctly? The Mermaid Queen called him master? That was beyond his imagination. How had he, all of a sudden, become her master? Confused, Luo Feng still replied. Yes, it was me who saved you. I think you must have mistaken me for someone else. We're meeting for the first time, I shouldn't be your master. After Luo Feng spoke, he kept his eyes on the Mermaid Queen to see how she would react. Before Luo Feng could even catch his breath, the Mermaid Queen's next sentence completely shocked him. He nearly turned to stone on the spot. You are my master, and I came out specifically to find you. Does my master no longer want me? After the Mermaid Queen spoke, her crystal clear, teary eyes dimmed slightly. Luo Feng felt extremely confused at this moment. He had merely used the item Mermaid Queen's Call to summon her, hadn't he? How did that instantly make him the Mermaid Queen's master? Now Luo Feng started recalling the details of the item when he obtained it. Mermaid Queen's Call. Grade, unknown. Description. Using this item will allow you to meet the Mermaid Queen within 24 hours. What happens after the encounter will entirely depend on your own actions. You may gain the Mermaid Queen's favor, or you may be killed by her. The description didn't seem odd at all, but it seemed that Luo Feng didn't simply receive the Mermaid Queen's favor. He had obtained a Mermaid Queen as a pet. If that was really the case, having the Mermaid Queen as a pet wouldn't be a bad thing at all. If there was anything special about this item, it might have been related to something Luo Feng did to the Mermaid Queen statue when he first obtained it. Something quite indecent. Could it be that the Mermaid Queen recognized him as her master because of that act? Thinking about it, Luo Feng finally asked, how do you know I'm your master? If you can give me a reason, then I'll accept you. Upon hearing her master's words, the Mermaid Queen answered, I don't really understand the exact reason myself. I was just sleeping one day, when suddenly I felt something unusual in my body. When I woke up, I found a message in my mind. It told me that you are my master, and that you were calling for me. So, I left Mermaid Island to come find you. After hearing the Mermaid Queen's explanation, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. He was certain now, this was definitely related to what he had done. But on the other hand, gaining the Mermaid Queen as a pet wasn't bad at all. Putting everything else aside, her appearance and figure alone were more than enough to captivate the eyes. She was millions of times better than that big gorilla. Luo Feng didn't refuse the idea of becoming the Mermaid Queen's master. Just thinking about it made him excited, especially when recalling what had just happened moments ago. Thinking further, Luo Feng said, fine then. From today onwards, I will be your master. You can just follow me from now on. Upon hearing this, the Mermaid Queen's eyes, which had previously lost their luster, shone brightly again. Her large, sparkling eyes looked so adorable that anyone would be delighted just looking at them. Chapter 88. Thank you, Master, for saving me. Thus, she spoke with a smile on her face. All right, Master. This time, if it weren't for you, I probably would have died. I didn't expect the Master to be so powerful. Before I fainted, I saw that your body had grown so big. With just one swing of your axe, you even scared off the ice-fire dual-headed shark. Hearing the Mermaid Queen's words, Luo Feng felt a little confused. He didn't know why she had appeared in such a manner. Thinking this, Luo Feng replied, aren't you the Mermaid Queen? Do you have any powerful abilities? When I met you, you were already unconscious. If I hadn't seen you like that and taken measures to awaken you, I wouldn't have done so. Hope you aren't angry. Hearing the Master speak like this, the Mermaid Queen smiled slightly and said, how could I possibly be angry at the Master? If it weren't for you saving me, I wouldn't have come back to life. Actually, I just became the Mermaid Queen not too long ago and cannot leave Mermaid Island freely yet. When I met you, I had snuck out yesterday, and once I left Mermaid Island, most of my abilities were no longer available. Furthermore, sneaking out of Mermaid Island consumed a great deal of my energy. So in the face of the ice-fire dual-headed shark earlier, I wouldn't have been able to resist it. Upon hearing this from the Mermaid Queen, Luo Feng gained a better understanding of her situation. So the Mermaid Queen's status and position weren't all that great after all. Even after becoming the Mermaid Queen, she couldn't even come and go from Mermaid Island freely. Thinking about this, Luo Feng said, I still don't even know your name yet. My name is Luo Feng. You can just call me Luo Feng from now on. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Ariel replied, Master, my name is Ariel, but I will still address you as Master. This name feels as though it has already been carved into my mind, extremely familiar. Other names just don't feel natural for me to use. After hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such a situation to exist. However, since Ariel had spoken like this, Luo Feng wouldn't force her to change either. After all, when Luo Feng heard the Mermaid Queen addressing him as Master, he couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. It gave him a strange feeling of satisfaction. Luo Feng himself didn't quite understand why. Thinking this, Luo Feng said, all right, then you can address me as you wish. You've just awakened and your body hasn't yet fully recovered, so don't move around too much. I'll prepare some food for you. After hearing Luo Feng's words, Ariel felt extremely happy in her heart, and a smile naturally appeared on her face as she said, thank you, Master. You're truly too kind to me. Once I've rested a bit, I will help the Master look for treasures. Although my other abilities are temporarily unavailable, I still retain a certain sense that can detect treasures. I hope this ability can assist the Master. Hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng was instantly surprised. He hadn't expected Ariel to have such a capability. If she really could locate treasures, this would be an extremely powerful ability for Luo Feng. Ariel would find the treasures, and then Luong could use his divine level billions of times reward system to amplify their worth. The returns would definitely be huge. Thinking about this, Luong said, "Alright, then we'll continue once you've fully recovered. By the way, do you prefer vegetarian or meat dishes?" Upon hearing Luong's question, Ariel thought for a moment before replying. We merfolk are omnivorous, eating both meat and vegetables. We usually eat seaweed and deep-sea fish. Hearing this reply from Ariel, Luong was slightly startled and frowned slightly as he asked, "You guys eat such poor food? Have you ever eaten fruits like apples, bananas, or watermelons? What about land animals like chickens or ducks?" When Ariel heard Luong's question, her expression changed slightly as she replied, "It's because we merfolk not only have beautiful appearances, but also possess many other special abilities, such as treasure hunting, and our songs carry other functions that can help other creatures enhance their strength. Because of this, as soon as we appear on the sea surface, we will be pursued and captured by other creatures. Precisely for this reason, we merfolk rarely travel far from Mermaid Island. As for the land surface, we're even more afraid to go there. Virtually all merfolk live on or near Mermaid Island, and Mermaid Island is located deep underwater. On Mermaid Island, there are no land animals. However, with special methods, we can cultivate certain fruit trees. Those fruits are extremely precious. I don't get to eat them often." Hearing Ariel speak like this, Luong was greatly shocked. He never expected that there would be such a magical place in this ocean world. Mermaid Island, just from its name, one could tell it was a place entirely inhabited by merfolk. In the future, if Luong had the chance, he definitely wanted to go and see it. However, Mermaid Island being located deep underwater posed a bit of a challenge. Still, Luong wasn't overly concerned. After all, he had already become the master of the Mermaid Queen. Who would dare prevent him from reaching Mermaid Island? Thinking thus, Luong spoke, "Then I feel relieved. I'll go prepare some chicken for you. This is an outstanding level chicken. It can help you recover your strength quickly. You can first eat some bananas to regain some energy." As he said this, Luong took out some food from his spatial ring and handed it to the Mermaid Queen. Ariel took the bananas, and upon seeing the fruit, couldn't help saying, "Thank you, Master, for offering me these fruits. This banana is so big. Back on Mermaid Island, I've never seen a banana this large." Hearing Ariel's reaction, Luong couldn't help but silently comment. Even as the Mermaid Queen, she was so amazed by a simple fruit like a banana. It seemed fruits were indeed extremely scarce on Mermaid Island. Thinking about it, Luong continued, "From now on, if you follow me, you can eat as many bananas as you want. Moreover, besides bananas, I also have quite a few apples here. You can take these too. However, these are just ordinary apples, with no special properties." As Luong spoke, he took out a few apples and handed them to Ariel. Looking at the bananas and apples before her, a smile appeared on Ariel's face. "This is the first time I've ever been on land. Before, I've always lived on Mermaid Island. I've heard many stories about the surface world, and now I finally have the chance to come here. I'm so glad I met Master. Otherwise, I might have been killed by the ice-fire dual-headed shark. Master, you really are too kind to me. In the future, I will serve you faithfully to repay you." Chapter 89. Don't worry, I'll come find you at the Mermaid Island. Hearing what Ariel had said, Luong felt that the situation was also quite sudden for him. Who could have known that he'd Wu Mingqimao become the master of the Mermaid Queen? Since he had already become the master of the Mermaid Queen, wouldn't it be only natural for him to treat her well? Thinking thus, Luong spoke. "Who else could be your master if not me? Don't worry, just follow me from now on. Eat whatever you like, drink whatever you desire. And if anyone dares to target you in the future, I'll cut off his damned head and use it as a ball to kick." Upon hearing this from Luong, Ariel's heart felt warm. However, as she thought that she would have to return to the Mermaid Island soon, a trace of sadness crept in. Thinking thus, Ariel spoke. "Master, there is something I need to tell you. I secretly snuck out this time and can't stay away from the Mermaid Island for too long. Moreover, I've only just become the Mermaid Queen not long ago. If I'm away from the Mermaid Island for too long, some problems might arise." Luong had already brought out a perfect grade grill and some above-average chicken skewers. Hearing what Ariel said, he paused in surprise, not expecting that Ariel would have to return after coming out. Still, after hearing her explanation, Luong could understand. Thus, while grilling the chicken skewers, Luong spoke casually. "Alright, whenever you want to return, you can just return whenever you wish. Whenever you want to come find me, feel free to come find me. I wonder, is your Mermaid Island open to other humans?" Upon hearing this, Ariel spoke. "Thank you for your understanding, Master. If I get the chance in the future, I'll frequently come to visit you. Once I completely master the Mermaid Queen's powers, I'll be able to freely enter the Mermaid Island. Only then will I have the authority to bring humans to the Mermaid Island. Otherwise, our Mermaid Island does not permit humans to enter. Moreover, our Mermaid Island is located deep under the sea, a place ordinary humans can't reach. Once the location of our Mermaid Island is exposed, the consequences would be extremely serious." Upon hearing this from Ariel, Luong's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't expected such serious consequences, though he wasn't in a hurry to go to the Mermaid Island himself. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Thinking thus, Luong asked, "I understand. Then, how long will you stay here before returning?" Ariel, upon hearing Luong's words, thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure about the exact time, maybe about 1 or 2 days. I have someone over there who'll inform me, and if there arises a situation where my presence is absolutely required, I'll have no choice but to return." Luong detected some sadness in Ariel's tone and pondered a bit before replying, "It's fine. If you need to return, just go back. After all, you are the Mermaid Queen. Your people still need you. Rest assured, I'll definitely find my way to the Mermaid Island to find you in the future." Hearing Luong's words, Ariel clearly felt better. A smile appeared on her face as she spoke. "Master, you're really kind. Meeting such a good master like you must be the blessing of Poseidon." Hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng felt that this mermaid queen was somewhat naive. It was probably because she had just ascended to her position as the queen. She still lacked maturity and steadiness. So, Luo Feng and Ariel began chatting together. Time passed by steadily. After about 10 minutes or so, Luo Feng finished roasting the chicken skewers. Picking up the skewers, Luo Feng came before Ariel and spoke. How was the banana just now? Is your body recovered yet? Now let's eat some chicken. At this time, Ariel had already sat up from the epic multifunctional bed. Hearing Luo Feng's words, she smiled as she spoke. It was delicious. The taste was really good. On the Merfolk Island, I rarely got to taste such good bananas. What is this chicken you mentioned? I don't think I've ever eaten it before. Luo Feng wasn't surprised by the mermaid queen's confusion. He already knew that the mermaid queen had always lived under the sea, and even when moving about, she only surfaced without ever coming ashore. Therefore, the mermaid queen had hardly any experience with land animals. Most of them were things she had only heard about. Hearing what Ariel said, Luo Feng smiled slightly and replied, Chicken is an animal from the land. The taste is quite good. Have a taste. Let me show you what a chicken looks like. Luo Feng said as he took out the above-average grade giant chicken from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. Thus, a chicken weighing over 1,000 pounds appeared before Ariel. After seeing the giant chicken in front of her, Ariel's face revealed a very shocked expression. It was the first time she had ever seen such an animal in person. She spoke in astonishment. Back when I was at the Merfolk Island, I had seen some books that recorded land creatures. I seem to recall seeing a record about chickens too. However, those chickens described in books didn't seem this big. This one is truly massive. It's really beyond my expectations. No wonder people always say that the land is extremely dangerous. If an ordinary mermaid encountered a chicken like this on land, she might very well lose the fight. Because we merfolk are mostly of supportive nature, and our combat abilities aren't particularly strong. Upon hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng's face broke into a smile, and he explained, what those books recorded about chickens is still pretty accurate. However, the animals inside this island we're staying at are all extremely large. They are several times, even dozens of times bigger than regular animals. So, the fact that the chicken here is this big is nothing to be surprised about. It's just an isolated phenomenon. After hearing Luo Feng's explanation, Ariel exhaled in relief. If all land creatures were this big, it really would be extremely dangerous. Seeing that Ariel was still in shock, Luo Feng spoke. You should eat this chicken quickly. After you finish eating, I'll be quite busy. Before nightfall, let's see if we can use your ability to find some treasures. Knowing that Ariel couldn't accompany him all the time, Luo Feng wanted to make the best use of her treasure-seeking ability as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Ariel left and he missed the chance, it would be quite a loss for Luo Feng. Because Luo Feng possessed the Divine Billionfold Reward System, and with every treasure found, he could gain multiplied rewards when it was in his possession. Chapter 90. The treasure hunt begins. In that case, if Luo Feng obtained one treasure, he might as well obtain 100,000 treasures. This was also why Luo Feng cared so much about this matter. Ariel didn't hesitate when she heard Luo Feng speak this way. She took a bite of the chicken. After finishing a piece of chicken, a satisfied smile appeared on her face as she spoke. This is the first time I've ever eaten chicken, and it's really delicious. Thank you, Master, for treating me to such tasty chicken. Seeing Ariel's reaction, Luo Feng also felt happy. He never expected that a mermaid queen could be so easily won over by chicken. Thinking about it, Luo Feng spoke. If it tastes good, then eat more. You need to be full to have the strength to work. Hearing Luo Feng speak this way, Ariel smiled slightly and replied, Master, you don't need to hurry. I've already sensed that there are many treasures around this island. I'll take you to find them later. Luo Feng was startled upon hearing this. He never expected her abilities to be this powerful. Even while lying on Luo Feng's bed, she could already sense treasures nearby. She truly was a master at treasure hunting. No wonder Ariel had just mentioned that mermaids dared not come ashore. If discovered by humans, they would surely be captured and raised like livestock. Thinking this, Luo Feng smiled and said, All right then, you can keep eating. If you're still hungry, let me know. Ariel continued eating roasted chicken while looking curiously around her surroundings, her face filled with interest. After all, this was her first time. She had never come to the shore before. Once she finished eating the chicken, her body had already started to recover rapidly. In truth, her injuries weren't too severe. She had simply used up a large amount of energy trying to find Luo Feng and was temporarily feeling weak. After finishing the chicken, Ariel's body was beginning to recover. Then, Ariel stepped off Luo Feng's bed and leapt directly into the sea. Seeing this action, Luo Feng smiled slightly and asked, Has your body recovered already? From within the sea water, Ariel lifted her head to look at Luo Feng and replied, Master, my body has mostly recovered. The chicken worked really well. After eating it, I began to feel strength return to my body. Master, follow me. I'll lead you to find some treasures. Upon hearing Ariel speak this way, Luo Feng became instantly excited. Was he finally about to obtain some treasure? He didn't know what kind it would be yet. But seeing Ariel in the sea, Luo Feng suddenly froze. Surely the treasures wouldn't be deep at the ocean floor? Right now, Luo Feng didn't have the ability to move freely underwater. Realizing this, Luo Feng immediately asked, Are the treasures you mentioned located at the bottom of the sea? If they're too deep, I might not be able to go down. Right now, I can only dive underwater for up to 10 minutes. Upon hearing Luo Feng, Ariel's exquisite face revealed a sweet smile as she said, Master, as long as I'm here, you don't need to worry about breathing underwater. If you can't breathe while underwater, we only need to kiss each other. We mermaids can breathe freely underwater. Upon hearing Ariel, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected such a possibility. Kissing underwater? At that moment, an image surfaced in Luo Feng's mind. How he had kissed the mermaid queen awake earlier. At this thought, Luo Feng involuntarily wiggled his tongue. He really liked this method of underwater breathing that Ariel had described. Without hesitation, Luong immediately jumped into the sea. When Errol saw Luong jump down, she smiled slightly and said, "Master, we will now start descending. However, places with treasures are usually dangerous as well. Master should be well prepared. If things become too dangerous, we will immediately retreat. I don't want to see my master getting hurt because of me. If that happened, I would feel terribly pained." Upon hearing Errol's words, Luong smiled slightly, revealing a confident expression as he said, "Your master is quite powerful. You can unchain and lead the way. Have you forgotten what you mentioned earlier? I can enlarge myself anytime. Even the ice-fire two-headed shark that encountered me, if it had run just a little slower, both its shark heads would have served as my appetizer." When Errol heard Luong speak like this, she recalled the image of Luong in his gigantic form, wielding a giant axe when she had completely fainted. That scene had left her deeply astonished and shocked. She already knew that her master was an incredibly powerful person. Thinking about this, Errol's heart gradually calmed down. With her master being so formidable, there was no way any creature could harm him. Thus, Errol spoke, "Understood, master. Then let's begin our journey now." After saying that, Errol turned and dove into the depths of the sea. Seeing this, Luong did not immediately follow into the water. Although Luong's swimming skills were at the master level, he couldn't open his eyes underwater. Fortunately, he had come prepared and took out something from his spatial ring. This was a pair of goggles Luong had made using 2 glass cups. It wasn't perfect by any means, but would allow him to barely open his eyes underwater. He wondered when he might obtain a tool that would allow free breathing and eye-opening underwater, unaffected by water pressure. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient for Luong to go underwater in the future. Once Luong put on his homemade diving goggles, he no longer hesitated and turned to dive into the sea after Errol. Upon entering the water, Luong saw Errol gracefully swimming ahead. Her scales emitted a faint 7-colored glow, mesmerizing him momentarily. Truly, flowers dazzle the eyes with their gradual splendor. Luong wasn't even sure if that poetic line was appropriate here, but nobody would know anyway. Soon, Luong reached Errol's side. When Errol saw Luong's expression, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Master, your appearance looks really strange." Luong could hear what Errol said, but he couldn't reply verbally underwater. Inwardly, Luong mused, "You little pet, daring to laugh at your master? Just wait until we get back to shore. I'll deal with you then." Since speaking underwater wasn't possible, Luong could only continue descending deeper alongside the Mermaid Queen. Chapter 91, Giant Electric Eel. The generator has arrived. After they had been diving for a few minutes, suddenly, the Mermaid Queen, who was moving forward steadily, came to a stop. Luong was also startled by this sudden event. He turned to look at Ariel. Ariel, noticing Luong's gaze, wore a frown on her face. Slowly, she said, "Master, there really are other creatures around that treasure. They are quite close to us now. I can sense it, and the animal is extremely large in size." Upon hearing this, Luong's expression also started to darken. Looks like another battle was about to begin. However, fighting underwater wasn't Luong's forte. Underwater, beyond a certain distance, Luong could barely see anything clearly, making it easy for marine creatures to ambush him. After all, those creatures wouldn't care about martial ethics. Nonetheless, Luong wasn't panicking too much. He had many tools at his disposal, and one of them was exactly what was needed right now. Thus, Luong took out his legendary-level telescope and raised it to his eyes, peering ahead. As soon as he put the legendary telescope to his eyes, his vision instantly became much clearer. Further, clearer. At that moment, Luong's expression suddenly changed drastically, because he saw an electric eel over 3 to 4 meters long continuously swimming around. And beneath this giant electric eel, there was a glowing white sphere. One glance told Luong that this glowing ball must be the treasure Ariel had mentioned. But seeing that giant electric eel, Luong momentarily fell into thought. Could he just use another legendary level size-changing golden banana here? That would be too wasteful. After all, wasting one of Luong's precious size-changing golden bananas for just a single treasure wouldn't be worth it. What if the treasure's value was even less than that of a legendary size-changing golden banana? Luong would be so upset, he might spit blood. Luong thought for a while, but didn't decide yet to use the legendary banana. It was his ultimate trump card, and shouldn't be used lightly. The last time he used it was partly out of curiosity about what was growing on that tree, and partly to test the effects of the legendary banana. Now that he knew how powerful a legendary size-changing golden banana was, Luong wouldn't use it so casually. Thinking this through, Luong made a hand gesture toward Ariel, indicating for her to hold his legendary telescope. Seeing Luong's movement, Ariel immediately swam over and stretched out her hand to take the telescope. Now that both of Luong's hands were free, he was about to accomplish something big. As Luong focused his mind, a legendary cloud-piercing bow and a legendary cloud-piercing arrow materialized in his hands. That's right, Luong was indeed planning to shoot arrows underwater. If someone had told him before that anyone could shoot arrows underwater, he would have laughed outright. Now, however, he actually intended to do just that. These legendary cloud-piercing bows and arrows were not a joke. Even in torrential rain and lightning storms, nothing would interfere with Luong's archery. Combined with his master-level archery skills and the legendary cloud-piercing bow and arrow, the destructive potential was incredibly formidable. When Ariel saw what Luong had taken out, her expression changed, as if recalling some unhappy memories. This was because merfolk were often hunted by others wielding bows and arrows, so they deeply disliked them. They even felt a bit of fear and dread toward them. However, as the Mermaid Queen, she wasn't overly afraid. Moreover, the one using the bow now was her own master, so she had even less reason to worry. Seeing this situation, Ariel thought for a moment before speaking. "Master, are you planning to shoot underwater?" Usually, when people use bows and arrows for hunting, they target creatures on the water surface. Once the arrows enter water, their speed and direction are greatly affected. Thus, their killing power is significantly reduced. It might not achieve the desired effect. Luo Feng nodded slightly after hearing Ariel's explanation. However, he wasn't planning to shoot using the cloud-piercing bow and arrow just yet. Because underwater, there certainly would be resistance, so it was better to move a little closer first. Only this way could the cloud-piercing arrow unleash its maximum power. Having made this decision, Luo Feng gestured to Ariel that they should keep moving forward. Upon seeing Luo Feng's intention, Ariel immediately understood and began to move forward slowly. Since her master had already made his intentions clear, Ariel naturally wouldn't refuse. After advancing a certain distance, Ariel suddenly stopped her body. This was because she had already seen it. Close by, a giant electric eel was swimming around. As the Mermaid Queen, Ariel's underwater abilities weren't weakened. In fact, they were even enhanced. Therefore, her underwater vision was still very powerful. At this moment, she spoke out. Master, I have already spotted the giant electric eel. Can you see it? Luo Feng was now less than 200 meters away from the electric eel. With the legendary level telescope, he could already see the giant eel's body very clearly. Surprisingly, Luo Feng could even see continuous streaks of lightning flashing across the surface of the eel's body. Judging from this sight, the electric eel was definitely full of electricity. Just as Luo Feng was observing the giant eel, the eel also turned its gaze toward Luo Feng and Ariel. Clearly, the giant electric eel had sensed the presence of other living beings in this direction. However, the giant eel didn't act recklessly. Still, the amount of electricity flashing across its body continued to increase. Soon, the electric eel truly lived up to its name. Its entire body was now covered with surging streaks of lightning. Seeing this situation, Luo Feng inhaled sharply in astonishment. Indeed, the creatures in this ocean world were not simple at all. If he were to be struck by this eel's electric attack, Luo Feng didn't know whether he would survive, but one thing was certain, it would be extremely shocking. If Professor Yang, the master of thunder and lightning, were to see this, he would probably be extremely delighted. If they captured this electric eel, it wouldn't even need to electrocute someone. Just seeing such a massive electric eel, perhaps even a serious gaming addiction would naturally be cured. Luo Feng no longer hesitated at this moment, and began preparing to draw his bow and shoot. Because Luo Feng could only hold his breath underwater for 10 minutes. Once those 10 minutes passed, Luo Feng could only continue diving by kissing the Mermaid Queen again. Chapter 92. The Water Spirit Pearl, the sea is my home. Thinking this, Luo Feng no longer hesitated. The legendary chain Gong in his hand was already drawn back, and then suddenly released. An arrow Chang'an shot out like a bolt of lightning, rapidly flying from Luo Feng's hand. Seeing this, Luo Feng knew immediately that this arrow carried the property of lightning. Noticing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Let's see whose lightning is more powerful, the giant electric eel's or Luo Feng's lightning arrow. The lightning arrow not only contained the power of lightning, but also its speed. Therefore, the lightning arrow arrived at the giant electric eel's side in the blink of an eye. Although the giant electric eel sensed the incoming attack, by the time it wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Luo Feng's lightning arrow directly struck the body of the giant electric eel, and even pierced straight through. The arrow passed completely through the eel's body, from one side to the other. Seeing this, the Mermaid Queen was stunned, her eyes wide open and her mouth agape. Such incredible speed really frightened her, and the power of this arrow was also extremely impressive. Thus, the Mermaid Queen opened her mouth in shock and said, Master, your aim is so accurate. And this is underwater, at such a long distance, you still managed to hit a giant electric eel in the water with just one arrow. Master, you're truly amazing. Hearing Ire say this, Luo Feng smiled slightly. Just now, didn't you mock your master? Now you know your master's strength. At this time, the giant electric eel had not been killed by Luo Feng's single lightning arrow. Now, it was thoroughly enraged by Luo Feng's attack. On the body of the giant electric eel, a stronger surge of lightning began to radiate. Now, the giant electric eel was completely surrounded in lightning. Immediately after, the electric eel ceased its hesitation and rapidly surged towards Luo Feng's position. Luo Feng, upon seeing this, immediately felt his scalp tingling. If it wasn't a giant electric eel before, now it should probably be called a giant electric stick. If he were to be hit by that, Luo Feng wasn't confident he could survive it. Therefore, Luo Feng didn't waste any time. He took up the legendary Chen Gong he had prepared earlier. His hands moved quickly, firing 3 shots in just 3 short seconds. Thus, 3 arrows of different attributes shot rapidly toward the giant electric eel. The first arrow, the paralyzing arrow. After the paralyzing arrow hit the giant electric eel, its body twitched slightly, and its forward speed slowed somewhat. The second arrow, the frost arrow. The frost arrow hit the head of the electric eel, instantly freezing it, and the freezing effect quickly spread along the eel's body. Even with electricity, the effects of frost could not be immediately countered. However, the amount of electricity within the giant electric eel's body was still substantial, enough to shatter some of the ice with electric surges. Just as the giant electric eel was beginning to shake off the effects of the paralysis and frost, the third arrow finally arrived. The third arrow, explosive arrow. The explosive arrow shot straight into the electric eel's mouth, followed immediately by a deafening explosion. The head and upper body of the giant electric eel exploded into pieces. Thus, the 4 to 5 meter long electric eel was slain by Luo Feng within mere seconds. Beside Luo Feng, the Mermaid Queen watched what had just occurred before her eyes, completely stunned. Even if she became the Mermaid Queen again, regaining her full strength, she was not sure she could withstand multiple arrow shots from Luo Feng. Of course, as long as Luo Feng didn't shoot at her body itself. Because in the water, she could use some techniques to dodge and cause Luo Feng to miss. After all, being the Mermaid Queen, in the ocean she possessed great control over the seawater. At least in terms of evading attacks, she was extremely capable. At this moment, Her admiration for Luo Feng grew even deeper. Just as the Mermaid Queen was still stunned, suddenly she felt everything go black. Something had appeared on her lips. She immediately realized this was Luo Feng's lips. Luo Feng had kissed her. At this moment, she recalled what she had said earlier. Should Luo Feng be unable to hold his breath, they could kiss. In that way, Luo Feng could get oxygen from her. Therefore, the Mermaid Queen didn't resist anymore, and began kissing Luo Feng in return. 3 minutes later, Luo Feng parted from before the Mermaid Queen. Now, Luo Feng had already felt his body returning to normal. Although his body had been greatly enhanced after taking the 6-flavor Emperor's pill, he could still dive for up to 10 minutes at maximum capacity. However, after diving for 6 or 7 minutes, Luo Feng had already started to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Coupled with the recent short burst of attacks, Luo Feng really needed some oxygen to replenish himself. So, Luo Feng immediately went for the kiss. Ire had been right. The effect of this kiss was truly amazing. But Luo Feng didn't have time to get lost in thoughts now. He needed to hurry and check out that treasure. This was the first time Luo Feng had obtained a treasure outside of a treasure chest, and he felt a bit excited. After putting away the legendary level Chuan Yun Bao and arrows, Luo Feng started swimming toward that pearl. Seeing Luo Feng swim over, Ire didn't waste time either and spoke. Master, wait for me. Your telescope is still in my hands. Although Ire said this, asking Luo Feng to wait for her, her speed in water was much faster than Luo Feng's swimming speed. After all, as the Mermaid Queen, she certainly had that ability. Soon, Luo Feng and Ire arrived together in front of the pearl. Seeing the pearl, Ire spoke. Master, this is the treasure I was just telling you about. This pearl looks very similar to the legendary Water Spirit Pearl, but the Water Spirit Pearl shouldn't exist here. That's a legendary level item. I've only heard of it before, never seen it. This pearl here should be the Water Light Pearl. Although its abilities and value can't be compared to the Water Spirit Pearl, it's still a decent treasure. Water Light Pearls vary in quality. Judging by the one here, its quality seems quite good. Otherwise, the giant electric eel wouldn't have appeared here. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining such a treasure. Hearing Ire's explanation, Luo Feng, filled with curiosity, reached out his hand and picked up the pearl. Obtained rare level Water Light Pearl, +1. The 10,000-fold reward. Obtained legendary level Water Spirit Pearl, +1. After hearing the system's voice notification, Luo Feng was immediately shocked. As he had suspected, even collecting treasures could trigger a critical hit. Moreover, this time it directly activated the 10,000-fold reward. It was truly exhilarating. Chapter 93. Master, I've prepared a gift for you. Without wasting any time, Luo Feng immediately examined the attributes of the legendary Water Spirit Pearl. Water Spirit Pearl. Grade, Legendary. Description. The Water Spirit Pearl is an extremely powerful water element artifact. Once you possess the Water Spirit Pearl, you will gain a formidable water element ability. From this moment onward, you will be able to survive freely in water without being affected by any negative aquatic influences. You can breathe directly in the sea without feeling water pressure. If the user's strength is sufficient, even greater functions may be unlocked. Ability. Collect all 9 Spirit Pearls to gain an overwhelmingly powerful ability. Spirit Pearl attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. After reading the description of the legendary Water Spirit Pearl, Luo Feng was instantly stunned, his mind going blank. There's actually such a powerful item. With this legendary Water Spirit Pearl, Luo Feng no longer needed to worry about movement or survival underwater. When Luo Feng noticed that in addition to the Water Spirit Pearl, there were other elemental pearls, his eyes began to sparkle. He wondered what exactly he would gain if he managed to collect all 9 Spirit Pearls. Would it be summoning a divine dragon? He personally didn't really care about a dragon though. If it were a little dragon maiden instead, that would be fantastic. Judging from the description, however, it seemed more like a special ability. At this moment, as soon as Luo Feng picked up the Water Spirit Pearl, he began to feel physical changes within his body. Just then, he heard Alier speak. Master, how's the quality of the Water Light Pearl? I didn't bring you here for nothing, did I? Though my other abilities are currently unavailable, my treasure-finding skill is still pretty powerful. Hearing Alier speak like this, Luo Feng suddenly replied. This pearl truly is an excellent item. However, you made a mistake. It's not the Water Light Pearl, it's the Water Spirit Pearl. This time, you really did me a huge favor. Tell me, what reward would you like? As he spoke, Luo Feng took off the advanced diving mask in front of him and threw it away. Then, he took a deep breath underwater. Surprisingly, the feeling was really quite pleasant. The Mermaid Queen beside Luo Feng observed all of this with growing amazement. She was too shocked to even speak at this moment. A human being able to move so freely in water like a fish, unrestricted and natural. Even as the Mermaid Queen herself, she had never heard of such a thing before, let alone seen it with her own eyes. It was truly a tremendous impact upon her youthful heart. Suddenly, she realized something. She must not have misheard. Luo Feng had said that the pearl in his hand was not just a Water Light Pearl, but the legendary Water Spirit Pearl. At this thought, the Mermaid Queen was utterly speechless. Seeing Alier's expression, Luo Feng smiled and asked, Alier, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? If you don't want a reward, I won't give you one. At this, Alier finally snapped out of her shock, quickly replying, Master, I was just so shocked by this encounter with the legendary Water Spirit Pearl that I couldn't think straight. Master, please don't be angry. I don't know exactly what reward I want, but whatever gift you give me, I will love it. Upon hearing her response, Luo Feng smiled. He had actually already prepared a gift for Alier. He just hadn't found a suitable moment to give it to her yet. Thinking of that, he said, once we reach the shore, I'll give you a present, as a sort of greeting gift. I hope you'll like it. Upon hearing this, Alier became ecstatic at the thought that he had prepared a gift for her, feeling delighted and happy. Thank you, Master, for preparing a gift for me. But I came in a bit of a rush this time, and didn't bring anything for you. Next time, when I come again, I'll bring you a present. As the Mermaid Queen, Alier naturally possessed many treasures. However, since this was a secret escape, she hadn't considered bringing a gift for Luo Feng. But when she returned, she definitely planned to prepare a thoughtful gift for him. Hearing her words, Luo Feng smiled and said, "Your arrival itself is already a great gift to me. But now is not the time to talk about such things. We can discuss it once we return to land. Shall we head back now? Can you still sense any other treasures?" After obtaining the Water Spirit Pearl, Luo Feng was truly delighted. This was only the first treasure he had searched for, and yet the reward was already this great. If he could find a few more treasures like this, Luo Feng would really become wealthy. Even acquiring another Water Spirit Pearl would be excellent. For such powerful artifacts, the more the better. Although Luo Feng himself could only make use of one Water Spirit Pearl, he could still give another to Tang Shuiying to use. Thinking of Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng wondered what she would think if she found out about the Mermaid Queen's existence. He didn't dare continue dwelling on the thought. He'd just take things as they came. After all, the Mermaid Queen had already become his pet, so he certainly couldn't just abandon her. At present, they maintained a master-servant relationship. However, in Luo Feng's heart, he no longer viewed the Mermaid Queen merely as a pet. Thinking about it, Luo Feng shook the distractions away and looked toward the Mermaid Queen to see if she had discovered anything else valuable. Now Luo Feng had also witnessed the Mermaid Queen's own formidable strength. After hearing Luo Feng's words, Alier paused as she sensed the surroundings. Then her expression suddenly changed. Slowly, she began speaking. "Master, I sense some energy fluctuations deep beneath the seabed. Although these fluctuations are weak, they're also very unique, indicating that the treasure might be rather special. If I want to precisely determine its location, I will need to expend a significant amount of energy. If that happens, we won't be able to continue searching for treasures today. Master, you decide whether we should proceed further into the depths." Upon hearing Alier's words, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected there to be another treasure deep under the sea. By now, he had already descended underwater to almost 100 meters in depth. Without the Mermaid Queen's assistance, he wouldn't have been able to reach such depths. But now, Luo Feng no longer needed to worry about such matters. It wouldn't matter whether it was 100 or even 10,000 meters underwater. Luo Feng would not be affected in the slightest. Chapter 94, A Mysterious Treasure? Hearing what Ariel said, it turned out to be a special treasure as well. As soon as he heard the word special, Luo Feng became interested. The previous special treasure chests had all contained many valuable items. Now, there was another special treasure, and it was a treasure even Ariel, this Mermaid Queen, described as special. Naturally, Luo Feng became even more interested. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke out. "I'll keep going deeper. I'm really curious about this special treasure. But wait for me for a moment. I need to collect this giant electric eel's corpse first." As he spoke, Luo Feng walked over to the corpse of the giant electric eel. At this point, its head had already been blown off by Luo Feng's explosion arrow. Only the body remained, twitching continuously. Although the electric eel was dead, it wasn't completely lifeless yet. Luo Feng watched as the corpse continued to emit a massive amount of electric energy. Faced with such a situation, he didn't dare to recklessly approach and grab it with his bare hands. He simply waited for the electric current coursing through the eel's body to fade away naturally. He waited for a full 3 minutes. Only after all the current had dissipated from the eel's corpse did it finally look like a normal, albeit enormous, electric eel. Only then did Luo Feng dare to take out his epic-level spear to poke at the eel's body, poking it several times. Only after completely confirming the eel's corpse was no longer dangerous did Luo Feng cautiously step forward and touch it with his right hand. Out of concern for his own life, Luo Feng had to be cautious. When Luo Feng's right hand made contact with the eel, he could feel faint electrical pulses coming from its body. At that very moment, a prompt from the game system rang out inside Luo Feng's mind. Obtained common level giant electric eel, +1. With a 1000x reward. Obtained excellent level giant electric eel, +100. Giant electric eel. Rarity, excellent. Weight, 1000 kilograms. Description, this eel's corpse is not primarily for eating but for power generation. Every piece of meat in the eel's body contains massive amounts of electricity. If you want to eat the eel's meat, you must have an extremely strong mouth, or you will be fried from the inside out. If the electricity within the meat is released, even a small piece can power a light bulb for illumination for 5 months. After reading the description, Luo Feng was completely shocked. A tiny piece of meat from this giant eel could light a bulb for 5 months. And this single eel weighed 1000 kilograms. That was over 2000 pounds. And Luo Feng had 100 of them. This time, he had truly struck gold. With these giant electric eels, the power supply for Luo Feng's epic-level colossal ship could be fully secured. It was likely that even a single excellent-level eel could propel Luo Feng's epic-level ship at full speed for months. Luo Feng was now extremely satisfied. This meant that tomorrow, when Luo Feng set out to find Tang Shuiying, he could travel at a much faster speed. After collecting the headless excellent-level giant electric eel, he turned to Ariel and said, "Let's keep going deeper." Hearing Luo Feng's words, Ariel began leading again, continuing their descent. Soon, they reached 100 meters underwater, 200 meters, 500 meters. At such a deep depth, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. This was his first time reaching such depths. And even more incredibly, he had come here with his bare body alone. Looking at Ariel still descending further, Luo Feng spoke out. "How much farther is it? Is the treasure still far from us? If it's too deep, we should temporarily stop descending. After all, who knows what terrifying creatures might exist in the deep ocean?" Although Luo Feng's current strength was nothing to scoff at, and he could also transform using the Ri Jinggang Ba Jiao, if he encountered a deep-sea creature hundreds of meters in length, his current 18-meter height might not even be enough to get caught between its teeth. This was not simply Luo Feng's paranoid speculation. because the giant electric eel Luo Feng had just encountered was only a common level creature. If he ran into an epic or legendary level sea creature, Luo Feng might not even have a chance to escape. Therefore, for the sake of his own life, when the time came, Luo Feng would need to retreat promptly. Hearing Luo Feng, Ariel was silent for a moment before replying. We're about another 100 meters or so away. According to my perception, there aren't any dangerous creatures nearby. Master, you don't need to worry too much. We mermaids are quite skilled in this area. If there's any danger, I'll let you know. Hearing Ariel speak like that, Luo Feng secretly relaxed. Since they had already come this far, it wouldn't hurt to go another 100 meters or so deeper. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke. Alright, let's keep going down. I wonder what kind of treasure we'll encounter in such deep waters. 666 meters underwater. Luo Feng could already see something faintly glowing. However, instead of rushing forward immediately, Luo Feng quickly scanned the surroundings for any other creatures guarding the weakly glowing object. After observing the area carefully, Luo Feng found no animals showing interest in the object emitting weak light. This made him feel extremely puzzled. Shouldn't treasures usually be guarded by other creatures? Why did it seem like there was absolutely nothing around here, except for some ordinary deep-sea fish? These deep-sea fish didn't seem special either. Noticing Luo Feng's reaction, Ariel smiled and said, Master, let's go get the treasure. The energy within this treasure is extremely weak, so probably nothing big would care about it. However, according to my sensing, this treasure contains a tiny bit of very special energy. Only those capable of sensing this energy would be able to detect it. If it were an ordinary mermaid, they probably wouldn't even feel it. Upon hearing Ariel's words, Luo Feng became extremely curious. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a real treasure this time? Thinking this, Luo Feng said, Then let's go take a look. What exactly is so special about this treasure? Soon, Luo Feng and Ariel arrived at the location of the very faintly glowing object. When Luo Feng finally saw the item, he was stunned. Before him appeared to be just a small stone. Its size was about that of a fingernail. Had it not been for Ariel's guidance, Luo Feng probably wouldn't have even noticed this tiny pebble. Chapter 95. Deep Sea Giant Fish, 200 meters long. Ingredients for fish head with chili sauce have arrived. This stone looked very similar to the ones Luo Feng had seen on the roadside before. However, Luo Feng didn't think too much about it. Even if it was an ordinary stone, after being enhanced by the god-level trillion-time system, it should definitely become stronger. Thus, Luo Feng extended his right hand and grabbed the stone. A prompt sound immediately played. Gained an excellent grade mysterious seed, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Gained a legendary grade mysterious seed, +1. After hearing the system's prompt, Luo Feng was instantly shocked. This seemingly ordinary stone was actually a seed. This was truly something Luo Feng had never expected. However, before Luo Feng could examine the legendary grade mysterious seed, the mermaid queen beside him suddenly spoke. Master, that treasure in your hand, originally containing a faint special energy, has suddenly increased dramatically for some unknown reason. Now, I can already sense a vast and mighty energy coming from that treasure. As Luo Feng was about to respond, suddenly, his hand was grabbed by the mermaid queen. Then, their bodies started to quickly ascend. Caught off guard by this sudden change, Luo Feng momentarily didn't know what was happening. At this moment, the mermaid queen spoke with a very anxious expression. Master, quickly put that treasure away. We're facing danger. Upon hearing Ariel's words and about to ask further questions, Luo Feng suddenly felt changes from the ocean depths below, which startled him into hurriedly storing the legendary grade mysterious seed into his space ring. Because of the presence of the aqua crystal pearl, Luo Feng still had a certain sensitivity to seawater. Right now, he could sense the seawater around him rapidly flowing downward. At the same time, Luo Feng could feel a powerful suction force from the ocean floor. It seemed as if this force wanted to pull both him and Ariel toward the seabed. Fortunately, the energy emitted from the aqua crystal pearl on Luo Feng's body counteracted this powerful suction. Moreover, Ariel's body also emitted a rainbow glow. The crown on her head likewise radiated brilliant light. Within only 5 seconds, Ariel carried Luo Feng from hundreds of meters underwater to burst through the ocean surface, and then their bodies suddenly vanished, instantly reappearing on the island. A word popped into Luo Feng's mind. Teleport? Could the mermaid queen actually teleport? All these events happened within just 5 seconds. Luo Feng hadn't even fully processed what had occurred when he saw the spot, where they had just emerged from the ocean surface. A giant whirlpool appeared there, with massive quantities of seawater sinking into the depths. Then Luo Feng witnessed an astonishing sight. A massive mouth, at least dozens of meters long, surged upward from beneath the ocean, swallowing a huge amount of seawater. An enormous fish head emerged from the ocean, then submerged again briefly. During the rolling motion of the giant fish's body, its full form started to become visible. With every rise and fall of its massive body from the sea, tremendous waves were generated. The entire coastline became a scene of raging, surging waves. Only after more than 10 seconds did the entire body of the enormous fish completely return to the depths, disappearing from sight. At this moment, Luo Feng was completely stunned by what he had just seen. This giant fish must have been attracted by his mysterious seed just now. If they had delayed a moment, they would have been swallowed by a 200-meter-long fish. Whether Luo Feng would die or not, he didn't know. But being swallowed by such a giant fish would certainly be no picnic. It definitely wouldn't be a safe place. Thinking of this, Luo Feng hurriedly looked at the mermaid queen next to him. If it hadn't been for her sudden dash earlier, he might already be swimming inside the fish's belly. Seeing the mermaid queen's extremely weakened state, a feeling of pain welled up in Luo Feng's heart. It was because she had saved him. As long as Ariel herself remained unharmed, everything would be fine. But if Ariel had been injured because of this, Luo Feng wouldn't mind adding a new dish, chopped pepper fish head, to his menu. Just as Luo Feng was thinking this, suddenly, the mermaid queen weakly spoke in a faint voice. Master, are you alright? Seeing that Ariel was in such a weakened state, yet still prioritizing his safety, Luo Feng felt a strange feeling stir within his heart. Luo Feng didn't waste any time. He quickly took out a divine wisdom fruit and handed it to the mermaid queen, his face showing concern as he spoke. Are you crazy? You're in this state, yet you still care about me first. You eat this fruit right away and see if it helps. When the mermaid queen heard Luo Feng speak like this, she accepted the fruit without hesitation and immediately ate it. After finishing it, her complexion indeed improved noticeably. Ariel rested for a moment before speaking. Thank you, master. You gave me such a precious fruit. Truthfully, I only overused my energy. I wasn't seriously hurt. For you to use such a fruit on me is somewhat wasteful. Upon hearing Ariel speak this way and knowing she wasn't seriously injured, Luo Feng smiled as 10 divine wisdom fruits suddenly appeared in his hand, and he said, I still have plenty of these fruits. Don't worry about wasting them. Besides, you were in this state because you saved me. If your body hasn't fully recovered yet, you can eat as many of these fruits as you want. When Ariel saw the 10 fruits that suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's hand, a shocked expression appeared on her face, because she had just finished eating one of these fruits and naturally understood their effects. She hadn't expected that such a precious fruit could exist in such large quantities in Luo Feng's possession. Thinking of this, Ariel spoke again. Thank you for your care, master. Earlier, I mainly used the aqua crystal pearl in your hand to achieve rapid movement. Then, using my crown, I performed a short-range teleportation. I simply exhausted all my energy. I wasn't injured at all. Resting for a while will allow me to recover my energy. After hearing what Ariel said, Luo Feng let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, Ariel hadn't been injured, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have spared that giant fish. Thinking of the giant fish, Luo Feng spoke. What exactly happened just now? Why did a huge fish suddenly appear and attack? Was it because of the mysterious seed in my hand? When Luo Feng mentioned what had just happened, the mermaid queen's expression subtly changed. Chapter 96. You're acting a bit strange now? His expression turned slightly serious as he began to speak. Master, that big fish was indeed attracted by the treasure you just obtained. Was that a seed? Originally, I could only sense a faint trace of special energy from that seed. However, once it fell into your hands, master, the special energy contained within that seed suddenly increased at least 100,000 times over. It wasn't only me who could sense the immense energy within it. Even somewhat powerful animals must have been able to feel it. Precisely because of this reason, that big fish was drawn here. Fortunately, you have the Aqua Soul Pearl on you, which allowed us to employ some tactics. That fish is truly massive. I've lived on Mermaid Island for so many years and never seen such a gigantic fish. There's something strange about this sea region. Hearing Elle say this, Luo Feng finally understood the cause of everything that had just happened. It indeed seemed to be due to his mysterious seed. If that's the case, his mysterious seed was indeed powerful. It actually managed to attract such a large fish. I wonder what kind of seed it is. Looking at Elle, Luo Feng spoke. This time you saved me. I should really thank you properly. Is there anything you want? You are my master. Saving you is simply what I am supposed to do. There's no need for you to thank me. Elle looked at Luo Feng sincerely, as if Luo Feng was her entire world. So long as Luo Feng was safe, she felt completely satisfied. Upon hearing Elle's words, Luo Feng smiled and said, Since you say so, I definitely won't let you down. Next time, I'll treat you to some chopped chili fish head. What's chopped chili fish head? Elle looked at Luo Feng with a puzzled expression. Having lived her whole life on Mermaid Island, she had never heard of such food before. Luo Feng wasn't surprised by Elle's confusion. Chopped chili fish head was a delicacy from Huaxia in the current world, something completely foreign to the creatures of this oceanic world. Thus, Luo Feng explained, chopped chili fish head is essentially a dish. It's quite famous in my hometown. Usually, it uses fish heads and chopped chili as the main ingredients, with scallions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, and other seasonings as accompaniments. It's a delicious dish. The taste is incredibly delicious, rich, but not greasy. I guarantee you'll fall in love with it after just one bite. Upon hearing Luo Feng's description, Elle's large eyes filled with curiosity. She had never heard of such a way of cooking food before. However, as she thought about the fish head, her expression suddenly changed, and with slight suspicion she said, Master, when you mentioned treating me to chopped chili fish head, you're not talking about the fish head from that 200-meter fish earlier, are you? Seeing Elle's reaction, Luo Feng smiled and said, Still as smart as ever. That big fish tried to eat us, so it's perfectly normal that now we want to eat it. I thought its fish head looked pretty good. It should taste fantastic prepared as chopped chili fish head. If you want it, I can absolutely cut off that fish's head to make you a dish. Your expression doesn't mean you doubt your master's strength, right? Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Elle felt a warmth in her heart. She didn't expect Luo Feng to be so good to her. Having such a master was truly her happiness. Thinking this, a happy smile appeared on Elle's face as she said, Thank you for treating me so well, master. Whatever you invite me to eat, I'll be more than happy to try it. I was never this happy even when I became the Mermaid Queen. I really wish moments like this could last a little longer. Seeing the Mermaid Queen's incomparably beautiful face break into a smile, Luo Feng found her utterly mesmerizing. Absolutely breathtaking. Now Luo Feng finally understood what the phrase a smile that could topple a city really meant. Just then, Luo Feng stared at Elle's face and suddenly said, You seem a bit strange right now? Elle heard what Luo Feng said, and felt slightly confused, unsure what he meant. So Elle asked with some puzzlement, Master, what do you mean by strange? Is there something on my face? You look strangely beautiful. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen, Luo Feng answered earnestly. Although Luo Feng found Tang Xuing also very attractive, the Mermaid Queen was just slightly more beautiful. After all, the Mermaid Queen was a mermaid capable of using special abilities and also a queen, possessing a certain indescribable aura about her. All these factors combined gave Luo Feng the impression that the Mermaid Queen was truly magnificent. However, there was one aspect where the Mermaid Queen fell short compared to Tang Shuiying. That was the Mermaid Queen's pair of buns. They weren't as large as Tang Shuiying's, noticeably smaller, in fact. This was a conclusion Luo Feng reached only after observing carefully. However, these kinds of issues were not problems at all for Luo Feng. As long as the Mermaid Queen was willing, Luo Feng could quickly help her grow larger. Upon hearing Luo Feng speak this way, Elle's face immediately turned slightly red, and her heart began racing. As the Mermaid Queen, she had never had a man speak to her in such a way before. It left her momentarily flustered and unsure how to respond. Yet, when she thought about how this person in front of her was her master, her heart filled with a sense of joy, and summoning her courage, she spoke up. "Thank you for the compliment, master. Do you really think I look that nice?" Luo Feng thought for a moment before replying. "You look good no matter where. But when you smile, you look even better. You should smile more often from now on. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything unhappy happen to you." After hearing Luo Feng's words, Elle suddenly felt a shift within her heart. A strange and novel sensation she had never felt in all her years. She couldn't quite put it into words. Yet, now, she felt incredibly peaceful and happy inside. All her previous worries and anxieties had vanished completely. Once again, a beautiful smile bloomed on Elle's exquisite face as she said, "Thank you for your kind words, master. I will remember what you've said." Hearing Elle speak like this, Luo Feng said, "Let's stop here for now. You should go lie down and rest first. I need to take a closer look at this mysterious seed I just obtained." After finishing his words, Luo Feng directly took out his epic-grade multifunctional bed. Then, he picked up the Mermaid Queen and gently placed her onto the bed. This time, Elle had helped Luo Feng find these two treasures, both extremely valuable to him. Right now, Luo Feng was especially curious about the description of the mysterious seed. Exactly what kind of treasure was it? Chapter 97. The Bathwater of the Seed? Just as Luo Feng was about to check the attributes of the mysterious seed, suddenly, an enormous wave rushed toward him from the sea. These waves had been caused by the function of that massive fish, over 200 meters long, moments ago. However, seeing the waves approach, Luo Feng showed no panic at all. Calmly, he took out the water spirit pearl. As the waves reached Luo Feng, they abruptly came to a halt. On the nearby island where Zhang San and the other two stood, the trio, seeing the giant waves, began sprinting inland in unison. Just now, that suddenly appearing giant fish was truly terrifying. A single funsun created waves this massive. I wonder how long that fish really is. Why do I feel like this sea we're in is so dangerous? It's bad enough that the animals on the island are huge, but there are also such massive sea beasts beneath the surface. How are we survivalists even supposed to play in this game anymore? Maybe the three of us should just commit suicide now. Why are you two still talking nonsense? Hurry up and run. If we get swept out to sea by these waves, we're all finished. Only after running a considerable distance did Zhang San and the others finally escape the waves. At this moment, Wang Er, panting heavily, said, "What a pity we don't have a video recorder. Otherwise, if we had captured footage of this several hundred-meter-long fish, we'd be rich. This would be even more shocking than those dozens of meters-long creatures we've seen before." After hearing Wang Er's words, Zhang San looked frightened and said, "Good thing we ran quickly. That fish was so powerful with just a single function. In theory, a fish that massive should live in the deep sea. Why would it suddenly appear at the ocean surface? Could something major have happened? I wonder if Lord Xiaoluo noticed what just happened? It probably doesn't have anything to do with him this time, right?" Meanwhile, Luo Feng was about to check the description of this legendary mysterious seed, but he didn't dare to take it out openly. No one could predict whether doing so might attract another deep-sea monster. Thinking about this, an idea suddenly popped into Luo Feng's mind. If he used this seed as bait, it would absolutely make a great fishing lure. Once Luo Feng's strength improved in the future, he planned to go fishing in the ocean with this seed and catch a few big fish to try their taste. His first target would be catching that deep-sea fish he saw today and making fish head with hot chili pepper. Putting aside these random thoughts, Luo Feng focused his attention on the small stone-like mysterious seed in his space ring. A data panel appeared before him. Mysterious seed. Grade, legendary. Description. Inside this seed lies a vast amount of mysterious energy. This energy can give birth to terrifying forms of life. However, its growth requires special conditions and time. Though it is currently only a seed, it still possesses incredibly powerful functions. Just a drop of its bathwater will already greatly benefit you. Function. Seed water. Place the seed in water, and under its influence, this water can accelerate the growth of plants and animals. After reading the seed's description, Luo Feng was truly shocked beyond words this time. This was simply too overpowered. This was merely a seed state, not yet grown, and even its bathwater could accelerate the growth of plants and animals. The amount of energy contained within was absolutely terrifying. Who could imagine what would happen if an animal swallowed and consumed this seed? Luo Feng couldn't help but think, if the deep-sea fish had swallowed this seed earlier, it might have exploded from the inside. From that perspective, Luo Feng might have actually saved the deep-sea creature's life. Yet, when Luo Feng thought about this seed water concept, he recalled something from the real world, a kind of liquor with a familiar name. Seed liquor. Could it be that seed liquor is made from soaking this seed in alcohol? Sometimes, Luo Feng had even seen netizens online saying, looking for seeds. Back then, he didn't understand what they meant. Luo Feng stopped pondering and simply took the mysterious seed from his space ring, placing it directly into a huge wooden basin. He'd let it soak in water for now. This water, capable of accelerating growth, was definitely going to serve an important purpose for Luo Feng. Firstly, after Luo Feng's pet Xuanwu hatched, it would surely need to grow quickly. This seed water would be perfect to give to Xuanwu to drink. Besides, if Luo Feng obtained some plant seeds and wanted to grow them, wouldn't he definitely want them to grow quickly? These seed water could be perfect for watering those plants. This was truly an amazing resource with countless uses. At this moment, Luo Feng suddenly had a bold idea. Since seed water could accelerate the growth of plants and animals, why wait until Xuanwu's egg hatched before giving it the seed water? Couldn't he just place the egg directly into the seed water and let it hatch faster? The moment this thought appeared in Luo Feng's mind, he immediately felt this method was worth trying. After all, there was nothing to lose. If it didn't work, he could just take the egg out again. But if it really worked, Luo Feng could get his second pet much faster. Originally, logically speaking, Xuanwu should have been his first pet. But who could have guessed it would take so long to hatch? The Mermaid Queen had already become Luo Feng's first pet. As for why the pet leaderboard hadn't been activated, Luo Feng didn't know the reason. Maybe it required multiple players to obtain pets before it would unlock. Otherwise, once the leaderboard opened and only Luo Feng's name appeared on it, with 2 legendary creatures as his pets, it would certainly provoke outrage among other players. Right now, everyone had just entered this ocean world and was still relatively weak, so nobody had serious intentions toward Luo Feng. However, after some time passed, once others obtained high-grade items and special abilities, many people would definitely target Luo Feng. Thinking about this, Luo Feng recalled various islands described in his Myriad Island Compendium. These islands would eventually be discovered and claimed by humans. What if someone obtained an Ultraman transformation device from the Ultraman Island? Or acquired a Gundam from the Mech Island? Or grabbed an AWM rifle from the PUBG Island? All of these were possible. Therefore, Luo Feng also needed to work hard to enhance his own strength regularly. Chapter 98. The Black Tortoise Egg Hatching Time. 3 hours. My second pet is coming. He must acquire all the above-mentioned things entirely on his own. At this moment, Luo Feng didn't dare to think any further. He should hurry up and place the black tortoise egg into the seed water first. Every item in Luo Feng's spatial ring could be manipulated at will the moment he had a thought. As this idea formed in Luo Feng's mind, the black tortoise egg entered the seed water. Just earlier, when the black tortoise egg was still outside, Luo Feng had taken a glance at its hatching time. Black tortoise egg hatching time, 18 hours. Once Luo Feng placed the black tortoise egg into the seed water, he looked again, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Soon after, his face burst into ecstatic joy, because the hatching time shown before his eyes had indeed decreased. Black tortoise egg hatching time, 16 hours. Then, Luo Feng moved the black tortoise egg closer to the mysterious seed. The black tortoise egg's hatching time continued to shorten. Black tortoise egg hatching time, 14 hours. After seeing this change, Luo Feng became extremely excited. As expected, the mysterious seed really was effective. Luo Feng wasn't one to hesitate. He directly placed the black tortoise egg next to the mysterious seed. Finally, a new hatching time appeared in Luo Feng's vision. Black tortoise egg hatching time, 3 hours. When Luo Feng saw that the black tortoise egg only required 3 more hours to hatch, he truly became overjoyed. This mysterious seed was truly powerful. If in the future Luo Feng couldn't find a better job, he could just start a service helping others hatch their eggs. Wouldn't that be a huge source of income? Just as Luo Feng was thinking about how to maximize the seed water's value, suddenly, he received a message. It was a voice message from Tang Shuiying. Luo Feng, there's a giant sea monster near you. Did you encounter any danger? Upon hearing Tang Shuiying's voice, Luo Feng felt momentarily stunned. How did she know that he had just encountered a huge sea monster? Could it be that Tang Shuiying could see what was happening around him? Had she seen what happened between him and the Mermaid Queen? Thinking about this, Luo Feng opened his mouth with some confusion and said, I didn't run into any danger. You don't have to worry too much. But how did you know there's a giant sea monster near me? I told you earlier I wanted to cook you dinner, right? Now I'm preparing the ingredients and thinking about checking out the trading area to see if there's anything interesting to trade. Then I saw in the chat channel that everyone was talking about the sea monster near you. So I immediately came to ask you whether you encountered any danger. Hearing others say that the fish was hundreds of meters long, it sounded truly terrifying. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng finally understood what was going on. It seemed that the actions of the deep-sea fish were seen by many people earlier. Thinking of this, Luo Feng said, it was just a big fish. There's nothing to worry about. You previously said you like to eat fish, right? I think this big fish is perfect. Next time, I'll catch it for you to eat. Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying were already quite familiar with each other, so he understood her preferences pretty well. According to Luo Feng's knowledge, both Tang Shuiying and her sister, Tang Xuewei, loved eating fish. During the rare times Luo Feng had met both sisters together, every meal had fish as a dish. At this moment, Tang Xuewei was washing a cucumber in her hands. This was one of the food items spit out by the cleanliness treasure chest she obtained before. Good quality cucumber, good quality noodles, good quality egg. Tonight, Tang Xuewei was going to cook dinner for Luo Feng. She planned to cut up this cucumber and make a cold cucumber salad. Then, she would cook noodles for Luo Feng. She also intended to cook an egg to help him replenish his strength. After all, since everyone had only just entered the ocean survival world not long ago, ingredients for cooking were limited. She could only make do for now. Hearing what Luo Feng said, that he might treat her to fish, made her heart warm. Whether Luo Feng actually planned to serve her that giant fish or not, just the fact that he said it was enough to make her feel content. After all, having a boy who remembered your preferences and what foods you like was already something very heartening. Therefore, tonight's meal Tang Xuewei prepared for Luo Feng was something she put her heart into. It wasn't just a simple bowl of noodles. She had also put some effort into preparing that egg, hoping it would surprise Luo Feng. Thinking about this, Tang Xuewei said, I'm glad you weren't in danger. I used to really love eating fish, but now, as long as it's something you cook with your own hands, I'll love it. So, for your own safety, you shouldn't provoke such a huge fish. If you die before me, there would be no reason for me to continue living alone. The reason I have survived until now and am able to keep going is because of the spiritual and physical support you've given me. Please, promise me you will protect your life carefully. When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying say this, for some reason, he suddenly felt like sand had blown into his eyes. He truly hadn't expected that. Just a few days after arriving in this ocean world, he had already gained such deep concern from two people. Luo Feng glanced at the mermaid queen lying on his bed. After some thought, he ultimately decided not to tell Tang Shuiying about the mermaid queen for now. He would wait until tomorrow when he met Tang Shuiying in person to explain everything face to face. This kind of thing just couldn't be properly conveyed through online chatting. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke, "Don't worry. I highly value my own life. Before meeting you, I definitely won't die. And after meeting you, I'll be even more unwilling to leave this world. Tonight, I will work hard to complete the construction of the large ship as soon as possible. Tomorrow, I will set off toward that island. If nothing unexpected happens, we should see each other tomorrow. I've already prepared a large bed for you. Then, we can sleep together." When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, her heart raced. Was this day finally arriving? Right now, Tang Shuiying had already made up her mind. As soon as she met Luo Feng, she would reveal her true identity. After that, how things would develop would depend entirely on Luo Feng's reaction. Moreover, Tang Shuiying was now 100% certain she had fallen in love with Luo Feng. Knowing whether you love someone is very simple. If you frequently think about that person, want to proactively chat with them, wish to share your good things with them, and desire to make them happy because of you, that means you've already fallen in love. Chapter 99. How to tell if someone likes you. Tang Shuiying had already experienced all of those situations. Moreover, Tang Shuiying could clearly feel that Luo Feng liked her. As for how to tell if someone likes you, well, the truth is, if someone really likes you, they can't hide it. When you're asking this question, the answer has already become apparent. When you're sitting beside a bonfire, can't you feel its warmth? If you can't feel it, it's not because the fire isn't giving off heat, but because the fire isn't warming you. If that's the case, better move on to the next one quickly. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying had already finished washing the cucumber in her hand. She picked up the knife and began slicing this particularly thick cucumber. At the same time, she spoke. "All right, I'm really looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Now I'm going to start preparing dinner for you. In a while, we can eat together." When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying's words, he felt somewhat curious and replied, "So, what delicious food are you planning to cook for me tonight? If the ingredients aren't enough, you can always ask me for help." Hearing Luo Feng's suggestion, Tang Shuiying originally wanted to keep it a bit of a mystery, but quickly changed her mind. After all, what was the point in hiding that she was going to make noodles for him? Although the noodles were top quality, they weren't anything particularly special. So she decided it was better to just tell him directly, otherwise it might be disappointing for Luo Feng later. Tang Shuiying then said, "Tonight, I'll make you some noodles." "You actually managed to obtain noodles?" Hearing those words from Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng couldn't help but blurt out his thoughts. He never expected that she could still get noodles from the ocean. When Tang Shuiying heard how surprised Luo Feng sounded, a faint smile formed on her face as she said, "These noodles came from the cleanliness treasure chest I obtained earlier. It just spat out some food items. Besides premium-grade noodles, there are also premium-grade eggs and premium-grade cucumbers. Tonight, I'll cook all of these for you. I just hope you won't mind. With such limited ingredients, I really can't make anything else." After hearing Tang Shuiying's explanation, Luo Feng understood completely. He then said, "Okay, I've known you for so long, but I've never actually tasted your cooking before. If you're willing to make noodles for me, I'll gladly try what they taste like. I've never had premium-grade noodles before." Upon hearing Luo Feng's response, a slight smile of confidence appeared on Tang Shuiying's face as she replied, "Well then, you just wait and see. When you taste them, I promise you won't be disappointed. You'll enjoy them so much that you'll want to have more. I have great confidence in my noodle-making skills. Of course, besides this, I can make other dishes too. It seems like I'm really lucky today. I'll be looking forward to your noodles then. You go ahead and take care of things. I'll just check the chat channel to see what's going on." After Luo Feng finished speaking, he closed the private chat channel with Tang Shuiying and opened a regional chat channel. This time, rather than heading to the trading zone, Luo Feng directly entered the group chat. "Zhang-san, are you really telling the truth that there's a sea monster over 100 meters long in your area? Are you trying to fool people? Without a photo, there's no proof, so we can't really believe it. Didn't you even take any video of it? No photos, no truth. How can you convince everyone with just text? Don't tell me you guys are so lucky that you keep running into giant creatures all the time? I'm saying that the giant sea monster you saw was actually caught by me when I was fishing. Ha ha. Thanks for the A2A. I'm currently in the ocean. I just swam back to my raft. I was just hundreds of meters away from that massive deep-sea fish. I personally witnessed the whole process of that deep-sea fish flipping its body. Even though I was so far away, the waves generated by it still reached me, completely flipping over my small wooden raft. If I hadn't been so far away and the waves had weakened a bit by the time they reached me, I probably wouldn't have survived to talk to you again. From a distance, I conservatively estimate that this fish is at least 200 meters long. I wonder why a fish that big would come to the ocean surface. The waves it caused were really tremendous. I was also there at the scene. I'm that big fish you're talking about. I just came up to the surface to let out a fart. Now that I've done that, I'm feeling really refreshed and am going back down. Sorry for disturbing everyone. If you have time, feel free to come visit me under the sea. Oh, and by the way, the upstairs comment used the wrong phrase. Tremendous waves. I didn't actually see any beauties at all. Luo Feng read through the messages from these players and found that most of them were skeptical about the existence of a deep-sea fish hundreds of meters long. After all, without images or videos, it was really hard to believe. Previously, Zhang San and others had earned a lot of resources by sharing videos. Seeing this, some players started to envy them. Then, these players started making up wild stories, trying to deceive others into giving them supplies. Some claimed they had encountered Ultraman, some said they had met Spider-Man, and others even said they had run into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. These were actually somewhat reasonable, since encountering strange creatures in the ocean world could still be considered understandable. Surprisingly, one player even claimed he had met Qin Shi Huang, and as long as each person gave him 5 pieces of wood, he would let them join him when he met Qin Shi Huang again, and Qin Shi Huang would protect all of them. Even scarier was the fact that there were actually people who believed him and really traded 5 pieces of wood over. Therefore, nowadays, if someone said they encountered some strange creature, without showing some kind of evidence, no one would believe them. Reading these messages, Luo Feng almost couldn't help but laugh. Since everyone was paying attention to that deep-sea fish, Luo Feng felt it would be a shame not to take this opportunity to earn some shock value. Thus, Luo Feng started posting in the chat channel. I just saw that deep-sea fish as well. That deep-sea fish was over 200 meters long, quite large, and probably tastes great. Coincidentally, I recently wanted to eat chopped chili fish head. I wonder if any chefs here know how to cook it. Those chefs can contact me. The reward will definitely be generous. When the players saw Xiao Luo's appearance, and then read Xiao Luo's message, they were all completely shocked. Whoa, even Xiao Luo Sr. has been attracted here. Could it be that what Zhang San and the others said before is actually true? Is there really a 200-meter-long deep-sea fish that made an appearance? Based on my understanding of Xiao Luo Sr., he doesn't seem like the type to brag, right? The last word of the previous brother's message, the fifth character from the end, was unnecessary. Chapter 100. The creation of an epic-level giant ship begins. Even if Azura himself came out and said it, I absolutely wouldn't believe that in this ocean world there exists a fish 200 meters long. And now, Azura actually plans to use the head of such a massive fish to cook chopped pepper fish head. Isn't that a joke? Even if Azura could grow bigger, in front of such a massive fish, he could only run away in fear. Azura, Senior, a fish this big really isn't meant to be eaten. That fish head of yours, if you try to eat it, you're definitely going to get stuffed. If you really insist on eating it, you should definitely invite me. I've loved picking bones since I was a kid. I'm really good at eating fish. Azura, Senior, I'm a chef at a 5-star hotel, and my signature dish is none other than the chopped pepper fish head. I know dozens of ways to cook a fish head. Although this fish head from the deep sea seems a bit, probably more than 10 meters long, but after all, it's still a fish head, so the cooking method should be more or less the same. I'll send you the recipe right away. After Luo Feng sent his message, not long afterward, he indeed received a private message from the self-proclaimed 5-star chef. Looking at those steps, Luo Feng found them extremely detailed. As long as he followed these instructions, even if it was his first time cooking chopped pepper fish head, he could succeed. Moreover, this 5-star chef had also attached numerous recipes for cooking fish meat. From reading the content, Luo Feng could also tell that this person genuinely had some skills. So, Luo Feng didn't hesitate and directly took out 2 fish from his spatial ring to trade with the 5-star chef. Because his spatial ring could not store live creatures, all the fish he had stored before were already dead. But that was previously. Now, Luo Feng had the mysterious seed. As long as he placed the fish into the water from the seed, even inside the spatial ring, the fish could still be lively and active. They might even live comfortably. The 5-star chef had only sent his message to Azura as a test. When he saw the 2 fish appear in his hands, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he became visibly excited. So, he quickly posted a message in the chat channel. Thank you, Senior Azura, for the 2 fish. What I just sent you is the standard recipe for chopped pepper fish head. Next, I will research how to properly prepare the head of a 200-meter-long fish. I guarantee that before Azura Senior defeats this giant fish, I will have the full recipe and ingredient list for this dish designed for you. I won't affect Azura Senior's meal in the slightest. Seeing the message from the 5-star chef, all the players were shocked. Wow, is Azura Senior being serious? There can't really be a 100-meter-long fish, right? And Azura Senior truly wants to make chopped pepper fish head. This must be fake. If Azura really can make such a huge chopped pepper fish head, I'll directly introduce my 18-year-old sister to Azura for free. Azura Guji, I also love chopped pepper fish head. Can I eat it with you on the bed together? Looking at this wave of reactions, Luo Feng felt very satisfied as his shock value increased by several 10,000. Indeed, there's strength in numbers. Looks like in the future, he should appear here more often. However, Luo Feng wasn't so thrilled over these shock values that he recklessly revealed his legendary items. Those legendary items were all his trump cards, so naturally, he couldn't casually expose them to others. Otherwise, it would be easy to become a target. As the saying goes, Bu Pa Jai To, Ju Pa Jai Denji. I'm not afraid of the thief stealing, but I'm afraid the thief wants to steal. Moreover, Luo Feng had only arrived in the ocean world for less than 3 days and already obtained legendary items. Others might become seriously envious. Thinking of this, Luo Feng stopped speaking further in the chat channel. His goal had already been achieved. So, Luo Feng directly closed the chat channel. Next, it was still some time before nightfall. He would take advantage of this time to see if he could gather a few more time accelerators. Previously, Luo Feng needed to kill the giant electric eel, so in a short time, he crafted 4 legendary sky-piercing arrows. Each arrow took 2.4 hours to create. Although Luo Feng had accumulated a lot of time accelerators before, he still felt the pressure. Especially now, Luo Feng planned to create an epic-level giant ship, which required 7 days. 7 days equals 7 times 24 times 60 is equal to 10,080 minutes. Right now, Luo Feng only had about 7,000 time accelerators, clearly not enough to finish building the epic-level giant ship immediately. That's also why Luo Feng had said earlier he would set out tomorrow toward the island to find Tang Shuiying. Without the epic-level ship, Luo Feng's travel speed would be significantly reduced. Thinking about this, Luo Feng sent a message to Zhang San. Let's see how many time accelerators they've collected for Luo Feng. Previously, they had secretly filmed videos of Luo Feng and earned quite a bit of wood. Luo Feng then allowed them to use that wood to trade for time accelerators on his behalf. Soon after, Luo Feng sent them a message. How many time accelerators have you collected so far? Zhang San and the other 2 were cleaning the beach that had just been washed by the waves. When Zhang San saw the message from Azura, he immediately became very excited. It was still the first time Azura had messaged him directly. So he quickly replied to Azura. Hello, Senior Azura. We've already collected 520 minutes worth of time accelerators. We'll trade them to you right away. Time accelerator X 520 minutes, traded for nothing. When Luo Feng saw a clock appear in his hand, displaying 520 minutes, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that these three people could actually collect so many time accelerators. Thus, Luo Feng spoke up. You did a great job. Keep up the good work. If you continue to perform well, the rewards will naturally be plentiful. I still need a lot of time accelerators. Consider these 3 fish a reward for you to keep. 3 fishes traded for nothing. When Zhang San saw the 3 fish in his hands, he became extremely excited. Right now, fish was an extremely scarce food resource. After all, fishing in the ocean world wasn't easy by any means. The most basic problem, where would you even get bait? Zhang San shifted his gaze from the 3 fish to Wang Er and said, you were absolutely right. Looks like following your idea was definitely the correct decision. Wang Er, hearing Zhang San say this, smiled slightly and replied, ever since I saw Azura collecting a large amount of time accelerators before, I could tell he had an enormous demand for them. So I made a decision to devote all of our resources entirely to gathering time accelerators and try our best to leave a good impression on Azura. If Azura feels that we're capable workers, who knows, he might even consider using us again in the future. Chapter 101, Giant Chili Seeds. This is truly an opportunity for us. As long as we can latch onto Xia Luo, why should we worry about life at sea? At this moment, Zhang San and Li Si were both gazing at Wang Er with admiration. Then, the 3 of them started to eat the fish. Although Luo Feng still lacked sufficient time accelerators, he still decided to begin building his epic-level giant ship. Luo Feng activated the crafting bench and said, craft me an epic-level giant ship. Ding! Crafting of the epic-level giant ship has begun. Crafting time, 7 days. Once the construction of the epic-level giant ship had begun, Luo Feng headed to the edge of the island and started his logging work. At this time, the Mermaid Queen was resting, and Luo Feng couldn't possibly go far, so he chose to cut down trees instead. In Luo Feng's mind, a thought surfaced. Should he call over Big Gorilla to help him cut trees? Obtain large tree, +1. 100x reward. Obtain large tree, +100. The amount of timber Luo Feng now had must have equaled the total of almost everyone else in the entire sea area, 9527. Just after Luo Feng collected the large tree in front of him, he noticed something on the ground that immediately shocked him. Luo Feng had spotted a red bronze treasure chest lying on the ground. This treasure chest must have dropped from the tree. Is there actually a treasure chest on top of a tree? That's really bizarre. Who would go out of their way to climb trees all day? It looks like Luo Feng should pay more attention from now on. The places where these treasure chests appear are really too strange. Without hesitation, Luo Feng walked straight to this red treasure chest and used his right hand to open it. Opened the red bronze treasure chest. Obtain fine level giant chili seed, +1 seed. Obtain fine level soil, +1 ton. 10,000x reward. Obtained exquisite level giant chili seed, +100 seeds. Obtained perfect level soil, +10 tons. After Luo Feng saw what had dropped from this treasure chest, he was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had obtained plant seeds. He wondered what these plant seeds were like in this oceanic world. Therefore, out of curiosity, Luo Feng began to examine the attributes of the exquisite level giant chili seed. Giant chili seed. Rarity, exquisite. Description, this chili seed is a giant chili seed. When planted, it can grow into extremely large chilies. Each chili is at least 1 meter long, and the longest can reach 2 meters. The spiciness of each chili varies. There's definitely a flavor to suit your taste. After reading the description of this exquisite level giant chili seed, a thought surfaced in Luo Feng's mind. Wasn't this the perfect ingredient for diced chili fish head? Now that he had the chilies, all that was missing was the fish head. Next, Luo Feng turned his gaze to the 10 tons of perfect level soil. Soil. Rarity. Perfect. Description, this soil is rich in nutrients, allowing plants planted in it to grow rapidly, so that you can enjoy delicious meals in a short period of time. Seeing this soil didn't particularly excite Luo Feng, since he already had mysterious seed water capable of accelerating plant and animal growth. For Luo Feng, this soil was just an extra touch of refinement. However, when combined, the effects would certainly be better. Thinking about this, Luo Feng no longer hesitated and directly placed these 100 exquisite level giant chili seeds into the perfect level soil. After that, Luo Feng spent some time using the seed water to water all of the giant chili seeds. Then, Luo Feng no longer paid attention to these giant chili seeds. At his current stage, he wouldn't need these giant chilies yet. At this time, Luo Feng glanced at the sky. It was already getting late. He didn't plan to continue cutting down trees. After a short rest, it would be time for dinner. Then, all Luo Feng needed to do was sleep for a while, and then he could take the giant ship to find Tang Shuang. Thinking of this, Luo Feng walked over to the epic-level multifunctional bed. The Mermaid Queen was sleeping on it. When Luo Feng approached, she slowly opened her eyes and said, Master, I see that you've been busy non-stop. You should also take a rest. Come lie down with me. Upon hearing Ariel speak like that, Luo Feng smiled slightly and replied, There's no rush. Let's go to sleep after we finish dinner. You can get up now. We're about to eat. The Mermaid Queen had now mostly recovered. Previously, she had merely run out of energy and hadn't sustained any serious injuries. After a period of rest, she could now move normally. Upon hearing Luo Feng say this, she sat up from the bed. Suddenly, Ariel thought of a question. She spoke up somewhat shyly. Master, can I ask you something? Hearing Ariel speak like that, Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all as he replied. Sure, go ahead and ask. Ariel lowered her gaze slightly before speaking with a slight blush on her face. Master, did you change my 2 shells? Hearing Ariel's words and seeing her reaction, Luo Feng immediately understood what she was referring to. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. If he admitted to doing it, wouldn't that mean Luo Feng had seen her completely naked? What if the Mermaid Queen got angry at him for this? After all, Luo Feng had replaced her seashells without her knowledge. However, he didn't have much choice in that situation. He couldn't possibly leave the Mermaid Queen's 2 snowy mountains exposed to the open air, could he? Thinking about this, Luo Feng began to explain, well, it was indeed me. When I encountered you, I noticed your 2 shells had already fallen off. I wanted to put them back on for you, but no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't get them to stay. In the end, I had no choice but to use an item I previously obtained to replace them. If you don't like them, you can change them back. I didn't intentionally look at that part of you. I'm sorry for what happened. Please don't be angry with me. Upon hearing Luo Feng's explanation, Ariel's face became even redder. This meant that Luo Feng had already seen that part of her. This was a completely new situation for her. As the Mermaid Queen, she rarely interacted with the opposite sex, and everyone who did interact with her always treated her with the utmost respect. She had never even held hands with a man before, let alone been seen by one. Now, that part of her had been completely exposed to Luo Feng. Thinking about this, her face turned extremely red and her heart pounded rapidly. Chapter 102. A gift prepared for you. These were completely experiences she had never felt before. However, after a moment's thought, she figured that since it was the person in front of her, there shouldn't be any issues. So there was nothing to be worried about. Besides, it was for her own good, an act of initiative to help her. Thinking this, she opened her mouth and said, I really like it. Thank you. Don't say that. How could I possibly be angry with you? You did this because you had my best interest at heart, and it's not like anything serious happened. Hearing these words, Luo Feng was taken aback, genuinely not expecting that kind of response. Could it be? From what Luo Feng had gathered during the time he had spent with her, he already understood that she wouldn't react this way. But the thought just surfaced in Luo Feng's mind. He was thinking too much. That was bad. When Luo Feng looked at the Mermaid Queen, so pure and innocent, with her glistening, bright eyes, he changed his mind and said, actually, I don't want to see it now. Don't show me anymore. Just protect yourself well when you're out there. Honestly, your mermaid outfit doesn't look very sturdy. Do those things fall off often? Hearing Luo Feng say this, the Mermaid Queen explained, in fact, these shells are specially selected and crafted. They are extremely hard and durable. Unless we choose to open them ourselves, no one else can force them open. These 2 shells of mine are especially high grade. Logically, they shouldn't break so easily. I don't know the exact reason myself. It seems somehow connected to a dream I had the other day. It was about you. Hearing this, Luo Feng's face darkened instantly. If he wasn't mistaken, it was precisely his playing with her statue, and breaking it, that had caused this. So Luo Feng spoke up. Alright then, if that's the case, let's drop the subject. Let's change topics. Didn't I mention giving you a gift before? Since I have the time now, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, the Mermaid Queen was momentarily startled. She said with confusion, the fruit you just gave me, wasn't that already your gift? Do you have another one? Hearing the Mermaid Queen's words, Luo Feng smiled slightly, and said, that wisdom fruit was just a snack for you, not really considered a proper gift. If you ever want to eat more, just come ask me. The gift I prepared for you is another thing. I'm not sure whether you'll like it or not. Let me show you how it works first. If you like it, then I'll give it to you. If you don't like it, you don't have to take it. As he spoke, Luo Feng took out an epic-grade glowing papaya cream and handed it to the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen accepted the epic-grade glowing papaya cream from Luo Feng's hand, feeling a bit puzzled. She had never seen anything like it before. So she looked at Luo Feng curiously and asked, what is this? Is it something to eat? Hearing this, Luo Feng immediately understood. Apparently only players and survivors could see item descriptions. Hence, the Mermaid Queen truly had no idea what the glowing papaya cream was. This made Luo Feng a bit embarrassed. He would need to explain it to her himself. Right now, he was wondering in his mind whether the glowing papaya cream was edible. However, he wasn't sure if the Mermaid Queen would even accept the glowing papaya cream. With that in mind, Luo Feng wasted no time and began speaking. This item is called glowing papaya cream. It's up to you whether you want it or not. If not, that's fine too. It's just something I came across by chance, so don't think too much about it. Hearing Luo Feng say this, the Mermaid Queen's face immediately turned red. She hadn't expected that such an item would be given to her as a gift. However, before this, she didn't pay much attention to these things. Now, as she looked at the item he brought out, it seemed to remind her of something. So this was a special gift made especially for her. Possibly, because he thought she might dislike it. Thinking thus, the Mermaid Queen said, thank you for the gift. I really like it. I will use it often from now on. That way, I'll have something to look forward to. Upon hearing this from the Mermaid Queen, Luo Feng's face instantly turned dark with discomfort. Her words were just too direct. Apparently, the Mermaid Queen had been living in the Mermaid Island all along, and had very limited knowledge about these kinds of things. Didn't she know anything? This really made Luo Feng feel quite awkward. After a short pause, Luo Feng said, well, do whatever you want. Just make sure it doesn't interfere with your normal activities. Chapter 103 Announcement to the World, Level 1 Disaster Imminent. After hearing Luo Feng's words, the Mermaid Queen thought for a moment, then spoke, alright, Master, I understand now. But, I don't know how to use this papaya frost. Hearing such an innocent question from the Mermaid Queen, Luo Feng almost regretted giving her the item. By asking this, she would end up being corrupted. The Mermaid Queen's innocence really exceeded Luo Feng's expectations. However, he could understand the situation. After all, the Mermaid Queen had always lived in the Fishman Island, and she was the queen of all mermaids. Matters like this were simply beyond her experience. Such an innocent, pure girl would be hard to find even in Luo Feng's real world. You could only find girls like her in kindergartens. Thinking this, Luo Feng said, the way to use the glow papaya frost is very simple. You just need to apply it on top. Master, I know what it is, but why should I apply it on top? Is it related to me becoming bigger? Just apply it there. Master, what is there? I've never heard that term before. Upon hearing the Mermaid Queen speak like this, Luo Feng immediately felt a headache coming. The Mermaid Queen was indeed too innocent. He didn't know how to explain further. Surely he couldn't say that word out loud? Finally, Luo Feng had no choice but to point his finger at that specific area on the Mermaid Queen and said, "Just apply it here." When the Mermaid Queen saw Luo Feng pointing at that part of her with his finger, she immediately blushed and said, "Thank you, Master. I understand now. So that's what it's called. In our place, we don't refer to it this way. After we finish dinner, I'll try the effect of this papaya frost. If I don't perform well or have any questions regarding that area, I hope Master will help me understand better." Hearing these words from the Mermaid Queen, a scene appeared in Luo Feng's mind. The previous instance when Tang Shuiying had used the glow papaya frost. But this time, Luo Feng hadn't yet experienced what it would feel like. However, he absolutely wasn't planning to do that sort of thing with the Mermaid Queen. It would have to wait until the Mermaid Queen better understood such matters. Looking into the Mermaid Queen's very clear, innocent eyes, Luo Feng said, "Using the papaya frost is very simple. You should be able to handle it well. But if you really have trouble using it, I'll be able to offer some guidance then. Now just put it away." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the Mermaid Queen's face revealed a very joyful smile as she spoke. "Thank you, Master. Master is truly so kind to me." Just as Luo Feng was about to speak, suddenly, a game announcement appeared before him. Ding! Worldwide announcement. As the number of ships built by survivors across the server has reached a certain requirement, the disaster mode has officially been activated. Starting from 6 a.m., a level 1 disaster will occur and will last for 6 hours. Disaster types: gales, torrential rain, blizzards, fog, hail, tsunamis, typhoons, freezing cold, extreme heat, sea monsters, fish swarms, beast swarms, volcanic eruptions, meteor impacts, etc. Ding! Worldwide announcement. As the number of ships built by survivors across the server has reached a certain requirement, the disaster mode has officially been activated. Starting from 6 a.m., a level 1 disaster will occur and will last for 6 hours. Disaster types: gales, torrential rain, blizzards, fog, hail, tsunamis, typhoons, freezing cold, extreme heat, sea monsters, fish swarms, beast swarms, volcanic eruptions, meteor impacts, etc. Ding! Worldwide announcement. As the number of ships built by survivors across the server has reached a certain requirement, the disaster mode has officially been activated. Starting from 6 a.m., a level 1 disaster will occur and will last for 6 hours. Disaster types: gales, torrential rain, blizzards, fog, hail, tsunamis, typhoons, freezing cold, extreme heat, sea monsters, fish swarms, beast swarms, volcanic eruptions, meteor impacts, etc. The worldwide announcement repeated 3 times consecutively in the minds of every player. Luo Feng stared at the red notification text before him, shocked by the sudden news. He had never expected that the total number of ships built by players across the world would actually reach the required amount, and thus activate the disaster system. Luo Feng had known from the start that various disasters would surely appear in this oceanic world, but he never expected them to come so soon. From 6 a.m. tomorrow morning to noon at 12 p.m. He wondered how strong this level 1 disaster would be. It probably wouldn't be too bad, he thought. Most likely just some wind and rain. As for the listed types of disasters, Luo Feng couldn't possibly believe that those later disasters would appear at this stage already. If those kinds of disasters appeared right now, probably most players would die. However, Luo Feng had no need to worry. His epic grade giant ship would definitely be completed before 6 a.m. tomorrow. Then, he would simply sail into it and endure whatever wind or rain came. Luo Feng would remain unaffected. Although Luo Feng didn't need to worry about these disasters, Tang Shuiying didn't have a ship of her own. What if Tang Shuiying encountered these disasters? Thinking about this, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying. "Did you hear the worldwide announcement just now?" Tang Shuiying was currently boiling noodles. The water was about to boil, and she only needed to drop the noodles, and once it did. Of course, she had also heard the recent worldwide announcement. However, since she was cooking, she hadn't contacted Luo Feng about it immediately. Now, after hearing Luo Feng's message, she replied, "Yes, I heard the worldwide announcement too. It seems I'll need to start preparing some defensive measures accordingly. Otherwise, if disaster suddenly struck, I might be caught off guard." After hearing Tang Shuiying speak like this, Luo Feng thought for a moment before saying, "Be careful when you move forward tomorrow. If something happens, inform me immediately. I'll figure out a way to help you deal with it. Once we meet tomorrow, you won't have to worry about these disasters anymore. My epic grade giant ship will be completed by tomorrow. Back then, you can just come aboard my ship." Hearing Luo Feng speak like this, Tang Shuiying began to feel a sense of calm return to her anxious heart. Every time she talked to Luo Feng, she could feel an immense sense of security radiating from him. Would tomorrow finally be the day she would reunite with Luo Feng? She wondered what kind of reaction Luo Feng would have if he discovered she was Tang Shuiying. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiying said, "Okay, I've got it. I'll be extremely cautious tomorrow. If I encounter any unsolvable issues, I'll let you know. You must also take care and stay safe. From observing the chat channels, I've noticed this oceanic world is filled with many terrifying monsters. So if you encounter especially powerful ones, run immediately. Don't insist on fighting them. I'm still waiting for you to come get me, after all." Chapter 104, Lovingly Made Egg Noodles. When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying's words of concern, a warm feeling spread through his heart. When surviving alone in the ocean without anyone to talk to, even with enough food, one wouldn't live for very long. After all, humans are social creatures. Living alone for too long would bring overwhelming loneliness. When alone, one might suddenly become depressed, and even jump into the sea to end everything. Luckily, there was a chat channel available for survival participants to communicate. Otherwise, if each survivor had to live completely alone, the current population would have been reduced drastically. Thinking about this, Luo Feng said, "Wait, after we finish eating, I'll give you a gift. This is a very good gift I just received. You will definitely like it very much." Luo Feng had obtained a total of 100 divine intellect fruits previously. He had eaten one himself, and gave another to the Mermaid Queen. These divine intellect fruits only provided permanent attribute boosts upon first consumption. If eaten again, they would only give temporary enhancements. Luo Feng originally wanted to give Tong Shuiying an epic-grade divine intellect fruit, but he hadn't found the right timing. Now, after dinner, he didn't plan to go anywhere else. By this time, the sky was already getting dark. Luo Feng had no intention of working hard through the night. If resources were scarce, Luo Feng's efforts would have been perfectly understandable. However, now that Luo Feng had more than enough resources to use, continuing to push hard would seem unreasonable. He should also give others some breathing room. At this moment, Tong Shuiwei heard what Luo Feng had said, and surprise appeared on her face. She hadn't expected that Luo Feng would give her a present. What kind of gift was Luo Feng planning to give her? However, she recalled the previous items Luo Feng had given her. Crystal stockings, glow papaya cream, size-adjustable covers, clear skin essence. Thinking about the functions of these items, her face began to turn slightly red. Where did Luo Feng get all these things? Could it be that Luo Feng had created something unusual again this time? However, thinking again, she seemed to already have everything she needed and didn't lack anything. Thus, she asked curiously, "What kind of gift are you giving me this time? Can you tell me a bit about it in advance?" Hearing what Tong Shuiying had said, Luo Feng thought for a moment before replying. "Let me keep it as a mystery for now. You'll find out naturally after dinner. But I can give you a clue now. It's shaped like a doll." Hearing this, Tong Shuiwei's expression changed slightly as she said, "Is it inflatable? I don't need that kind of thing. You can just use it yourself." After hearing her response, Luo Feng's face immediately changed. He wondered what exactly Tong Shuiying had been thinking about all day. So Luo Feng said, "Don't just guess randomly. I'll give it to you right after dinner. Have you finished preparing your meal yet?" Upon hearing this, Tong Shuiwei glanced at the boiling water in front of her and replied, "The water has already boiled. I'm just about to start cooking the noodles. You can wait a few minutes." "Okay, then I'll wait a few minutes. When you're done with the meal, call me. I'll use this time to tidy up a bit." After finishing his words, Luo Feng closed the chat channel directly. Then he noticed the mermaid queen watching him closely. At this moment, the mermaid queen spoke. "Master, you were talking to yourself. Who were you speaking with? I don't see anyone else here." Hearing the mermaid queen's question, Luo Feng smiled slightly and said, "I was chatting with another friend of mine. We should be able to meet tomorrow. Then you'll get to meet her. She's a beautiful girl just like you." Hearing Luo Feng's words, the mermaid queen suddenly asked, "Then master, do you think which of us two is prettier?" Hearing what the mermaid queen had said, Luo Feng was instantly taken aback. He really hadn't expected that the mermaid queen would ask such a difficult question. Even Luo Feng didn't know how to answer this question right away. He could only smile and reply, "You both are very pretty. Let's not continue discussing this topic for now. Dinner will be served soon, and this is her first time cooking. We'll have a chance to taste her cooking skills." After hearing this, the mermaid queen didn't continue pressing the issue and said, "All right, master." A few minutes later, Luo Feng received a message from Tong Shuiying. "Luo Feng, I've already finished cooking. I'll send it to you right away. I hope you enjoy the meal." A bowl of egg noodles traded nothing. A plate of sliced cucumber traded nothing. Luo Feng stared at the noodles and cucumber before him, lost in thought. If it were just a regular bowl of noodles, Luo Feng probably wouldn't have been so surprised. Because, on top of the noodles, he saw an egg. But the shape of this egg was rather strange. It was heart-shaped. Red heart. The white part on the outside being heart-shaped was already surprising, but even the yolk inside was also heart-shaped. When Luo Feng saw this, something seemed to stir in his heart, touching him deeply. As Luo Feng was still immersed in thought, the voice from the other side came again. "Luo Feng, did you see the noodles I made for you? What do you think?" Hearing her voice, Luo Feng snapped out of his daze and smiled as he replied, "It's great. I really like it. You're truly thoughtful. But how did you make this kind of egg? It looks way too good." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tong Shuiying felt extremely happy inside. Smiling, she said, "That's my secret. I won't tell you. You mustn't bite this egg. Eat it whole. It's good for your body. I heard someone say, eat something and it will nourish the corresponding part of your body. I wonder if that's actually true." When Luo Feng heard what she said, he was momentarily taken aback but didn't say much further. His body was already full of energy, so there was no need for extra nourishment. It seemed he would have to wait until they met in person for her to realize it. Thinking this, Luo Feng replied, "All right, I'll do as you said." After finishing his words, Luo Feng turned his gaze back toward the bowl of egg noodles. At this moment, the mermaid queen beside him spoke. "Master, what kind of food is this?" Chapter 105 Wei? Could it be? I don't think I've tasted it before. Is this the meal made by that older sister? Hearing the mermaid queen call Tang Shuiying older sister directly, Luo Feng felt a bit startled, but he didn't say much. After all, it was just a title. Thinking about it, Luo Feng said, "This is the noodle dish that older sister made. Let me try the taste first. Wait a second, I'll ask her to serve you a bowl." "Master, then what is this heart-shaped thing on the noodles?" the mermaid queen asked with some confusion. Luo Feng thought for a moment and replied, "It's an egg, from the chicken I gave you before. Just now, that older sister said this egg was only for me to eat, so I have to eat it myself. Later I'll find another egg for you." Staring at the heart-shaped egg, the mermaid queen seemed to recall something and said, "Thank you, master. But in the future, I also want to cook noodles for you. Master, can you teach me how to cook noodles?" Hearing the mermaid queen's words, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned before replying, "Sure, no problem. Actually, cooking noodles is quite simple. Just having hands is enough. You'll naturally learn once you watch me cook next time. But let's not talk about this anymore for now. Let's hurry and eat. I'll try how this egg tastes first." As he spoke, Luo Feng used his chopsticks to pick up the egg. At that moment, the mermaid queen suddenly said, "Master, wait a moment. There seems to be something written on that egg." Upon hearing that, Luo Feng was instantly alarmed. How could there be writing on the egg? He immediately focused his gaze on the egg. When Luo Feng looked closely, his eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He clearly saw a faint sunken mark on the heart-shaped yolk. These tiny marks connected together formed one character. Wei. After staring at it for several moments, Luo Feng finally confirmed that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. The marks on this egg yolk indeed formed the character Wei. Seeing the Wei on the egg, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. What did Tang Shuiying mean by writing this character on the egg? Wasn't this one of the characters in her older sister's name? Could it possibly be? Even Luo Feng himself was shocked by his wild thought. He quickly shook his head. How could that be possible? He must be overthinking things. Probably Tang Shuiying just missed her older sister. Thinking of this, Luo Feng said, "It's probably some character, but never mind. I'm going to start eating now." Without hesitation, Luo Feng put the egg into his mouth and ate it. Seeing Luo Feng react this way, the mermaid queen didn't ask further questions, but had carefully noted all the details inside her mind. When she cooked noodles for Luo Feng in the future, she would add her own name too. This, Wei, must be part of that older sister's name. After finishing the egg, Luo Feng looked at the bowl of noodles and asked, "I suddenly forgot something. Do you know how to use chopsticks?" The mermaid queen looked puzzled as she replied, "Master, I don't know how to use chopsticks. We usually use forks when we eat." Hearing this, Luo Feng smiled and said, "Forks are fine too, but if you're going to live with me in the future, you must learn to use chopsticks. I can teach you when I have time." As he spoke, Luo Feng handed the mermaid queen a fork. Soon, Luo Feng and the mermaid queen finished the bowl of noodles. Luo Feng then sent a message to Tang Shuiying. "The noodles you made are delicious. Any more? Give me another bowl. Not long ago, I obtained a pet who also really likes the noodles you cook." At that moment, Tang Shuiying was pondering. Had Luo Feng noticed the character she left on the egg? Would he be able to associate that character with her? However, it no longer mattered now. Tomorrow, she would meet Luo Feng in person. Hopefully, everything would go well. Upon hearing Luo Feng's message, she felt both happy and curious. She hadn't expected Luo Feng to acquire a pet in such a short time, but she didn't dwell on it too much. As long as Luo Feng enjoyed her noodles, everything was fine. Thus, she sent another large bowl of noodles in trade. Large bowl of noodles, traded for nothing. Looking at the large bowl of noodles in front of him, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. He started eating immediately. A few minutes later, Luo Feng and the mermaid queen were both full. At this moment, the mermaid queen spoke. "I never thought the noodles made by older sister would be this delicious. When we meet her tomorrow, I must learn noodle-making techniques from her." Hearing the mermaid queen say this, seeing her so happy and excited, Luo Feng didn't want to discourage her. He knew how to make noodles too, and it was actually something he was quite good at. Thus, Luo Feng replied, "All right, when we meet tomorrow, I'll introduce you to her. That way, I'll have good fortune in the future. I wonder who will make better noodles between you two." After Luo Feng and the mermaid queen finished all the noodles, Luo Feng's attention turned to the plate of cucumbers. Looking at the cucumber slices, he noticed white sticky threads covering their surfaces, and he fell into thought for a moment. This was cucumber, not lotus root. How could there be white threads? Didn't she even bother to wash them? Out of curiosity, Luo Feng used his chopsticks to pick up a slice of cucumber, and as he lifted it, a large amount of white threads came out from the plate along with it. Seeing this, Luo Feng was momentarily startled. There were way too many threads. Could it be that Tang Shuiying drank too much water? Not thinking much of it, Luo Feng directly placed the cucumber slice, covered in white threads, into his mouth. Sweet. As the cucumber touched his tongue, an idea suddenly came to his mind. This was actually sweet? Could it be that these white threads were sweet too? Luo Feng remembered reading online that they should be salty. After glancing at the description of the good-grade cucumber, he realized his thoughts had been unnecessary. These sweet threads were a natural characteristic of this good-grade cucumber. Without hesitation, Luo Feng quickly finished eating. Soon, the two of them polished off the entire plate of cucumbers. After finishing his meal, Luo Feng began sending a message to Tang Shuiying. "I've already finished eating. Thank you so much for cooking for me this time. When we meet in person, I'll properly express my gratitude to you. Now that we've both finished eating, I'll send you the gift I prepared for you." Chapter 106, Helping the Mermaid Queen. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he took out a Divine Mind Fruit and initiated a trade with Tang Shuiying. Divine Mind Fruit, trade none. At this moment, Tang Shuiying looked at the small doll-shaped fruit in her hand, and instantly, a name surfaced in her mind. Ginseng Fruit. Journey to the West is one of the 4 great classical novels. Practically every person in China has either read or heard stories from it. When Tang Shuiying saw the description of the fruit in her hand, she was so shocked she nearly dropped the Divine Mind Fruit into the seawater. This Divine Mind Fruit could actually increase one's attributes. Even scarier, it could add 10 years to someone's lifespan. Something like this was simply a legendary treasure. This fruit was truly too precious. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiying, with shock on her face, spoke. "Luo Feng, the Divine Mind Fruit you gave me is far too precious. You should keep it and eat it yourself. I don't need such a rare fruit right now." Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng smiled and replied, "Since I've already given you the Divine Mind Fruit, eat it quickly. You know my luck value is 36. My fortune is indescribably good. I can even stumble upon a pet while walking. So of course I didn't just get one Divine Mind Fruit. I've already picked all the Divine Mind Fruits from the entire tree. Even if I eat one every day, I could last for months. You eat it quickly. Such a fruit shouldn't just sit in your inventory." When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng's words, she was truly stunned, momentarily not knowing what to say. A fruit that could add 10 years to one's lifespan, and Luo Feng had so many that he could eat them for months. This was simply terrifying. Was this the difference with someone who had a luck value of 36? Indeed, she was only a person with a luck value of 18. She couldn't possibly compare with Luo Feng. Since Luo Feng had already spoken like this, she didn't refuse any further. Tang Shuiying directly took one bite of the Divine Mind Fruit in her hand. Once she finished eating it, she could already feel her body rapidly changing. Her spirit was rapidly growing stronger. Experiencing this transformation, Tang Xiaowei knew that the Divine Mind Fruit was truly a treasure. So she sent Luo Feng a message. "I've finished eating the Divine Mind Fruit. The effect is really great. Thank you so much this time." Hearing Tang Shuiying speak like this, Luo Feng smiled and replied, "Between us, what is there to thank? In the future, whatever is mine is yours. You can eat whatever you want." Hearing Luo Feng speak like this, Tang Xiaowei blushed slightly and replied, "Then in the future, I belong to you. You can eat whatever you want." Luo Feng. In Luo Feng's mind, certain scenes began to form, as he wondered what parts of a girl's body could actually be eaten. Seemed like some things required actual experience to know. Luo Feng thought for a moment and said, "Well then, let's meet tomorrow. Today is already getting late. You should rest quickly. Tomorrow, we will start heading toward that island. Also, be careful. Disasters might occur on the sea surface." Hearing Luo Feng speak like this, Tang Xiaowei also understood the current situation. She spoke, "All right, you also rest early. Looking forward to meeting you tomorrow. Good night." After Luo Feng closed the chat window, he looked up and saw that the sky had already turned dark. It was time for him to rest. Tomorrow, at first light, he would begin heading toward the second island. However, when Luo Feng turned his head and looked at the Mermaid Queen, he was instantly shocked. What Luo Feng saw was a rather surprising scene. The Mermaid Queen was actually applying papaya cream. Seeing Luo Feng staring at her, the Mermaid Queen felt somewhat embarrassed and said, "Suddenly, it feels a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps it would be better." Hearing this situation and listening to the Mermaid Queen's words, Luo Feng thought for a moment before replying, "Your application method is correct. Just continue like this. I won't help anymore. Helping in such a matter would be inappropriate. After all, a man and woman shouldn't touch each other casually." Hearing Luo Feng speak like this, the mermaid expressed disappointment and replied, "If you're unwilling to help, I can't handle it by myself. Then maybe I should just give up." Hearing the Mermaid Queen speak like this, Luo Feng immediately felt his head aching. After hearing the Mermaid Queen speak like this, Luo Feng knew that he had no choice but to take action today. Only then did he finally react accordingly. In a hurry, he began applying the cream. 3 minutes later, Luo Feng suddenly stopped and said, "Just do it the way I just did." Hearing the Mermaid Queen speak like this, Luo Feng didn't dare to stay by her side any longer. At this moment, Luo Feng walked to the raft, took out some purified water, and began washing up. First, he washed his face. That situation just now had truly been a massive shock for Luo Feng. Now, he already felt his mind turning completely blank. He couldn't even remember what that feeling had been like. Looking at his right hand, Luo Feng thought for a while, but still couldn't recall. It seemed like he had been too nervous during the first attempt and had already forgotten everything. This couldn't entirely be blamed on Luo Feng. Back then, he had only lightly applied the papaya cream, without any other actions, and even the contact had lasted only briefly. Looks like he really needed more practice in the future. Time passed quickly. After the Mermaid Queen finished applying the papaya cream. Chapter 107. Xuanwu is born. Let's name it well. Luo Feng walked over to the Mermaid Queen and said, "Go to bed early. We still have to continue onward tomorrow." "Okay, master, I'm going to bed now." The Mermaid Queen leaped directly onto the epic level multifunctional bed. Luo Feng looked at the late sky, then also climbed onto the bed and began to rest. Lying on the bed, Luo Feng didn't dare to indulge in unnecessary thoughts and fell straight asleep. He had been busy all day. Although physically he could still manage, mentally, he was exhausted. After all, 2 days ago, Luo Feng had still been a homebody who loved playing video games. Suddenly going through so many events now, it was natural to feel a little unadjusted. Soon, Luo Feng fell asleep. Just as Luo Feng was falling into a daze, suddenly, he heard the voice of the Mermaid Queen. "Master, the turtle's head is out." Upon hearing her voice, Luo Feng immediately knew what the Mermaid Queen was talking about. Thus, he turned his gaze toward a large Xuanwu egg nearby. Indeed, a giant turtle head had emerged from the shell. More accurately, it was the head of a Xuanwu. Then, under the watch of Luo Feng and the Mermaid Queen, the cracks on the Xuanwu eggshell gradually expanded. Before long, a full-grown Xuanwu completely came into view. Calling it a huge Xuanwu wasn't so much because of its actual current size, but compared to newly born turtles, it was truly enormous. This Xuanwu, just born, was already as big as a wash basin. After this Xuanwu hatched, it actually began eating the shell. Luo Feng, observing the actions of this Xuanwu, felt extremely curious. What purpose did the Xuanwu have for eating the eggshell? Could it be that Xuanwu was severely lacking calcium? Nonetheless, seeing the Xuanwu chewing slowly, Luo Feng didn't have the mood to just keep watching. Besides, it was already deep into the night. If it weren't for his perfect level light bulb, he wouldn't even be able to see this scene. Thinking this, Luo Feng said, "Don't worry about it, just let it eat slowly. If it gets thirsty, it can drink from the seed water we've prepared beside it. We'll continue sleeping." "All right, master." Therefore, Luo Feng and the Mermaid Queen fell asleep once again. Time passed quickly, and the sky soon became completely bright. The early bird catches the worm. "Master, you're lying on my hair." Luo Feng was awakened by the Mermaid Queen's words. Drowsy, he looked at the Mermaid Queen beside him. Immediately, Luo Feng became fully alert. He remembered clearly that last night, there had been quite some distance between them. How come now they were this close? Even to the point of him lying on her hair. Luo Feng struggled to recall what had happened last night, but he couldn't remember anything. So, Luo Feng just gave up trying to recall. Luo Feng said, "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I don't know what happened either. I ended up lying on your hair. Nothing bad happened last night, right?" Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the Mermaid Queen smiled slightly and replied, "Master, nothing happened last night." Hearing this from the Mermaid Queen, Luo Feng sighed in relief. However, when Luo Feng turned his head, he immediately saw a Xuanwu as large as a big water vat. Seeing such a large Xuanwu, Luo Feng wore a look of shock. As far as he could remember, when the Xuanwu first hatched, it had only been the size of a wash basin. How could it have doubled in size overnight? This growth rate was really too fast. At this growth rate, probably not long from now, the Xuanwu would become even larger than a house. When the Xuanwu grew as large as a ship, Luo Feng would be able to settle on its back. When the Xuanwu saw Luo Feng had awakened, it started crawling toward him. However, its speed could only be described as snail-paced. Luo Feng got up and approached the Xuanwu, taking a close look. It indeed resembled a turtle quite a bit. According to pet taming protocol, first things first, I should give you a name. I'm quite good at naming. How about Wang Fugui? Coincidentally, one of your alternate names also bears the surname Wang. What do you think? If you like it, then this will be your name. Of course, if you don't like it, I can also come up with another name for you. Since the Xuanwu had already become Luo Feng's pet, it could directly understand Luo Feng's words. After hearing Luo Feng, the Xuanwu, relying on its divine beast's intuition, could sense clearly that the name Wang Fugui absolutely didn't suit its divine beast status. Thus, it quickly shook its head in clear disagreement. Luo Feng, seeing the Xuanwu's reaction, immediately felt quite astonished. No wonder it's a divine beast, it's so intelligent. Thinking about it, Luo Feng opened his mouth and suggested, Lao Wang, Xiao Wang, Lao Ba. The Xuanwu continued shaking its head stubbornly. This made Luo Feng, the naming expert, somewhat puzzled. He had given so many popular names, but the Xuanwu didn't like any of them. Finally, Luo Feng thought for a moment, and then said, How about Xiaoxian? If you don't agree again, I won't name you at all. Upon hearing this name, the Xuanwu immediately nodded enthusiastically. Seeing that the Xuanwu was clearly satisfied with the name, Luo Feng's face broke into a smile. No wonder he was the master of naming. He had even come up with a name that made the creature nod approvingly. Then, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward a large ship placed at the seaside. His epic-level giant ship had already been completed. Seeing the massive ship in front of him, which was a full 5 meters high, Luo Feng smiled in satisfaction. With this ship, he could fully utilize the power of the Divine Movement Talisman. When the Divine Movement Talisman exerted its full power, it could propel forward at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. At that rate, Luo Feng could cover 1,000 kilometers in just 5 hours. He didn't believe even after running 1,000 kilometers, he still wouldn't find Tang Shuiying. Thinking this, Luo Feng took out from his spatial ring an elite-level headless giant electric eel. Then, he placed the giant electric eel into the ship's energy chamber. In this way, the ship could use electric power to propel itself forward. Suddenly, an idea came to Luo Feng, whether he could somehow convert the electric eel's electricity into a weapon. Otherwise, he had a full 100 of these elite-level giant electric eels, more than he could ever use. Now, everything was ready. Luo Feng and the Mermaid Queen had already boarded the epic-level giant ship. Right now, being aboard the massive ship felt much better than standing on the wooden raft. Next, Luo Feng was about to set off toward the island near Tang Shuiying. Depart. With Luo Feng's command, the epic-level giant ship began to move. The massive vessel started circling around the island because Luo Feng wanted to go around this island and continue sailing straight ahead. At this moment, on the edge of the island, Zhang San and his 2 companions were repairing and expanding their wooden raft. Yesterday's waves had completely shattered their raft into pieces. It had taken them quite some time to retrieve all the parts from the ocean. Just as Zhang San finished reinforcing the raft in his hand, he casually glanced toward the distance. This glance, which should have been nothing special, nearly scared him out of his wits. He wore a stunned expression, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Stammering slightly, he spoke, Quickly look over there. There's actually a big ship, and it's really massive. How could someone possibly build such a huge ship? Wang Er, spotting the approaching colossal ship from not far away, had stopped all his actions out of shock, and said, We've only been in this ocean world for 3 days. How could anyone build a ship this big already? This must be a native inhabitant of the ocean world. I wonder whether it's hostile or friendly. Li Si had sharper eyes and noticed there was actually a person standing at the front of the giant ship. As the massive ship rapidly approached, Li Si could already clearly see the figure on its deck. Suddenly he cried out in surprise, Holy crap, it's Xiao Luo. That's Xiao Luo's ship. Look at the bow, you guys. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Zhang San and Wang Er both turned their eyes toward the bow. Once they saw the figure of Xiao Luo, they were completely stunned. This can't be right. Xiao Luo has built such a big ship already? Just how much would does that take? I knew it. That's why Xiao Luo was so eager to collect a large number of time accelerators. Looks like constructing this big ship consumed quite a few. Then, the 3 of them fell into a state of wild excitement and quickly started shouting. Hello Xiao Luo, I'm Zhang San. Can you give us a ride? Xiao Luo, we're planning to tag along with you. Xiao Luo, save us. Standing atop the epic-level giant ship, Luo Feng had already noticed people like Zhang San from the beginning. Hearing their pleas now, a smile appeared on his face. Although Luo Feng's epic-level ship was massive, he absolutely didn't plan to allow any men aboard. His ship was reserved for female passengers, and especially attractive ones. However, Luo Feng didn't plan to ignore them completely. The 3 of them had done some helpful things for Luo Feng back on this island. Moreover, there were quite a few of Luo Feng's time accelerators still left at their location. Luo Feng thought for a moment. Although he couldn't bring them along on this journey, he could leave them some resources. Beyond that, their fate depended entirely on their own efforts. Luo Feng wasn't someone with a kind heart by nature. Except for the women he was fond of, other people's life or death meant absolutely nothing to him. Even if all the players in this ocean survival world were to perish, Luo Feng wouldn't feel the slightest bit of concern. At worst, he would just find a few female companions and start a family himself. Thinking about it, an odd question popped up in Luo Feng's mind. He wondered whether players could get pregnant and give birth within this ocean survival world. This was a question that could only be answered through personal experience. He didn't dwell on it further. Once he met Tang Shuiying, he would try it out. Now Luo Feng simply jumped, leaping directly from the massive ship. However, Luo Feng didn't fall into the water, but landed directly on the back of a Xuanwu swimming beneath the surface. Although Xuanwu was slow-moving on land, it was remarkably swift and powerful in the water. When Luo Feng landed on the Xuanwu's back from a few meters high on the ship, Xuanwu showed no sign of instability whatsoever. The landing was as smooth as stepping onto solid ground. Satisfied with Xuanwu's performance, Luo Feng gave an order, "Let's go. Go meet those 3 people." Meanwhile, on the beach, Zhang San and his companions watched this eerie scene unfold in front of them, stunned into silence. They saw Xiao Luo jump straight from the massive ship into the sea, yet contrary to their expectations, Xiao Luo did not sink below the surface. Instead, Xiao Luo simply stood there motionless on the water surface as though standing on dry land. But what terrified them even more happened next. Despite no movement from Xiao Luo's body and legs, Xiao Luo was steadily approaching them. This was almost identical to the ghost stories they had heard before. Should we run away? This is really too scary. How can Xiao Luo walk on water like that? Could it be that Xiao Luo is really a ghost? Otherwise, how could he use so many bizarre abilities? Run away? What for? If Xiao Luo wanted to kill us, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Never mind whether Xiao Luo is human or ghost. As long as he doesn't intend to kill us, that's all that matters. Soon, Luo Feng arrived at the shore riding on the Xuanwu's back. Then, Luo Feng stepped off the Xuanwu's shell. Zhang San and his 2 companions were completely shocked by the scene before them. They realized Xiao Luo had already tamed a pet, a turtle, who had carried him over. Seeing the 3 of them staring at him with wide eyes, Luo Feng smiled and spoke. "Aren't you the ones who had something to discuss with me? I'm here now. Tell me quickly what it is. I still need to hurry on my way." When Zhang San heard Luo Feng's words, he suddenly snapped out of his shock and said, "We saw your big ship leaving, and we wanted to ask if you could take us with you. We can work for you." Luong also spoke up at this moment. "We're planning to swear loyalty to you and become your followers. As long as you take us with you, we'll obey your every command." Upon hearing their words, Luo Feng smiled and said, "Let me be honest with you. You're just too weak. You're not qualified enough to be my followers. Come back to me when any of you can kill a great white shark alone. Still, since you did help me with some things before, I plan to leave some resources for you. Beyond that, your fate will depend entirely on your own effort. Here are dozens of perfect level raft planks. I don't need them anymore. Even if you burn them as firewood, you wouldn't finish them all. These perfect level raft planks are for you. But these raft planks aren't free gifts. You must provide me at least 300 minutes of time accelerators each day. I wonder whether you can manage that." Chapter 109 Ding. Your green hat has arrived. Please sign for it. After Luo Feng finished speaking, Luong was the first to speak up. "We can do it. As long as our supplies are sufficient, we can guarantee providing you with 300 time accelerators daily." "Same here." Hearing their words, Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. He directly took out dozens of raft planks and said, "Then it's settled. I need to leave now. Actually, this island is quite resource-rich. Staying here would be a pretty good choice for you. However, the animals here are gigantic in size and equally dangerous." After speaking to them, Luo Feng once again climbed onto Xuanwu's back. Carrying Luo Feng, Xuanwu dove into the sea. When Luo Feng arrived near the giant ship, he directly used a legendary grade hook to reach the bow of the ship. Xuanwu entered the giant ship through a channel underneath it. Next, Luo Feng needed to move forward at full speed. The epic grade giant ship itself had an extremely fast speed, combined with Luo Feng's divine movement talisman. Instantly, the ship burst forward. Zhang San and others were truly shocked seeing the fast disappearing silhouette of the ship commanded by Xiao Luo. As expected, it went just as I thought. Xiao Luo didn't take us along. We're still too weak. It's entirely normal that Senior Xie didn't bring us. Looks like from now on, we need to quickly enhance our strength. Let's first manufacture a perfect grade raft. The level 1 disaster has already started. I hope we won't encounter one. Standing at the bow of the epic grade giant ship, Luo Feng only experienced a few seconds before heading inside the ship. Because the ship was moving forward at 100 kilometers per hour, the force of the ocean wind was quite overwhelming. At this speed, in just a few hours, Luo Feng would be able to reunite with Tang Shuiying. His happy life was finally about to begin. Thinking about this, Luo Feng sent a voice message to Tang Shuiying. "How are things on your side? Have you encountered the level 1 disaster?" It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. The level 1 disaster had started at 6 a.m. and lasted for 2 hours. Since Tang Shuiying hadn't contacted Luo Feng yet, she probably hadn't encountered any danger. At this moment, Tang Shuiying was continuously rowing the paddle. Her raft was heading toward a giant dark spot. As she got closer, the dark spot continued to grow larger. However, in the direction she was heading, she noticed something unusual. Tang Shuiying saw a glowing green object not far away. When she saw this, her heart immediately sank. Based on previous experiences, this object emitting green light should be a treasure chest. Had she encountered a treasure chest that glowed green? This was her first time seeing such a chest. She had no idea what the glowing green light meant. Just then, she heard Luo Feng's voice. She replied, "Up to now, there hasn't been any level 1 disaster on my side. I did encounter a gust of ocean wind earlier, but that gust was blowing in the same direction I was moving. It actually gave me a helpful push. No danger yet, but I did encounter a very special treasure chest. This is actually my first time seeing one like this." Hearing what Tang Shuiying said, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. She had encountered another special treasure chest again? Logically speaking, since the level 1 disaster had arrived, everyone should be facing danger, not treasure chests. Could it be because she had a luck value of 18, a true lucky person? As a person with only a luck value of 9, someone cursed with bad luck, Luo Feng revealed a very envious expression. The good news was that Tang Shuiying's special treasure chest needed to be handed over to him. Thus, indirectly, Luo Feng's luck wasn't too bad either. Thinking about this, Luo Feng said, "My giant ship has been completed, and I'm currently sailing it in your direction. It won't be long before we can meet. You don't have to be in a rush approaching the island or landing on it. Generally, every island is a place of danger. If you approach the island alone, you might encounter danger. Just move slowly and carefully. Alright, what exactly makes the treasure chest you mentioned so special? It was precisely for this reason that Luo Feng hadn't given the Divine Movement Talisman to Tang Shuiying, allowing her to approach the island quickly. If the only issue was the island's inherent danger, it was manageable. But if she encountered other humans, she might face real trouble. At this moment, Tang Shuiwei, hearing Luo Feng's words that they would soon reunite, felt extremely happy and excited. At this moment, she no longer felt fear at seeing Luo Feng. In fact, she was looking forward to meeting him. Perhaps this was the same feeling as meeting an online lover in person for the first time. Thinking about this, Tang Shuiwei spoke up. The special treasure chest I encountered was actually emitting green light. This is actually the first time I've seen a treasure chest glowing green. I wonder what kind of item could be inside such a chest. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. A green glowing treasure chest? Why did this make Luo Feng feel extremely uncomfortable all of a sudden? Green is a symbol of health, right? There's a saying, love is a ray of light, green makes you panic. To get through life smoothly, you must have a little green on top of your head. Now Luo Feng had a very bad premonition. Please let that green chest not contain a green hat. Otherwise, even if it were a divine grade item, Luo Feng absolutely wouldn't wear it. Thinking thus, Luo Feng said, okay then, be careful. After you obtain the green chest, you can send it to me. I'll check what exactly is going on with this green chest. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiwei wasn't particularly surprised, since she had handed over all the treasure chests she previously obtained to him for opening. She herself was also very curious. What exactly would be inside this green chest? Surely it wouldn't be a green hat. She certainly wouldn't want to give Luo Feng a green hat. Of course, one couldn't blame her for thinking that way. Originally, green was a perfectly healthy color. But at some point, green suddenly took on a very different, unpleasant meaning. This had even caused hat manufacturers to struggle with selling green-colored hats. They simply wouldn't sell. After finishing the conversation with Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng suddenly heard a knocking sound from above deck. Bang bang bang. Looking through the window, Luo Feng saw that his giant ship had already entered a hailstorm region. However, Luo Feng wasn't at all panicking. These hailstones could do absolutely no harm to his epic grade giant ship. He then withdrew his gaze. Even using his legendary grade telescope, he still couldn't pinpoint Tang Shuiying's exact location. It seemed like it would take several more hours before Luo Feng could find her. Chapter 110, Legendary Item, X-Ray Talisman. Since Luo Feng currently had nothing better to do, he decided to check today's login gift. This was the third day since Luo Feng arrived in the ocean survival world. Every day at midnight, right after midnight, a login gift package would automatically refresh. Luo Feng opened the system-exclusive interface. Almighty Billionfold Reward System. Host, Luo Feng. Shock value, 520131. Maximum reward multiplier, 100000. Login gift 1. Seeing this familiar interface, Luo Feng became extremely excited and said eagerly, System, open the login gift package for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Login gift package opened. Received an advanced level X-ray talisman * 10 hours. Triggered a 100,000-fold reward. Obtained a legendary X-ray talisman * 100 hours. X-ray talisman. Rank, legendary. Duration, 100 hours. Description, as the name suggests, the X-ray talisman allows one to see through others. When using this talisman, within your line of sight, you may see through most objects. Clothes, pants, and such are no issue at all. When Luo Feng saw the item he had received today, he was absolutely dumbstruck. Wasn't this exactly what he used to dream about? Luo Feng wanted to be a good person, but now the system had given him such a tool as a reward. Isn't this pushing Luo Feng to the edge? Luo Feng was a real gentleman who would never use such an ability on a strange woman. But for someone he liked, he probably didn't even need the X-ray talisman. Thinking of this, Luo Feng wasted no time, took out the X-ray talisman, and began using it immediately. As he activated the talisman, Luo Feng's vision underwent a dramatic change. Although he was sitting inside the giant ship now, looking through the cabin walls, he could clearly see what was happening outside the ship. Luo Feng turned his gaze toward the mermaid queen sitting not far from him. As Luo Feng's gaze landed on the size-adaptable aura covering her chest, the aura instantly vanished, as if it never existed. Directly in front of his eyes appeared two glowing, snow-white hills. They seemed slightly bigger than yesterday. When Luo Feng deactivated the X-ray talisman, the size-adaptable aura reappeared. Luo Feng was stunned by the power of this legendary X-ray talisman. From now on, he could use it to broaden his horizons. Just as Luo Feng was thinking, the mermaid queen noticed him staring at that particular spot, and said, Master, do you really want to see me? Hearing the mermaid queen speak like that, Luo Feng smiled slightly and replied, I've seen enough. Keep it like that. I'm going to test my newly acquired tool for a bit more. Rest here. The mermaid queen found Luo Feng's words somewhat odd. She had meant that without the size-adaptable aura, Luo Feng could have a better look, not this way. But since her master had said it like that, she didn't ask further. After the changes during the night, she had personally experienced the incredible effects of Glow Papaya Cream. Indeed, since using it, her master would often glance her way more. Looks like she needed to use it frequently from now on. At this moment, Luo Feng was thinking, could the legendary X-ray talisman see through treasure chests? If it could see through treasure chests, Luo Feng could find out in advance what they contained. In Luo Feng's mind, an idea suddenly emerged. What was inside the green treasure chest belonging to Tang Shuiying? Would it possibly be a green hat? If it really was a green hat, Luo Feng would have to think twice before opening the green treasure chest. Thinking thus, Luo Feng wasted no time, took out the legendary telescope, and combined it with the talisman to use its long-range viewing function. As Luo Feng formed the thought, his field of vision suddenly changed. An image of Tang Shuiying without clothes appeared before Luo Feng. Seeing such a familiar scene in front of him, Luo Feng froze for a moment. Could it be that Tang Shuiying was bathing again? But, seeing Tang Shuiying swinging the oar without clothes on, Luo Feng realized that it was just the effect of the legendary X-ray talisman working. Looking at this scene before him, Luo Feng was truly shocked. Legendary telescope plus legendary X-ray talisman equals? The combination of these two legendary items was simply terrifying. Thankfully, these two legendary items had fallen into the hands of a gentleman like Luo Feng, who would never abuse them. If these two legendary items fell into the hands of someone with ill intentions, the consequences would truly be catastrophic. Luo Feng observed for only about 3 minutes, before shifting his gaze elsewhere and looking into the distance. Sure enough, directly ahead, there was a silver treasure chest emitting a green glow. Seeing such intense green light, Luo Feng actually felt a bit nervous inside. Could it be that Poseidon had discovered Luo Feng and the Mermaid Queen, subtly hinting at Tang Shuiying through this intense green glow? This was just too green. Luo Feng quickly dismissed such wild thoughts and began focusing on the green treasure chest. After watching for a while, his brows slightly furrowed. It seemed the legendary X-ray talisman didn't have the ability to see through treasure chests. Could it be that these treasure chests were somehow special? Thinking about how various items could be obtained from these chests, Luo Feng no longer felt strange about it. It wasn't really a big deal if he couldn't see through them. Anyway, this green treasure chest wouldn't disappear. When Tang Shuiying transferred it to him later, he'd just open it to find out what it contained. Thinking this, Luo Feng deactivated the legendary X-ray talisman. This was such a great item that he couldn't afford to waste its usage. He then directed his gaze further into the distance. He could already see the faint outline of the island. Now, he was 100% certain it was indeed an island. And not just a small one, it was a massive island. Looks like Luo Feng would soon have a new island to explore. This would allow him to unlock another entry in his 10,000 Island Compendium. Thinking about it, Luo Feng took out his 10,000 Island Compendium. The giant-type island he had previously unlocked was already displayed on the first page. Moreover, the coordinates of the giant-type island also appeared on the compendium. As long as Luo Feng had the 10,000 Island Compendium, he could locate the giant-type island again. He wondered if the 10,000 Island Compendium would someday have a teleportation function. If it could directly transport Luo Feng to the giant-type island, that would be amazing. By the time he unlocked more islands and could freely teleport between them, Luo Feng would essentially become unstoppable. This wasn't merely wishful thinking. The description of the 10,000 Island Compendium did state that the more islands it unlocked, the more functions it would gain. Thinking this through, Luo Feng placed the 10,000 Island Compendium back into his spatial ring. Then, he opened the chat channel to see what everyone was discussing. Chapter 111, Treasure Map Fragment, +1 3/5 inch. Have you come across anything good? After all, everyone has been in the ocean world for quite some time now, and should have obtained a lot of good stuff. At the very least, quite a few people have already built wooden boats. Otherwise, the level 1 disaster wouldn't have been activated. However, even with the level 1 disaster activated, for Luo Feng, it wouldn't even count as a tickle. It would probably take at least a level 5 disaster to cause Luo Feng any harm. First, Luo Feng took a look at the trading area. Indeed, this time, the trading area had undergone tremendous changes, with a dazzling array of items that even made Luo Feng feel a bit overwhelmed. Heart enlargement pill *1 minute. Trade, excellent long spear *1. Good grade telescope blueprint *1. Trade, wood *69. 5.56 bullet *3. Trade, food *10. Smiling orange *1. Trade, apple *88. You don't know until you look, and once you do, you get a real shock. It seems that when people encountered danger, they finally felt willing to bring out the good stuff they held. Probably these people had already encountered the level 1 disaster, so they needed to enhance their safety as soon as possible. When Luo Feng noticed the bullets, his heart immediately skipped a beat. As an experienced gamer, although Luo Feng hadn't seen guns in the real world, he certainly had plenty of exposure to them in games. After all, in that mobile game, Peacekeeper Elite, there were those kinds of firearms and bullets. If Luo Feng wasn't mistaken, the 5.56 bullets were compatible with the M4 rifle. The M4 happened to be one of Luo Feng's favorite guns. However, he preferred the AWM more. The feeling of a headshot, one-shot kill, was truly amazing. Before obtaining the AWM, Luo Feng would choose the 98K instead, together with a suppressor, sniping enemies from afar, and others wouldn't even know who killed them before dying. That feeling was truly amazing. Thinking about this, a sudden thought appeared in Luo Feng's mind. In the 10,000 Island Compendium's Battle Royale Island, he wondered whether there would be a chance in the future to play a game of Battle Royale with other survivors. Luo Feng's Battle Royale skills were excellent. He wouldn't even consider ending a match without getting at least 10 kills. Situations where one person surrounded for enemies were common for him. Luo Feng didn't continue thinking much about it. Those were past achievements, no need to show off now. Now, bullets appeared in the ocean world, probably meaning some people had also obtained guns. Those who obtained guns would not show off everywhere. They didn't need shock value either. Luo Feng's current strength was not enough to directly withstand gunfire. After all, his body could enlarge, but it couldn't harden. Thinking about this, Luo Feng turned his attention to the other's chat. I'm really unlucky. I just caught a fish and lit a fire to roast it. But who knew it would suddenly pour down rain, not only extinguishing my fire, but also washing away my only item, the good grade fishing hook. This is really a dead end from heaven. Finally, it rained. I hadn't drunk water for 3 whole days. It seems heaven doesn't want me to die after all. It's a pity it only rained, just enough to quench my thirst. If it could rain fish instead, that would be even better. I discovered a giant island where the sea surrounding it is frozen. I wonder what is inside this island. Does anyone want to team up with me to explore this island together? Our Azure Dragon Society is officially established today. Anyone interested in joining our society should contact me quickly. There is strength in numbers, and joining us ensures you won't be bullied by others on the ocean. Any members from Explosion Heaven Society? We can discuss forming the Explosion Heaven Society. As long as 10 people respond to me, we'll start establishing the Explosion Heaven Society. Ocean's 7-day tour group is also urgently looking for members. If you think you can't survive 7 days, please contact me quickly. At least we can keep each other company in death, so the Yellow Spring Road won't be lonely. Seeing the discussions of these people, Luo Feng began to fall into deep thought. Now, as these people gradually became more familiar with the ocean world, they had already started forming gangs and factions. There's a saying that really holds true: there is strength in numbers. If danger arises, having more people means you can face it together. For instance, dealing with a great white shark alone might make it impossible to kill, but if several people team up, it's highly likely they could kill it. However, all this meant little to Luo Feng, because Luo Feng could kill a great white shark with just a slishku. Recruiting people wouldn't bring him help, it would bring him burden. Of course, this was only referring to males. If they were beautiful girls, Luo Feng might give it some thought. In the ocean survival world, females were considered a vulnerable group, and Luo Feng was a person who enjoyed helping others. Therefore, if a beautiful girl was in danger, he would be more than willing to offer his assistance. Of course, Luo Feng wasn't someone who would just help anyone. First things first, he had to find Tang Shuiying. Thinking about this, Luo Feng saw everyone discussing so passionately. He thought for a moment and decided to try once again whether anyone had obtained a treasure map fragment. Thus, Luo Feng placed a perfect grade raft plank on the trading platform. Perfect grade raft plank *10, trade, treasure map, fragment *1. Then Luo Feng sent out a message. Perfect grade raft plank. It can withstand attacks from great white sharks. Anyone interested can contact me for a trade. When the players saw Xia Luo speaking up, they started leaving comments one after another. Right now, it could be said that practically every player in the entire 9,527 already knew about Xia Luo's name. Is Xia Luo Big Brother collecting treasure map fragments again? Unfortunately, I don't have any treasure map fragments. Otherwise, I'd definitely contact Xia Luo Big Brother for a trade. A raft that can withstand attacks from great white sharks is truly an essential item for ocean survival. These are actually perfect grade raft planks. The highest grade item I've seen so far is only a good grade long spear. I wonder how powerful a perfect grade item must be. So that's why Xia Luo God's raft is a perfect grade raft. No wonder Xia Luo God can easily kill great white sharks. These perfect grade raft planks must be extremely precious. After reading these comments, Luo Feng smiled and sent another message. Sorry, but these perfect grade raft planks are already my last remaining stock. I won't produce them anymore in the future. Because I already have an epic grade mega ship now, these perfect grade rafts are no longer useful to me. If no one wants to trade, I can only use these perfect grade rafts as firewood. After seeing Xia Luo's message, the players were completely shocked. Damn it! Has Xia Luo Big Brother already obtained an epic grade mega ship? How is that even possible? Chapter 112, Master, you are in my heart. Building a ship requires a massive amount of materials and time. Could the Xia Luo God really have constructed an epic level mega ship all by himself? Me and 3 friends took out all the materials we had, and it still took us a whole day just to make a simple wooden boat. If even that is this difficult, I can't even imagine what materials would be needed to create an epic level mega ship. Grass. I just remembered. Earlier we saw a giant ship passing quickly in the distance. Back then it was far away and moving really fast, so I thought I might have just seen things. But now looking back, we probably had a chance encounter with the Xia Luo God. Luo Feng watched as everyone was chatting. Since no one had taken out any treasure map fragments, he had no further interest in staying. Just as Luo Feng was about to close the chat channel, he suddenly froze. He had already received a treasure map fragment in his hand. Someone had already completed a transaction with him. Luo Feng could barely conceal the excitement and eagerness on his face as he looked at the treasure map fragment in his hand. Now, there were already 3 fragments in Luo Feng's possession, and he only needed 2 more to complete the map. Regardless of the original rank of the treasure map, with Luo Feng's legendary level reward system multiplied by billions of times, it would become even more powerful. Since his goal had now been achieved, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. He picked up the legendary level telescope. Upon seeing the displayed data, his face began to glow with excitement. This was because the location and distance of Tang Shuiying were now clearly displayed on the legendary telescope. She was 300 kilometers directly ahead of Luo Feng. At Luo Feng's current speed of 300 kilometers per hour, he'd be able to meet Tang Shuiying in just 1 hour. Thinking about that, a smile appeared on Luo Feng's face. Finally, after several days, he was about to find Tang Shuiying. While Luo Feng was thinking about what he would say to Tang Shuiying when they met, suddenly, the mermaid queen beside him began to speak. Master, I think I should go back now. Hearing what the mermaid queen said, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth and said, So soon already? We can see that older sister in just 3 more hours. After hearing Luo Feng's words, the mermaid queen's face revealed a hint of sadness as she replied, Master, I really want to stay with you longer, but this time I ran away secretly. If I don't return on time, I might never be able to come back again. Master, if you really want me to stay, I will obey your command and remain here by your side. After hearing what the mermaid queen said, Luo Feng understood. Back when he had first met her, she had already mentioned this to Luo Feng. Luo Feng never had the intention of forcibly keeping the mermaid queen with him. After all, she had only just become queen of the mermaids. Suddenly disappearing from Mermaid Island would surely cause some bad repercussions. It was better to let the mermaid queen return for now. Besides, Luo Feng already had the water spirit pearl. If he wanted to meet the mermaid queen again in the future, it would not be difficult at all. If she could not come out, then he would personally go to Mermaid Island to look for her. Thinking thus, Luo Feng began to speak. Earlier, I also said that whenever you need to return, you can go back, and I won't stop you. And if you miss me, you're always welcome to come find me. When I become strong enough in some time, I'll come to Mermaid Island to look for you. About how many days will it probably take you to come back this time? Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the Mermaid Queen paused for a moment before answering. In reply to my master, if I can return quickly, perhaps just a few days. So master doesn't need to worry about not being able to see me again. The next time I am ready, I will stay with you for several more days. Upon hearing the Mermaid Queen's words, Luo Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected her to be able to come back so quickly. For Luo Feng, this was certainly very good news. Smiling gently, Luo Feng said, "Okay then, I will wait for you to come find me. However, do you know where I am? In my heart. Wherever you go, I can find you." The Mermaid Queen whispered softly. When Luo Feng heard these words, his heart instantly skipped a beat. Why did he feel such a fluttering in his chest? This kind of reaction wasn't something he could allow. After all, there's an old saying about how humans and ghosts walk different paths. Come to think of it, though, there's no saying that a human and a mermaid must walk separate ways. Could it be? Could it possibly be? Looking at the absolutely exquisite beauty of the Mermaid Queen, Luo Feng was momentarily spellbound. Just at this moment, the Mermaid Queen spoke. "Master, I'm leaving now. However, before I go, please close your eyes. Open your eyes only after I leave." When Luo Feng heard the Mermaid Queen say this, although slightly puzzled, he did not ask any questions and simply followed her instructions. So Luo Feng closed his eyes. Moments later, Luo Feng suddenly felt his lips become moist. He instantly realized what had just happened. The Mermaid Queen had kissed him. It was the same familiar sensation. 3 minutes later, the Mermaid Queen spoke. "Master, I'm leaving now. See you next time. Open your eyes after 7 seconds." Hearing the Mermaid Queen's voice, Luo Feng began counting silently in his mind. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then, Luo Feng immediately opened his eyes, but in front of him was already nothing at all. The Mermaid Queen had long vanished. At once, a sense of loss filled Luo Feng's heart. He quickly moved to the bow and looked into the ocean below. He saw her. She was swimming deeper into the ocean. Just as Luo Feng was watching the Mermaid Queen disappear, she suddenly turned her head back at him. Then, her body began to emit a faint 7-colored glow as she quickly dived deeper into the ocean. Only after the Mermaid Queen's figure completely disappeared did Luo Feng pull his gaze back. 2 hours later, after so much time had passed, Tang Shuiying still hadn't contacted Luo Feng, and he immediately felt worried. Earlier, when Luo Feng had looked at Tang Shuiying with a legendary level telescope, it seemed that a green treasure chest wasn't too far from her location. How come she hadn't picked it up yet? Thinking of this, Luo Feng wasted no time and directly took out the legendary level telescope, aiming it in Tang Shuiying's direction. Luo Feng's vision quickly changed, though this time he did not see an appealing scene. Instead, his eyes were immediately filled with thick green light. He could clearly see the silver treasure chest, emitting the green glow. Then, when Luo Feng looked at Tang Shuiying beside the green chest, he suddenly froze. Chapter 113, Lightning Ship. Because he noticed that the green treasure chest was already on Tang Shuiying's raft, but surprisingly, Tang Shuiying had fainted. Seeing this, Luo Feng felt a great shock. This definitely wasn't a good sign. Could it be that this green treasure chest has something special about it? Could it even cause someone to faint? Or worse, had the green treasure chest already killed Tang Shuiying? Luo Feng had long known that in the ocean, the more unusual the treasure chests, the greater the dangers often were. Previously, Tang Shuiying had obtained special treasure chests very smoothly, making Luo Feng almost forget this important fact. Clearly now, Tang Shuiying had been affected somehow. Luo Feng quickly used his legendary gray telescope to scan the surroundings, checking for any dangers. Looking toward that island, as it was relatively close, he could already see certain details. Surrounding the island, there were already quite a few boats anchored there. It seemed that quite a number of people had arrived at this island this time. After scanning around, Luo Feng didn't notice any other rafts approaching Tang Shuiying's direction, so he sighed in relief. Still, faced with the current situation, Luo Feng remained anxious, uncertain about exactly what had happened with the green treasure chest. He thought it best to hurry over to Tang Shuiying's side as soon as possible. With this in mind, Luo Feng gave the order to start the engine inside his epic-grade massive ship. It was set to operate at maximum power directly. As a result, the speed of Luo Feng's epic-grade ship instantly increased further. It was like a rocket launching, zooming forward with a sudden whoosh. Every 3 minutes, Luo Feng would use the legendary gray telescope to check on Tang Shuiying's situation. And even then, he could only look for a few seconds each time, because the total usable time of his legendary gray telescope was only 10 minutes. Luo Feng had already used several minutes earlier, leaving little time remaining. In the first 10 times, meaning the first half hour, Luo Feng noticed no abnormalities around Tang Shuiying. However, when Luo Feng checked the 11th time, the situation had changed. Looking at the edge of the island, Luo Feng noticed that several of the boats that had been docked there were now heading toward Tang Shuiying's direction. It seemed that those people had been attracted by the green glow emitted from the green treasure chest near Tang Shuiying. If those wooden boats kept approaching at their current pace, they would reach Tang Shuiying's raft in about 10 minutes. Luo Feng was greatly alarmed when he saw this. If these people reached Tang Shuiying first, the consequences were too terrible to imagine. Luo Feng naturally didn't care about the green treasure chest itself. He was worried about Tang Shuiying's safety. Even without further thought, Luo Feng knew those people wouldn't just take the green treasure chest and leave. At this moment, a trace of anxiety flickered in Luo Feng's mind. At the current speed of his epic-grade massive ship, reaching Tang Shuiying would take at least another 15 minutes. But those wooden boats only needed 10 minutes to reach a raft. Luo Feng would never allow such a scenario to happen. Looking at his epic-grade ship beneath his feet, Luo Feng realized that the ship had already reached its maximum speed. But he was far from satisfied with this. Now he planned to push this epic-grade ship beyond its limits. If he did this, the ship would likely break down soon and could no longer be used again. But Luo Feng didn't care about that. It wouldn't be a big deal to rebuild the ship if necessary. With this thought, Luo Feng directly took out another giant electric eel and placed it into the propulsion chamber of the epic-grade ship. Immediately, strong lightning started surging from within the ship. Its speed increased greatly once again, so much so that even Luo Feng could no longer stand steadily at the bow of the ship. Already, he could hear cracking and creaking sounds of structural stress from within the ship. But Luo Feng didn't pay any attention to these noises, his gaze fixed determinedly on Tang Shuiying's location. Luo Feng considered the situation. If those people were indeed in the same sea area, he decided he should issue a warning to them first. Otherwise, there could be accidental killing, which would be bad. At this speed, Luo Feng could reach Tang Shuiying within 10 minutes. Thus, Luo Feng opened the chat channel and sent a message. Attention everyone, near an island in this sea area, there is a place emitting green light. My friend is there, so I hope you will not approach further. Otherwise, any consequences will be on your own responsibility. I will arrive there soon. For those who are currently heading there, please turn back immediately, and I can pretend nothing ever happened. Otherwise, just wait and see what kind of consequences you'll face. As soon as Luo Feng sent that message, it immediately drew the attention of everyone in the chat channel. Damn, what's going on? Xiao Luo is talking about something emitting green light. Why does it make me think of a green hat? I'm near this island. I've already spotted the place emitting green light, as described by Xiao Luo. Right now, quite a few boats are heading toward it. I wonder what kind of treasure could it be? Since Xiao Luo said so, he must not be here in the area around this island, and he's asking all of us to retreat? Does that mean Xiao Luo is actually on his way here? I've traded some food with Xiao Luo before. If it's really his friend there, I'll just turn back now. A glowing green light on the ocean surface. It's obviously not an ordinary item. It could be a special treasure chest. Such a great treasure can't possibly be left entirely for Xiao Luo alone. Whoever gets there first should own it. There are so many of us here. Why would we fear Xiao Luo? Didn't Xiao Luo already accumulate so many resources? Why not unite all of us and just take all of Xiao Luo's resources for ourselves? I think the same. Xiao Luo has so many resources. He can't possibly use all of them by himself. He should share some with the rest of us. It's really unfair for him to keep everything to himself. Now he's not even here, yet he's forbidding us from approaching that glowing green spot. How arrogant. Today, we're definitely going to check out what exactly is glowing green over there. Luo Feng watched all the chatting unfold, and for those who still insisted on continuing forward, Luo Feng could only silently wish them better luck in their next life. Luck that would spare them from encountering him again. At this moment, Luo Feng used his legendary grade telescope again and noticed that even more boats were heading toward Tang Shuiying's direction. Letting out a cold snort, Luo Feng knew these people had no idea about the true gap between him and them. Chapter 114, The Reunion. Among the numerous boats surrounding the island, there was a relatively large one, inside which a man was holding a woman. Looking at the distant green glow, the woman spoke. How good? Do you think what's behind that green light could be so important that Luo Feng would care this much? Maybe we should not get close yet. Let's wait until Shilua arrives. Shilua seems quite powerful. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ziheo's expression changed slightly. He replied, just Shilua? Isn't he just lucky to have obtained some resources? When we meet him later, if he refuses to hand over his resources, he'll have to ask my gun whether it agrees. As he spoke, Chen Ziheo patted the pistol at his waist. There was currently no way to withstand a gunshot. If Shilua refused to cooperate with him later, he wouldn't mind treating Shilua to a bullet. Thinking of this, Chen Ziheo spoke again. Increase the speed, and head closer to that green glow. Since Shilua is so concerned about this place, it must be because his friend is a woman. Could it be the person he was looking for earlier? At this moment, Luo Feng noticed that another wooden boat had also accelerated toward him. Now, Luo Feng's face showed no expression whatsoever, completely calm. Time passed quickly. After 3 minutes, Luo Feng had already seen the large island. However, Luo Feng wasn't focusing on the island itself, but rather on the place nearby, emitting the green glow. On a wooden raft, there lay a woman. After seeing the familiar figure, Luo Feng immediately recognized her as the person he had longed to meet all along, Tang Shuiying. As Luo Feng observed the wooden boats quickly approaching around him, this time, for the first time in the chat channel, Luo Feng sent a voice message. Everyone within 500 meters who dares approach my woman shall die. Those in the chat channel were all stunned after hearing Luo Feng's voice. Earlier someone said that there's a person on the raft who's close to Shilua, and I didn't quite believe it. But now I truly believe it. I seem to have seen someone saying earlier that they'd kidnap this woman to threaten Shilua. It seems this time they have truly enraged Shilua. From what I know, there are more than 10 ships at that location, led by Chun Ziheo, whose power has already become formidable around the island. Perhaps even Shilua alone may not be able to face so many people. I suggest Shilua not act so recklessly. Going there now would be like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. Upon hearing what Shilua said, Chun Ziheo smiled slightly and said, what's the point of mere threats? If you agree to hand over all your resources to me, I'll leave the woman alone. Now I'm only 100 meters away from her. You have only this much time to answer my question. How good, look there. How come there's a mass of lightning rushing across the sea? From its shape, does it look like a lightning ship? Hearing his subordinate's words, Chun Ziheo turned his gaze toward the mass of lightning. Although he had no idea what it was, his face suddenly turned pale, for the lightning ship was charging directly toward them. Frightened, he hurriedly shouted, quickly, get away from this lightning ship. Even though he had already given the order, the lightning ship moved at an extreme speed. Soon it reached the center of their boats and suddenly exploded. With a deafening bang, dozens of people on their more than 10 boats were instantly killed. Of the 50 people who came this time, 40 had already died. Chun Ziheo was quite lucky. His wooden boat was only partially affected, and he himself had not perished. However, seeing the mess around and the many floating corpses, he was completely shocked. Then an even more shocking and terrifying scene appeared before him. At some point, a man was already standing on the wooden raft glowing with green light. Then, The raft quickly began drifting toward his direction. At this moment, Luo Feng looked like a grim reaper drifting toward him. Luo Feng arrived near Chun Zaheo and, looking at him coldly, said, "You said you wanted my supplies? That was my epic level warship I just exploded for you. What else do you want?" Chun Zaheo no longer possessed the confidence he had earlier. He had been completely frightened by Luo Feng's method of arrival. Luo Feng had actually directly detonated an epic level warship and nearly wiped out all of them. This time, even if he managed to survive, all his subordinates were already dead. Thinking of this, hatred for Luo Feng arose from the depths of his heart. However, he did not show it. On his face appeared only an expression of fear, and he opened his mouth, saying, "Shiluo, I was merely curious just now. This chest emitting green light. I've never seen anything like it before, so I couldn't help but come take a look. And those threatening words I spoke earlier? I was just momentarily possessed by some foolish impulse. Now I know I've made a mistake. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you all my supplies. Moreover, my elder brother Chinsu is exploring this very island. He has obtained many treasures as well, and he's also willing to trade those treasures in exchange for my life. Alright, I've just obtained a piece of a treasure map and was about to hand it over to you. Do you want it? Consider it as part of my apology." When Luo Feng heard what Chun Zaheo said, he immediately felt his heart jump with surprise. No way, does he also have a treasure map fragment? Previously, Wang Hao, whom Luo Feng had killed, had one treasure map fragment in his possession. This couldn't possibly be a coincidence. If that were truly the case, then those who possess these treasure map fragments must indeed be extremely unfortunate. Thinking this, Luo Feng used a Fu and looked into the pocket of Chun Zaheo's right hand that was about to move. When Luo Feng saw what was inside that pocket, he was greatly startled. A gun? A pistol? A desert eagle? In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng's mind stirred. Instantly raising his hand, the legendary grade grappling hook on his right hand shot straight out. It grabbed the gun from inside Chun Zaheo's pocket, then in an instant, flew back into Luo Feng's hand. Luo Feng looked at the desert eagle in his hands and smiled, saying, "You say you're handing over a treasure map fragment, yet you reach for a handgun? You were planning to kill me." When Chun Zaheo saw Luo Feng's ghost-like and divine methods, and saw the gun in Luo Feng's hand, he was scared so badly he wet himself. He had indeed just been planning to use the handgun to kill Luo Feng. Chapter 115, a headshot. After all, at such a close distance, as long as his pistol could hit Luo Feng's heart or head, Luo Feng would definitely not survive. However, what he had never expected was how Luo Feng had known that the weapon in his pocket was a gun. This was his personal weapon, carried on his body at all times. He had never revealed it to anyone outside his inner circle before. Except for his older brother, only one other person knew, this woman standing beside him. Realizing this, he glared at the woman with hatred and slapped her across the face, shouting, "So you betrayed me?" The woman had already been terrified by the sight of so many people dying before her eyes. She had never seen anything like this in her life. Looking at Chun Zaheo's furious expression and recalling everything that had just happened around her, she immediately understood she wouldn't survive a moment longer if she still had any connection with Chun Zaheo. She then said, "You're right. I was the one who told Xiao Luo about your pistol. I've had enough of you for a long time. Every time you're unhappy, you hit me, you touch me. You're completely different from Xiao Luo." Xiao Luo was willing to sacrifice an epic-class warship for someone he loved. "I've had feelings for Xiao Luo for a long time, so I've already told him everything about you. Now that you're going to die, it's well-deserved. You even dared to shoot at Xiao Luo just now." As she spoke, she swam slowly toward Luo Feng. With each stroke, her clothes dropped away, one by one, until finally, she wore nothing at all. "Lord Xiao Luo, I've been waiting for you for so long. You're finally here. From this day on, I am yours. Please be gentle with me." Luo Feng glanced at the woman, then turned to Chun Zaheo and asked, "You two really don't get along?" Seeing what the woman had just done, Chun Zaheo was nearly furious enough to spit blood. He snapped, his voice shaking with rage. "You already knew my biggest secret, the pistol. You must have been sleeping with this filthy woman for quite some time. Never did I think you'd resort to such despicable means. Otherwise, I would have blown your head off long ago. If I die here today, wait for my older brother's vengeance. He will soon emerge from the mysterious island, and then, he will definitely take revenge for me. But if you spare me now, my brother and I can take you with us to explore the mysterious island. We've already been there for 2 days and have learned a lot of valuable information." Bang! Chun Zaheo was startled by the sudden noise. For a moment, he thought Xiao Luo had just killed him. But after a while, feeling no pain in his body, he saw that the woman now had a bullet hole in her head. At this sight, his face turned deathly pale. He stared at Luo Feng with an expression of pure horror. Luo Feng remained calm as he slowly spoke. "That device she had in her mouth that could release poison darts, you know about it, right? Just as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Even now, you still refuse to be honest. Looks like you two have found quite a few useful things on that mysterious island. These are things I've never even seen before. I definitely came to the right place this time." Chun Zaheo wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he froze in place. Bang! A bullet pierced his skull. Luo Feng looked at the desert eagle in his hand, clearly satisfied. Although Luo Feng had never used a gun before, his skills as a master archer gave him incredible accuracy. Though his marksmanship wasn't exactly professional, killing 2 enemies at such a close range was no problem. Ever since Luo Feng and Wang Hao had started fighting in this world, he had become increasingly vigilant toward the people of this oceanic realm. After all, there was no rule of law here. Those with power and weapons could do as they pleased. The most important thing was that in this oceanic world, murder was not a crime. Otherwise, how could Chun Zaheo and his fleet of more than 10 wooden ships even exist? Any players they encountered could only face 2 outcomes, either joining them, or being killed and stripped of all resources. Earlier, through messages in the chat channels, Luo Feng had learned a little about Chun Zaheo. After all, before dying, those victims always used the chat channel to reveal who had killed them. Now Luo Feng looked at the surrounding people, all of them terrified by his brutal display. When they saw Luo Feng turn his gaze toward them, none of them dared to stay and immediately scattered in all directions. Luo Feng looked at them fleeing, shaking his head. They wanted to run now? Where were you running to a moment ago? Xiao Luo Dage, don't kill me. I just came here to take a look. I don't have any bad intentions. I'll kowtow to you. Please don't kill me. I really didn't know that the woman on the raft was someone you liked. We were all forced by Chen Zihao. If we didn't do exactly as he said, he would kill us all. So, Luo Feng spent 3 minutes killing every player within a radius of 500 meters. Most of them were Chen Zihao's and his older brother Chen Su's subordinates. Almost 100 people in total. The two brothers had basically used these men to seize control of nearly all the landing points on this mysterious island. This was also the reason why Chen Zihao hadn't been afraid of Luo Feng, because this place was practically their territory. At this moment, Luo Feng began speaking in the chat channel. The killing is almost done. Those who managed to escape, whatever. But I've already memorized all of your faces. It's better not to appear in front of me again. And you, the subordinates of Chen Zihao, better not show yourselves either. If I recall unpleasant things, I might not be able to help myself and take action again. You dared to lay eyes on my woman. Looks like you've grown tired of living. From now on, other men who see my woman had better detour around. If I catch you staring at her with those filthy eyes, your fate will be exactly like what happened today. After Luo Feng finished speaking, the entire chat channel became eerily silent. But this silence didn't last long before someone finally spoke. Xiao Luo Dage, I really want to express my heartfelt thanks. My husband was previously tortured then killed by Chen Zihao's men. They had seized control of this mysterious island, and whenever other players were attracted here and drew near, they would be killed. Now my husband's killer has been avenged, and I will follow him into death. If we ever meet again in the future, the two of us as a married couple will personally express our deepest gratitude to you. Chapter 116, Frostland Island, Ice Giants, Frost Chickens, Snowman Brothers, and Candy Apples on a Stick. Xiao Luo, you're so awesome. Just for your girlfriend, you actually killed dozens of people alone. I wish I could have a boyfriend like Xiao Luo. Too bad I'm a guy. Otherwise, I'd definitely pursue Xiao Luo. We don't even know what your woman looks like. Xiao Luo, great God. If we accidentally see her, please don't get angry. I truly respect you, and I equally respect your woman. How could you guys say that? Xiao Luo actually killed dozens just for a woman? Are we saying that only Xiao Luo's woman's life is valuable, while others' lives aren't worth anything? I think Xiao Luo, great God, is being too selfish here. It's just a woman. Once you come into the ocean world, you can just replace her anytime. Once this woman is gone, get another. Change one every day. Great God, Xiao Luo, don't be angry. The guy upstairs was my teammate. We already pushed him into the ocean, and he drowned. Here's his box, you can check it yourself. After saying this, Luo Feng no longer paid attention to the chat channel. Looking at Tang Shuiying in his arms, Luo Feng wore an expression of concern. Tang Shuiying didn't know what happened. She hadn't awakened yet. Could it be caused by that green treasure chest? But why didn't the green treasure chest have any effect on Luo Feng when he touched it? Luo Feng no longer wanted to think too much. First, he needed to find a place to rest. Then, he would figure out how to wake Tang Shuiying. At this moment, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward that mysterious island not far away. The island seemed as if it were covered in snow and ice, as though it had entered an ice age. An enormous island, seemingly a massive iceberg. Moreover, even the sea surface within hundreds of meters around the island was completely frozen. Seeing such an island, Luo Feng suddenly recalled something. He took out the 10,000 Island Compendium from his spatial ring. The 10,000 Island Compendium began glowing again. When Luo Feng opened it, he saw an image of an island light up. Frostland Island. Attribute, Elemental Type. Description, one of the elemental islands, the Frostland Island, filled with snow and ice, and many icy beings. Some beings are flesh and blood creatures with icy attributes, while others are entirely made of ice. Defeating the ice-made beings will allow you to obtain items inside their bodies, similar to opening treasure chests. Creature types, Frost Guard, Ice Giant, Tundra Wolf, Snowman Brothers, Frost Chicken, Frost Duck, Ice Sculptures, Candy Apples on a Stick, Frost Flame, Frost Green Giant, Ice Bear Duh. Danger Level. After reading the description of Frostland Island, Luo Feng couldn't help but take in a sharp breath. This time, the 10,000 Island Compendium included an additional creature category. Looking at these names, Luo Feng's expression became quite colorful. He hadn't expected the biodiversity of Frostland Island to be so incredibly rich. Looks like this expedition would be extremely interesting. Who knows? Maybe there'd be Snow White or an Ice Beauty inside Frostland Island. When Luo Feng noticed that the danger level was marked with 5 stars, he also became cautious. The previous giant island only had a danger level of 3 stars, yet it was already extremely dangerous. Who knew what kind of danger awaited on a 5-star Frostland Island? High danger usually meant high reward. Chen Zihao's Desert Eagle pistol was probably obtained from Frostland Island. Luo Feng stopped thinking further. Once he entered, he would know everything. Now, around the sea area, after Luo Feng had eliminated these people, over time, all their bodies transformed into boxes. Luo Feng collected all these boxes. Glancing roughly through them, Luo Feng found the items these people dropped were practically useless to him, so he directly placed them on the trading platform. However, one particular item caught Luo Feng's attention. That was the ocean coins. Looking at the 5 blue ocean coins in his hands, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. These ocean coins were all blue, as if fused with the ocean itself. Could these be the currency inside the ocean survival world? They were probably obtained by Chen Zihao from Frostland Island. Judging by that, ocean coins must be of considerable value. Luo Feng directly collected these ocean coins and stored them inside his spatial ring. Then, Luo Feng started steering Tang Shuiying's raft toward Frostland Island. Frostland Island was enormous, and many wooden ships and rafts already lingered around it. This was actually easy to explain. Such a massive Frostland Island could easily be spotted on the ocean surface by other survivors. these survivors who noticed the island would naturally head toward it. Those who had come alone at the beginning were basically all killed by Chun Zaheo's group. Later on, people became smarter and started forming teams before coming together. After all, Frostland Island was so massive that Chun Zaheo and his men could only monitor a portion of the landing areas. Especially now, Luo Feng had just killed Chun Zaheo. Upon hearing this news, some people lingering nearby immediately started heading toward Frostland Island. At this moment, there were already about 100 or 200 people surrounding Frostland Island. Moreover, many more were on their way toward this icy island. It was easy to imagine that soon, Frostland Island would become very lively. Luo Feng was steering the raft toward the frozen sea surface near Frostland Island. When the people already around Frostland Island saw Luo Feng approaching, they quickly began steering their boats or rafts away in fear. After Luo Feng had just killed dozens of people, a deep psychological shadow had already been cast upon these people. Some didn't even dare to glance in Luo Feng's direction, fearing they might anger him. Seeing their reactions, Luo Feng was neither surprised nor particularly concerned. After all, Luo Feng could easily survive alone in this ocean world. These people were merely tools that provided him with Unjing. If they didn't provoke him first, Luo Feng would definitely not take the initiative to attack others. When Luo Feng reached the edge of the frozen sea surface, suddenly, a voice rang out. Great God Xiao Luo, if you step onto this frozen sea surface, you will face great danger. Giant frost giants will emerge from the ice to kill those who try to land on Frostland Island. Hearing these words, Luo Feng momentarily froze, not expecting that Frostland Island actually had such a defensive mechanism. Frost giants? He seemed to recall seeing that in the 10,000 Island Compendium. Thinking about this, Luo Feng smiled slightly and replied, Thank you for your warning. However, not even the frost giants will be able to stop me from moving forward. Chapter 117. Frost giant? Before me, you're just a frost dwarf. Whoever blocks me, I will kill them. Alright, what is your name? Since you took the time to remind me, I was planning on giving you a small reward, so here, take 3 fish. When Matzi heard Luo Feng's words, he became extremely excited. After contacting his 3 brothers earlier, they had told him that upon meeting Xiao Luo, he must establish a good relationship and try his best to assist Xiao Luo. Had his brothers not told him that Xiao Luo was actually quite reasonable to talk to, he wouldn't have dared to even speak to the Xiao Luo who had just killed dozens of people. Xiao Luo giving him 3 fish as a gift simply because of one sentence. Matzi finally saw proof of what his brothers had said. Thinking about it, Matzi spoke out excitedly. Xiao Luo, Senior, you may call me Matzi. I'm good friends with Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Er. Right after Matzi finished speaking, 3 fish appeared in his hands. Seeing them, he couldn't contain his excitement and quickly said, Thank you so much, Senior Xiao Luo, for the fish. In the future, if there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. Those nearby, seeing Matzi really receive 3 fish simply for speaking up, had extremely complex expressions. They began whispering among themselves. Xiao Luo just killed nearly 100 people because someone got too close to his woman, but now he gives 3 fish as a reward for a single reminder. Truly difficult to understand. It seems Xiao Luo still distinguishes right from wrong. He's not just some random killer, so we can feel at ease continuing to stay here. I still have quite a few time accelerators in my possession. I wonder if Xiao Luo still needs any? I should find a chance to give them to him. Luo Feng hadn't expected to meet Matzi here again. It really was quite a coincidence. Luo Feng didn't dwell on it much. He needed to quickly enter the frozen island, find a place to settle down, and then carefully research why the green treasure chest and Tang Shuiying had remained unconscious for so long. Looking at the icy surface before him, he willed his thoughts and a huge bed appeared on the ice. This was none other than Luo Feng's epic multifunctional bed. He gently placed Tang Shuiying, whom he was carrying, onto this epic multifunctional bed. This action was seen by all the nearby players. Everyone was shocked by what they witnessed. Holy crap, Xiao Luo actually crafted such a huge bed? Judging from the design and quality, this must be a high-level bed. I wonder what level it is. I'm still sleeping on a wooden raft while Xiao Luo already has such a massive bed, and even has a beauty by his side. What a huge gap. I wonder if Xiao Luo would be willing to take in an extra girl to sleep with him? I'm still single, not picky with food, and willing to do anything. I hope Xiao Luo will take me in. Guys, didn't you notice one detail? That huge bed appeared out of thin air, and there are no materials around Xiao Luo now. All this indicates that Xiao Luo must possess an extremely large spatial artifact. When those nearby heard this explanation, they were stunned, gasping audibly. Once Luo Feng had laid Tang Shuiying onto the epic multifunctional bed, he began pulling out his legendary Sky Piercer bow. Since frost giants might appear, Luo Feng wouldn't mind giving them a taste of this arrow. Then, Luo Feng used the Godspeed talisman on the epic multifunctional bed, and it began slowly moving toward the frozen island. Luo Feng himself followed the bed while holding his legendary Sky Piercer bow. All the surrounding players watched the large bed move on its own like it was some ghost. They looked at each other with widened eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Am I seeing this correctly? A moving bed? What kind of sorcery is this? Before I had heard from others that Xiao Luo's raft could move by itself, which was already hard to believe. Now even the bed can move on its own. That's just unfair. Seeing this situation, I strongly suspect that Xiao Luo might actually be a legendary cultivator. I always thought that since our country is so large, there absolutely must be cultivators among us. Maybe Xiao Luo came to the ocean for a vacation under the guise of a cultivator. Otherwise, there's no explaining how Xiao Luo grew so strong so quickly. I wonder if Xiao Luo can defeat those frost giants. If he can beat them, we can follow him into the frozen island. Otherwise, we'll have quite a difficult time getting inside ourselves. Luo Feng, holding his legendary Sky Piercer bow, walked steadily across the icy surface. He had just taken a few steps forward when he saw, not far ahead, snow and ice gathering. At this moment, Luo Feng did not rush to take action. Soon, an ice giant 3 meters tall appeared. The moment the frost giant emerged, it hesitated not a second and charged directly toward Luo Feng's direction, attempting to kill him. Those around, upon seeing such a tall frost giant, revealed expressions of extreme shock and fear on their faces. So this is the frost giant everyone was talking about? This is my first time coming here, and my first time seeing such a tall frost giant. Now I finally understand why all of you have been lingering around here, afraid to step forward carelessly. I've been through this before. In one area with these frost giants, if the number of people stepping onto the ice surface at the same time is small, no more than 4 frost giants will spawn, and then no more will come. But if many people land on the ice surface at once, the number of frost giants will increase accordingly. Also, these frost giants move very quickly across the ice. Normally, among 10 people, only 2 or 3 manage to successfully reach the frozen island. As far as frost giants go, so far they've only been killed once, and that required sacrificing more than a dozen people to take one down. After a frost giant dies, it drops some items, though exactly what? I don't know. They were all taken by Chunzaheo. I wonder whether the pistol he's holding was obtained this way. Looking at the 3-meter-tall frost giant, Luo Feng wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He even felt like laughing. Only 3 meters tall, and dares to call itself a giant? If Luo Feng took a legendary size adjustable golden banana and grew to 18 meters tall, then even calling the frost giant a frost dwarf wouldn't be accurate. At that size, the frost giant wouldn't even reach Luo Feng's knees. Kicking this frost giant would be like kicking a hockey puck. However, Luo Feng had no intention of wasting one of his precious size-adjustable golden bananas just for this frost giant. Chapter 118. Activating the wealth rankings, taking the lead alone. Thinking of this, Luo Feng wasted no time. He immediately picked up a cloud-piercing arrow and mounted it onto the cloud-piercing bow. At this moment, flames began to appear on the arrow. Then the fire arrow shot forth, hitting the frost giant's body. After the flame struck the frost giant's icy body, the fire spread from the arrow and started burning around the giant's frame. The frost giant's body started to melt rapidly. Time flew by quickly, and a huge hole appeared in the frost giant's chest. With a loud crash, the frost giant suddenly fell heavily to the ground. Then, the frost giant's body began to vanish rapidly, turning into snowflakes that disappeared into thin air. Only some items were left behind on the ice. All the surrounding players who saw this scene were completely shocked, rubbing their eyes desperately, as if their vision had been distorted by some illusion. Holy crap, is the frost giant really this weak? He got taken down with just one arrow? Didn't someone say earlier that it would take over a dozen people dying just to kill one frost giant? It's not that the frost giant is weak, it's that Azura is just too strong. Didn't you see the advanced bow Azura is holding? He can even fire fire arrows. That's just unbelievable. I wonder where Azura got those advanced items from. I feel like we're not even in the same game world as Azura. We must be playing the trial version. He must be on the hacked edition. Facts confirmed. Azura must be a cultivator. If he's not a cultivator, I'll eat 3 pounds of poop live on stream. Bro, we're in the ocean world already. You're still trying to con someone for food? I haven't eaten for 3 days already, let alone give you crap to eat. I don't even have enough food for myself. At this time, Luo Feng saw the effect of the fire arrow and was very satisfied. It seemed that his luck was pretty good. It just so happened that on his first shot, a fire arrow effect was triggered. If it had been another elemental arrow, such an effect wouldn't have been possible. Filled with curiosity, Luo Feng walked to where the frost giant had died, wanting to check out what had dropped. As Luo Feng arrived, suddenly, the system voice rang out. Defeated a well-ranked frost giant. Obtained ice, +3. Obtained well-ranked ice cream, +1. Obtained ocean coins, +1. 10,000 times reward. Obtained ice, +30,000. Obtained perfect level cream ice cream, +10. Obtained ocean coins, +10,000. Seeing these rewards, Luo Feng was startled. These were all newly added items this time. So there really were experience points gained by killing monsters. The surrounding players couldn't even see these rewards. Since Luo Feng now had a spatial ring, he could directly store all the obtained items inside. The system had been quite user-friendly on this point. Just by glancing at the ice, Luo Feng instantly understood that these blocks were meant for providing clean water. If players killed ice element creatures in the frozen island, they wouldn't need to worry about water resources anymore. But Luo Feng's supply of water was already extremely sufficient. Even if he drank 1 bottle and poured out 10, he would still have more than enough. Thus, Luo Feng turned his attention to the perfect level cream ice cream. He never expected to encounter such a summer essential treat in the ocean world. Cream ice cream. Level, perfect. Description, this cream ice cream is delicious, melts in your mouth instantly, and is a must-have during summer. The cream is made from carefully selected premium milk sources. Consuming this cream ice cream will significantly enhance your body's resistance to both heat and cold. In hot environments, your body will maintain a relatively low temperature, giving you a refreshing feeling. In cold environments, your body will also maintain a certain level of warmth, allowing you to comfortably consume ice cream even in freezing weather without any negative effects. Seeing the description of the perfect level cream ice cream, Luo Feng thought this was exactly the item he needed for exploring the frozen island. As the name suggested, the frozen island had extremely low temperatures. Furthermore, the deeper he ventured, the lower the temperature would become. Luo Feng had previously worried about cold protection once entering the frozen island. Now, there was no longer a need to worry. Eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, dress however he pleased. Even if he had a padded jacket, he wouldn't wear it. He was here to play. Still, one part of the ice cream description caught Luo Feng's attention. Special milk sources? He wondered just how unique that milk could be. Still, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry to eat the cream ice cream right away. Many people were still watching him. It wouldn't be appropriate to enjoy an ice cream while being watched so intently. Then Luo Feng turned his attention to the ocean coins. These were the first ocean coins he had personally obtained. Luo Feng wondered what these ocean coins were used for. Judging by the name, they were likely some kind of currency for trading. Just as Luo Feng picked up the ocean coin from the ground and was about to continue on his way, suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to player, your ocean coins have exceeded 10,000, successfully activating the wealth rankings for Area 9527. A zone-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? Upon hearing this sudden voice, Luo Feng was genuinely startled. He had actually unlocked the area's wealth ranking, which was a delightful surprise. According to previous rules, unlocking a ranking would grant a bonus in lifespan. He wondered if this time would also offer the same reward. As for hiding his name, or not, did that even need to be said? No need to hide. Just announce it quickly. Who knew? After this zone-wide announcement, whether Luo Feng's shocking value could reach 1 million. Ding! Zone-wide announcement for Area 9527. Due to player Azura having collected 10,005 ocean coins, he has successfully activated the area's wealth rankings and received the reward, lifespan plus 1 year. Ding! Zone-wide announcement for Area 9527. Due to player Azura having collected 10,005 ocean coins, he has successfully activated the area's wealth rankings and received the reward, lifespan plus 1 year. 1. The zone-wide announcement for Area 9527 rang out 3 times, flashing across the vision of all players within the entire sea region. As soon as this message appeared, every player was left completely speechless in shock. This was all far too sudden for them, especially those people standing behind Luo Feng, who had been closely watching his every move. Just moments ago, Luo Feng had single-handedly taken down the frost giant with 1 arrow, already shocking these onlookers greatly. Now, not even a moment after killing the frost giant, Luo Feng had already unlocked the wealth rankings. The gazes these people cast toward him were now filled with pure admiration. I know what the wealth rankings are just by the name, but what exactly is this ocean coin? I've never even heard of it before. Could it be some kind of newly introduced trading currency? Chapter 119. Obtain lifespan, plus 100 years. I just didn't see Luo pick up the ocean coin from the ice surface? Could it be that defeating these frost giants also drops ocean coins? I wonder what ocean coins can be used to purchase. I had guessed earlier that in the ocean world, there must be a regular currency. If people always traded goods for goods, it would be inconvenient. Looks like my guess was spot on. However, so far, not many people have been heard of obtaining ocean coins. I wonder how Xia Luo got 10,000 ocean coins. These were just the discussions among the people behind Luo Feng. Not only were these people discussing Luo Feng, but the entire chat channel was talking about Luo Feng and the wealth rankings. Holy crap, Elder Xia Luo is still unstoppable. In the previous resource rankings, he gained 1 year of lifespan, and now with the wealth rankings, he gains another year. I'm so jealous. I wonder when I will be able to gain any lifespan. I actually obtained 1 ocean coin when I opened a treasure chest before, but I didn't know what it was back then. Now it seems like ocean coins are a type of currency. Does anyone want to trade food for them? Hurry up. Elder Xia Luo truly doesn't leave us ordinary people even a bit of leftovers. He already has 2 years of additional lifespan. But, the upcoming pet rankings will be mine. I recently obtained a turtle egg, which has already begun hatching. I will be the first person to own a pet. Here I come, the pet rankings. Here I come, 1 year of lifespan. At this moment, Luo Feng wasn't paying attention to these people's discussions. He was focusing on that 1 year of lifespan. He wondered, this time, how many times the 1 year would be multiplied. He hoped it wouldn't just be a tenfold multiplier again. His wait wasn't long, as the system voice soon appeared. Gained lifespan, plus 1 year. 100-fold reward. Gained lifespan, plus 100 years. Wow, 100 years of lifespan. When Luo Feng saw this reward, he couldn't help but let out a beautiful phrase. 100 years. A full 100 years added. This made him much more excited than obtaining any other item. Even if Luo Feng died once, losing 30 years of lifespan, this 100 years would allow him to live 3 more lives. In game terms, that's an additional 3 1/3 lives. All other items meant nothing to Luo Feng. Only increasing his lifespan could bring him a sense of security. Now Luo Feng already had 189 years of total lifespan. Suddenly, a thought came to him. Should he die once and see what would happen? Would he be reborn in this ocean world? Or would he directly return to the real world? Or would he survive in another world instead? Surviving in the Jurassic, space survival, glacial survival, wasteland survival? It was merely a thought to Luo Feng. He wouldn't dare commit suicide. After all, there were still people he cared about in this ocean world. Luo Feng looked at the woman lying on the epic multifunctional bed ahead and smiled. The epic multifunctional bed began slowly heading towards the frozen island. It would take several more minutes to reach the frozen island. Luo Feng glanced at the 3 snow piles around him that were just beginning to gather into frost giants, but then vanished into thin air. A faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed these frost giants were quite reasonable. Knowing they couldn't mess with Luo Feng, they just decided not to appear at all. Luo Feng took this time to check his attribute panel. This time, Luo Feng had indeed gained a lot. Name, Luo Feng. ID, 54,188. Lifespan, 189 years. Shock value, 888888. Highest reward multiplier, 100000. Basic attributes, Strength 12, Agility 13, Stamina 12, Mental Power 13, Intelligence 13. Special attributes, Charisma 11, Luck 9. Raft, Epic Class Huge Ship. Skills, Swimming, Archery, Combat Techniques. Equipments, Legendary Space Ring, Epic Class Spear, Legendary Telescope, Wonders Island Encyclopedia, Legendary Cloud-Piercing Bow and Arrow, Legendary Grappling Hook. Time Accelerator * 12:34 minutes. Epic Class Clothing, Legendary Axe of Heaven, Legendary Size-Changing Golden Banana * 9 pieces, Epic Class Divine Foot Symbol * 96 hours. Legendary Aqua Pearl, Treasure Map Fragment, Legendary Mysterious Seed, Legendary Insight Symbol * 99 hours. Pets, Mermaid Queen, Schwanwill. Wealth, 10,005 ocean coins. Luo Feng immediately noticed his total lifespan of 189 years. Probably, there was no one else in this world who could rival Luo Feng in longevity. But for Luo Feng, this was just an appetizer. If next time he received 100,000 times multiplier, his lifespan would directly increase by 1,000 years. This would be something completely unimaginable in the real world. At this moment, a rather bold thought emerged in Luo Feng's mind. He wondered, would he be able to give his lifespan to others in the future? Suppose he had 100 million years of lifespan. There was no way he could use it all by himself. If lifespan could be traded, Luo Feng would become truly immensely wealthy. For any living being, lifespan was the most important thing. Luo Feng didn't dare to think too much further. This idea of his was perhaps just too crazy. Then, Luo Feng turned his attention to his shock value. It had already nearly reached 900,000 and would reach 1 million soon. If he could unlock a 1 million times reward multiplier, Luo Feng couldn't even imagine how thrilling that would be. While walking, Luo Feng examined his attribute panel, gradually approaching the frozen island. Behind him, the onlookers simply stared at Luo Feng's retreating figure in stunned silence. Did Xia Luo really enter the frozen island so easily? This doesn't match my expectations at all. Didn't someone say earlier that 4 frost giants would appear? How come only one showed up? Haven't you noticed? The other 3 frost giants were beginning to form, then suddenly vanished completely without appearing. They must have been so terrified of Xia Luo's power that they dared not show themselves. This is the first time since I arrived near the frozen island several days ago that I've witnessed such a scene. Xia Luo's power is truly unfathomable. Now it's clear, anyone else might be provable, but absolutely not Xia Luo, and definitely not his woman. What just happened? Ever since Xia Luo appeared, I've kept my eyes shut the whole time, only using my ears to listen to your conversations. Soon, under the gazes of these people, Luo Feng gradually disappeared into the distance. Seeing Luo Feng was nearly at the edge of the frozen island, some people could no longer contain themselves. Chapter 120, There's no need to kill him. With Xia Luo about to reach the island unharmed, it seems the frost giants won't appear again. Shouldn't we seize the chance to rush in now? After he said that, he wasted no time and charged straight toward the frigid island. Everyone else watched as this one person dashed wildly across the icy surface. Seeing that he was not in danger, others became eager and wanted to advance as well. After all, how could they not be tempted by the sight of such a large island before them? Moreover, just earlier, Xia Luo had killed one frost giant and obtained many great treasures. Of course, these people were envious. Once someone takes the lead, others will naturally follow. Haha, turns out it's actually safe. I can finally explore the frigid island. This is my first time stepping foot on an island. I wonder what's inside. I also want to get some ocean coins. Haha. The crowd was clearly very excited. However, the good news didn't last long. Just as Luo Feng arrived at the edge of the frigid island, frost giants began to rapidly form from the ice. 5 of them. The first man who had charged forward was only halfway when he saw the frost giants appearing. At that moment, he truly found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. The frost giants had appeared randomly at different spots, surrounding him from all directions. Right in front of him now stood a frost giant, who swung its giant fist straight at him. Boom. His body was smashed into pieces, already completely covered by snow and ice. This horrifying scene stunned the people nearby. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Xia Luo, help me. I'll give you all my supplies. Why have so many frost giants suddenly appeared? When Xia Luo was here earlier, they didn't show up. It seems they are also the kind who pick on the weak and fear the strong. By now, Luo Feng had already picked up Tang Shuang from the legendary multifunctional bed. Then he stepped onto the land of the frigid island in one stride. Looking around, Luo Feng could clearly see all kinds of huge icy trees on the island. These frost trees had the same shape as normal trees, but every single one was made entirely of ice. Even the grass on the ground was composed of ice. Icy grass, icy trees. Furthermore, Luo Feng also saw an ice rabbit in the far distance. The ice rabbit had also noticed what was happening with Luo Feng. It gave a quick kick with its hind legs and disappeared into the distance. The scene before him deeply impressed Luo Feng, as though he had stepped into a world of snow and ice. And the ice wasn't simply white and transparent either. They came in all kinds of colors. Some icy grass was transparent while some was green, exactly like real grass. Of course, there was one more feeling that struck Luo Feng deeply. One word, freezing. Without wearing thick winter clothes, it would be unbearable to enter the frigid island. Even just stepping to the island's edge, the temperature had already dropped below zero. It was a sharp contrast to the sunny tropical sea world just outside. Luo Feng also noticed the screams from the crowd behind him. However, he had no intention of helping. If these people couldn't even defeat such weak frost giants, there was no need for them to step onto the frigid island at all. Nevertheless, within the sounds of screams, Luo Feng recognized a familiar voice. It was Matzi's. Luo Feng turned around and saw a frost giant approaching Matzi. At that moment, the frost giant had already raised its giant fist, preparing to strike. If Matzi were to take a direct hit from the frost giant, he would definitely be crushed like the previous man. Matzi, witnessing this scene, already felt hopeless. Within the team chat channel of their 4-person group, he sent out one final message. Precisely speaking, it was his last will. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Er, I'm going ahead first. The 3 of you must survive well. After Matzi finished speaking, he had no other reaction left. He could only wait for the frost giant's fist to end his life. When the giant fist of the frost giant came within less than a meter from his body, suddenly a voice rang out. You don't need to kill that person. Leave him alive. He still has some use to me. Zhang San immediately recognized the familiar voice. It was Xia Luo speaking. At the same time, the frost giant that was just about to strike him with its fist suddenly stopped in place. Then, the frost giant gave up attacking him and started searching for other targets. Matzi quickly turned his gaze toward Luo Feng and saw that Luo Feng was holding a woman, slowly walking deeper into the frigid island. At this moment, Matzi realized that it was Luo Feng who had just saved his life. He hurriedly got up and immediately knelt down, kowtowing to Luo Feng 3 times with a loud thud each time. At the same time, he loudly shouted, "Thank you, Xiao Luo, for saving my life. Whatever you need in the future, just give me a command. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." After finishing his kowtows, Matzi immediately stood up and walked deeper into the frigid island. Yet, these frost giants seemed not to see Matzi at all, letting him pass by them freely. The spectators watching this scene were all shocked, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it, these frost giants actually listen to Xiao Luo and don't attack Matzi. That's too terrifying. Could it be that Xiao Luo's strength has reached a level that even these frost giants fear immensely? Senior Xiao Luo, save me too. I can work for you as well, and I'm much stronger than Matzi. Please ask these frost giants not to attack me. Brothers, these frost giants are afraid of fire. Use fire to fight back against them. Bang! A bonfire was smashed flat by a punch from a frost giant. Yes, the frost giants were afraid of fire, but they weren't afraid of small flames like this. Maybe such small flames just weren't intimidating enough. Luo Feng had his own reasons for saving Matzi. From interacting with the 4 of them, he found that using them as his assistants to collect things was acceptable. Otherwise, if Luo Feng had to personally monitor the trading zone constantly for exchanges, he wouldn't have that much time. Luo Feng didn't venture too far into the frigid island, not because he feared the cold, but because he worried the woman in his arms, Tang Shuiying, wouldn't endure it. Soon, Luo Feng found a spot, took out the epic multifunctional bed, and carefully placed Tang Shuiying onto it. Then he lit a fire around the bed. He also pulled out a perfect rarity light bulb. The perfect rarity light bulb had a warming function. After preparing all these, Luo Feng felt a bit of warmth himself. Chapter 121, Legendary Item, the Green Hat. He used his right hand to touch Tang Shuiying's right hand, discovering that her body had a slight warmth, though most of it still felt cold. Luo Feng felt great alarm upon realizing this situation. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Immediately, he took out a perfect rain cream popsicle and swallowed it all at once. He hadn't even had the time to properly taste the flavor of the popsicle. After eating the perfect rain cream popsicle, he instantly felt warmth spreading through his body. The freezing coldness around him no longer affected him. At this point, even if he stripped off his clothes and ran around naked, he wouldn't feel the cold at all. After experiencing the power of the perfect rain cream popsicle, Luo Feng didn't hesitate anymore and took out another one. But this time, he wasn't going to eat it himself. He was going to give it to Tang Shuiying. Right now, Tang Shuiying was unconscious. He took a bite of the popsicle, melted it slightly in his mouth, then directly kissed Tang Shuiying's lips. That's right. Luo Feng was feeding the popsicle to Tang Shuiying through a kiss. 3 minutes later, Luo Feng finally fed the entire perfect rain cream popsicle into Tang Shuiying's mouth. At this point, Luo Feng touched Tang Shuiying's right hand again with his own right hand and found that her temperature had warmed up. Only then did Luo Feng let out a breath of relief. As long as it was effective, that's all that mattered. It was only now that Luo Feng realized there was a slight difference in their tastes, and he hadn't even figured out what kind of milk this was. Without overthinking, Luo Feng took out the green treasure chest. A treasure chest radiating green light appeared before him. Tang Shuiying's coma probably had something to do with this green treasure chest. But why hadn't Luo Feng fallen unconscious himself? He had already been in contact with this green chest for a while and hadn't experienced any adverse effects. Just looking at the glowing chest in front of him, however, revealed nothing special. Luo Feng extended his right hand and decided to open the green chest. Opening the green glowing silver chest. Obtained perfect rank green hat. +1. 1000x reward. Obtained legendary green hat. +1. When Luo Feng heard the system notification and saw the green glowing hat in front of him, he felt a strange discomfort on top of his head. This strong implication felt extremely unsettling. The more worried he felt, the more it seemed to happen. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Feng heard this was a legendary rank item, he would have already tossed the hat straight into a fire pit. After all, it was a legendary item. Luo Feng started examining the item's attributes. Green hat. Rank, legendary. Description, you've been greened, and now you've become powerful. This green hat can absorb others' green energy to gain strength. This green hat prefers to be worn by people who have never worn a green hat before. A person who has already been greened will fall unconscious when wearing this hat, allowing the hat to absorb their green energy to become stronger. Someone who has never been greened will become stronger when wearing this hat. However, their loved one will begin facing numerous temptations, increasing the chance that they may one day truly wear a green hat. Function, increases all attributes by 300%. Looking at the description of this legendary green hat, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Now he finally understood why Tang Shuiying had fallen unconscious. Could it be that what had happened between Luo Feng and the Mermaid Queen was considered greening Tang Shuiying? Possibly because of this. The green treasure chest directly absorbed the green energy from Tang Shuiying. This was something Luo Feng had never anticipated. The good news was, there was no danger to her life. After some time, Tang Shuiying would naturally wake up. Thinking about this, Luo Feng finally calmed his previously anxious heart. Next, Luo Feng would carefully study the abilities of this legendary green hat. After close observation and research, Luo Feng discovered that this legendary green hat's powers were truly too powerful. The most basic function stated in the description was that, once Luo Feng wore this hat, all his attributes would triple. Just this one function was already extremely strong. Moreover, Luo Feng also found out that this legendary green hat could detect whether other creatures had worn a green hat. This ability was even scarier. If Luo Feng brought this ability back to the real world, it could cause countless loving couples to argue. As long as he looked, Luo Feng would know instantly whether someone had been cheated on. The scariest part was that this wasn't only applicable to humans. It worked on all living creatures, regardless of species. Seeing this wasn't a big deal by itself. As long as Luo Feng had the legendary green hat in hand, he could simply place it on any cheating creature to instantly subdue it. For example, if an ice horse's head started glowing green, Luo Feng could just throw the green hat onto its head. Then the ice horse would have no choice but to lie obediently on the ground. After learning about these abilities, a very satisfied smile appeared on Luo Feng's face. Luckily, he didn't have to wear the legendary green hat himself. Although wearing it would make him stronger, it also carried the risk of him being greened, something Luo Feng would rather die than allow. Now Luo Feng wanted to test how effective this legendary green hat really was. He looked around, but apparently, there were no other creatures nearby, only some ice-type plants. Although these plants were green, they obviously couldn't commit infidelity. Luo Feng put the legendary green hat away and began collecting some nearby resources. Since this was his first time visiting such a magical place, he naturally wanted to take back some souvenirs. Obtained ice grass, plus 1. 1000x reward. Obtained ice grass, plus 1000. Obtained ice wildflower, plus 1. 1000x reward. Obtained ice wildflower, plus 1000. Looking at a colorful wildflower in his hand, Luo Feng thought for a moment before putting it directly into his mouth. Crunchy. These ice wildflowers tasted just like ice cubes. Indeed, all the plants and animals here seemed to be made of ice. Realizing this, Luo Feng immediately lost interest in collecting the ice-type plants. In his eyes, these ice plants were nothing more than frozen water. Suddenly, Luo Feng had an idea and took out his pet Xuanwu from his spatial ring, pot and all. The spatial ring couldn't store living things. However, those living creatures could survive inside the mysterious seed water. Once Xuanwu emerged, Luo Feng was immediately shocked. Did you eat growth hormones, or something? How did you grow so fast? A giant turtle, nearly 2 meters in diameter, now stood before Luo Feng. Chapter 122. Little bunny, your head is a bit green. Remember that last night, Xuanwu had just hatched from an egg. In less than a day, it's already almost 2 meters in diameter. At this growth rate, it probably won't be long before Luo Feng no longer needs to prepare a large ship for travel. He can just ride Xuanwu directly. With Xuanwu's current size, Luo Feng and Tang Xueying could easily sleep on its back while at sea. Looks like he needs to prepare a bigger basin for Xuanwu. Otherwise, it might one day burst out of the current one, which would be quite awkward. After hatching, Xuanwu felt extremely excited. It greatly enjoyed this icy and snowy environment. Xuanwu opened its mouth wide, and all the piles of ice grass and frost-covered wildflowers on the ground were instantly sucked into its mouth. It was truly delighted eating these things. Observing Xuanwu's abilities, Luo Feng felt extremely satisfied. When it came to control over water, if Xuanwu claimed second, no one would dare claim first. This was still only Xuanwu's juvenile stage, with most of its powers not yet awakened. Yet even so, ordinary people had no chance of defeating Xuanwu. On land, although not fast, its defensive power was incredibly strong. Thinking about this, Luo Feng took out the Desert Eagle handgun he had acquired. Xiao Xian, can your defense withstand the damage from this gun? Upon hearing Luo Feng, Xuanwu glanced at the gun in his hand and showed a clear expression of disdain. There was even a trace of anger in its eyes. Luo Feng actually doubted whether a simple gun could harm it. That was completely disregarding Xuanwu, one of the 4 divine beasts. Thinking this, Xuanwu nodded, indicating that Luo Feng could fire at its body. Understanding Xuanwu's meaning, Luo Feng was startled, not expecting Xuanwu to actually make such a request. Looking at Xuanwu, and then at the Desert Eagle in his hand, Luo Feng also wanted to test exactly how strong Xuanwu's defense was. After all, it directly concerned his life safety. With that thought, Luo Feng raised the Desert Eagle and fired at Xuanwu's back. Bang! A loud sound rang out from the gun in Luo Feng's hand. The bullet instantly hit Xuanwu's thick turtle shell. A sharp metallic clang echoed from Xuanwu's shell, just as Luo Feng was stunned by how strong Xuanwu's defense really was. Leaving no mark on the shell at all, suddenly, from a nearby bush of frost-covered grass, a snow hare burst forth, running rapidly away from Luo Feng. Obviously, it had been frightened by the gunshot and started fleeing in panic. If Luo Feng used the legendary piercing cloud bow, he could naturally shoot and kill this snow hare. But there was no need. Each arrow of his legendary piercing cloud arrow cost significant resources, so it wasn't worth wasting one on a small rabbit. At that moment, Xuanwu suddenly opened its mouth and shot forth a jet of water. The water jet flew rapidly toward the fleeing snow hare. Instantly, it struck the snow hare, pinning it firmly to the ground. Witnessing Xuanwu's action, Luo Feng was surprised. He hadn't expected Xuanwu to have such an ability. It seemed he needed to find some time to carefully check Xuanwu's attribute description. So busy had he been lately, he hadn't even learned the exact abilities of his own pet. Curious, Luo Feng walked to where the snow hare lay nearby. He was somewhat suspicious about how this snow hare had appeared near him. Could this rabbit have been eavesdropping on him? When Luo Feng approached the snow hare, he noticed something strange. Although the rabbit's hind legs were pinned to the ground by the jet of water, it continued to kowtow repeatedly in Luo Feng's direction. This strange behavior immediately caught Luo Feng's interest. This snow hare was acting too human-like. In a dangerous situation, it actually knew how to kneel and beg for mercy. Could it be that creatures on this frigid island were also human-like? Or was it just this one snow hare? Such a phenomenon required further exploration by Luo Feng. Thinking for a moment, Luo Feng spoke up. You don't need to keep kowtowing. I won't kill you. Just answer a few of my questions. Something amazing then happened. As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, the snow hare instantly stopped bowing, looked at Luo Feng, and nodded. Luo Feng, seeing this unfold before him, was astonished. He had just tried saying it on a whim, never expecting it to really work. Since Luo Feng had said he wouldn't kill the snow hare, he definitely wouldn't go back on his word. Rabbits are so cute, they must taste delicious. Wait, no, since rabbits are so cute, how could Luo Feng ever be so cruel as to kill one? Plus, he wasn't even fond of eating snow rabbits. Thinking about this, Luo Feng spoke up. How come you are here? The snow hare immediately lay down and made a sleeping gesture. Luo Feng instantly understood what this movement meant. It actually dared to take a nap right beside Luo Feng, truly fearless. Luo Feng stared at the snow hare in front of him, observing it carefully, before continuing, "Why can you understand what I'm saying?" After hearing Luo Feng speak, the snow hare thought for a moment, pulled up a blade of ice grass from the ground, and swallowed it. Then it started rolling repeatedly on the ground. After rolling a few times, the snow hare stood up and gently patted its own head. Seeing such a strange set of movements, Luo Feng would never believe they were performed by a simple snow hare unless he had witnessed them with his own eyes. Luo Feng had seen a great many things in his life, and from his experience, he could guess what was going on. It appeared the snow hare must have eaten some kind of treasure to have developed this ability. This phenomenon was quite familiar to Luo Feng. Inside his spatial ring, he still had 97 wisdom fruits. Probably, if a regular animal ate one of those, the result would be similar. Realizing this, Luo Feng smiled and said, "So, you must have eaten a treasure, which gave you your current abilities." The snow hare quickly nodded. "Do you still remember where you ate this treasure?" The snow hare paused in thought, then began shaking its head. Suddenly, Luo Feng chuckled. "Not remembering is fine. You ate a treasure, and became a treasure rabbit yourself. I wonder, if I were to eat you, would it be a huge tonic?" The snow hare's expression changed dramatically, and it quickly shook its head. At the same time, it suddenly knelt down, ready to start kowtowing again. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking. I said I would let you go, and I will. I have one last little experiment to run. Once it's done, you can leave." Saying this, Luo Feng took out the legendary green hat from his spatial ring. Since he had finally found a suitable test subject, he naturally wanted to try the legendary green hat's power. Chapter 123. Unlocking the 1,000,000X reward. I wonder if it's really as powerful as described? Just as Luo Feng took out the legendary green hat, his expression suddenly changed. He saw a green aura above the ice rabbit's head. No, it was originally the green rabbit. According to the description of the legendary green hat, the ice rabbit had indeed been cheated on. Reaching this conclusion, Luo Feng nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Rabbits can also be unfaithful? This was something he had never imagined. This world is truly crazy. I wonder if there are any mice acting as bridesmaids for cats? Luo Feng spoke with a somewhat serious expression. "Do you have another partner waiting at home?" Although puzzled by Luo Feng's question, the ice rabbit still obediently nodded its head. Seeing the ice rabbit's reaction, Luo Feng finally believed it. The legendary green hat truly lived up to its reputation. With a caring tone, he suggested, "Take my advice. Go back home and check things out right away. And in the future, if you have a partner, don't go to sleep outside anymore." Xian let it go. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu understood Luo Feng's meaning. The water arrow that had pinned the ice rabbit to the ground instantly dissolved into a puddle of water and disappeared. The ice rabbit, witnessing this, bowed to Luo Feng and then sprinted straight back toward its home. Its speed now was even faster than what Luo Feng had previously seen. Observing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. The legendary green hat truly was an incredible item. In the future, Luo Feng's road to wealth and power would rely on treasures like this. After watching the ice rabbit disappear without a trace, Luo Feng turned his gaze back toward Tang Shuiying. Once she woke up, he and she would together explore this mysterious Frost Island. This was only the beginning of their journey into Frost Island, yet they had already encountered such an amusing incident. Perhaps deeper within the island, even more interesting things awaited him. Were there any native inhabitants inside Frost Island? Snowman brothers? Luo Feng didn't dwell too much on it. He looked at Tang Shuiying and found her physical condition now identical to that of a normal person. She just hadn't awakened yet. It seemed the damage done earlier had been quite severe. Seeing this situation, Luo Feng didn't panic. Since obtaining the legendary green hat, he roughly understood when Tang Shuiying would awaken. She would wake up within 10 minutes at most. And then, Luo Feng would finally be reunited with her. While waiting, he decided to check what was happening in the chat channel. He hadn't looked in a while, and now a quick glance truly gave him a scare. Everyone was discussing him. After carefully reading the messages, Luo Feng's expression turned somewhat cold. He saw a message from Chen Su, the elder brother of Chen Zihao. "Chen Su. Xiao Luo, did you kill my younger brother? I didn't expect my brother had a desert eagle in hand, and still got killed by you. It seems your strength truly surpasses my expectations. I heard you've arrived at Frost Island. I'll be waiting deep within Frost Island for you. I'll personally twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick. I hope you don't disappoint me by not even making it to the depths of Frost Island." At this moment, Luo Feng didn't know where Chen Su had found the courage to speak to him this way. Didn't Chen Su know about his power? Or had Chen Su obtained some treasure inside Frost Island? However, Luo Feng didn't care. As long as Chen Su dared to appear before him, he would kill him just the same. Previously, Luo Feng had been wondering whether he should kill Chen Su. But now, it seemed Chen Su had already made the decision for him. Thinking of this, Luo Feng replied in the chat channel. "Then wait for me to come find you. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." These players, loving the chaos, immediately became extremely excited upon seeing Luo Feng respond, as though they were about to witness an intense battle. I knew Xiao Luo wouldn't be afraid of Chen Su. I've seen Xiao Luo fight, but have never seen Chen Su in action. Given Xiao Luo's strength, killing Chen Su would be an easy task. I support Xiao Luo killing this Chen Su to avenge those who died by his hands. I think Chen Su will win. I am one of Chen Su's subordinates. No need for extra explanations. Those who understand, already do. Those who don't, won't believe even if you explain. I remember Xiao Luo has quite a lot of resources. If we win, we're going to get rich. Hearing you all talk like this, does that mean there are many treasures inside Frost Island? Previously, Chen Zihao's pistol was obtained from there. I really want to explore Frost Island now. I wonder if anyone wants to team up. Chen Su was currently sitting on the back of an enormous snow mastiff. After seeing Luo Feng's message, he sneered coldly and said, "Then hurry up and come. The deeper I go, the earlier I'll personally deal with you and be rid of worries." Luo Feng didn't take Chen Su's message seriously at all. In his eyes, Chen Su was nothing more than a clown. He couldn't possibly believe that just because Chen Su had obtained some treasures in Frost Island, he would forget his place. As soon as Luo Feng made this post, his shock value finally reached 1 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Shock value has reached 1 million. The ultimate reward multiplier is unlocked. 1,000,000x. Phew. When Luo Feng heard the system's sudden voice, he was first startled, then immediately overwhelmed with joy. 1 million times. Haha, finally unlocked 1 million times. This time, I'm going to strike it rich. Luo Feng hurriedly checked his personal system data panel. Divine level trillion times reward system. Host, Luo Feng. Shock value, 1,008,611. Maximum reward multiplier, 1 million. Daily check-in gift pack, 0. Seeing this, Luo Feng was so excited he wanted to recite a poem immediately. Ode to the system. System, truly you are magnificent. Your reward multiplier truly high, and your luck surpasses even heaven's height. To meet such a handsome host, beyond comparison, a wonder indeed. What a great poem. After the system's upgrade, Luo Feng naturally felt extremely joyful, unable to resist the urge to show off his talent. Fortunately, Luo Feng wasn't born during the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, the number of poems in Tang poetry would at least double. As Luo Feng was Qinjin Zai Gao Xing Zhong, Junbei Zaizu Yin Shui de Shiho, Turan, Yiga Sheng Yin Chanlat, Luo Feng, Ni Bu Yao Li Kai Wo. Ting Dao Zhigig Sheng Yin, Luo Feng Dun Shu Iju Zhui Dao, Shi Kang Shi Ying Xing Guo Lat, Ta Yi Ba Jia Ju Tang Shi Ying de Shou, Kai Ko So Dao, Fang Xin, Wo Bu Hui Li Kai Ni De, Luo Feng De Hua Yin Gang Luo, Turan, Tang Shi Ying Zheng Kai Yan Jing, Manlan Zhen Jing de Kan Shang Luo Feng, Kan Dao Yu Tzu Sushi, Ilmo Sheng de Menrong, Yo She Bu Gan Shang Xin de Kai Ko So Dao, Luo Feng, Ni Zhen de Lai Jiao Wo Le Ma? 我这不是在做梦吧？我记得我之前刚刚把绿宝箱打捞起来后，就突然沉睡了，好像梦到你要离开我。Chapter 124, I am Tang Xuewei. That's right, you're not dreaming. I really came to find you, and I've already opened that green treasure chest. Now, I've brought you into an island. Luo Feng looked into her eyes and said sincerely. Tang Xuewei felt the warmth from his hand and heard his voice. At this moment, she finally understood that Luo Feng was really standing right in front of her. She couldn't help herself and hugged Luo Feng tightly, tears streaming down her face. Luo Feng, I. Luo Feng gently patted Tang Xuewei's head and softly said, aren't we already meeting? Why are you crying? Don't tell me you aren't happy to see me. When Tang Xuewei heard Luo Feng say that, she didn't know why she suddenly started crying either. Maybe it was because she had suddenly seen the person she liked so much that she couldn't control her tears at all. This was the first time she had ever fallen for someone. The first time she had ever missed someone so much. The first time she had ever cried over a boy. The first time she had ever cooked for a boy. The first time she had voluntarily driven with a boy. The first time she constantly worried about a boy's safety. The first time she was willing to die for a boy. Now, she felt very complicated inside. Because, ahead would come a very serious issue that awaited her. She needed to reveal her true identity to Luo Feng. She wondered, how would Luo Feng react after learning the truth? Would he leave her immediately? Would he still like her? She stepped away from Luo Feng and looked into his eyes with a very complex expression on her face. Slowly, she began to speak. Since we've already met, we can talk about other things later. I need to tell you something extremely serious. Hearing what Tang Xuewei said, a smile appeared on Luo Feng's face. He wasn't surprised at all. It seemed as if he had already expected something like this. Luo Feng smiled as he spoke. Alright, go ahead. I'm curious to hear what the serious issue is. Could it possibly be more important than our reunion? Upon hearing this, Tang Xuewei's heart was filled with anxious thoughts. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of reaction Luo Feng would have once he knew the truth. Actually, she could still maintain this current identity. But deep in her heart, she refused to accept that. She wanted Luo Feng to know that it was Tang Xuewei who loved him. 3 minutes passed. Luo Feng just kept looking at Tang Xuewei, without any movements or prompts. He waited silently. Looking into Luo Feng's eyes, Tang Xuewei finally made up her mind and spoke. I am actually Tang Xuewei. I'm sorry I lied to you. If you don't want to see me anymore, I can leave you right now. I can leave behind everything you gave me. After saying these words, Tang Xuewei felt a sudden sense of relief and relaxation. She dared not look Luo Feng in the eyes anymore. Right now, she kept her head lowered like a child who had made a mistake. Her heart was pounding rapidly, like a startled deer running wild. I know you were Tang Xuewei. What's the problem? I should properly thank you. Those eggs you cooked were delicious. You can even write on eggs? That's amazing, isn't it? At this moment, a smile was still on Luo Feng's face. Previously, he had already had some vague suspicions. Although the two girls looked exactly the same, their personalities were quite different. When Tang Xuewei heard Luo Feng say this, her heart trembled in shock. She never expected that Luo Feng already knew who she really was. Right now, she felt extremely complicated and didn't know what to say at first. After a long pause, she thought about her younger sister and asked, then what about my sister? Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Feng interrupted her. It's you I like. You've probably played games before. Imagine if we turn people's affection into a number. My affection level for her is around 75. But for you, it's at least 90. Don't worry, I will do my best to find her. Once we leave this beginner area, it's only a matter of time before we find your sister. I promise that you two sisters will meet again. Didn't you mention before that you like the same things? Now I think I understand exactly what things you both love. Luo Feng smiled at Tang Xuewei as he said this. When Tang Xuewei heard what Luo Feng had said, her heart started beating wildly, a sensation she had never felt before. Of course, Tang Xuewei understood too, that since Tang Xueying wasn't in the same sea area, there was no use worrying too much. For now, they should take things one step at a time and focus on their present situation first. As long as they leave this beginner sea area, he can go find her. Just as Tang Shuowei was thinking about this, she opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly, she felt everything go dark before her eyes and felt the wetness of her lips. At this moment, she already realized what was happening. Luo Feng had actually kissed her. She felt completely at a loss, unsure of how to react to this situation. At the same time, she felt Luo Feng's hands reach up. Her body trembled like it had been electrocuted. 30 minutes later, Luo Feng moved away from Tang Shuowei and let out a long breath. His hands were trembling as well. Tang Shuowei's face had already flushed red. Luo Feng stood up and said, "Since you've just awakened, you shouldn't make overly intense movements. Wait until you recover a bit more. We can do important things later." When Tang Shuowei heard Luo Feng say that, she slightly blushed and softly replied, "All right, from now on, I'm yours. You can make me do anything." Luo Feng got off the bed and moved to the side, staring at his own hands and muttering to himself, "Looks like my hands are a bit small. I can't fully control them anymore. No wonder it's an epic grade item. The effects are truly impressive. This is just right. It can't get any bigger. Looks like I should find an opportunity to mention this to her." Just as Luo Feng was thinking, suddenly, he noticed that Xuan Wu, who had run out earlier to search for food, had already returned. And next to Xuan Wu, surprisingly appeared an ice rabbit. In the ice rabbit's hands, he was actually hugging a giant ice radish. The ice rabbit walked while shedding tears. This situation startled Luo Feng. This kind of scene seemed slightly too disharmonious. How big the turtle is. Hearing Tang Shuowei exclaim in surprise like that, Luo Feng smiled slightly and spoke, "This is my pet, Xiao Xian. You don't need to be afraid. It's actually very easy to talk to." Looking at the 2-meter-wide giant turtle before her, Tang Shuowei's face showed an expression of shock. This huge turtle was actually Luo Feng's pet? Chapter 125, a large patch of high-level frosty radishes. She was taken aback and exclaimed in shock, "Luo Feng, you're amazing. You actually have such a huge turtle as your pet? Was it you were telling me about before?" Upon hearing Tang Shuowei's words, Luo Feng felt somewhat embarrassed because the pet he had previously mentioned to her was actually the Mermaid Queen. However, Luo Feng didn't intend to hide anything, and he explained, "The one I told you about earlier was my first pet, the Mermaid Queen Ariel. This one is my second pet, Xuan Wu, Xiao Xian." When Tang Shuowei heard this, her heart trembled slightly, and she inexplicably felt a little unsettled. Even in the real world, although she had never seen a mermaid in person, how could she have never seen news about them? First of all, she could be certain that the Mermaid Queen must be incredibly beautiful. After thinking for a moment, Tang Shuowei said, "Okay, I didn't expect that you've already obtained 2 pets in such a short amount of time. As for this Mermaid Queen Ariel you mentioned, why haven't I seen her yet? Does she not want to meet us?" Luo Feng looked at Tang Shuowei, wanting to observe her reaction. After watching for a moment, he seemed to find nothing unusual, so he answered, "She has returned to the Mermaid Island. She said previously that the noodles you made tasted great, so she wants to learn noodle making from you. She definitely wants to meet you. In a few days, we should be able to see her again." Hearing Luo Feng's explanation, Tang Shuowei thought for a moment before replying, "All right, if she comes, I will definitely teach her well." As Xuan Wu and the Frost Rabbit approached, Tang Shuowei also noticed the Frost Rabbit on the ground. Her face filled with shock, she asked, "Is this a little bunny rabbit? Or is it a sculpture made of ice?" Seeing Tang Shuowei's shocked expression, Luo Feng explained, "I forgot to give you a briefing about our current situation. We're now on Frostbite Island, where almost every plant and animal is made of ice. This Frost Rabbit is exactly the kind of creature you find here. Moreover, this particular Frost Rabbit has eaten a treasure, which has enabled it to understand our words." Luo Feng looked toward the Frost Rabbit and asked, "Why have you come here again? Didn't I ask you to go home and check things out? Didn't you find anything strange there?" Upon hearing this, the Frost Rabbit began shedding even more tears, starting to cry openly. Seeing the Frost Rabbit crying so bitterly, Luo Feng suddenly realized what was happening and blurted out, "Has your partner been fooling around with another Frost Rabbit at home?" Upon hearing this, the Frost Rabbit burst into even louder tears and began nodding vigorously. At this moment, Luo Feng could only mentally exclaim, "Legendary level green hat. No kidding. It's actually able to detect infidelity in creatures." Witnessing this situation, Luo Feng could only feel deep sympathy for the Frost Rabbit. Seeing the rabbit cry this hard, someone who didn't know any better might think he had done something terrible to it. He hurriedly tried to comfort it, saying, "Don't be sad. If you don't have a partner, just find another one. Look at you, though you've lost your partner. But hey, don't you still have this huge frost radish?" Hearing Luo Feng's comforting words, the Frost Rabbit paused and thought for a moment, then actually stopped crying. "Really? Is my consoling skill this good? No, wait, maybe it's rabbit consoling skills." Just one sentence, and the rabbit stopped crying. Then, Luo Feng watched as the Frost Rabbit immediately handed him the frost radish it was holding. Thinking for a moment, Luo Feng reached out and took the frost radish from the Frost Rabbit's paw. Luo Feng began to examine the frost radish's attributes. Frost radish. Quality, fine. Description, this frost radish offers the texture of a regular radish while also enhancing your agility and speed. It can make you faster. Effect, +3 agility for 10 minutes. Agility, increased movement speed, attack speed, reaction speed. After reading the description of this fine-quality frost radish, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the Frost Rabbit to give him a fine-quality edible item. It could increase speed? But what kind of speed exactly? Luo Feng definitely didn't want to become a speed man. Not everything was better when it was faster. Looking at the frost radish in front of him, Luo Feng shifted his gaze toward the Frost Rabbit, seeing the rabbit's clearly expectant eyes. It seemed like Luo Feng had figured something out. He said, "You really think what I said was right, so you've decided to give me this frost radish to eat?" The Frost Rabbit nodded. Seeing the Frost Rabbit's expression, Luo Feng, who himself had been a rabbit and yet still experienced betrayal, "How tragic," spoke gently. "This frost radish must be quite important to you. You should keep it for yourself. This frost radish's level is too low for me. I have absolutely no use for it, Luo Feng said, while gently placing the fine-quality frost radish back into the frost rabbit's paw. Hearing Luo Feng's words, the frost rabbit instantly felt extremely disheartened. It had given Luo Feng its very best frost radish as a token of gratitude for his help. It never expected that such a high-quality radish, which would allow it to run faster with just one bite, would be rejected by Luo Feng. And he even said this frost radish wasn't good enough for him. This was truly heartbreaking for a rabbit's red heart. This was, after all, a frost radish it had risked its life to steal from a large frost radish patch. Thinking about that frost radish field, the frost rabbit's eyes suddenly lit up. It wanted to tell Luo Feng about that place, because within that frost radish field grew many exceptionally large frost radishes. At that time, due to fear of the flying ice statues in the sky, it had only dared to steal a single frost radish from the edge before fleeing back. The frost rabbit started gesturing wildly to express itself. Seeing the frost rabbit suddenly making some incomprehensible movements, Luo Feng's face was filled with confusion. Was it having a seizure? Looking thoroughly puzzled, Luo Feng opened his mouth and asked, "What are you trying to say? I don't understand at all. Can't you write?" The frost rabbit shook its head. It could understand human speech, but it couldn't write. Right now, it was staring at Luo Feng anxiously, desperately wanting him to understand its meaning. Just as Luo Feng was completely perplexed about what the frost rabbit was trying to do, suddenly, Tang Xiuwei, who was lying on the bed, spoke up. "Luo Feng, the frost rabbit probably means it discovered a frost radish field containing many large frost radishes, and wants to take you there. However, there's some flying creature guarding that frost radish field, and it's extremely dangerous." Upon hearing Tang Xiuwei's words, the frost rabbit immediately became excited, nodding its rabbit head vigorously. Seeing this scene unfold before him, Luo Feng felt greatly shocked. On one hand, he was surprised there was actually a frost radish field. On the other, he was astonished that Tang Xiuwei had been able to understand the frost rabbit's gestures. Looking at Tang Xiuwei, Luo Feng spoke. "I never would have expected. You're actually quite impressive, being able to understand the frost rabbit's meaning." Chapter 126. Sweetness can only be known after tasting. Tang Xiuwei, upon hearing Luo Feng's compliment, happily replied, "I can barely understand it, but if it's helpful to you, then that's great." Luo Feng looked at the ice carrot in Bingtu's hand and said, "I can go to that ice carrot field you mentioned, but it's already noon now. It's almost time for lunch. Let's eat first before going. As someone who treats meals seriously, one can't skip any of the 3 daily meals." Bingtu nodded. Luo Feng walked over to Tang Xiuwei and asked, "Are you thirsty? I still have some bananas. Want to eat one? It'll help you recover too." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiuwei was delighted. She replied, "Yes, I'd love to eat a banana. I really like your bananas." Without hesitation, Luo Feng took out a golden banana from his spatial ring and handed it to Tang Xiuwei. Tang Xiuwei didn't reach for the banana directly. Instead, she looked at Luo Feng expectantly and said, "I want you to feed it to me." Seeing Tang Xiuwei's expression, Luo Feng naturally couldn't refuse. Thus, he peeled the banana and gently placed it into her mouth. 3 minutes later, Tang Xiuwei had finished the entire banana. With a satisfied expression, she said, "Your banana tastes better than before. It's sweeter. These are the same bananas we obtained earlier. I didn't add any sugar. How could it be sweeter? I guess your mouth must have become sweeter instead." Luo Feng replied with a smile after hearing Tang Xiuwei's comment. A slight blush appeared on Tang Xiuwei's face as she replied, "But I didn't add sugar to my mouth either. How could it become sweeter?" Just as Tang Xiuwei was speaking, suddenly she felt her lips moistened. Luo Feng kissed her again. 3 minutes later, Luo Feng smiled and said, "You won't know how sweet it is until you taste it." Then Luo Feng stood up and took out a barbecue rack from his spatial ring to prepare lunch. Thinking for a moment, Luo Feng asked, "What do you want to eat?" Hearing that, Tang Xiuwei replied, "Whatever you cook, I'll eat." Since Tang Xiuwei had no objections, Luo Feng naturally opted for the must-have meal for 3 meals a day, chicken. The meat of these elite-level large chickens could enhance various bodily functions. Luo Feng ate chicken in every meal. Especially since meeting Tang Xiuwei, he had been eating more of these elite chickens every day to supplement his nutritional needs. Luo Feng said, "Then let's have chicken for lunch today." Saying so, Luo Feng started taking out a large quantity of chicken skewers and began barbecuing. By now, Tang Xiuwei was already able to get out of bed and move around normally. She approached Luo Feng and said, "Let me help you barbecue. I can't just sit around watching you work the whole time." Seeing Tang Xiuwei nearby, Luo Feng smiled and said, "Go play with Bingtu for a bit. Chat with her more and see if she knows about any other treasures hiding around. I always felt Bingtu isn't as simple as she seems." Looking at Bingtu, who was sitting alone nearby with a gloomy expression, Tang Xiuwei smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go. I've never encountered a rabbit that had been cheated on before. It's really pitiful." After finishing their meal, Luo Feng planned to take Tang Xiuwei together to that field of ice carrots. He wondered whether they could find any items to enhance their power. While the chicken was being barbecued, he opened the chat channel to see what everyone else was up to. Through the earlier battle, Luo Feng had realized that some people had already acquired quite a few good items. These guys were truly shameless, hiding their treasures. But Luo Feng was open-minded enough. As the old saying goes, a noble person is straightforward and fearless while a small person is secretive and cunning. Luo Feng had another intention, to buy some bullets. His Desert Eagle was nearly out of ammunition, and he needed to replenish it soon. He wanted to check if anyone had bullet blueprints available, like cloud-piercing bullets. Just like before, Luo Feng opened the trading section. This time the trading area was really diverse. Although level 1 disaster had caused many people damage, it had also brought them plenty of good things. Seeing what was available, Luo Feng instantly saw a few items he desired. MP3*1, 4 trade, food *20. Avatar 2 movie ticket *1, 4 trade, food *5. Inflatable doll *1, 4 trade, food asterisk 2. Bicycle asterisk 1 for trade, wooden boat blueprint. Spicy jerky, big knife flavor asterisk 20 for trade, 10L pure water. Leogama chili sauce asterisk 1 bottle, for trade, food asterisk 5. Wolf tooth brand condoms asterisk 1 box, for trade, food asterisk 10. Luong nearly dropped the chicken skewer in his hand upon seeing these tradable items. This was truly beyond his imagination. Could it be that those who survived this time had all obtained quite a lot of good things? Other items Luong could at least understand. They might still be usable within the oceanic world. But what the hell was that movie ticket? Was there actually a way to watch movies inside this oceanic world? Luong didn't even need to check the attributes of the movie ticket to know that it was just a regular, plain movie ticket. He couldn't help wondering, if he had somehow obtained a movie ticket, would the system's enhancement turn it into some sort of pass to enter the world of the movie itself? Shaking off these thoughts, Luong began acquiring some of the items. There were several things that Luong really liked. After several minutes, a huge pile of items had accumulated in front of Luong. Big knife spicy jerky, Leogama chili sauce, condoms. He placed all of these items into his spatial ring and turned his focus back to the chat channel. This was already the third day since everyone had arrived in the oceanic world. Some people were doing quite well, managing to have meals and drink some water, but others were nearly dying of starvation and thirst. Truthfully, many people had never even cooked or done anything for themselves at home. Suddenly throwing them into such an environment, even if a treasure chest appeared right in front of them, they wouldn't be able to use a hook to retrieve it. They could only watch helplessly as all sorts of supplies floated away, completely powerless. Can someone have mercy on me? Since I entered the oceanic world, I haven't had even a single bite of food or drop of water. This is my last breath. Saving a life is more virtuous than building a 7-story pagoda. Is anyone on the Frost Island? We could all team up, look out for each other. Mainly, Frost Island is extremely cold. I'm almost out of firewood. We could at least huddle together for warmth. Any players on the zombie island? I've been cornered on a high-rise building by a pack of zombies. Is there someone who can save me? I'll give all my resources to whoever comes. Included is a pack of Huazi cigarettes. Chapter 127, a math problem, measuring the depth of a pond. I'm also on the zombie island, but I can't come over to help you. I've got plenty of bullets here. If you want some, I can trade with you. After reading this message, Luong's eyes lit up. It seemed there were indeed plenty of weapons and bullets on the zombie island. Luong immediately contacted this person and after some discussion, felt very satisfied looking at the 20 bullets in his hand. These bullets would last him for quite some time. Once everything was prepared, Luong closed the chat window. His roasted chicken was already fully cooked. Thus, Luong took the roasted chicken and came before Tang Xuewei, saying, "The chicken is done. You can eat now." Tang Xuewei naturally did not hesitate, and immediately picked up a skewer of roasted chicken and began eating. While eating the roasted chicken himself, Luong watched the ice rabbit squirming on the ground. After watching for a bit, he seemed to understand something and asked, "Is the ice rabbit dancing?" After hearing this, Tang Xuewei smiled slightly and replied, "Yes. I was chatting with it earlier, and the conversation somehow turned to dancing. I told it that men like watching beautiful women dance. Then I taught it the bunny dance. It's surprisingly smart, learns fast, and now dances pretty well. A rabbit dancing the bunny dance." Luong truly couldn't appreciate it. He enjoyed watching beautiful women perform the bunny dance. Not a bunny. In his eyes, all rabbits looked the same. He couldn't tell one from another. He was face blind. Luong thought for a moment and asked, "Can you do the bunny dance?" Upon hearing this from Luong, Tang Xuewei smiled again and replied, "Of course I can. Want to see me dance?" Luong hadn't expected Tang Xuewei to be so talented. He smiled and said, "I'd love to, but not right now. Let's eat first. We can do it later when we have time." "I didn't even know you've studied dancing. It seems I'll be lucky enough to enjoy many of your talents in the future." Hearing this, Tang Xuewei smiled more and said, "You don't know much about me yet. I'll gradually show you more about myself. Let me ask you a math problem. Do you know how to measure the depth of a pond?" When Luong heard Tang Xuewei say this, he was momentarily stunned. Weren't they in the middle of eating? Why was she suddenly testing him on math? As an academic top scorer, Luong naturally wasn't worried about such a problem. He smiled slightly and said, "I guess you know that math is my strong suit, so your question won't be able to stump me. And if I answer it correctly, what then?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xuewei's face displayed an even wider smile, saying, "If you answer correctly, you can do whatever you want." Luong thought for a moment, then said, "To measure the depth of a pond, of course you need to use a stick. Just take a stick, insert it into the pond, and measure how deep it goes into the water. That measures the depth of the pond, right? This feels like a primary school problem. Since we're both university students now, why not try some higher mathematics? Linear equations, higher order differential equations, Vieta's formulas, the squeeze theorem, etc. Those are all relevant concepts." Tang Xuewei simply smiled and continued, "What if the stick isn't long enough?" Upon hearing this from Tang Xuewei, Luong was momentarily stunned. It seemed this problem wasn't as simple as he thought. It was quite likely a riddle meant to trick him. But Luong wouldn't fall for it. Smiling, he said, "My stick is long enough. It'll easily reach the bottom of the pond. Besides, I also have a legendary grade retractable hook. Its maximum length is a full 100 meters. As long as the pond isn't deeper than 100 meters, I can measure it effortlessly. And I might as well tell you one of my abilities. I'm very skilled in swimming. I can go down even the deepest ocean, let alone a small pond." Upon hearing this, Tang Xuewei's face instantly changed expression, with a hint of redness creeping across her cheeks. She said, "You're cheating. I won't discuss this with you anymore now, but I will make sure to ask you to personally measure it in the future. A math problem isn't only about the answer, but also involves the process. Finally, you need to verify whether your result is correct. If you're confident enough, just test it once. If not, you should measure multiple times and take the average so that the error is minimized." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng smiled and said, the math teacher would definitely agree with you. Since you asked me a math question, may I ask you a slightly sensitive question in return? Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Xiaowei was momentarily stunned. That math problem she had just posed wasn't just a simple one. Only those who excelled in biology could provide the correct answer. Clearly, Luo Feng wasn't good at biology and needed improvement. In contrast, her own biology skills were excellent. She scored 100 on every exam. At this moment, she also became interested in Luo Feng's question and spoke up. What question do you have? Go ahead and ask. After all, I am a beautiful and talented girl, so your question definitely won't stump me. Luo Feng's face now turned slightly embarrassed. He said, this question is too sensitive. If you can't answer it, that's totally fine. I won't push you for an answer. When Tang Xiaowei heard this, her face immediately started to turn a bit red. Was Luo Feng trying to play a trick on her? Could it be that Luo Feng wanted to ask such a question? However, since she was already Luo Feng's girl, there was no need to feel shy anymore. She took a deep breath and said, okay, I'm ready. Ask me any question, no matter how sensitive it is. I will answer it and won't run away. What are your thoughts on the form of Syria? Huh. Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Xiaowei nearly fainted. It felt like punching with all her strength into a pile of cotton. No resistance at all. After a moment, she helplessly replied, your question is too sensitive. I haven't paid much attention to it before, so I can't give an answer. Well then, it's fine if you can't answer. Hurry up and eat the chicken. We'll head out later to pull up some carrots. As Luo Feng spoke, he handed a skewer of roasted chicken to Tang Shuiying. The ice rabbit, listening to the conversation between the man and woman in front of it, felt extremely confused. Why could it understand every word they said, yet when put together, none of it made sense? Primary school? University? This is a skewer of roasted chicken for you. 30 minutes later, Luo Feng and Tang Xiaowei had finished eating their chicken and packed up their things. Luo Feng looked at the giant turtle in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the giant turtle disappeared into Luo Feng's spatial ring. Chapter 128 Perfect Grade Snowflake Beer. Then Luo Feng looked at Bing Tu and said, you can lead the way to the ice carrot field. If I can obtain high-grade ice carrots, you will surely reap great rewards. Upon hearing this from Luo Feng, Bing Tu didn't hesitate at all and began hopping forward joyfully. An hour later, Luo Feng still saw Bing Tu walking ahead and said, Bing Tu, stop for a moment. I have a very serious question to ask you. How far away is this ice carrot field exactly? It's not going to take much longer, is it? If so, let me know earlier. I'll just have to use a windwalking talisman to carry us all the rest of the way. I didn't originally want to waste the duration of the windwalking talisman, but if it's too far, then I have no choice. After all, my time is extremely valuable. Hearing this from Luo Feng, Bing Tu stopped and started gesturing with her body. Luo Feng glanced at Bing Tu, then turned his gaze toward Tang Xiaowei beside him. Tang Xiaowei naturally understood what Luo Feng meant with his glance. After observing Bing Tu's gestures, she carefully organized her words and said, Bing Tu says that at our current pace, we still have at least 10 hours to go before reaching there. Previously, she went there by running. Hearing this from Tang Xiaowei, Luo Feng was immediately taken aback and said, 10 hours is way too long. Get on the boat, all of you. As he spoke, Luo Feng took out a wooden boat from his spatial ring. This was a wooden boat schematic Luo Feng had purchased previously while wandering through the trading area. This was already in a severely damaged state and couldn't be used any longer. When Tang Xiaowei saw the wooden boat suddenly appear, she was momentarily stunned, an expression of great surprise spreading across her face as she asked, isn't this kind of wooden boat meant for use on the sea? How can it be used on land? It's moving. In Tang Xiaowei's shocked gaze, the wooden boat began to move forward without any external propulsion. Seeing Tang Xiaowei's astonished expression, Luo Feng gave a slight smile and said, come aboard, it's just a little trick, no need to be overly surprised. Without hesitation, Luo Feng stepped onto the wooden boat first. Having the windwalking talisman was really convenient. It was a pity that the windwalking talisman could only allow objects to move forward on a flat surface. It couldn't make objects fly. Otherwise, Luo Feng would basically have his own spaceship already. Tang Xiaowei didn't hesitate either and just extended her hand toward Luo Feng, planning for him to help her onto the boat. Suddenly, her expression changed. Noticing the change in Tang Xiaowei's face, Luo Feng asked in concern, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Tang Xiaowei's face turned slightly awkward as she said, I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. Probably because I ate too much banana, apple, and coconut water. Wait for me a moment, it won't take long. Hearing this from Tang Xiaowei, Luo Feng finally understood. He had originally thought something serious had happened. He relaxed slightly and said, okay then, go ahead, don't go too far away. Call me immediately if you encounter danger. Without wasting any time, Tang Xiaowei headed toward a patch of ice grass. The ice grass looked just like normal grass in color, although a small portion of it was transparent ice grass. Of course, in Luo Feng's vision talisman's eyes, this ice grass was as if non-existent. However, Luo Feng would never stoop to the level of secretly spying on others. Isn't this interesting? You originally didn't have the urge to pee, but once someone says they need to pee, you instantly feel the urge coming on. Therefore, Luo Feng got off the boat and randomly found an empty patch of ground to relieve himself on a patch of ice grass. Might as well call it fertilizing the ice grass. Very quickly, Luo Feng finished. As Luo Feng was about to get back on the boat, suddenly, he heard Tang Xiaowei's voice shouting, Luo Feng, hurry over here. I found something. Hearing this voice, Luo Feng immediately accelerated and in an instant, arrived beside Tang Xiaowei. When Tang Xiaowei saw Luo Feng appear beside her in less than 3 seconds, she was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Luo Feng had been very close by all along? Did Luo Feng? Seeing Tang Xiaowei's strange expression, Luo Feng immediately understood her thoughts and hastily explained, I have a speed-boosting item. When I just heard your voice, I thought you might have been in danger, so I came over as quickly as I could. Don't misunderstand me. I'm a decent man through and through. You can completely trust me. Hearing this from Luo Feng and her previous suspicions dispelled, a warm feeling gradually filled Tang Xue's heart. This was the feeling of being cared for by someone. How wonderful it was. She didn't waste any time either. Pointing her finger in a certain direction, she said, "Look over there. There's actually a silver treasure chest on the ice tree." Following Tang Xue's finger, Luo Feng looked over and indeed spotted a snow-covered silver treasure chest resting on the ice tree. This silver treasure chest was covered in snowflakes and nearly blended into the ice tree's color. Without a careful look, it would have been nearly impossible to notice. Luo Feng took out a legendary level axe of creation from his spatial ring and said, "Step back a bit. I'll cut this ice tree down and retrieve the silver treasure chest." Upon hearing this from Luo Feng, Tang Xue stood up and began moving backward. Under her shocked gaze, the axe in Luo Feng's hand started to grow larger. Then came a loud bang. The massive ice tree crashed down. Obtained ice tree, plus 1,000-fold reward. Obtained ice tree, plus 1,000. Right now, Luo Feng didn't really care about such ice trees. Aside from quenching thirst, they seemed to have little other use. Luo Feng approached the snow-covered silver treasure chest. As Luo Feng got closer, the treasure chest unexpectedly began emitting a large amount of snow. The temperature around it dropped instantly. Even though Luo Feng had already consumed a perfect-grade cream popsicle, he still couldn't help but feel a sudden wave of cold. Looks like this silver treasure chest wasn't ordinary. If a regular person approached a treasure chest like this without preparation, they might very well get frozen by the snow. Without hesitation, Luo Feng directly extended his right hand and placed it on the snow-covered silver treasure chest, then opened it. Opening the snow-covered silver treasure chest. Obtained good-grade snowflake beer, plus 12 bottles. Obtained common snowboard blueprint, plus 1. Obtained common rock candy, plus 1 bag. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained perfect-grade snowflake beer, plus 120 bottles. Obtained perfect-grade snowmobile blueprint, plus 1. Obtained excellent-grade rock candy, plus 100 bags. Seeing the items in front of him, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. The contents obtained this time were somewhat different than usual. Chapter 129, Orange-flavored rock candy. Snowflake beer? Was it the same as the snowflake beer that Luo Feng had imagined? Luo Feng immediately shifted his attention to the snowflake beer, curious about what the perfect rank version looked like. Snowflake beer. Rank, perfect. Description, bottle cap prize, another free one. Sorry, wrong venue. Once this snowflake beer is opened, it will cause snowflakes to fall around you, creating a delightfully extravagant drinking atmosphere. There are also large amounts of actual snowflakes inside the beer, giving you the sensation of snow drifting as you drink. Function, grants temporary control over ice and snow for a short period. Duration, 10 minutes. Note, if you encounter a beast, don't panic. Just drink a bottle of snowflake beer and fight. After reading the description of the perfect rank snowflake beer, Luo Feng's face broke into a smile. Did this mean that drinking one bottle would allow him to control ice and snow? An ice arrow sniper? An ice mage? Looks like he should definitely try out the effects of this perfect rank snowflake beer sometime soon. Then, Luo Feng focused his attention on the perfect rank snowmobile blueprint. Judging by the name alone, it must be a great mode of transportation. The description of the perfect rank snowmobile blueprint appeared in front of him. Perfect rank snowmobile, 1,000 wood, 3,000 metal sheets, 1,000 plastic, 100 glass, 5 hours. Snowmobile. Rank, perfect. Description, this snowmobile only requires ice blocks as a power source. It can reach a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Riding it allows you to race freely through snow fields without being affected by cold winds. Another fantastic item. Looks like his wooden boat was now useless. Start crafting. Ding, congratulations to the player. The crafting of perfect rank snowmobile has begun. Crafting time, 5 hours. Finally, Luo Feng turned his attention toward the excellent rank rock candy. He couldn't be blamed for not knowing better. Rock candy in excellent rank? This was truly an eye-opening experience. When Luo Feng saw the description of the excellent rank rock candy, he was utterly amazed. Rock candy. Rank, excellent. Description, this rock candy offers a smooth texture and a rich flavor. Eating a single piece can also help train your tongue's flexibility, making your articulation more dexterous. Flavors, apple, banana, milk, watermelon, papaya, cola, orange. Looking at the excellent rank rock candy in his hand, Luo Feng couldn't put it down. With these candies, his oral skills would improve significantly. And there were so many different flavors. It looked like he'd definitely enjoy good fortune from now on. At that moment, Tang Xuewei stood far away and spoke. Luo Feng, did you find anything? Can I come take a look? Hearing Tang Xuewei's words, Luo Feng turned around immediately and replied, you don't need to come over. I'll come to you. Soon, Luo Feng approached Tang Xuewei holding a bag of excellent rank rock candy and said, from that silver treasure chest just now, I obtained 3 items. Perfect rank snowflake beer, perfect rank snowmobile blueprint, and excellent rank rock candy. Upon hearing Luo Feng list off such high-level items, Tang Xuewei's eyes filled with surprise, and she couldn't help exclaiming, Luo Feng, you're so amazing. I never thought that a luck value of 36 could be this powerful. Compared to you, mine is only 18. Being with you, would my lower luck bring yours down? Hearing what Tang Xuewei said, Luo Feng smiled slightly and replied, don't worry, being with me will only raise my luck. How could you possibly reduce it? Don't say things like that again. Look at what good stuff I brought for you. As he spoke, Luo Feng handed the bag of excellent rank rock candy to Tang Xuewei. Tang Xuewei took the excellent rank rock candy, and after reading its description, her face shifted from shock to embarrassment. She murmured softly, Luo Feng, thank you for the rock candy. I will eat it often. Luo Feng waved his hand, and a perfect rank snowmobile materialized on the ground. Startled by the sudden appearance of the motorcycle, Tang Xuewei was taken aback. Just a moment ago Luo Feng had mentioned obtaining a perfect rank snowmobile blueprint. and yet he already manufactured it, so fast. Though Tang Xiaowei hadn't crafted any high-level items herself yet, she knew very well that the higher the item rank, the more materials and time were needed. Aren't you coming aboard already? Hurry up and get on. It's time to go pull some carrots. Okay. Only then did Tang Xiaowei react, and quickly climbed onto Luo Feng's vehicle. Hey Luo Feng, how is your driving skill? My driving is decent. Although this is my first time riding a snowmobile, I used to often ride shared bikes, so I imagine the two aren't that different. But just to be safe, you'd better hold me tight. Luo Feng wasn't joking with Tang Xiaowei. Back then, to prepare for his driver's license and for convenience traveling back and forth, he had decisively subscribed to a shared bike membership without hesitation. Riding with both hands was not a big deal to him. Even riding with one hand was routine. Sometimes, he could even steer without holding the handlebars at all. But one day, when he accidentally rode straight into a small river ditch without using his hands, he decided to keep that skill hidden. After hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Xiaowei thought for a moment and began reaching out her hands to hug Luo Feng around his waist. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, "By the way, Luo Feng, what flavor of fruit do you like?" Luo Feng wasn't able to answer Tang Xiaowei's question immediately, as he basically had no food preferences. Thus, he replied, "All flavors are fine. Anything tastes good. Eating the same flavor repeatedly can become boring. It'd be nice if we could eat some oranges now. It's been a long time since I last tasted one. You'll get to eat one soon enough. Wait a moment while I take a candy." Saying that, Tang Xiaowei took an orange-flavored excellent rank rock candy from the bag and popped it into her mouth. She then thoughtfully asked, "Do you want a piece of candy too?" Truthfully, Luo Feng wasn't overly fond of sweets, and he needed to focus on driving shortly, so he said, "You eat it. I need to concentrate on driving. Since it's my first time riding this, I can't afford to get distracted. Be careful too. Don't let the candy get stuck in your throat." "Okay, you focus on driving. I'm ready." After placing the orange-flavored rock candy into her mouth, Tang Xiaowei hugged Luo Feng's waist again. Feeling Tang Xiaowei's touch around his waist, Luo Feng perked up and turned to the ice rabbit, saying, "Hurry up and finish eating that ice radish in your hand, then lead the way in front. If we have a good haul this time, there'll be rewards for you too. You're treating a good rank ice radish as a treasure now? When we get back, I'll show you what an epic rank fruit looks like." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the ice rabbit looked at the ice radish in its hand and began eating immediately. Dozens of seconds later, the entire good rank ice radish had been devoured. Then, the ice rabbit leaped forward energetically. Equals is identical to Sigmitsu. Chapter 130, The Snow Brothers. The ice rabbit suddenly jumped several meters away. Oof, looks like this rabbit's got some real strength in it. Luo Feng activated his perfect level snowmobile and began accelerating after the ice rabbit. The rabbit was incredibly fast, almost as if it were on some kind of stimulant. From behind, Luo Feng could barely manage to keep the snowmobile on its trail. After all, this was a frigid island. The ground was naturally uneven and bumpy. Sometimes when there was an obstacle ahead, Luo Feng had to brake quickly. Each time he braked, he felt a strong sense of acceleration pressing him against his seat. The sensation could be summed up in one word: awesome. After a bumpy journey, Luo Feng and the others finally reached their destination. Suddenly, the ice rabbit in front of them came to a stop. Seeing this, Luo Feng immediately stepped on the brakes. Because of the sudden stop, Tang Xiaowei on the back ended up completely falling forward and landing on Luo Feng's back. Luo Feng had been about to complain about the rabbit stopping so abruptly, but as he felt the impact from behind, all he could think was, "Well done." Without thinking much, Luo Feng dismounted from the perfect level snowmobile. Looking ahead, he didn't see any ice carrots. Had the ice rabbit made a mistake? As Luo Feng was about to speak, suddenly a sharp bird-like cry pierced the sky. He followed the sound and saw, in the distant sky, an enormous ice sculpture soaring overhead. And below the sculpture, he spotted what looked like the leafy tops of carrots. Seeing that, Luo Feng immediately understood they'd finally arrived. It seemed the ice rabbit was afraid of the giant ice sculpture and didn't dare get closer. "What a huge ice sculpture!" Tang Xiaowei exclaimed in awe, seeing the several meters long colossus. Before Luo Feng could even respond to Tang Xuanying's words, the giant ice sculpture in the sky suddenly accelerated and dove downward. But it wasn't attacking Luo Feng, it was targeting the field of ice carrots. Moving with incredible speed, it was about to reach the field in an instant. Then, from within the ice carrot field, two massive snowballs launched out. The ice sculpture quickly twisted its body, dodging one snowball, but the second struck it directly. Its movement was immediately affected, its speed dropping rapidly. The ice sculpture flapped its wings several times in a hurry. The ice covering its body scattered away entirely. Now free, it quickly resumed normal movement and soared back into the sky. Seeing this, Luo Feng was shocked. Could it be that the ice carrot field was dangerous? Could it fire snowballs? Just as Luo Feng was puzzled, the next scene that unfolded almost made him gasp out loud. He saw two snowmen emerge from the ice carrot field. These snowmen seemed strangely familiar. Instantly, a name came to his mind. The Snow Brothers? He had actually encountered the Snow Brothers. As a dedicated gaming enthusiast, Luo Feng had played not just dozens, but hundreds of games, perhaps not 1,000, but at least 100. He wasn't only into current popular titles, he had also tried many older classics. King of Glory, PUBG, Speed Drifters, Crossfire, Miracle, Audition, Temple Run, Fishing Joy, Candy Crush Saga, Three Kingdoms, Tomorrow, Landlord, Identity, Need for Speed, NBA, Brawl Stars, Basketball, Clash of Balls. Besides those, he'd also played plenty of retro titles. King of Fighters, MapleStory, Contra, The Snow Brothers, Super Mario. Back in the day, Luo Feng had played these games with a gamepad. What left a vivid impression on him was a CD he once owned called 300-in-1 Classic Games. It had contained a full 300 games, and Luo Feng had played every single one of them into oblivion. All of this clearly showed how rich his gaming experience truly was. Luo Feng wasn't listing this off to brag. He was simply in awe that he had actually found the Snow Brothers on a random island in this ocean world. This made the situation even more intriguing. If this was the case, then maybe characters from other games would also appear in the ocean world. For Luo Feng, this was truly great news. As he was deep in thought, suddenly the giant ice sculpture in the sky flapped its wings rapidly. In front of it, numerous large ice spears appeared. The spears were massive in size and great in number. Once formed, they shot directly toward the Snow Brothers. The Snow Brothers didn't back down either, and in front of them, a large snowball appeared to meet the attack head-on. In an instant, the two forces collided, causing a massive explosion. Snow and ice flew in all directions. Luo Feng watched this unfold and realized the Snow Brothers weren't bad in a fight. But before he could even take a few seconds to praise them, a massive ice spike began forming in front of the giant ice sculpture. Within just a few seconds, an enormous ice spike over a meter thick appeared before the sculpture. This made Luo Feng feel a bit nervous just watching. If someone got hit by that, they'd be instantly torn to shreds. Then, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward the Snow Brothers, wanting to see how they would handle such an attack. What? The Snow Brothers actually started running away. This truly shocked Luo Feng. Could it be that their combat power was this weak? Luo Feng definitely couldn't watch as the Snow Brothers were killed by the giant ice sculpture. No matter where you went, this was still a society where looks mattered. Of course, you had to help people you knew. Thinking this, Luo Feng pulled out his cloud-piercing bow without hesitation and shot 3 arrows in quick succession toward the giant ice sculpture and the enormous ice spike. The first arrow was a lightning arrow, incredibly fast. It struck the giant ice sculpture just as it was casting its attack. Ice was a conductor of electricity, and instantly the lightning spread across the sculpture's body. The giant sculpture had sensed the arrow flying toward it just moments ago. It tried to dodge, but the arrow was too fast. It had no time to evade. Now suffering from the lightning attack, the sculpture immediately launched the ice spike in front of it toward the Snow Brothers. The continuous lightning strike affected the sculpture's movements. Then, the second arrow, a fire arrow, struck the sculpture, and flames began spreading across its body. Lightning and fire clashed. The sculpture's body sustained serious damage and began flying erratically through the air. Meanwhile, the massive ice spike continued hurtling toward the Snow Brothers. Of course, the Snow Brothers also noticed this situation and began putting the healing potions they had already taken out back into their pockets. It seemed this time, they wouldn't need to use the potion to escape. At that moment, the giant ice spike in midair was struck by an arrow. Explosive arrow. Chapter 131. Cheesy plot? You aren't going to rescue the princess, are you? The giant ice spike instantly began to explode, with large chunks of ice scattering everywhere from midair. This scene utterly shocked the Snowman Brothers. Could an arrow really cause such incredible damage? If that hit their bodies, their fate would probably be similar to this ice spike. Thinking this, they quickly looked around, trying to spot the archer. Luo Feng saw that the situation was under control and sheathed his legendary grade piercing cloud bow, then mounted his perfect grade snowmobile and said, "Let's go take a look." This was the first time Tang Xiuwei had seen Luo Feng using a bow and arrow, and she was truly amazed by his actions. Who knew Luo Feng also had such impressive archery skills? Hearing what Luo Feng said, she wasted no time and directly got onto the snowmobile, hugging Luo Feng's waist tightly. Soon, Luo Feng brought Tang Xiuwei and the ice rabbit to the vicinity of the ice radish field. The Snowman Brothers noticed Luo Feng's arrival and began moving towards him. The giant ice sculpture finally could no longer hold itself together and fell heavily from the sky. With a loud thud, it caused an enormous impact. However, the giant ice sculpture wasn't dead and began struggling on the ground. When the Snowman Brothers reached Luo Feng, they spoke, "Thank you all for your help." Looking at the two snowmen in front of him, Luo Feng carefully examined them, and they looked exactly like enlarged versions of the snowmen from the game. Also, Luo Feng had previously noticed the red potion in the snowman's hands. Based on his game experience, if Luo Feng hadn't guessed wrong, drinking that red potion could increase their speed. If there was a red potion, there should also be a blue potion. Luo Feng thought for a moment and then said, "It was just a small favor, no need to be too grateful. If you could answer a few of my questions, I would be quite satisfied." Hearing Luo Feng's words, the Snowman Brothers were not surprised, because they already knew that these people in front of them were outsiders. So the Snowman Brothers replied, "You may ask. We can answer some of your questions." Luo Feng looked at the Snowman Brothers in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Upon hearing Luo Feng's question, the Snowman Brothers were stunned for a moment. They thought they should be the ones asking that question to the people in front of them. They were actually turning the table directly, but in the end, this person in front of them was their savior. Although they could run away after drinking the red potion, it was a very precious item. They still needed to save it for their own tasks. Using it here would be a huge loss. Most importantly, this person in front of them was incredibly strong. If they didn't cooperate well, leaving this place today might prove to be rather difficult. Thinking of this, Shweta spoke first. "I am Shweta. This is my younger brother, Shwaer. We come from the Snow Country. We have come out of the Snow Country this time to complete a task. We just passed by here and found quite a few high-level ice radishes, so we plan to take some. But unexpectedly, we encountered such a huge ice sculpture. Truly, we are very grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, the two of us would have been in danger." Listening to the snowman's words, Luo Feng began to think deeply. First of all, he couldn't help but mentally Lutsao, that is, comment in his mind sarcastically, about how simple the names of the Snowman Brothers were. Shweta Shwaer? Then shouldn't there also be Xiongda and Xiong'er? Luo Feng strongly suspected that this name given by the Snowman Brothers was made up on the spot. But Luo Feng didn't pay much attention to the names. His attention had already focused on the Snow Country. The Snow Country? Was there another nation on this frigid island? From the name, did that mean everyone there was a snowman? Although, when Luo Feng heard the Snowman Brothers' purpose for coming here, his face turned very complex. Based on his gaming experience, weren't the Snowman Brothers after the Snow Mountain Princess? If that was really the case, then it would truly be too cheesy. Besides playing games, Luong also read quite a few novels in his spare time. According to the common plot in novels, could it be that he was about to gain some romantic fortune? Fueled by curiosity, Luong asked, "May I ask you a bold question? Your mission this time isn't, by any chance, to go save a princess." When the Snowman Brothers heard Luong's words, their expressions immediately changed, not because Luong had guessed correctly, but because Luong had the audacity to ask about this very mission. Their mission was directly tied to the security of the Snow Country, and they absolutely could not mention it to any outsiders. Luong saw the snowman's expressions and immediately knew. He was right. It really was about rescuing a princess. If the princess was beautiful, Luong would be willing to lend a helping hand. Just as Luong was lost in his fantasy, Shredda spoke. "Our mission is not to rescue a princess. As for the exact nature of our task, that's classified information, we cannot tell you. We hope you can understand. After we finish talking with you, we must proceed with our mission. We can't waste too much time here. In the future, if you ever come to the Snow Country, feel free to look up us Snowman Brothers, and we will warmly welcome you." Hearing the Snowman Brothers' words, Luong was momentarily stunned. How come they weren't following the usual script? He thought for a moment and then asked, "Does your Snow Country even have a Snow White princess?" "No." "What about a Snow Mountain princess?" "No." "A Crystal Ice princess then?" "Then what kind of princess do you even have?" "We don't have any princess at all. If that's the case, I won't visit your Snow Country anymore." Hardly had Luong finished speaking before he suddenly felt a sharp pain from his waist. It was Tang Shuowei pinching him. Looking at Tang Shuowei, Luong forced a smile and said, "Just kidding. It's just that movies always portray things that way." Tang Shuowei replied with a displeased tone, "Am I not good enough for you? Men are all flirty by nature. It's truly as people say, even if..." Hearing Tang Shuowei's words, Luong froze for a moment. Could it be? His face showed an awkward expression as he said, "You alone are more than enough. Since you're the first one to be with me, there will only ever be you in the future." Chapter 132, No Snow White, but there is the Snow Goddess. When Tang Shuowei heard what Luong said, she was taken aback. Then, her face began to turn slightly red. She felt somewhat flustered and softly muttered, I. Seeing Tang Shuowei's reaction, Luong smiled slightly and said, "If you're unwilling, you can let someone else have it." "I'm willing." "Who said I'm not willing?" "Anyway, this was your idea. I'm definitely remembering this. I'll see how you explain this to them later." Suddenly gathering her courage, Tang Shuowei grinned playfully and replied. The Snowman Brothers stood beside them, utterly confused as they stared at the two humans, completely unable to understand what they were talking about. After all, the reproduction method of snowmen was different from that of humans, so naturally they didn't experience emotions exactly like humans. The Snowman Brother thought for a moment before speaking. "I assume the two of you have only recently arrived at the Frigid Island. Our Snow Country is quite well known on this island. It is protected by the Snow Goddess. The Snow Country is ruled by the Snow Queen, Envy. There are no princesses like the ones you mentioned. Since you have no intention of visiting our Snow Country, I won't give you my pass." Hearing the Snowman Brothers' words, Luong was slightly shocked inwardly. No princesses, but a goddess instead? In that case, he definitely had to go and take a look at the Snow Country. After all, this was the hometown of the Snowman Brothers. Who knew what interesting things might be there? Suddenly, Luong remembered something and took out an ocean coin, asking, "Do you recognize this?" The Snowman Brothers looked at the ocean coin in Luong's hand, startled, and replied, "This is an ocean coin, used to purchase items. With an ocean coin, you can trade with any creature. It's the universal currency throughout the ocean world. One ocean coin can be exchanged for 1,000 snow coins in the Snow Country." Upon hearing this, Luong contemplated thoughtfully. If he had 10,000 ocean coins, wouldn't that mean 1,000,000 snow coins? That was a significant fortune. It became even clearer that Luong must visit the Snow Country. Luong had a very strong intuition that something of great importance awaited him in the Snow Country. Thinking of this, Luong said, "I've decided again to head to your Snow Country. Please give me the pass." The Snowman Brothers weren't surprised by Luong's words. As soon as they saw the ocean coin Luong had taken out, they had already anticipated this situation. Actually, they had already planned to invite Luong to visit their Snow Country, because their Snow Country was about to face a crisis, and if Luong could come to the Snow Country, perhaps he would provide them with much-needed help. Therefore, Shredda took out 2 passes from his pocket and handed them to Luong. Luong took the passes and saw the giant snowflake-like characters reading Snow Country on them. Noticing nothing special about them, he immediately placed the 2 passes into his spatial ring. Looking at the ice rabbit beside him, Luong thought for a moment before saying, "Can you also provide a pass for it? It might follow us into the Snow Country." The Snowman Brothers followed Luong's gaze toward the ice rabbit and replied, "We've seen this ice rabbit in the Snow Country before. It can enter the Snow Country without a pass. This ice rabbit is somewhat special." Noticing the group talking about her, the ice rabbit waved at them and continued to focus on pulling out the ice radishes. Luong was taken aback upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the ice rabbit to have already visited the Snow Country before. It seemed that the ice rabbit's past experiences were indeed extraordinary. After considering briefly, Luong said, "Fine, that settles it. You two still have missions to attend to, right? You should hurry and get back to work. We'll meet again when we get to the Snow Country." The Snowman Brothers heard Luong and looked toward the distant ice radishes, saying nothing further. They had to rush back to complete their task. Thus, the Snowman Brothers said, "All right, then we shall part ways now. We shall meet again another day." Without lingering, they started to leave. After the Snowman Brothers had departed, Luong approached the massive ice sculpture nearby. The massive ice sculpture had not completely died yet, continuously struggling. It seemed that the massive ice sculpture had truly incredible vitality. As Luo Feng approached, sharp ice cones started forming around it. Seeing this situation, Luo Feng did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out his legendary sky-piercing axe. The sky-piercing axe quickly grew in size in his hands. Then, with one swing of the axe, the giant ice sculpture's head and body were separated. After the giant ice sculpture died, its body began to slowly disappear. About 10 seconds had passed. The entire body of the giant ice sculpture was gone. In its place appeared some items. An ice bow, 10 ice arrows, and 1 ocean coin. As Luo Feng approached the items, the system prompt rang out. Defeated an elite-level giant ice sculpture. Obtained elite-level ice bow, +1. Obtained elite-level ice arrow, +1. Obtained ocean coin, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained epic-level frost bow, +10. Obtained elite-level ice arrow, +100,000. Obtained ocean coin, +10,000. For a moment, Luo Feng had no words as he looked at the frost bow in his hand. The system actually rewarded him with 10 frost bows, more than he could ever use. Even if he gave 1 frost bow to each girl, he could only use 3 of them. Could that mean he needed to find 10 women? That would be impossible for him to handle. Luo Feng began to check the attributes of the epic-level frost bow. Frost bow, level, epic. Description: this frost bow is forged from 69-year-old frost ice, carrying tremendous freezing power. If used with ordinary arrows, it will provide a certain amount of frost attribute enhancement. When used with the matching frost arrows, it will unleash a massive amount of frost power. Frost arrow, level, elite. Description: this frost arrow is forged from 19-year-old frost ice, carrying certain freezing power. When used in conjunction with the frost bow, it will unleash a powerful freezing effect. Upon hitting the target, it will freeze the enemy in place, waiting for you to collect it. Luo Feng glanced at the quantity of the frost arrows, exactly 100,000 of them. He didn't know how long it would take him to use all of them. It seemed like in the future, when fighting normal animals, he should just use the frost arrows instead. Thinking of this, Luo Feng looked at Tang Xiuwei, who was helping the ice rabbit pull out ice radishes not far away, and said, "Xiuwei, come here for a moment. Leave those ice radishes here for now. Let the ice rabbit pull them out slowly. I have something good to show you." Chapter 133, Snow Country, searching for a way to leave Sea Area 9527. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Xiuwei turned to the ice rabbit and said, "You can slowly pull carrots here by yourself. I'll go first." Tang Xiuwei walked over to Luo Feng. Seeing the bow in his hand, she asked curiously, "Is this the item that dropped from the giant ice sculpture just now?" It's really amazing that there was an ice bow inside the sculpture's body. Luo Feng handed the epic level frost bow to Tang Xiuwei and said, "From now on, this epic frost bow will belong to you. If I remember correctly, you did study archery for a while. You sisters indeed have many hobbies. Whether it's learning taekwondo, sanda, or archery. Not only are you beautiful, but also multi-talented. You both were truly goddess-level figures in our entire school back then." Upon hearing these words from Luo Feng, Tang Xiuwei smiled, because everything he said was true. At that time, the number of guys chasing her could circle the earth twice. Suddenly, she thought of something and her cheeks turned red. Softly, she muttered, "Guess you got the bargain then, didn't you?" Luo Feng smiled and said, "From now on, keep this frost bow to protect yourself. I think it's necessary to prepare a space ring for you. You don't have anywhere to store your items. Later, I'll go to the trading desk first and buy you a small space item to use temporarily. I'll replace it with a bigger one later." "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Tang Xiuwei accepted the epic frost bow. After reading the bow's description, she wore a shocked expression. She looked at Luo Feng and said, "Luo Feng, I only know a little archery skill. It would be a waste giving me such a great bow. I'd rather use a regular bow." Hearing these words from Tang Xiuwei, Luo Feng waved his hand, and instantly a large pile of frost arrows and several frost bows appeared on the ground. Seeing the items on the ground, Tang Xiuwei looked utterly incredulous. How could Luo Feng have so many epic frost bows, not to mention the frost arrows stacked like a little hill? Seeing Tang Xiuwei's shocked expression, Luo Feng explained, "Feel free to use these frost arrows. Shoot as much as you like. Don't worry about wasting them. I have plenty of frost arrows here. Now that you're already my woman, from now on you don't need to worry about supplies like this anymore. You should focus on improving your combat strength as soon as possible. The creatures we will encounter in the future will only become stronger. If you don't have the ability to protect yourself, I'll have to split my attention." Upon hearing these words, Tang Xiuwei naturally understood what Luo Feng meant. Previously, she had been worried about becoming a burden to him, which was why she kept practicing hard on her raft to improve her strength. Now, after witnessing Luo Feng's power, she became even more determined to quickly improve her own strength. She didn't want to be just a decorative ornament. If she made Luo Feng worry about her in the future, she definitely wouldn't accept that situation. Thinking about it, Tang Xiuwei looked at Luo Feng with firm determination and said, "All right, I will strive to improve my strength. I hope that one day, I can fight side by side with you." Seeing Tang Xiuwei's expression, Luo Feng smiled and said, "I've never studied archery before. The reason I could shoot so accurately just now was because I obtained an archery skill book. Next time, if I encounter a similar skill book, I'll give it to you. It can quickly enhance your abilities, so you don't need to feel too pressured. Just take it slowly. Enough talking. Let's go check on the ice carrots first. Then we'll head to the snow country. I have quite a lot of sea coins here. Once we enter snow country, we should be able to buy many good items. After all, a country must have many goods inside. I wonder if the people in snow country know a way to leave Sea Area 9527. Luo Feng had only these two purposes for going to snow country. The most important one was the last one, finding a way to leave Sea Area 9527. Based on Luo Feng's years of gaming experience, since Sea Area 9527 was essentially a beginner village, there must be a way to leave. This survival ocean game had an extremely high degree of freedom. Many things could only be explored by the players themselves, or certain functions would automatically trigger only after meeting specific conditions. The previous resource leaderboard and wealth leaderboard were good examples. Now Luophone wanting to leave this starting sea area would certainly require reaching certain conditions. These oceanic creatures were essentially equivalent to NPCs in a video game. Interacting with them more might even allow you to pick up a quest. If we can find a way to leave the beginner sea area and reach a higher level one, that would be absolutely great. Deep down, Luophone was still very worried about Tang Shuiying's safety, hoping she hadn't encountered any danger. Thinking about it, Luophone no longer hesitated and headed toward this field of ice carrots. These ice carrots formed several concentric circles. From the outside in, the ice carrots gradually increased in size. When Luophone reached the innermost circle, he saw a single supersized ice carrot that was nearly a meter thick. Seeing this giant ice carrot, Luopheng's eyes lit up with excitement. Just from its size, it was clearly a top-grade item. Without hesitation, Luophone stepped directly in front of the giant ice carrot and touched it with his hand, feeling its icy chill. He tried shaking the giant ice carrot, but surprisingly, it didn't budge at all. Then Luophone increased his force, yet the giant ice carrot still remained motionless. Luophone began to take out his epic-level spear and dug into the ground around the giant ice carrot. He directly carved a gap in the icy earth surrounding it. This was completely within Luopheng's expectations. With an epic-level spear, piercing through ice was as easy as piercing through mud. Digging some soil should be effortless. 10 minutes later, as Luophone kept digging, he started to feel something was off. Because as he dug deeper, the icy soil became increasingly difficult to dig. Its hardness seemed to keep increasing. An epic-level spear could pierce iron as easily as dirt. Yet now, when faced with this icy soil, even the epic spear began showing signs of strain. Could this icy soil actually be harder than steel? How is that possible? How could there be such hard icy soil? And on top of that, ice carrots could even grow from it? Something was clearly not right here. Could this patch of icy land have something special about it? The moment this thought emerged in Luopheng's mind, it refused to leave. He pondered for a moment, then took out his legendary level X-ray talisman and used it immediately. Chapter 134, The Frost Treasure Chest. The icy land before his eyes started to become illusory. When Luophone looked directly beneath the giant ice radish, he noticed something strange beneath. His eyes first showed shock, then surprise, and finally, joy and great delight. A silver treasure chest? A silver chest completely encased in ice. The silver chest was actually right beneath this giant ice radish. And this very spot was the exact center where all these ice radishes gathered together. Could it be that this place's formation had something to do with the silver treasure chest underground? If it weren't for Luophone, who else could possibly discover a treasure chest buried several meters underground? These treasure chests are indeed truly everywhere. Looks like I should occasionally use the legendary grade X-ray rune to check around. Seeing this situation, Luophone immediately felt energized. He grabbed his epic grade spear and began digging rapidly. When Luophone reached a depth of 2 meters, he suddenly heard a clear sound. It wasn't the sound of his epic grade spear striking the silver chest. Rather, it was the spear hitting the layer of frost ice surrounding the silver chest. At the sound, Luopheng's heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. As expected, this ice was so tough that even an epic grade spear, sharp enough to cut through iron like tofu, couldn't pierce through it. It was easy to imagine that the silver chest must definitely contain something excellent. Thinking about it, Luophone felt increasingly excited. His movements with his hands grew even quicker. Eventually, after quite some effort from Luophone, he finally pulled out a silver treasure chest wrapped in frost and placed it on the ground. Tang Shuiying looked at the silver chest before Luophone. Each side of it was only 20 centimeters long, and saw that the frost on top of it was about 30 centimeters thick. She curiously asked, "This is the silver treasure chest you spent hours digging out from beneath that giant ice radish?" During these few hours, both me and the ice rabbit have already pulled out all the thinner ice radishes nearby. There are still several rings of thicker ones we couldn't even pull out. Upon hearing this, Luophone smiled slightly and said, "These ice radishes are just minor things. The real highlight is this silver chest in front of us. However, the frost surrounding the silver chest is extremely hard, and the temperature is also very low. Whatever you do, don't touch it with your bare hands, or your hands will be instantly frozen. Even though we've consumed perfect grade cream popsicles and gained some cold resistance, that doesn't mean we are immune to being frozen solid." After hearing Luopheng's words, Tang Shuiying instinctively took a few steps back, then suddenly realized something and asked, "When did I eat a perfect grade cream popsicle? I don't remember at all." Luophone remembered how he once fed Tang Shuiying the popsicle with his mouth when she was unconscious. He quickly replied, "That was when you were unconscious earlier. I fed it to you. Now isn't the time to talk about this. I'm about to break through the frost surrounding the silver chest. You take a few steps back." Upon hearing this, Tang Shuiying, who was already not very close, kept stepping backward until she had retreated 10 meters. Luophone judged her distance was enough and said, "Okay, you can stay there and watch." Speaking thus, Luophone took out a bottle of perfect grade snow beer. This was already the 6th bottle. Throughout the entire process of digging out the frost-encased chest, Luophone had relied entirely on perfect grade snow beer to make it through. Otherwise, if his hands accidentally touched the frosted treasure chest, they would instantly freeze. Thankfully, one bottle of snow beer could quickly restore his hand mobility. Now, as Luophone was about to attempt to break through the frost defense again, he naturally needed another bottle to enhance his control over ice and snow. After Luophone popped open the cap on the snow beer bottle, snowflakes began gently drifting from the sky. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Tang Shuiying said, "So that's why it suddenly started snowing while we were pulling up radishes earlier? I thought it was something special about this place. Turns out it was just because you opened a bottle of snow beer." Luophone chugged the entire bottle of snow beer in one go. Then he said, "Another time, we'll drink snow beer together. This perfect grade snow beer isn't just about causing snowfall. Look up at the sky." Tang Shuiying raised her head and saw that, somehow, A giant heart-shaped formation made entirely of snowflakes had appeared in the sky. Inside the heart, there was even a single character visible. She was completely stunned by the scene, her heart suddenly filled with emotion. At that moment, Luo Feng smiled gently and said, "Back then, you gave me love eggs. I made you a heart-shaped snowfall. Do you like it?" "I do." Tang Xiuwei's heart was so moved by Luo Feng's gesture that tears almost welled up in her eyes. Luo Feng didn't waste any more time either. After all, one bottle of perfect-grade snow beer could only last for 10 minutes. He had already used 6 bottles of perfect-grade snow beer on this frost-encased treasure chest. He just hoped the contents inside wouldn't be too disappointing. His expectations weren't too high, just a divine artifact would be enough to console him. "I'm about to get busy." Luo Feng pulled out his legendary great axe of creation and began chopping at the frost-covered treasure chest. A tremendous noise rang out from the silver chest. The legendary great axe managed to crack through the icy layer and buried itself partially inside. It wasn't that the legendary axe was weak, it was simply that Luo Feng's own strength was still lacking. If Luo Feng's power were sufficient enough, a single swing would not only shatter the frost, but could even split the silver treasure chest itself in half. At that moment, where the legendary axe made contact with the frost-covered chest, icy frost began spreading upward, creeping toward Luo Feng's arms. However, after drinking the perfect-grade snow beer and having some control over ice-based powers, Luo Feng immediately activated his icy abilities. The spreading speed of the frost significantly slowed down, but it wasn't completely stopped. Not daring to waste time, Luo Feng gripped the legendary axe and kept chopping. 10 minutes passed. With a final clang of metal against metal, Luo Feng finally broke through all the frost surrounding the silver chest. These 10 minutes of intense effort left him feeling completely drained. Even though Luo Feng's body had been enhanced, he still found it somewhat overwhelming. Thankfully, he was using the legendary axe. If he had used a lower-grade weapon instead, it wouldn't even matter how long he swung it. It might not even have been able to break through the frost at all. Now came the moment to open this unique frost-covered treasure chest. Exhausted, Luo Feng dropped down and sat directly on the ground. Just as he was about to stand back up, Tang Xiuwei approached with a cup of hot water in hand and said, "Rest a bit. Drink this hot water and warm yourself up." Chapter 135, Legendary Weapon, Xianbing Blade. Just as Luo Feng was about to reach out to take the cup of water, Tang Xiuwei had already brought it to his lips, feeding him a drink. Naturally, Luo Feng didn't hesitate and drank the hot water in one gulp, then said, "Let's rest later. I want to check what's inside this ice chest first. You better step back. I can't be sure whether there'll be danger when I open this ice chest. If it's already this cold on the outside, there could be a lot of cold air released from the inside. I don't want you to get hurt." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiuwei spoke with a worried expression, "Then be careful. I'll just watch from the side." After Tang Xiuwei moved aside, Luo Feng took out another bottle of perfect-grade snow beer and finished it in one go. Life comes first. He had to be cautious. If anything happened to him, what would become of his women? Luo Feng stretched out his right hand toward the ice chest. As soon as his hand made contact with it, a wave of coldness rushed from his hand into his body. Instantly, frost and snow started forming on his right hand, and the spread was rapid. Seeing this happen, Luo Feng panicked inwardly and quickly began using his own ice-controlling frost power to resist the cold. After the spreading cold slowed down, he hurriedly opened the ice chest. A powerful gust of icy wind blew from inside the chest, and Luo Feng was immediately covered in frost, seemingly turned into an ice statue. Seeing this, Tang Xiuwei, not far away, rushed over in an attempt to save Luo Feng. At that moment, the ice-covered Luo Feng suddenly spoke. "I'm not in danger, don't come closer. This ice isn't harming me at all. Watch." The ice on Luo Feng's body slowly cracked and fell away, until finally, he returned completely to his normal state. Looking at the opened ice chest before him, he smiled slightly. As I expected, this ice chest wasn't simple at all. It didn't take long for the system voice to echo in Luo Feng's mind. Ice chest opened. Obtained rare grade ice blade blueprint, +1. Obtained expert grade blade skill book, +1. Obtained ocean coins, +2. Obtained good grade frost carrot seeds, +10. X 10,000 reward. Obtained legendary grade Xian ice blade blueprint, +1. Obtained grandmaster grade blade skill book, +1. Ocean coins, +20,000. Obtained perfect grade frost carrot seeds, 1,000. From ice blade to Xian ice blade? A big question mark floated in Luo Feng's mind. It looked like he would finally obtain his melee weapon. But what kind of ability would this legendary grade Xian ice blade have? Luo Feng quickly examined the legendary grade Xian ice blade blueprint. Xian ice blade. 0/1 Xian Bang. 0/100 Ying Bang. 0/1000. 10 days. Xian ice blade. Grade. Legendary. Description. This blade is primarily crafted from 1,000-year-old Xian ice. When used, it releases frost power. A single slash can split an enemy in two, turning their body into ice statues. Function. Within a certain radius, you can transform the surroundings into a frigid, snowy battlefield, applying cold suppression to enemies. The Xian ice blade becomes more powerful as the surrounding environment gets colder. The materials required for this blueprint had changed drastically. No longer did it require lumber or metal scraps. This put Luo Feng in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't even know what 1,000-year-old Xian ice or 100-year-old frost was. From the names, they must be extremely old ice formations. He wondered if the ordinary ice blocks he already possessed could age when strengthened through the system. If he could somehow acquire 10,000-year-old frost, wouldn't the resulting Xian ice blade be even more powerful? In theory, that might be possible. But in practice, he'd need to test it himself. Boldly assume, carefully verify. Luo Feng put away the legendary grade Xian ice blade blueprint. Obviously, he couldn't start crafting it anytime soon. Then, his gaze shifted to the skill book. A grandmaster grade blade technique was practically a perfect match for the Xian ice blade. A data panel appeared in front of him. Blade Skill Book. Grade, Grandmaster. Description. Once this skill book is used, you'll obtain extraordinary blade skills. Regardless of the blade, you'll be able to wield it freely, with a proficiency surpassing even your own right hand. From this day forth, you will be able to use a blade to peel a boiled egg without causing any damage to the egg inside the shell. You can directly use a blade to crack sunflower seeds. You can use a blade to peel a banana. As Luo Feng read the description of this Grandmaster level blade skill book, his eyes lit up with excitement. This was truly a treasure. With such a treasure, Luo Feng's combat abilities were about to take a huge leap forward. Without hesitation, Luo Feng immediately began using the Grandmaster level blade skill book. Ding! Congratulations to the player, successfully used the Grandmaster level blade skill book. Initiating knowledge transfer. Luo Feng watched as the skill book in his hand became hazy and blurry, then transformed into a beam of white light that shot straight into his head. As soon as this white light touched his mind, he suddenly felt a flood of blade-related knowledge surfacing in his consciousness. Massive amounts of blade techniques began appearing in his mind. Big blades, small blades, heavy blades, curved blades, crescent blades, throwing blades, and more. 3 minutes later, Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes, and within them was a deep, sharp gaze. Inside his eyes, it seemed as if a blurred image of a blade faintly flickered within his pupils. Then his eyes gradually returned to normal, just like usual. Luo Feng then shifted his attention to the ocean coins. With these additional 20,000 coins, he now had a total of 40,000. His wealth had grown incredibly fast. Right now, Luo Feng still didn't know the exact purchasing power of these coins. But once he found out, he would definitely be shocked. Luo Feng then turned his attention to the last item, the perfect grade frost carrot seeds. He had previously obtained excellent grade giant chili seeds, so he wasn't surprised by these frosty carrot seeds. At that moment, a phrase surfaced in his mind. The Frost and Fire Realm. When the time came to prepare the deep-sea giant fish as chopped chili fish head, he wondered how the taste would turn out if he added these frost carrots. In the next instant, the attributes of the perfect grade frost carrot seeds appeared before Luo Feng. Frost carrot seed. Grade. Perfect. Description. This frost carrot seed requires a somewhat special growing environment. It can only grow in soil under cold, snowy conditions. Chapter 136. An orange-flavored kiss. The perfectly grown ice radish can permanently increase the user's agility and cold resistance. So this was a food item that could permanently boost agility. For Luo Feng, something like this was still extremely useful. He directly used these radish seeds and planted them on his 10 tons of perfect grade soil. Luo Feng wasn't only doing it to increase his own speed. He was even more concerned about Xuanwu's speed. Xuanwu moved at a decent pace underwater, but once on land, there was only one word to describe his movement. Turtle speed. In the future, it would definitely be necessary to have Xuanwu eat more ice radishes. Once Luo Feng had handled all his items, the ice treasure chest in front of him vanished directly. At the same time, the surrounding cold aura also disappeared. In the ocean survival world, once these treasure chests are opened, they disappear completely. Therefore, some people's idea of using these chests as materials went up in smoke. When the temperature around them had risen slightly, Tang Xuewei walked over, wearing a worried expression, and asked with concern, Luo Feng, are you hurt? Just now, when your whole body was frozen, I was really worried sick. Seeing Tang Xuewei's caring attitude, Luo Feng smiled faintly. Now that he had gained so many great things, his mood was naturally very happy. He said, don't you trust my strength? This is nothing at all to me. However, this time I made you worry so much. That really was my fault. So then, how should I compensate you? Hearing Luo Feng speak this way, Tang Xuewei seemed to think of something, her cheeks turning slightly red. She spoke in a very soft voice, kiss me. Hearing Tang Xuewei say that, Luo Feng naturally had no reason to refuse. As the saying goes, he who doesn't seize available opportunities is a fool. No, wait, this was Luo Feng's woman. It wasn't about taking advantage at all. Inside the space ring, Xuanwu, who was taking a bath, suddenly had a very bad feeling. Thinking about this, Luo Feng spoke. What did you just say? I didn't quite hear clearly. Could you repeat it? Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Xuewei's face became even redder. Just now, she had needed to muster a lot of courage just to say that sentence. Now, she lacked the courage to say it again. She hesitated slightly and spoke in a stammering voice. I. Before she could finish speaking, a moist sensation came upon her lips. Luo Feng had actually kissed her while she was talking. This sudden development left Tang Xuewei momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time she had kissed Luo Feng. Not far away, seeing this scene, Bingtu silently shed tears of envy. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng pulled away from in front of Tang Xuewei, saying with some puzzlement, why does it taste like oranges? Tang Xuewei's face remained red as she softly spoke. You don't like it? If you don't, I won't do it again next time. Oh, I like it. How could I not like it? Seems like I should taste it often. I like all flavors. In the future we can switch it up. I still have 99 bags of rock candy here. No need to worry about running out. Although Luo Feng wasn't a big fan of candy, eating sugar this way was quite agreeable to him. If he changed flavor every day, it would still take years to finish all of them. That was way too long. Should he switch every hour then? At that rate, getting kissed so often would wear out his mouth. Forget it, forget it. When Tang Xuewei heard Luo Feng mention 99 bags of rock candy, she nearly fainted. That seemed like far too much. However, once she recalled who she was speaking to, she calmed down a bit, and said, alright, as long as you like it. Luo Feng took Tang Xuewei to the giant ice radish and said, I'll first take this ice radish out, then we'll start our journey to the Frost Kingdom. With great effort, Luo Feng finally dug out the giant ice radish from underground. Gained a high-quality ice radish, +1, the 10,000-fold reward. Gained a perfect grade ice radish, +100. Ice radish. Grade. Perfect. Description. This ice radish offers the texture of a radish and can permanently increase your agility. It will make you faster. No longer need you worry about being slow. The effect of this ice radish permanently boosts attributes only once, with subsequent usages providing temporary boosts only. However, if used consistently over time, one's agility will be enhanced gradually. Effect, +3 agility. Sure was a great item indeed, directly increasing Luo Feng's attack speed by 3. Thus, Luo Feng looked toward the nearby ice radishes and pulled out a few more. Gained a good quality ice radish, +1. The 10,000-fold reward. Obtained a good quality ice radish, +10,000. Obtained a good quality ice radish, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained a perfect grade ice radish, +100. 10 or so minutes later, Luo Feng looked inside his space ring, where a mountain of ice radishes had piled up, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In the future, during a fight, no matter what he did, he'd eat an ice radish first. Thinking about this, Luo Feng activated his ability, and Xuanwu, already grown to a diameter of 2.5 meters, appeared on the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, Luo Feng tossed the perfect grade giant ice radish to Xuanwu, letting him eat it. Xuanwu had just been taking a bath inside the space ring and already saw all the ice radishes stacked up like a mountain. He had been eager to eat them for a long time. Now, faced with this giant-sized ice radish, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately started eating. Tang Xuewei saw this scene unfold before her and showed a very shocked expression. How could Luo Feng, who had worked so hard to obtain the giant ice radish, just give it directly to Xuanwu? What happened next made her eyes widen as though she had witnessed something utterly unbelievable, something even more shocking than seeing a ghost. She actually saw Luo Feng pull out another giant ice radish from his space ring. It looked exactly the same as the previous one. This puzzled Tang Xuewei beyond comprehension. Luo Feng you. Luo Feng wasn't surprised to see Tang Xuewei puzzled. If she kept staying by his side, sooner or later she would notice something unusual about his system. Unless he deliberately hid all these items and avoided using them, which was clearly impossible. If he had good items, of course he would use them. He would never hide them away. Moreover, Tang Xuewei was already his woman. There was no need to worry about anything. Of course, Luo Feng wasn't planning to tell Tang Xuewei directly about his system. This was Luo Feng's biggest secret, something he couldn't reveal to anyone. Otherwise, if this leaked out, the consequences would be extremely serious. Thinking about this, Luo Feng spoke. This is one of the abilities I obtained. I won't go into details. You'll know more in the future. Then he said, you can eat this ice radish too. Chapter 137. Hurry up and get in. Tang Xuewei, upon hearing Luo Feng's words, didn't ask too many questions. If Luo Feng wanted to tell her something, he would eventually do so. After spending so much time with him, she already knew what she should ask, and what she shouldn't. Understanding this, Tang Xuewei smiled slightly, and said, okay, I wonder what this huge ice radish tastes like. Thus, she started eating while sitting in front of the giant ice radish. Luo Feng once again took out a perfect grade giant ice radish and began eating it himself. Not far away, an ice rabbit, holding a small ice radish, saw the much larger radishes others were eating, several times bigger than its own body. Instantly, the ice radish in its hands didn't seem delicious anymore. It only wanted to ask Luo Feng, where's my giant ice radish? Thinking that, the ice rabbit jumped in front of Luo Feng and started gesturing. Luo Feng looked at the ice rabbit in front of him and said somewhat puzzled, you didn't come here to eat ice radishes? Did you already eat enough? Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Xuewei smiled slightly and said, the ice rabbit says it also wants to eat the big ice radish. It doesn't think the small one tastes very good. Upon hearing this from Tang Xuewei, Luo Feng smiled and said, you're still too small. The big ice radishes have effects too powerful for you to handle. Let us eat them. We're bigger, so we can absorb and control their power. When the ice rabbit heard this, it immediately looked disappointed. Just as it was about to turn away, suddenly, a massive ice radish appeared right in front of it. That was just a joke. After all, you're the one who brought us here. Here's a perfect grade ice radish as a reward. As long as you help me out, there'll be more good things for you. Eat up quickly. After you finish, I have a few questions I want to ask you. Luo Feng had a total of 100 perfect grade ice radishes. He naturally wouldn't be stingy toward those who helped him. Later, Luo Feng also planned to ask the ice rabbit whether it knew where to find century ice. From the way the ice rabbit acted, Luo Feng suspected it wasn't that simple. Perhaps there would be some useful information. He was quite curious about the Xianbing blade. This frost island was full of danger everywhere. Without a reliable weapon, he always felt uneasy. 10 minutes passed. Luo Feng had barely finished less than 1/5 of the perfect grade ice radish, and Tang Xuewei had only finished less than 1/10. Yet, the ice rabbit had completely devoured the entire giant ice radish. After all, the giant ice radish was bigger than 5 ice rabbits combined. How could such a large radish completely enter the ice rabbit's body? Could it possibly have some other special abilities? Soon, Luo Feng came to one conclusion. It was simply very good at eating. But he didn't say much about it. If it could eat a lot, then so be it, as long as it could help Luo Feng. Thinking of this, Luo Feng looked at the ice rabbit, which was now rubbing its belly with its paws, apparently indicating that it had eaten its fill. At this moment, Tang Xuewei spoke, saying, Luo Feng, your ice radish really is too big. I can only manage a little. I'll save the rest for later. Hearing Tang Xuewei's words, Luo Feng smiled slightly and said, alright, no rush. We can save the rest for later. Come, let's ask the ice rabbit a question together. I recently obtained a blueprint for crafting a weapon. It requires a large amount of 100-year ice and 1,000-year black ice. I've never even heard of these materials before. I wonder if the ice rabbit knows about them. Luo Feng walked next to the ice rabbit, examined its appearance.